Hello everyone. Today we have a new series. Another return to a different world is greater than, a world completely different from Earth. The story takes place on the continent of Terranor, when the king's heart was burned and vanished. An existence that transcends the fate of this world will descend upon this land. A legend has been passed down in Terranor, the summoning of a transcendent being from another world. The Emperor of Luton planned to sacrifice 5 sons, 7 daughters, and 19 close members of the royal family, to summon the holy saint from another world, just as the prophecy foretold. However, the summoning brought a young man from Earth here instead. As a result of the Emperor's fury, the young man was sent to a completely new land upon his arrival in this new world. That person is the savior, Sihan, a young man determined to save this world. He returned to this other world once again to abolish the king's cruel regime. It seemed as if everything would end once that tyrant was defeated. In that moment, it felt like the gates of happiness were about to open. Sihan would be reunited with the woman he loved, Lavina. She approached him with a gentle smile on her lips. The two shared a warm embrace after their long, arduous days. When Sihan confidently declared he would stay here for his loved ones and start a new life, the expressions of his comrades in arms suddenly changed. In that instant, a chilling smile spread across Lavina's face. Even he was frozen stiff by the aura she gave off. The moment Sihan turned around, he saw a spatial gate open up. He was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his very eyes. He turned to the one he loved, only to be met with a face twisted with pure evil. They had once shared warm kisses, but now she looked at him with nothing but hatred. Then, Sihan was forcibly thrown into the spatial gate. He could only watch helplessly as the familiar faces around him became utterly alien. The story that would be told to the people was that the world had been saved by the savior from another world and 6 heroes. The exorbitant taxes were abolished, and the people were freed from forced labor. 6 kingdoms were established to jointly rule the continent. It was an era of peace and prosperity. The scene shifts to a quiet village, nestled in a forest. A pair of feet gently step outside to greet the sunlight. The small girl's hoe glints under the sun. She speaks in a soft voice. The sky is so clear today, not a single cloud. Alita raises a hand to shield her eyes from the light. A beautiful day for farming. She begins her farm work. The hoe strikes the earth with a thud. Alita hums a gentle tune as she works. Suddenly, she freezes when she hears an unusual sound. When Alita looks up, she notices a fish beside her. Her eyes widen in confusion. Is that a flounder? A fresh, live flounder. It looks delicious. She thinks to herself, wait a minute. How can I eat it without knowing where it came from? A flounder suddenly appearing deep in the forest? Alita exclaims. So suspicious. I should just get back to gardening. Suddenly, an object falls from the sky behind her, making her jump. Alita quickly turns around, tense. What was that? She witnesses a large pig falling from the sky. A pig. Alita looks up at the sky. First a flounder, now a pig. What is going on up there? Her pupils dilate with utter disbelief. That's when she sees his figure falling from high above. A man was falling from the sky, completely naked. Alita's expression becomes incredibly awkward. Her lips press into a thin line. Sihan's impact kicks up a cloud of dust. Alita is at a loss. After a pig, now a man? She approaches cautiously, wondering, is he dead? The moment Alita gets close, Sihan suddenly lifts his head, startling her. He looks around, taking in the strange scenery. In a small field in the forest, a new future begins. A small house built of stone and wood stands nearby. Alita, still in disbelief, speaks up. Hello. Suddenly, Sihan breaks into a slightly wicked grin. He's ecstatic. This is it. I did it. How many years has it been? Sihan declares loudly. I'm back, you idiots. But then, his body, having reached its limit, sways and collapses. Sihan falls unconscious on the ground as she watches. Alita is thrown from one surprise to another. What in the world is happening? As night falls on the small, lonely house, Sihan finally awakens after a long sleep. He looks around in confusion. Light spills across his face. He whispers, this is that moment. Alita approaches and asks, you're awake? I made some thick porridge. Are you feeling all right? I was extremely surprised to see someone fall from the sky. Overly excited, Sihan sits up abruptly, wincing in pain. You're the one who saved me. The side effects are worse than I thought. Did I miscalculate? She falls into deep thought. A different language. That's not a common language in Thorber. In fact, he's speaking a foreign tongue instead of the common language. Could he be from a primitive tribe? But he looks too clean to be a primitive. Seeing her expression, he realizes, I forgot. This isn't Earth. Oh. Sung Sihan asks, "You're the one who saved me, right?" She sets the food down and replies, "Yes." Alita continues her private thoughts. So, he's not from a primitive tribe. Sung Sihan wonders, "Okay. So, where am I, exactly?" She explains, "We're north of Mount Lyphian." He's confused. "Mount Lyphian? Gozon Village? Where is that?" Alita continues. "Then I'll start by explaining the territories. We are in the Kingdom of Les. It's a nation founded by King Lexian I after the Revolution of the Seven Heroes." Sung Sihan's voice suddenly becomes tense. "The Kingdom of Lexian." He spits out each word with hatred. "So, Lexian is a king now? That idiot." Suddenly, the atmosphere between them becomes silent and awkward. Sung Sihan asks, "Before we continue, can I borrow some clothes? I've been naked for a while now." Alita agrees. "Okay." After that, he begins to eat as if he's been starving for a long time. Sung Sihan pauses. "It smells a bit fishy, but I guess there's no other choice. It seems seasonings are a luxury in this village. I finally feel like I'm starting to get back on my feet. Ah, but I don't mean to sound ungrateful. Thank you very much for the meal." Hearing his words, her expression becomes momentarily puzzled. A strong, lean body without a trace of fat, along with a handsome face and a disrespectful attitude. Alita quickly concludes, "Is he royalty? But why was he naked?" A moment later, Sung Sihan says with a smile, "I just realized I haven't asked for my savior's name. Who are you?" She thinks to herself. "You're really only asking that now?" She began to introduce herself. "My name is Alita, as you can see. I'm just a simple country girl." He replied, "Is that so? Do master swordswomen pass as simple country girls these days? Besides, your skills are anything but ordinary." Alita's lips parted as if she wanted to say something. Finally, she asked curiously, "How did you know?" Sung Sihan responded, "Just a hunch, I guess." "You're explaining a lot." She smiled and introduced herself. "Yes, I'm a weapons user, a sword master. Although I'm not a knight, I'm a freelancer. For example, I don't have a king to serve. We're basically unemployed when we don't have any quest requests, right? In my case, I work in the garden when there's nothing else to do." Sung Sihan understood. "Ah, I see. In that case, I have one more question." He emphasized, "What is your relationship with Kolu-san?" In that instant, the table was suddenly knocked over. Sihan reflexively fell backward. Alita became enraged and stomped hard on the ground. She then pulled out a small dagger, her expression turning cold. Alita quickly leaped onto the table, but her expression suddenly froze at the scene before her. Alita looked at the broken pieces in front of her, bewildered. "He's not here?" Just then, Sung Sihan approached from behind and said, "Hey, the reason I'm not asking is because I don't want to fight you." She defensively swung behind her. "When did you get here?" As she came in to attack, he had already moved in front of her. She panicked. He dodged it. "Is he a sword master too?" Alita then continued her assault on Sung Sihan. Dodging, he said, Hey, I have no intention of fighting, okay? Can we just talk?" Alita silently assessed the situation. "This guy is really strong. He's dodging all of my attacks with the absolute minimum amount of movement." She decided, "In that case, I'll just get even faster." Sung Sihan let out a faint smile and said, "You're not as calm as you look." He turned and concluded, "But you have a kind heart. You're aiming for my shoulder, which means you don't actually intend to kill me, right?" Alita shouted in astonishment, A wooden spoon." Then, from the sheer momentum, she fell backward from the heavy impact, while he calmly held a wooden spoon out towards her. Alita admitted softly, "I've lost." "Who are you, really?" He smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Sung Sihan. I came here from Earth." Her eyes widened in shock. Sung Sihan. From Earth. Could it be? Are you the savior from another world? Sung Sihan? He smiled. "Seems I haven't been forgotten yet. I understand why you attacked me. I asked you about your relationship with that tyrant king. I'd feel hurt too, but I was really just asking out of curiosity, so you don't have to answer," she said in a small voice. "My full name is Alita." She confirmed, "I am the daughter of King Lan." The people once chanted, "The era of the tyrant king is over. Kill everyone who shares the tyrant king's blood. We cannot allow a second tyrant king to appear." At that time, Alita's situation was extremely precarious because of her father. The queen of that dynasty said, "I'm sorry, Khan. You are the only one I trust." He replied with deep respect, calling her Elf. "I promise you, I will protect this child." At that moment, All she could do was cry. I swear on my honor and my life. Alita recounted, Khan, a royal guard, took great care of me. He sacrificed everything to raise me in a remote place. He taught me how to fight. Even so, Khan was just doing the work of a free mercenary. Because my identity was accidentally revealed to him, he had to take me out of the kingdom. Since then, we've lived in seclusion here, except when we go to the nearby town to accept commissions after running out of money. After hearing this, Sihan wondered. So that's why you're living in hiding like this? I never would have guessed you were the daughter of the tyrant king. Wait, does that make me your father's enemy? She reminded him. I no longer have any connection to the tyrant king. Even though the tyrant king is dead, people still fear the emergence of another one. Those related to the tyrant king can open gates to other worlds, which is why they are being hunted down. I thought you were one of them. Sung Sihan took a sip of water and explained. You all thought I was hunting down people with the tyrant king's bloodline? But you were too lazy to convince me not to do it. So you chose to lie to me instead? The more I learn about what happened to me, the more annoying it gets. Well, I get that you all are in a tough spot, but cheer up. There are people who were accidentally transported to this world just like me, and compared to them, we're doing pretty well. Alita's eyebrows furrowed as she called out, Hey, are you sure you're the savior from another world? Sung Sihan? I heard that after Sung Sihan defeated the Tyrant King, he returned to Earth. How did you get back to the continent, and why did you come back here completely naked? Sung Sihan stood up and said loudly, The being naked part is something I can't control because only living things can pass through dimensions. It's not because I have some weird fetish. The last time I came to this world, I was stark naked, and even when I returned to Earth 10 years ago, it was in the middle of the Guangwaman intersection. He was furious. Just thinking about it is infuriating. She realized, so you returned to Earth 10 years ago. But you were summoned back here by someone. Unbelievable. Someone summoned a person from another world. I wonder who could perform such magic. Sung Sihan crossed his arms and replied, If I had to blame someone, I guess it would be myself? I came back here on my own. Alita was startled. You summoned yourself? Is that even possible? Sung Sihan assured her. Of course, but it wasn't easy. It took me 10 years. How should I explain it? It's more accurate to say I didn't summon myself. But suddenly, his eyes registered something. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but wonder, why so surprised? Sung Sihan spoke up, getting her attention. Alita, you said you were being hunted, and the reason is because you carry the royal blood of Lan, the family with the power to summon people from other worlds, right? Alita replied. Yes. That's right. He grew tense. Oh crap. I've made a huge mistake. To get here from Earth, to arrive here safely, you need a spatial magic coordinate marker. So I used people with the Lan bloodline as coordinates, the people who possess the power to summon otherworldly beings. Alita is the one with the purest Lan bloodline, she thought. Ah, so that's why he asked me about my relationship with the Tyrant King. Sung Sihan continued. In other words, I used you to enter this world. His expression was a bit troubled. Which means, to other mages, it will look like you summoned me with a summoning spell, right? Alita was stunned. A summoning spell? No way. Overwhelmed by his words, she abruptly shot to her feet. Alita stood up and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Then, her shriek echoed through the entire space. How did it come to this? And since when? Just then, a group of guards was surrounding the house. With weapons in hand, they slowly advanced on the home where Alita lived. An officer reported, There are traces of summoning magic in the area. I'm certain the reaction is coming from that small house. It appears our encirclement is complete, he emphasized as he reported to his superior. The general frowned and replied, Thank you for your efforts. Mage can. All units prepare for battle. Await orders while you maintain the encirclement on that small house. Inside, Sihan calmly watched everything with his arms crossed, while Alita had already changed into combat gear and grabbed her sword. He could tell she was used to dealing with crises. She must have mentally rehearsed this scenario for months. He thought, I feel kind of bad for her, since I only came here on a whim. Now, after she managed to stay hidden for so long, she's finally been found. Even if she's not showing it, I'm sure she's furious. Sung Sihan spoke up. Alita, if you have something you want to say to me, feel free. For a moment, she was moved by his words. Alita bowed her head. Thank you for warning me about their attack. Her answer left him stunned, his mouth hanging open. Outside, the soldiers shouted, Come out, criminal, or we'll blow this shack to bits. Zenon ordered, Mage Can, unleash a warning shot. The man readily agreed. Immediately, Can raised his hand to summon a ball of fire. The fireball quickly grew larger and shot toward her house. Its terrifying power made even the general wary. Ren Lam shouted, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "We were ordered to capture her alive," Kan explained. "It looks intimidating, but it's not enough to kill her." Lan continued, "If she's unlucky, she might get burned." But in that instant, Alita moved like the wind, startling everyone. The general commanded, "She's escaped. Capture her, 10 gold coins for whoever takes her alive." Meanwhile, she fought valiantly in the middle of the crowd. The guards were bewildered. "Impossible. Is she a master swordswoman?" Alita fought, feeling the pressure. "There are too many of them. How can I get away?" Just then, she noticed a sight before her. A burst of power rushed forward, sending Alita's body flying. Zenon approached, sneering. "You of the cursed bloodline. A master swordswoman like you, killing a lowly foot soldier. Have you no shame?" He declared, "From now on, I, a knight of Lazen Lung, will deal with you." Alita realized his armor was also imbued with aura. "He's a level above me." Then, Zenon charged forward, launching a direct attack at her face. The clash between them was incredibly tense. Seeing an opportunity, Alita swung her sword. "This is my chance." A powerful flash of light erupted at the point where they clashed. He remarked, "The aura from your sword is pretty strong, huh?" "Even so, my defense is stronger," Zenon roared. "Those cheap tricks won't work on me." Alita was forced onto the defensive, letting out a pained scream. Her body was sent flying backward, carving a long line in the dirt. Suddenly, the ferocious look in his eyes vanished. Zenon raised a hand to his face, wiping it with disdain. "How filthy. If you're truly a master swordswoman, then you know you can't defeat me. You should just drop your weapon." "But then," she interjected, "I surrender." He praised her. "A wise decision. You grasped the situation quickly. Now then, if you'll come with me." Suddenly, Sihan's voice cut in from behind, stopping him in his tracks. "You were fighting pretty fiercely up until now. Did you suddenly calm down just because you feel sorry for her? Isn't that a rather quick change of heart?" Hearing those words, Zenon's expression immediately darkened. He panicked. "Who is this guy? How did he get this close without me sensing his presence at all?" Zenon straightened up, wondering, "Who the hell is this guy? I couldn't sense any presence as he approached like that." He yelled in a panic, Who are you?" Sung Sihan stood before the point of Zenon's sword, but replied calmly, "My apologies. Personally, I have nothing against you, but I do have a certain responsibility." At that, Zenon's eyes shot wide open. Sihan closed his eyes and sent the knight flying backward with a punch. Zenon's body slammed straight into the ground, his upper torso sinking deep into the crater. The soldiers were stunned. He got planted straight into the ground. Alita watched Sung Sihan's back and wondered, why is he fighting those soldiers? This man is Sung Sihan. So, aren't these guys his former comrades' underlings? Lan raised his hand and ordered, "He's a remnant of the Demon Lord's army. Take care of him, quickly." Sihan put a hand on his hip as they charged at him and asked, "You're still not backing down, even after your leader was so easily defeated?" "It seems I have no other choice. I don't want to do this, but I guess I'm sorry. Please don't blame me, okay? And don't hold any grudges. My apologies. Sorry. Truly sorry." The entire squad trembled watching this scene. "If you're going to beat us to a pulp, then stop apologizing." Not long after, Zenon lifted his head and cursed, "Who dares?" His eyes suddenly shot open as sweat dripped down. Lan was utterly astonished watching his comrade's miserable defeat. He put both hands on the ground and thought in awe, "Oh my God, this can't be real. A single unarmed mortal took care of all the soldiers here by himself. So, that's what happened to me earlier? I'm lucky to be alive." Zenon gasped and shouted, "Wait a minute. I've seen these movements before." The image of a man's back flashed in his mind. A perfect match for the person before him. The other half of that face was smirking. Just then, Sung Sihan's voice rang out, well, look who's woken up. You're pretty tough. Sorry, but you're going to have to pass out for a little while longer." Zenon watched his movements and screamed, "Wait, are you the one?" Before he could finish his words, a scream echoed out, followed by a loud thud. Sung Sihan turned away, leaving Zenon face down in the dirt, and muttered, "I've said this time and time again, but I have no hard feelings toward you guys, okay? So there's no reason for us to keep fighting. If you still want to play rough, then I'll happily oblige." Lan clicked his tongue. He looked at the men lying on the ground, mentally calculating. Our elite warriors and mages were no match for him at all. Where in the world did that monstrous master swordsman come from? Sung Sihan turned to Alita and spoke, "I'm guessing they won't attack again. What's wrong? Are you going to keep standing there like that?" She held her arm and replied hesitantly, Ah, right. Then, the two of them silently walked away in front of the soldiers. Lan let out a loud curse of frustration. He raised his hand and gave the order. This mission is a failure. We are retreating. Commander Zenon has fallen. Those who are still alive, handle the bodies of our fallen allies. A man stammered, about that. None of them are actually dead. They're just buried under the dirt, and not a single bone is broken. Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Impossible. We were beaten this badly, but no one's injured or dead? What the hell just happened? At that moment, the full moon rose to its peak, illuminating the entire forest. Sung Sihan, walking behind Alita, said, "From here on, they won't be able to chase us anymore." He glanced to the side, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It would have been a real pain if they'd followed us. The side effects of space-time travel are bigger than I thought. Compared to when I was hailed as a savior, my combat power level is 110, and my mana level is just a fraction of that. Sung Sihan looked at the spiritual energy on his palm, wondering, when will I recover my full strength? Suddenly, Alita cried out in pain. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay? I thought your right arm was broken." Alita looked down at her trembling arm. Heavens, I was lucky. It could have been much worse than just a broken bone. Seeing her smile like that, Sung Sihan was bewildered. Is that something to be grateful for? What a strange girl. After bandaging Alita's arm, he announced, "All done. Hope this helps." She bowed her head to thank him. "Sihan," he said casually. "Relax, it was no big deal." Alita cheerfully excused herself. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Sung Sihan stared blankly as she walked past him. His jaw dropped as he yelled, "Where are you going? Aren't we traveling together? Wait, how are you planning to? Get out of this forest with an injured arm like that?" Alita calmly turned back and said, "If I'm just more careful than usual." Sihan cut her off. "Just being more careful won't solve the problem. I'll help you. I'm partly responsible for you being hunted, and I can't just leave an injured person behind." She had a blank look on her face, not understanding. Alita looked up at the sky, thought for a moment, then smiled brightly. "All right then, I'll be in your care." Sung Sihan was skeptical. "Was that really something you had to think about for so long?" Sung Sihan scratched his head. "And you can drop the formal speech. Just call me Sihan." Alita complied. "Okay, Sihan," he asked curiously. "So, what are you going to do now? You can't stay here anymore since your identity has been exposed." She considered her options. The nearest settlement is Lan Village, but they might send a search party. In that case, I'll cross this mountain and head towards the city of commerce, Khan City, to the palace of the Lexian kingdom. A man was reading intently in a corner of the room when a voice suddenly called out, "Your Highness," causing him to look up. The person bowed and reported, "The search party on Nan Mountain has sent word." The scene changes to a long corridor completely filled with tightly packed bookshelves. In the middle was a small, lit walkway. Then, someone slowly descended the stairs inside. The person raised a hand, emitting a red spiritual energy that opened a secret mechanism. Soon after, the large door slid open. This person was Lexian. His face grew serious as he stood pensively amidst the swirling energy. Before him was a messy and filthy laboratory. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lexian," catching his attention. The young man in the prison cell continued with difficulty. Can you still call yourself a hero after doing things like this?" Lexian smirked. "You must have ripened nicely over this past half-month. Descendant of Alita, do you know why the color of the red magic circle beneath your feet is changing? A green magic circle means the process of converting your mana is complete." The man screamed in hatred. "I pity the people who worship you." Lexian looked amused. "Who's the pitiful one here, huh? Isn't it the one whose heart is about to be ripped out of his body?" Hearing this, the descendant's eyes flew wide open. "What?" A second later, Lexian sent the man to meet his maker. He coldly looked at the person before him, whose body was trembling uncontrollably. Soon, Lexian had harvested new mana, but he still wasn't satisfied. "Not enough." Lexian stood up, wondering, is the method of extracting and condensing mana from those with low-grade bloodlines no longer suitable? This isn't enough to break through the wall of space. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Just as I thought. I need more of the Lin clan's pure blood." Suddenly, Lexian's pupils dilated as if something terrible was about to happen. He recalled his soldier's report, thinking, they reported that the mission failed. They were defeated by someone of unknown origin and lost track of the target. He has black hair, black eyes, and an appearance similar to the Lan race. There are traces of otherworlder summoning magic, plus the black hair and black eyes. Could it be? What am I thinking? How could that guy travel through space-time again? Even if he really did, I would have realized it. There's no way he could have. The scene changes to a city. A voice rings out. This is Khan City. Sihan, walking beside Alita, chattered on. Khan City used to be called Nam Kalim back when it was still territory of the Empire. I didn't recognize it because the name was changed. So nostalgic. In the past, we used this place as our main base. She asked in surprise. This place? He confirmed. Yep, this is a commercial hub, right? So it's very convenient for hiding, since so many different races pass through here. There's a race called the Lan, and they look a lot like Northeast Asians. Hearing this, Alita's head was spinning. What now? She yelled in confusion. People who look like you? Could they be the race from the rumors? The Queen of Thieves' Art of 1,000 Faces. The Art of 1,000 Faces is a technique where the user uses their combat aura to control the air around their face to make it look different. Even a small change is enough to make you look like someone else. It's known as the unique fighting technique of the Queen of Thieves, Lavina. Along with her stealth skills, Sihan immediately retorted, "That's a combat technique I created. I was the one who taught it to Lavina. What do you think? Want me to teach it to you? If you learn it, hiding will be very easy." Alita quickly refused. "No, I have no reason to accept your help." Sung Sihan sighed wearily. "It seems we haven't gotten any closer." "Oh well. But we need to find a place to stay first." From behind, she watched him, turning away and thinking to herself, "I am interested in learning that technique." But then Sung Sihan glanced back and asked, "Can we just find any old place to stay?" Suddenly, he looked up, staring intently at the building in front of them. Alita saw this and asked, confused, "Sihan, do you know that inn?" His next answer left her completely stunned. No, in the last timeline, this inn didn't exist. This place used to be an execution ground. Sung Sihan recalled the moment he faced that dangling noose, and he chuckled softly, saying, "This place has changed a lot. By some miracle, we've ended up here. I guess we have no choice but to go in, right?" Alita, startled and confused, screamed, "What? There aren't any ghosts in there, are there?" Amidst the clear blue sky, Sung Sihan's voice rang out. "If there are, then I'll get to see the people I've missed for so long." And with that, they went inside the inn. The grumpy innkeeper held out a key. "Here, your room key. I'm sick and tired of this service business." Seeing this, Sihan wondered why the man was so angry. Alita hesitated. "It's because," Sihan, sweating bullets, pointed at himself and yelled, "What? Have I been speaking informally this whole time?" She sat down on the bed and confirmed, "Yep. Even if you're a legendary hero, speaking informally to someone you just met is a bit. I'm fine with it. But that old man looks pretty old." He clutched his head, blaming himself. "You're right. In my previous life, I spoke the snail tongue. There were very few people I needed to speak formally to. I just spoke informally out of habit. Does that mean I was rude to a girl I've never met before?" Alita's reply hit him like a splash of cold water. "It's too late for that. Just keep speaking informally." Sung Sihan's face darkened. "I'm sorry." She cut him off. "More importantly, Sung Sihan, we've successfully made it to the city of Can. Where were you originally headed? And what are you planning to do now?" Sung Sihan quickly laid out his plan. "Me? I need some time to adjust to this place, so I was thinking of traveling with you for a while. Is that okay?" She raised a hand, rejecting the offer. He cried out in confusion. That was blunt. Sung Sihan was rendered speechless by her logic. "I'm not the only native of this land here, am I? Besides, I'm a wanted person, so it's obvious that traveling with me will bring more harm than good. If you insist on coming with me despite having no clear reason to do so, then I'll have to wonder about your motives the entire time we're together. I really don't need to do that with my frayed nerves. Right?" His face stiffened as he silently admitted it. "Right. That's true." But Sung Sihan let out a sigh, his tone dejected. "I didn't want to bring this up, but it seems I have no other choice. Alita, without me, you'll definitely be captured again immediately. When you use a summoning spell to call someone from another dimension, it creates a spatial tremor in this world. But in my case, I wasn't summoned. I came here on my own, so it caused almost no disturbance to this world, and I don't think anyone noticed my journey through. Also, those who try to summon otherworlders leave a trail. Because of it, every time we move, there's a small vibration in space. The moment we leave a trace, the pursuit team will immediately chase after us." Alita cut in, panicking. "We're still leaving a trail? So does that mean it's useless no matter how far we try to run?" Sihan waved his hand to calm her down. "I was unconscious yesterday, so I couldn't do anything, but I've now suppressed the vibrations and the magic. For as long as this magic is active, no one will be able to track us. But the problem is, this magic has to be reactivated every 2 or 3 days. Do you understand now? Alita leaned back. I absolutely need you with me. In that case, she stared intently at Sihan, a huge question mark forming in her mind. Why do you need me? Scene changed to the capital of the Lan Kingdom. Zenon, burning with rage, shouted, Please give me one more chance to regain my honor. I swear on my name, I will eliminate this stain. Commander, I will definitely capture those accursed trespassers I let escape last time. The commander pondered for a moment after hearing him, then propped his chin on his hand and sighed. Look at me. Do you really think that's necessary? Even the king himself doesn't hold you responsible for failing a mission like that. And you're saying you'd rather return to the battlefield with untrained soldiers than be confined for a month. Are you really insisting? How can someone who disobeyed orders be forgiven? I believe that regaining my lost honor is the duty of a knight. Zenon was dumbfounded by this declaration. The commander slammed his hand on the table in praise. The true definition of a knight. Very impressive. All right, then go and reclaim a knight's honor. After the commander finished, the man carefully closed the door. As Zenon walked down the hall, he thought, they'll need money to survive. And they're both swordmasters. If that's the case, they'll most likely take on work as freelance adventurers. Considering the direction they were headed, their destination is probably the city of Cannes, and there's only one place to register for job requests. If I use this information and pretend to search for them while investigating the requests they've accepted, all right, I should begin the pursuit. Honestly, I couldn't care less about the one with trespassing blood. The one I need to check is the man with her. No matter how I look at it, he looks too much like him. There's no way that could be possible. But, is he really that person? I need to confirm it. I must see for myself. Scene changed to a brightly lit house in the dead of night. Leo bowed respectfully. Welcome back, my lord. Lord Tez greeted him cheerfully. Oh, thank you, Leo. Are these the people you mentioned? He looked at Alita and Sihan for confirmation. Yes, these are the mercenaries Cog introduced to us. These are the freelance swordmasters Lyra Clam and Sung Sihan Chocheon. Alita glanced over and whispered, You went with the name Sung Sihan? Sung Sihan leaned close to her ear. I just picked a name that sounded similar to mine. Even if you accidentally call me by my real name, we can just play it off. At that moment, Leo, who had made the introduction, said, They are both swordmasters. Warriors who can use aura are known as swordmasters. These individuals are divided into 6 different ranks. Seed level. Those who can use aura to enhance their physical strength. Warrior level. These are people who can fuse their aura with a metal weapon they are proficient with to create an aura blade. Most swordmasters are at this level. Those who reach the knight level can channel their aura into the armor they're wearing. Once you reach the master level, you can fuse aura with non-metallic weapons. Those above that level can fuse their aura into the air itself to materialize a sword, which is called the transcendent level. In the history of Linnae, only a few people have been able to conquer those levels to become an aura master, a god-level swordmaster. Sihan is indeed a god-level swordmaster, but due to the effects of his spatial travel, he had used up all of his aura and mana. Sung Sihan closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. I only have enough aura to reach warrior class. How pathetic. But Tech exclaimed excitedly. Your warrior class? That's quite impressive for someone as young as you. It's good to have you two here. The combat team departs tomorrow, so you two should get some rest until then. Not long after, he was sprawled on the bed, groaning. Earning travel money is such a pain. For these kinds of mercenary jobs, I used to just pick any noble house and get a ticket. Alita, who was dusting off her sleeves, turned to ask. So, the legendary hero is a thief now? Sung Sihan revealed dejectedly. The woman I once loved was a master thief. She imagined a thrilling, otherworldly romance, a dangerous love story spanning lifetimes, based on his tale. And it wasn't just simple thievery. There was a bit of justice in what we did. All the nobles in the empire were villains. I guess I can't do things like that anymore, huh? I suppose I have no other choice. I'd better do my best. And earn money legally by taking others' lives and splattering their blood everywhere. Alita exclaimed in bewilderment. Anyone who heard that would get the completely wrong idea. Sung Sihan changed the subject. The mission request is to suppress monsters, right? She nodded. Yes. It seems a pack of firewolves has appeared near the Basan territory. Although they assembled a combat team to eliminate them, they failed due to a lack of forces. Now they've decided to hire skilled mercenaries from outside to help them wipe out the pack. He casually recalled, wolves that breathe fire, you mean? It's been a long time. 13 years ago, the first monster I ever faced was also a fire wolf. My friends and I were trying to wipe them out in the forest. Suddenly, Sihan remembered the words of his former comrades. You're too strong, Sihan. You are loved by too many people around you. We will be the ones to shape the future of this world. The memory made him pause for a few seconds, his eyes filled with hatred. Sung Sihan sat bolt upright. This mission will be a good warm-up. Since I've lost so much of my aura, these wolves should be a suitable match. Alita was worried. But, Sung Sihan, are you sure you've really lost your power? You were strong enough to beat me with just a spoon and you easily handled the capture team. Sung Sihan held up a single finger to make his point. That's what I mean. I needed a spoon to take you down. Do you have any idea how much weaker that makes me? He thought to himself. She's right, but it's still annoying to hear. He spread his hands and explained. Anyway, it doesn't matter that my aura is weaker, because I have experience to make up for it. Just because they're a lower level doesn't mean the winner of a multinational martial arts tournament will lose to anyone. She asked, confused. Lower what? And what's this about a multinational tournament? Sung Sihan quickly brushed it off. Never mind, let's just go to sleep. Go back to your room. The scene changes to the next morning, the sun high in the sky. Tech's serious voice rang out. The sun has risen. Those monsters. How dare they set foot in our territory? I will ensure they all pay the price. Follow me, if you have the heart. I, Tekba, knighted by King Jaza himself, will personally lead the charge. Sung Sihan, standing in the crowd, watched the soldiers rally with a bored expression. They're so loud. And he's wearing full-plate armor, although it won't do much against monsters. It looks heavy, too. Sihan whispered to Alita. It seems knights in these parts are still the same as ever. That reminds me, how's your arm? Alita quickly replied, it's much better, thanks to you restoring it with your aura. He advised her. Good. Get into a fighting stance, just in case. She was startled for a moment. Why? The people walking up ahead were looking around nervously. Sung Sihan revealed, I can smell sulfur nearby. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted through the bushes, causing someone to jump and scream. Tech frantically ordered, Everyone, halt. Prepare for battle. The crowd watched in terror as the beasts charged. The fire wolves are here. Tech immediately drew his sword. Come, you filthy creatures of the night. Your dark flames won't even dare to touch my holy sword. Before he could finish his sentence, a wolf sent him flying, drawing blood. Sung Sihan commented dryly from the side. That's why you should have taken off the armor. You got hit by an attack you could have easily dodged. Tech, lying on the ground, retorted, How can a knight fight if he isn't properly equipped with armor? Meanwhile, the others fighting the firewolves heard someone shout, Be careful, hold the formation, we can still win. We have the master swordsman with us this time. Just as he said that, Sihan sent a wolf to the afterlife. He glanced over, thinking to himself, They're easier to kill than I thought. If I were really serious, I could probably take care of all of them myself. But I won't, because that would attract too much attention. Forget that. Did they really need to hire mercenaries just to deal with these monsters? Suddenly, some of the men turned and screamed, staring in fear at a ferocious firewolf charging at them. What is that? Its massive body, the scar over one eye, and its swirling spiritual energy made the crowd realize it instantly. It's the alpha firewolf. Sung Sihan grinned. I see. So, the pack has a leader. With that, Sung Sihan gripped his sword tightly and faced the ferocious beasts, while the other knights scrambled to escape. They screamed. It's a demonic beast! Run! Tech shouted to rally them. Don't panic. This is an opportunity. If we take down the alpha, they'll lose their will to fight. I'm leaving it to you two, Sihan and Alita. I will protect the soldiers, he declared, leaving Sihan utterly speechless. Sung Sihan complained. So we have to do all the dangerous work? Being a mercenary is tough. Alita, you take the alpha. I'll stop the other demonic beasts from getting close. Hearing this, she let out a startled cry. Then, as he faced a charging beast, he asked, I really hate running away. We can handle a few small fry wolves, right? Sung Sihan knocked it aside and shouted, Now's your chance. Alita quickly charged forward, yelling, Got it. The alpha fire wolf let out a furious roar as it saw her leaping toward it. Instantly, the wolf spewed a torrent of brilliant blue fire. Alita quickly ducked to the side to dodge. A second later, she lunged forward, slashing a deep cut across its body. The fire wolf grew even more enraged, growling fiercely. Alita refused to give up, her eyes filled with determination. She drove her sword straight down into the top of its head. Seeing this, Sung Sihan let out an impressed "oh," as if he expected it. You're pretty strong, aren't you? I don't have to worry a boo. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly shot wide open. The firewolf abruptly unleashed a terrifying amount of spiritual energy, stunning even Alita. The firewolf suddenly unleashed a blast of blue electricity, knocking her straight back. It seized the opportunity to grab Alita and run. Sihan panicked and yelled out. When Alita returned the previous night, she asked, Sihan, why do you need me? Sihan pondered for a moment before replying, I think I should be honest now, to avoid things getting complicated later. The first time I was summoned to this world, it was through the sacrifice of the Lan Royal Heart. That's why I can remain here, regardless of the Emperor's wishes. However, the way I arrived this time is more like a summoning ritual than that heart sacrifice pact. My existence in this world is maintained by the link between me and my summoner. Back in the present, Sihan gritted his teeth as he ran, thinking, in other words, if she dies, I'll be forcibly sent back to Earth. By now, she had passed out, her face contorted in pain. He clenched his jaw, cursing himself. I can't run any faster. I'm out of mana. He tried to conserve what little all-purpose mana he had left as he ran, his heart aching. I waited 10 years to come back here. I was even prepared to fall out of the sky naked, just to get back to Lonola. You think I'm going to let myself be sent back in shame like this? Sihan's sword began to glow, brimming with spiritual energy. He aimed the tip of his weapon forward, summoning his ultimate technique, Dragon Sword Key. The sudden surge of power made the firewolf's eyes blaze. A brilliant beam of light shot straight towards it, accompanied by a resounding roar. Sihan lunged, slicing clean through the firewolf's neck. He exhaled sharply as blood sprayed into the air. Sihan collapsed beside Alita, his voice trembling. We made it. We're alive. The moment I relaxed, I almost got sent back to my world. Time passed, and the night forest fell strangely silent. Sitting by the fire, he asked her, How are you feeling? You were bitten by a magical beast. Does it hurt? Alita shifted and replied, Yeah, my whole body is aching, but I don't think it was trying to kill me. Then again, the Soini are known to present live offerings to their pack leader. To think a master swordswoman like me would be treated as an offering. Hearing that, Sihan chuckled. She then mused, That was the first time I've ever seen a Soini use lightning. Maybe it was a mutated beast. He replied nonchalantly, Doesn't matter now. We killed it, so we're fine. Alita's eyes darted towards him, a question clearly on her mind. Sihan was a little surprised when she called his name. Hey, Sihan. I didn't think it mattered before, but now that we're partners, I want to know. Why are you hiding your identity? The current kingdoms were all founded by your former allies, right? You should be treated like a royal guest wherever you go. His face went completely blank. A royal guest? I'm lucky I didn't get a death sentence. Right after I killed the Emperor, I was betrayed by my own comrades. They used a return spell to forcibly send me back to Earth. It all happened in a matter of minutes, but even after 10 years, I remember it vividly. I still don't understand why they betrayed me. Not a single one of them hesitated. It definitely wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. All I could think was, what the hell? How did I not see their true colors after all those years fighting side by side? As his words faded, a heavy silence fell over the crackling fire. Sihan watched Alita, wondering to himself, is she in shock? She probably is. I just dragged her into a conflict with every kingdom in Glanima. She suddenly clapped her hands together. So you came back for revenge? Is that why you're hiding who you are? He was bewildered. Did you understand what I just said? Alita nodded. Yeah, why? Sihan threw his hands in the air and shouted, How can you be so calm about this? I just told you I'm going to war against all 6 kingdoms of Glan, Alita explained. Well, the 6 kingdoms of Glan are my enemies too. I've been fighting against them for the past 10 years. It's not like I had a choice to begin with, so I'll just keep doing my best. He was completely speechless. Such hopeless optimism, she said cheerfully. I guess I get it from my father. Sihan grimaced. From the Emperor? Alita quickly shook her head. No, not that madman. My real father. Suddenly, he tensed up, as if sensing something. Sihan turned his head to the side and warned her, Wait a second. Something's here. Time is approaching. They both got to their feet. Is someone coming? Alita asked, confused. You think it's an enemy? Sihan stared into the darkness and replied, I'm not sure. There's no way they could have tracked us this far. Maybe it's some soldiers from the Baxelian fiefdom that got left behind? Right. Better to be cautious, she agreed softly. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the bushes. The two of them froze when they heard him speak. Excuse me. Could I ask for directions? Alita and Sihan stood there, jaws agape. They instantly recognized the face of the investigation team captain, Lexian Zenon. Him? In a flash, her sword was out. Alita swung it coldly, stopping just short of his face, causing Zenon to yelp in panic. As he dodged, he tried to explain. Wait, wait, I'm not here to fight. Just then, Sung Sihan appeared right behind Zenon. Mana gathered in his hand as he said, maybe not, but just in case, I'm going to have to knock you out. With a single motion, Sung Sihan launched him into the air. Zenon gritted his teeth, thinking, this skill, I knew it, my hunch was right. A moment later, he clenched his fists, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. Sihan was surprised by Zenon's technique. Zenon quickly landed back on his feet. Sihan asked, how were you able to break that skill? That's an early technique I used back in the day. Most of my former comrades don't even know about it. He stared intently at the man. Who are you? Zenon's breathing grew heavy as he mumbled. I'm sure of it now. Sung Sihan was taken aback when Zenon suddenly reached for the pouch at his side. He demanded, what the hell? What are you doing reaching into your bag? A second later, Sung Sihan's expression went rigid as Zenon whipped out something that shone with a brilliant light. Zenon held up the piece of fabric with both hands and shouted with great reverence, are these your underpants? A brilliant golden light left both Alita and Sihan completely dumbfounded. Sihan watched Zenon's triumphant expression and thought, underpants? Sung Sihan's face darkened. Alita, take him out. Zenon quickly held up a hand. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. I was so nervous I said the wrong thing. Sihan raged. I bet what's wrong isn't your words. It's those damn underpants. Just die. Zenon kept waving the garment and yelled, I surrender. I surrender. Sung Sihan roared in fury. Then why are you waving underpants around instead of a white flag? Alita, take him down. I'll cover you. Just then, the writing on the underwear caught his eye. Sung Sihan stammered, That's Korean. And that's my handwriting. Are those really my pants? Zenon confirmed with a red face. That's right. You're Sung Sihan, the savior from another world, aren't you? I knew I wasn't mistaken. He covered his face and lamented. Oh, I forgot. My shape-shifting is useless. The boy asked excitedly, do you still remember me? I am Zenon, the one you saved in Vion Village 12 years ago. Sung Sihan was stunned. Vion Village? 12 years ago? He recalled the time the man standing before him recounted that fierce battle. Yes, you used that skill to defeat the entire invading royal army and saved my life. It was only later that I learned my savior was the hero known as the savior from another world. After learning to use aura and becoming a master swordsman, I finally understood how you circulated aura throughout your body to create such an overwhelming pressure. That was a skill with deep meaning for Sung Sihan, the man who doesn't want to kill, even if his opponent is an enemy. He gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself, I remember now. I was just testing out a new skill back then. What a ridiculously over-the-top interpretation. If he's the kid from 12 years ago, then… Sung Sihan was confused. Are you younger than me? Zenon smiled brightly. I'm 22 this year. He shot back immediately. You look older than you are. Zenon dismissed it. Looks are just a shell. Isn't it what's inside that counts? Sung Sihan scoffed. Where did you hear crazy lines like that? He lit up. You're the one who said it back then. Sung Sihan remembered he was just a middle schooler when he spouted that line about, looks are just a shell, it's what's inside that counts. He cringed internally. That was me? He quickly tried to change the subject. All right, fine. I get that you admire me, but even so, carrying around a pair of underwear everywhere is a bit. Can you please stop holding that thing? He excitedly exclaimed. It's not just this. From many statues to every book related to you, Sung Sihan, like The Hero Remembers, the biography of Sung Sihan. Imagination crossing two worlds, a dangerous otherworldly love, a new philosophy on the savior from another world, and even portraits of you, Sihan. I've collected everything related to you, Sihan. Hearing this, Sihan's lips trembled and his face darkened. He continued his introduction. Among them all, these briefs are very special. You wore them when you defeated the mad tyrant. I saved up 6 months' salary to buy them. Sung Sihan broke out in a cold sweat, biting his lip and internally begging, I get it, so please just put those damned things away. Suddenly, Zenon knelt down, holding up his sword as he continued. I swore an oath to Emperor Lexian, only because he was once your comrade, Sihan. Please, allow me to become Sihan's sword. He was quite surprised. What would you do if I became an enemy of Lexian's? He replied seriously. Then he would become my enemy as well. The look in his eyes at that moment was incredibly resolute. Seeing this, Sung Sihan thought, that look in his eyes. He seemed serious. He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. I guess ever since you found out my identity, I can't just let you go. Sung Sihan reached out, grabbed the hilt, and pointed the sword to the ground. Standing before Zenon, he declared, I will accept your sword. A satisfied smile bloomed on Zenon's face after hearing his name called. Zenon clenched his fist and shouted, I will do my best, Sir Sihan. I will not disappoint you. Let me handle the remaining dire wolf. Sung Sihan pointed in another direction and said, That's already been taken care of. Don't you see the alpha's corpse over there? He stammered in confusion. Huh? But dire wolves usually travel in pairs. Weren't you using the male's corpse to lure out the female? Sung Sihan's eyes widened in an instant. Both he and Lita froze on the spot. Right at that moment, the female firewolf appeared. Sung Sihan sighed. Of all the damn times, killing intent radiated from the female firewolf's glowing eyes. Sung Sihan admonished himself. I was going to let you go. There were 2 alphas. How could I not have thought of that? Lita scoffed. Even a veteran like Sihan forgets something so basic? He retorted loudly. Why not? It's been 10 years. Go ask a lawyer to solve a math equation. You think they can do it? She wondered. Math? Sung Sihan scratched his head. It's a Korean thing. Suddenly, Zenon interjected. Sir Sung Sihan, please allow me to handle it alone. I will show you my skills. He narrowed his eyes and agreed. Fine. Go ahead. He immediately charged towards the firewolf with his giant sword. Lifting it to block in front of him, he radiated a murderous aura, thinking, I've finally met the hero I've admired my whole life and been given the chance to offer him my sword. But what kind of image did I present to that hero? He recalled with dismay the 2 times he got stuck in the ground. Zenon let out a loud roar, summoning a golden mana and vowing to himself, I will show Sir Sung Sihan my true power and win back his favor. Lita couldn't help but marvel. That's an amazing aura. He sighed again. Why is he so dramatic? At that moment, the firewolf lunged, letting out a ferocious growl. He quickly slashed at its body. Zenon's eyes gleamed as he yelled his head off, then frantically unleashed a flurry of sharp slashes at the firewolf. She frowned in admiration. He's formidable. He's not being pushed back by that giant beast. He's actually overwhelming it. I see now. He was holding back against me. Sung Sihan stroked his chin and spoke up. Lita, you're very strong for your age, but this kid is pretty good too. He's quite talented. Lita questioned him. You call that quite talented? Then what's a genius? Sung Sihan closed his eyes and replied, so does that mean everyone I met before was a genius? I'm not a genius. I'm just special because I'm from Earth. The real genius is Lavina. She bit her lip, looking at him without a word. Just then, crimson spiritual energy poured from the firewolf's mouth. It shot the flame straight forward. Standing within the blast, Zenon bellowed, How can these flames possibly touch me? He leaped onto the firewolf's head, shouting, I'll end this now. Lita's jaw dropped on the spot. Sung Sihan thought, That stance looks familiar. Just as cocky as ever. A second later, Zenon was struck directly by a bolt of electricity. He plummeted to the ground amidst a cloud of smoke and dust. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, Déjà vu. Horrified, she put a hand to her chin. Are you saying I was defeated just as pathetically? Zenon staggered to his feet, stunned, and yelled, What is this? Why is a dire wolf able to use a lightning attack? Lita drew her weapon, offering, Let me take this one. Sihan stopped her. No, that's enough. If the opponent uses magic, then let me finish it. Like a light bulb went off, she exclaimed. I understand now. The reason the Mad Tyrant's monster army was so feared, maybe it was because of their strength, but the main reason was that magic is ineffective against creatures from another world. No matter how powerful a mage was, they were nothing before beings from another world. It's the same for Sung Sihan, a human from another world. The firewolf continued to spew terrifying flames, and yet he walked right through the flames completely unharmed. Sorry, but it's useless. The reason I was able to survive when I first came to this place is thanks to my absolute magic nullification. I was trying to avoid using it because there were too many people around, but now I have nothing to worry about. Just as he was getting cocky, Sung Sihan was struck by a bolt of lightning in the blink of an eye, crying out in pain. Zenon's jaw dropped at the sight, and Alita was completely speechless. As she was wondering about this, Sung Sihan suddenly roared, Stop mimicking me. What is going on? Why is magic working on me? This has never happened before. Sung Sihan clenched his teeth, his cheeks flushed red. He unleashed a beautiful slash, sending blood flying everywhere, and screamed, You're embarrassing me. A few seconds later, Hua Ryong's entire body collapsed to the ground. Sung Sihan pressed his lips together, wondering to himself. He was sure he was fine when facing its flames, so why did that lightning bolt injure him? Alita and Zenon rushed over to him, worried. Are you all right? Sir Sung Sihan? He snapped irritably. Stop adding sir. Just call me Sung Sihan. It's not like we met online or anything, Zenon exclaimed in confusion. Huh? I wouldn't dare. Suddenly, the firewolf's body emitted a bright light, drawing their attention. Its body gradually turned into small fragments that floated away into the air. The three of them just stared, watching the firewolf's body slowly dissipate. Sung Sihan was stunned. What the hell? I don't get it. The scene changes to the next day, under clear skies. The guildmaster cheerfully greeted his guests. Oh, you're still alive, thank God, and thanks to you, all the demonic beasts have vanished from the territory. Here is your quest reward, 600 silver coins. Once it was settled, Sung Sihan took the money and turned to Alita, saying, if you think about our future endeavors, this amount isn't much, but getting this much for just one quest is still great, isn't it? Should we take on 5 or 6 quests and complete them all at once? She wearily dismissed the idea. It's not like there are always quests available. We were just lucky to get an extra one this time. Hearing that, he looked quite dejected. I guess so, huh? Zenon saw the two of them and walked over. Sir Sihan? No, Sihan. Have you finished your quest? You said you needed money, right? Here are 100 gold coins. Alita and Sihan's eyes widened at the sight of the money bag. He asked skeptically, 100 gold coins? Where did you get such a large sum of money? Zenon pressed his lips together and hesitated. It's from a holy relic left behind by the savior from another world. I sold my briefs. Sihan's face darkened as he blamed himself. Why did I even ask? Zenon continued, crying his eyes out. As long as it helps you, Sihan. Alita stared at him and added, it seems Sung Sihan's underwear is very valuable. He shouted in embarrassment. Don't look at me. It's not that they're expensive because I wore them. They were a limited edition. Zenon suddenly asked, so what are you going to do now? This much should be enough. I don't think you need to be a mercenary here anymore. Sihan opened the money bag, reached his hand in, and contemplated. From here, we can go to 3 kingdoms, right? I still haven't decided where to go first, but I'll go to where the weakest one is. As he said that, his eyes lit up. Alita and Zenon turned to look at the coin, with Sung Sihan's words echoing in their ears. I never thought I'd see that face again like this. All right, I've decided. Our destination is the north. He observed the familiar face engraved on it, emphasizing the Ginga kingdom. The scene changes to a laboratory in the Lessi kingdom, where Laquan appears through an illusion mirror, calling out, Emperor Lexian, it's Laquan. The man on the other side wondered. It's been a while, Maj Laquan. Today isn't a regular report day. Why are you contacting me? The old man hesitated. It's about the disposal of test subjects 11 and 12. I think we no longer need to hire anyone. It seems the Basin Kingdom took care of it themselves. Lexian sighed. Is that so? That's understandable, since 11 and 12 weren't particularly strong monsters. Laquan had trouble speaking. Also, we've lost test subject 1. This statement made the Emperor go crazy. He yelled, What? Are you insane? How could you people be so incompetent? How dare you call yourself the head of the Ivory Blue Tower? Lanan's 4 magic towers have existed for thousands of years. The pink, ivory, white blue, and black towers. The first emperor of the Lessi Kingdom, who was also the strongest mage in history, gathered all the scattered magical knowledge and wisdom of Baal, and divided it to establish 4 towers to pass down to future generations. All magical knowledge was categorized and distributed to different floors. Depending on their level, they could learn the magic of that floor. If they met the qualifications, they could ascend to a higher floor to learn more advanced magic, which means the floor of the ivory tower one reaches represents their skill as a mage. The 9th floor, master of the ivory tower, Lexian. He arrogantly scolded, Do you remember the only reason you were allowed to become the head of the blue ivory tower, despite being unqualified, was because all the qualified candidates were executed? Do you want to be kicked out of that position? There are a bunch of mages at your level on the 8th floor. I will give you one last chance. Make sure you dispose of test subject 1 and erase all traces. The old man fearfully obeyed. Yes, I won't mess it up this time. After he said that, Lexian's image vanished. Laquan stood there stunned, then let out a sigh. The old man then turned away, muttering, At least I have one more chance. The scene changes to Doratanio, the capital of the Gacinda Kingdom. A person was striding quickly down the hallway. Sergei obsequiously opened the door and called out softly, Your Majesty. The man cheered happily. What is it, Je? Want to come have a drink? Gacinda Lotan III, the first emperor of the Ginga Kingdom. The old man bowed and asked, Your Majesty, are you holding another party? The man burst out laughing. For a man, what could be more fun? The days of being chased by the Empire feel like a distant dream. Je advised with concern. I'm worried you are partying too much and neglecting the affairs of the state. Your Majesty, I fear your subjects will begin to look down on you. Gacinda raised his wineglass, reassuring him. Don't worry, I'm not a bad emperor. After all, I'm using my own money. I'm not being extravagant. The old man was speechless. The problem is, all that money comes from your subjects. The man crossed his arms smugly. I don't impose a 60% tax on the people like the previous emperor did. Je thought to himself. You impose a 50% tax. Gacinda spread his arms, self-righteously. I didn't burn down hundreds of villages, forcing tens of thousands into slavery, did I? The old man thought to himself. You punished hundreds of villages and forced tens of thousands to join the army. The man rambled on. In the end, I deserve a big reward after overthrowing that emperor. Right? You remember how brutal the previous emperor was, don't you? How dare you compare me to him? In the end, beggars can't be choosers. The old man raised his voice, but the man cut him off, calling out to Je. His face darkened, his tone filled with killing intent. I think you should leave now. These words made the old man turn pale with fear. Je could only bow his head and retreat. Yes, Your Majesty. He stood behind the door, sobbing. He's going too far. The emperor was certainly a force of nature on the battlefield during the war, but he doesn't have the qualities of a ruler. If only there was a subordinate who could convince the emperor to become a better ruler. Inside, Gacinda looked out and muttered, I was having a good time, but now the mood is ruined. Should I force that old man into early retirement? Suddenly, someone threw the door open and called out loudly, Your Majesty. Qian cheerfully flattered him. Savior of the world, hero of heroes. It is a true honor to meet you. Emperor Xing, is it? The man's face lit up. Oh, Duke Kenlin. He walked over and nudged his shoulder. Sorry to bother you, but there's something that needs your attention. Please forgive me. Leah chuckled. All right, I've always liked you anyway. Kazan, what is it? He handed over a stack of documents. Ah, it's nothing much. Just a few official papers that need your attention. The man frowned, picking up a paper to look it over. But Gacinda slapped the paper away, turned around, and said, Sai, you can just handle it. The Emperor's duty is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I don't have time for these trivial matters. The scene changes to the western outskirts of Loedo, the capital of the Lexiang Kingdom. Before them was an old-looking house. A voice spoke up. So you really bought a house in Loandao, huh, Sung Sihan? He put his hands on his hips and replied, Yeah, if we stay at an inn for too long, we'll attract a lot of attention, right? Just think of this as our temporary base of operations. Jokani agreed. That's right, Sung Sihan. But are you wondering if there's a problem? He clenched his fists, looking pitiful. To think that the great Sung Sihan has to stay in such a shabby place. If I knew this would happen, I would have sold my house to help pay for a better place. Meanwhile, Sung Sihan and the girl had already started walking. Well, shall we go inside? Inside the messy house, he mumbled. It's not as bad as I thought. Alita also chimed in. Yeah, I think it'll be fine to live in after a little cleaning. Suddenly, the two of them felt a figure behind them radiating a murderous aura. Zenon shouted furiously, This place is cursed. We can't stay in a place like this. Don't either of you get in my way while I'm cleaning. Not long after, the whole house echoed with thunderous noises and brilliant flashes of light. Sung Sihan and the girl stared wide-eyed, watching from outside in wonder. Is that the normal sound of someone cleaning? In an instant, the place was spotless and tidy. All done. Sung Sihan, Leia, even though it's still shabby, it's at least good enough for us to stay in. He gaped in amazement. So cool. Zenon scratched his nose smugly. We just need to buy some furniture, and we'll be set. Keech, there's a spot that's not clean yet. Sung Sihan sighed wearily. Zenon, why are you so obsessed with cleaning? She stroked her chin thoughtfully. If I had to fight myself, I'd spit on the ground. He grinned in satisfaction. Anyway, good job. This is a very good start. Ginga's face immediately popped into Sihan's mind. He exclaimed with excitement, Now that we have a base, let's get ready to deal with Gazinda. Zenon looked at his palms and began to explain. Currently, the continent of Banner is ruled by kingdoms divided into nations, 2 strong, 2 medium, and 2 weak. The 2 great powers are the Lessi Kingdom and the religious state of Nakia. The 2 nations of medium strength are the kingdoms of Safan and Feon. The kingdoms of Lasenda and Ibante are the 2 weakest nations. The latter 2 kingdoms have stated that they are satisfied with their current policies and haven't developed in the last 10 years. That's also why there are so many major conflicts between the kingdoms. The most serious incident that happened recently was the Kahan War. It was a conflict between the Lexian kingdom and the religious state of Nachia over the right to rule the city of Kahan. I fear this will lead to a large-scale war. The remaining kingdoms intervened in a rather violent way. At that time, Gacinda loudly declared, "No matter who it is, if it's about control over the city of Kahan, I will fight against them." The boy continued. Even though those are the two strongest kingdoms, their power isn't that much greater than the other kingdoms, so Gacinda's intervention was enough to stop them. In the end, the two kingdoms came to an agreement with the Ga kingdom, dividing control of the city of Kahan among the three of them. Sihan rested his chin on his hand and mused. "So, you mean they're all just bickering with each other? Not bad. I didn't expect them to have a good relationship anyway. When it comes to power, there's always a clear line between gains and losses. Besides, the people who drove me out in the first place couldn't have been good people to begin with." Zenon clenched his fists and yelled, "That's right. They're a wicked bunch who use schemes to get rid of the true hero. I can't believe I swore an oath to people like that. I was so naive." He stopped him. "Hey, I'm not dead yet. They didn't get rid of me." Sung Sihan leaned to one side, hesitating. Anyway, he turned to the girl, panting as he asked, "How's your training going?" Lai looked over, her voice weak. "Ah, Sihan." Then, Li gritted her teeth and transformed into an ugly person using the all-purpose transformation technique, which made him do a spit take. She turned her face away and lamented, "I failed again. This is pretty hard. My original appearance returns immediately." "Huh? What's wrong?" Sihan clutched his stomach, his whole body shaking. "It's nothing. Don't be in such a hurry. Just calm down and think of it like an invisible hand covering your face, and make it feel like your aura is hiding your face. Instead of thinking that the aura will change your face, think of it as putting on a disguise made of invisible energy, and then use your aura to fix it in place." Alita narrowed her eyes and called out softly, "Sung Sihan, this is the third time you've said that. Can't you explain it differently? I don't understand what you're saying at all." Sung Sihan scratched his head. "To be honest, I'm not sure either. I'm just telling you exactly how Lavina explained it." She looked confused. "So, you're not explaining it the way you learned it?" Sung Sihan admitted. "I can't." This made Zenon and her extremely curious. He pointed a thumb at himself and said, "I'm an Earthling. Earthlings and loner people have the same body shape. However, there is a clear difference between them, and that is how they perceive aura and magic. Because they aren't born with an aura, loner people have to train hard to be able to sense and control it. To compare, it's like searching for something they need in a closet they can't see into. But for the Earthling, Sung Sihan, it was like a light had been switched on inside that closet. He raised his hands, which emitted a brilliant aura. I've had the ability to use an aura from the very beginning, and magic too. There, I was able to perfect my aura and magic skills to their peak in just 3 years, Alita said jealously. "What the heck? That's basically cheating. It's so unfair that you're an Earthling." Sung Sihan gave a strained laugh. "That's why I said I'm not a genius. But according to Lexian's research, he said it's because I came from another world. Not specifically because I'm an Earthling. Something about my body and senses being reset because I traveled through dimensions." She scoffed. "I can't believe you could achieve such mastery just by traveling through space." "Just as I thought. It's a scam." He waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, this is why I can teach you but can't explain everything. So, just try to learn it yourself," Alita stammered. Her question made Sung Sihan's eyes widen as he looked at her, a massive question mark popping into his head. If someone from Lone goes to Earth and returns, do they get powers like that? He was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. Then, Sung Sihan answered, "I don't know." Just then, the ground began to shake violently. The three of them stumbled in confusion, trying to keep their balance. Lita yelled in a panic. "What's going on? Is G predicting an earthquake?" He frantically refuted it. "No, don't tell me it's this energy." The scene shifts. The ground is shattering. Smoke fills the air, and an injured person lies on the ground, crying out in agony. Meanwhile, a colossal monster emerges from behind them. Civilians scramble to get away, screaming, "Somebody help me!" The beast opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It then tilted its head back and let out a blood-curdling roar. The crowd descended into chaos. "Get back! Run!" Suddenly, a girl tripped and fell hard to the ground. The monster immediately raised its massive hand, extending its razor-sharp claws. Just as she was about to be killed, Sihan lunged forward, blocking the attack with his sword. In the eyes of the others, Sung Sihan looked strange in that moment. He glanced over his shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" Zenon, gripping the hilt of his sword, exclaimed, "Oh God, It looks like there are at least 30 of them. Sung Sihan's gaze followed his. I can't believe monsters would just charge into the city like this. Just how incompetent is the government? He pursed his lips in thought. How could monsters just appear in the middle of the city, especially the kind that normally live deep in the mountains? This is highly suspicious. Sihan turned to face them and gave his orders. I hate drawing attention to myself, but we have to save these people first. Lita and Zenon shouted in unison. Understood. He gritted his teeth and stabbed straight at the nearest one. She and him flanked it, delivering sharp slashes. Suddenly, a massive foot slammed onto the ground right behind the three of them. The leader of the soldiers roared. Halt! The Knights of Gacinda, Sihan guessed. Looks like they've finally shown up. What a relief. There shouldn't be any more casualties now. All they need to do is take care of the rest of these monsters. But before he could even finish the thought, the knights had surrounded him and his team in a tight circle. The leader bellowed, Didn't we tell you to stop? From now on, the Black Lion Knights are handling this area. All civilians, fall back now. She snapped back in annoyance. What did you just say? Are those really the first words out of your mouth when people are dying here? Instead of stopping us, you should be fighting those damn monsters. The entire squad pointed their swords at the trio. The leader roared. Kim Alita, didn't we tell you all to fall back? This is a direct order from His Majesty. Are you defying the king's command? The civilians watched, one asking, What are we supposed to do now? Suddenly, Sihan's eyes flew wide open, and he instantly snapped his head around to look behind him. In the distance, a figure approached, enveloped in a radiant aura. Sung Sihan gritted his teeth, his mind racing. This familiar presence. There's no doubt about it. With each firm step, a wave of powerful energy rippled through the air. He could feel that energy, confirming to himself that it was that bastard's aura. Gazinda's voice boomed. How dare these monsters touch my people? There is nothing to fear. My people, I will now protect you all, Gacinda declared, brimming with confidence. Black Lion Knights, protect the civilians. I will deal with these beasts. The soldiers standing guard in front of the crowd roared. Yes, Your Majesty. Sung Sihan, standing amongst the people, pursed his lips and muttered the name. Gacinda? The man bared his teeth in a wide grin. I've been feeling a little stiff lately. I'll kill every last one of you, you filthy monsters. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe it. Is he wielding two massive axes? Gacinda then charged forward, landing two devastating blows on two of the monsters. He let out a boisterous laugh as their blood sprayed everywhere. You're all utterly pathetic. Just a bunch of miserable beasts. Seeing their comrades fall, the other monsters froze for a moment, then immediately turned to flee. Gacinda narrowed his eyes as he watched them flee, cursing. You dare to run from me? He lifted one foot. You're not getting away. Then, Gacinda slammed his foot into the ground, summoning a magic circle and channeling his energy through it. Jokani's jaw dropped. Could that be? The battle seal? This is the first time I've ever seen it with my own eyes. Battle seal? Lita repeated. He nodded. That's right. Only a swordsman who has reached a level beyond transcendent can use it. It's a type of magic seal that harnesses one's fighting energy. Just then, Gacinda pulled his fist back, gathering power. Eat this! A second later, his fist grew to a colossal size and sent the monsters flying with his signature move. Giant's Fist. The crowd erupted in cheers. He defeated all of them, Jokani muttered under his breath. The man's a monster himself. Zenon stroked his chin. So, this is the power of a transcendent master swordsman. Meanwhile, Sung Sihan's brow furrowed in realization. Now I get it, Gacinda. To win the trust of the people, he staged this entire incident. This monster invasion. It's just an elaborate show so he can play the hero who protects his citizens. And that's why they stopped us. We weren't supposed to defeat the monsters before His Majesty arrived on the scene. Despite being a total fabrication, it's an effective way to sway the public. But I never thought Gacinda would stoop to this. Sure, he's aggressive and simple-minded, and he has convictions that aren't easily swayed. But to think he'd lower himself like this just to be popular, unbelievable. Sung Sihan's lips tightened, his expression souring. He sighed inwardly. And what a flawless performance. Is he really that good of an actor? Meanwhile, the citizens were showering him with praise. You're truly the strongest, Your Majesty. King Gacinda, you saved hundreds of lives today. Hooray for the hero of the revolution. Sihan grew curious. Could it be? He looked at Gacinda's genuinely thrilled expression and wondered, is it possible he doesn't even know this was all staged? This must be the work of his subordinates. They're playing games with national affairs, putting on a ridiculous charade, all just to get on the king's good side. Honestly, it would be better if he were just corrupt. I always knew he was a fool, but this. Suddenly, Gacinda shot a serious look over his shoulder. Sihan flinched at the sudden gaze and cursed under his breath. Gacinda stared intently at Sung Sihan and Zenon, thinking to himself, that young man, I've never seen him before, but he seems to be more than just an ordinary person. Gacinda pursed his lips, pondering for a moment, until a soldier's voice cut through his thoughts. Your Majesty, we should return to the castle now. He nodded. Ah, right. Gacinda rested the axe on his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, it's probably nothing to worry about. Then, the people erupted in cheers once more. Long live our king. Sung Sihan hunched over slightly and thought, I knew he was an idiot, but his body is still like a walking fortress, exactly as it was 5 years ago. No matter how much the world has changed, Gacinda's skills haven't dulled in the slightest. It's still not time for me to make my move. Now, I must act cautiously and prepare everything perfectly. 10 days have passed since Sung Sihan and his companions settled in the capital of Lazar. Elle has enrolled in a basic class for versatile energy and has reached a level where she can partially change her appearance. Zenon has learned more about the mountain-shattering technique. As for Sihan, he focused on leveling up his combat energy and magic. He can now release over 3 times the amount of power since they returned to Golar. While they were independently training to hone their skills and quietly waiting for an opportunity, a soldier quickly posted a huge notice on the information board. The notice stated that in the Ben region, cruel heretics were controlling a group of monsters, causing chaos among the populace and shaking the world. The wise king has issued an order to punish them. The kingdom is now summoning heroes from far and wide. If you wish to contribute to this honorable battle, step forward and join the expedition to build your reputation. Sung Sihan squinted. Heretics, huh? I can't quite see it clearly. Zenon put his hand on his head and continued. It's the space cult. During the reign of the Mad Emperor, in many regions of Glan, there was a dominant group of heretics who worshipped Hios, the true god of the outer world. I heard they were conquered by the Lesan Empire, but they must have regrouped recently. It says here they're using a new doctrine to lure people in. He chuckled. It seems that no matter the era, people's belief in religion never changes. Huh. Sihan's face went blank when he revealed. They're calling it the rebirth of Sihan now. Sihan turned and yelled. Huh? What did you say they're called? Zenon explained. The savior from another world. Sung Sihan is actually the son of the outer god Heos, and he was brought to Glone to punish this world full of deceit that destroyed the Lesan Empire. Sung Sihan wanted to bring the residents of Glone to a heavenly place called Earth, but was stopped by the 6 evil revolutionary heroes and returned alone to reunite with Hios. That's how the story goes. Sihan broke out in a cold sweat, sensing that within the story, there was an element of truth which made it even more uncomfortable. He let out a sigh and said, Anyway, this is our chance. To subjugate the heretics who are throwing innocent people into chaos. What a fitting mission for a king. Based on Gacinda's personality, he'll definitely lead the expedition himself. We'll join this expedition too. When he leaves the capital, his number of guards will decrease, and we'll use that opportunity to get close to Gacinda. The scene changes to the city gate. A man shouted, Everyone, line up! I have been ordered by the great revolutionary hero, King Gacinda, to lead this unit. I am Count Kithon. You will all be rewarded according to your achievements, so follow me loyally. Elle looked bewildered. Who's going to lead directly? Sung Sihan's mind was a mess. Looks like we're in for a tough time even without him here. I was so sure that bastard would show up himself. If we perform exceptionally well, then surely we'll have more chances to get close to Gacinda. So I guess it's not a complete waste of time. What happened to that aggressive guy anyway? Just then, Kithon pursed his lips, recalling the king's words. How dare those heretics bully my innocent people? He had quickly reassured him, Your Majesty, please leave this to me, while sighing internally, persuading the king not to go. What a pain. Thank heavens I get to lead the expedition. Why did I get dragged into this mess? He recalled his conversation with Rakan. Count Kithon, I beg of you. The secret of the Blue River Tower is at stake. This matter must never reach King Gacinda's ears, and obviously, the state army cannot be involved in this. He raised his teacup in acceptance. I understand. Besides, this isn't too difficult, and it's a request from our longtime sponsor, Lamp Lanon, after all. The old man narrowed his eyes and instructed. The Blue Ivory Tower will send 10 mages from the 6th floor, and I will also bring 5 Black Forest Knights, so you'll certainly have enough troops. All you need to do is recruit a few more capable soldiers with your own funds, Count Kithon. Back in the present, Kithon pondered as he rode his horse. Right, it's a bit cumbersome, But it's just to subjugate a small group of heretics. If I can settle my debt with the Blue Tower this way, it's not a problem. He commanded in a loud voice, "Everyone, follow my lead. We're moving out." In the darkness, a person stood before a small fire and called out, "Oh, children of Heos, the unbelievers have finally raised their swords of sin. They are trying to destroy the faithful with their army." Upon hearing this, the crowd shouted, "Those foolish unbelievers know nothing. Death is salvation and the path to freedom. You have nothing to fear." These words made him smile with satisfaction. Alita agreed. That's right. According to the teachings of Heos, death is the only way to be freed from this false world. But Heos does not wish for us to die selfishly, like simply giving up our lives to gain freedom for ourselves. The death we achieve by liberating others is a joy we can offer to our God. Those who have been chosen to experience this suffering, please step forward. Then, 3 people quickly came forward. He coaxed one of them. Don't be afraid. You are blessed with the love of Heos. The girl looked up, drenched in sweat, but still affirmed, Yes, Leon, I am not afraid. He closed his eyes and smiled softly. A moment later, Leon spread his arms and chanted, Dragon of Heos, please accept the offering of these loyal followers. The other 2 stood frozen at the rumbling sound as a creature with a colossal body instantly appeared. It bared its sharp fangs and let out a few growls. The 3 sacrifices cried out in both fear and awe. Oh, Dragon of Heos, the girl with vacant eyes pleaded, please accept our offering. As soon as the words left her mouth, it sent her to the next world. The people there cheered excitedly together. Whoa! They watched the dragon's shadow as it entered a cave, shouting loudly, The Lord's messenger has accepted our sacrifice. Please bestow the fire of truth upon the unbelievers. Meanwhile, Leon sighed in relief internally. It was a success this time, too. It seems to drain me faster than I thought. As long as I still have the embers of the Laysan royal family's heart, and as long as I continue to offer sacrifices, the Earth Dragon Alitag will follow my will. But how much longer can I control this dragon? Without the Earth Dragon, these fools won't be convinced. I guess I'll just deny everything when that time comes. I should enjoy this while I still can, right? The scene changes to a trail in a vast forest, where Keithan commands in a loud voice, We'll be camping here tonight. Everyone, prepare to set up camp. Upon hearing this, the soldiers stopped their idle chatter. Ren was somewhat dismissive. There's no organization at all, just chaos. If you compare this to a formal army, there's no order here whatsoever. If they can't control things like this, how can they possibly fight properly? Alita raised a hand and chuckled softly. There's no organization in an expedition team made up entirely of mercenaries. How would an arrogant knight know the ways of a lowly mercenary? He mocked. An arrogant knight, you say? It's pretty funny hearing you say something like that. Alita, aren't you royalty too? Sihan saw them glaring at each other, sparks practically flying, and stepped in. Watch your mouths. Ren, get a grip. If someone hears you, I'm the one who'll get in trouble. He was taken aback and blurted out, Sorry. He sighed wearily. Let's just eat. I'm hungry. Zenon's eyes lit up like stars. Yes, Sihan. I'll prepare it immediately. Sihan silently grumbled. What an idiot. Then he went to cook. Sihan asked curiously, Is the menu tonight stew again? Zenon confirmed. Alita raised a finger, explaining that getting proper nutrition during dawn, a journey is very important, so we can only choose stew. It's quick to prepare and doesn't waste ingredients. Sihan was fed up. Who are you even explaining this to? It's basically just leftovers. Alita retorted, I know, but it doesn't taste good when you're eating outdoors. We're eating to survive. Why are you so demanding about the flavor? Suddenly, Zenon's voice cut in. It's ready! Attracting their attention, he scooped up a ladleful, and the whole pot radiated a brilliant glow. Let's eat. After taking one bite, he had to exclaim, This is amazing! It's so delicious. Are you sure you used the same ingredients to make this stew? He smiled brightly. It's just a vegetable stew. I also enjoy exploring food because cooking is my hobby. Sihan silently refuted. That's definitely not a hobby. It's a profession. Even Alita had to praise it. This is delicious. I'd believe you if you told me you were a royal chef, Zenon boasted smugly. Sometimes I get stressed out because the head chef of the Lexian Palace pesters me for this recipe, Sihan teased. If you're a chef, your recipes are more precious than your life. They should be ashamed of themselves. She then asked him, Are you a chef and not a knight? Can I have another bowl, please? He replied cheerfully. Of course. Eat up. Witnessing this scene, Sihan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a few raindrops fell on his head. Sihan looked up at the sky in confusion. Huh? It's raining. Everyone quickly scattered to find shelter. Inside a tent, Cathorn lamented, "It's raining, and we're homeless. This is the worst," Sung Sihan mumbled while hammering in a post. "It's harder to sense things when it's raining." Ren raised a finger in agreement. "It's very difficult to distinguish things when your surroundings are filled with moisture." Alita placed a hand on her chest, worried. "They said the main strength of the reborn Sihan cult comes from monsters. So we don't have to worry about being attacked in the rain, right? Even if they're monsters, they're still animals and don't usually wander around in the rain. Even so, no one is standing guard right now. Instead, they all rush to get out of the rain. They should be more vigilant. If their army includes monsters, it means someone is controlling them. So, could they force the monsters out into the rain?" Sung Sihan denied it. "No, that's completely impossible. No matter how good they are at mind control, they can't override animal instincts. I can confirm, monsters can't move in a downpour like this." Zenon slapped his fist into his palm. "I see." Just then, an announcement rang out. "Enemy invasion," which made him eat his words. Monsters quickly charged out from the deep forest, and the group scrambled to flee from their pursuit. "The monsters are here." Sihan turned his head, hesitating. "Has everything in Glan changed in the last 10 years? The people in the camp watched the soldiers fight the monsters, unable to hide their fear. The monsters still appeared, even in such heavy rain. How can they be controlled like this? Someone quickly grabbed a sword, opened the tent flap, and announced, "That doesn't matter right now. Everyone, form an attack formation, form a circle, and prepare to attack." A soldier pointed his sharp sword at the beast disdainfully. "Even if you're a monster, you're just a fighting animal. We are mercenaries who have been through hell and back." Two of them teamed up to stab a monster. He bared his teeth in a grin and shouted, "All right, one down." But no sooner had he spoken, another one slammed into him, making him cough up blood. They panicked at their resilience. "What is this? Why are they so stubborn? After taking so much damage, they should be running away by now." Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a familiar voice rang out. "They're being controlled. They won't stay down until they're dead. We have to kill them one by one. Try not to pay attention to all of them. Just focus on the one in front of you." With that, the group charged into battle. Ren glanced over and called out, "Hey Gleon, that mercenary." Jacani agreed. "Yeah, he's pretty useful. Who would have thought he'd take command of them in the middle of this chaos?" Cathorn grumbled from the back. "You guys should be protecting your leader." He smiled as he watched Sihan, while a voice echoed in his ear. "If he's at that level, he might be quite useful." At that moment, Sung Sihan was pointing his sword forward and charging. He slashed powerfully at a monster, then leaped forward to put it down for good. The mercenaries panted heavily. "Was that the last one? It's finally over." They began to celebrate. "We won. Damn monsters." Sung Sihan watched everyone laughing and talking, thinking to himself, a total of 44 monsters appeared, but not a single one showed any sign of wanting to escape. What the hell is going on? How is that even possible? I can't believe they can use mind control magic to make monsters go against their own nature. Man, I never saw any magic like this back when I was fighting against the Empire over 10 years ago. He suddenly glanced to the side, listening, as a group of people were gathering in the distance. They were buzzing about something. Sung Sihan smirked, guessing, "Looks like something's up over there. My guess is this isn't just a simple cult suppression mission." Just then, Count Keithan stretched out his arm and warned, "Stay on high alert. Anyone who lets their guard down will be severely punished." Seeing that, they couldn't help but get angry. "What a smooth talker," one grumbled. "He's the one who was hiding behind the knights during the fight with the monsters. If the Black Lions had volunteered to help from the start, we wouldn't have suffered so many injuries." Zenon sighed critically. "Our commander is a real disaster." Lita agreed. "He only cares about his own life." He bent down, opened his bag, and advised, "Don't worry about it. That's just the kind of guy he is." "Curious," Zenon asked. "You know him, perhaps?" Sung Sihan replied, "A little. We weren't exactly acquaintances back in the day, but I've heard rumors about him. Back then, his nickname was Superman, with the body of a sage and the brain of a beast." Zenon raised a hand to his chin. "Oh, that doesn't match his appearance at all." "Heh, wait a minute. Isn't it the other way around?" Sung Sihan affirmed. "Nope, that's right. It means he was a bottom-tier Superman. He has zero combat ability. But surprisingly, he always manages to survive. Who would have thought he'd actually become a count?" Zenon marveled. "The world works in strange ways, huh?" Lita was lost in thought. "Really?" She looked at the man stroking his beard and said, "But I don't think a normal and incompetent person like that could have reached that position." The scene changes to Roy Village, shrouded in darkness. Keithon stood on a platform and announced, "You've all fought hard. We will officially begin the suppression of the Sihan cultists tomorrow morning. So, tonight, everyone, please rest here and recover as much of your strength as possible." Everyone chuckled and chatted. "Looks like we'll be sleeping on dry ground tonight." "Yeah, I thought we'd have to sleep in those flimsy tents again. But this is a first for us mercenaries to be treated like this, isn't it?" Sung Sihan turned and mocked, and just yesterday, they were complaining non-stop. "It's true in any world. People are always swayed by good treatment." "Huh." Zenon pointed towards a bed and called out, "Our beds are ready." He stretched out on the bed. "All right, let's get a good night's sleep tonight." While Sung Sihan was yawning, someone called out, "Mr. Sung Sihan? Is there a Mr. Sung Sihan among the mercenaries here?" Sung Sihan sat up and raised his hand. "I'm Sung Sihan." Dina cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Dina, and I serve Sir Farman, a Black Lion Knight. Could the three of you come with me for a moment? Mage, Habak, and Sir Jokani are looking for you." The three of them exchanged confused glances. The scene shifts to a large, quiet house. Dina pointed towards the door and said, "The Black Lion Knights and the mages are all staying at this inn. Since they're having a secret meeting, this is as far as I can take you." She suddenly stared straight ahead, her cheeks blushing. Alita was clueless about what was happening, but Dina was full of admiration. Even though she's so young, that girl has such a high rank. It's unbelievable. So, geniuses really do exist, huh? Sung Sihan pushed the door open with his cane and said, "I'm Sung Sihan. I heard you were looking for me." Jokani turned his head and replied, "Oh, you're here. Come in. I'm Jokani." The person next to him simply stated his name, Habak. He placed his hand on the map. Perfect timing. "Take a look at this." Sung Sihan was startled when he recognized the circled area. "Ha," someone quickly revealed. "This is the cult's base. About half a day's journey from here," Habak continued. "The Sihan cultists have the ability to control monsters. You saw that for yourself when you faced them yesterday, didn't you?" Sung Sihan confirmed. "Ah, yes. Everyone said that. It was the first time they'd seen monsters attack despite the heavy rain." The man rubbed his chin. As expected, the mercenaries must have noticed how strange that was. "Can you all keep your mouths shut?" Sung Sihan gave a strained smile. "Ah well, whether our mouths are shut or not, depends on how heavy our coin purses get, you know?" Habak snorted coldly. "I like that attitude." "Is this heavy enough to shut the three of you up?" Zenon exclaimed in disbelief. 10 gold coins? That much?" He crossed his arms, silently comparing. "I don't know how valuable the currency is here, but back in my world, that would sell for 100 gold coins. But I guess this is considered a lot, right?" Then, Sung Sihan smiled and said, "This is more than heavy enough." Habak warned, "Good. You'd better remember just how heavy that is. Now, let me continue. The idea that the Sihan cultists possess the ability to control monsters is false. They are a cult that sacrifices humans and uses power through dark magic. If magic is something established scientifically and systematically, then uncertainty and inconsistency define dark magic. Because most of it is used by offering blood and lives, it has been excluded from the category of magic." Sung Sihan deduced, "If so, is the thing controlling the monsters a new type of dark magic?" The man refuted, "No. They don't have any dark magic like that. It's humiliating to have to say this, but it's one of the secrets of the Blue Tower. There was a man named Onfoa. He was a promising 6th-class mage of the Blue Tower at the age of 37. He was honored with conducting secret experiments for the Blue Tower after being recognized for his skills and talent. But due to his intense passion and negligence, the monsters he was experimenting on all escaped. Because of that, he lost all his status and privileges and was sentenced to the punishment of the 4 elements." Zenon repeated, confused. "The punishment of the 4 elements?" Habak explained. "Earth, water, fire, and wind. It's a special punishment that uses all 4 magical elements of the tower. That's why it's a death sentence." Zenon shouted in alarm. "A death sentence? Wait, what kind of experiment could get a person killed?" Habak stared forward with a stern tone. "Do you feel the weight in your purse or not?" Right." Zenon quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry. Our purses are very heavy, sir." The man reminded him, "You only need to know what you need to know. Just be quiet and listen. We don't know what method Onfoa used, but he escaped from his cell and caused an even more serious incident. He stole one of the monsters that had been used in the experiments, and that monster is the one that has the ability to control other monsters." Hearing this, Sung Sihan's eyes widened as he wondered, "A monster that can control other monsters?" He continued, We later discovered that Laquan's parents were high-ranking members of the cult, and that cult is now known as the Sihan Order, Jokani stated firmly. We are certain that he used that monster to spread the cult's influence, defeat the monsters, and erase all traces of the Blue Tower. That is the true mission of this suppression operation. We summoned you here because we believe you are strong enough to assist us with this. Sung Sihan scratched his head and laughed. Oh, what an honor. Though, I think with such a formidable force of knights and mages, even if a dragon appeared, it wouldn't be a problem. He pointed his hand at him and exclaimed, "The monster we need to defeat. Its identity is the Earth Dragon." His face darkened, and his heart filled with turmoil. A dragon? The next day, while getting some things from the stream, he mused, "The target is an Earth Dragon? That explains the 10 gold coins. But in my current state, this won't be an easy fight," Zenon said, glancing over. "I don't get why they'd ask a master swordsman and a mage to go suppress some heretics. Don't you think it would be better if we just turned them down? No, we'd be in danger if we did that. We've already heard the secret of the Ivory Tower. They might even consider getting rid of us to make sure no one else finds out." Lita and Zenon were speechless for a moment. Sung Sihan closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Looks like they never even considered that. I'm not surprised. This is the age of peace, after all. They're too naive, but sadly, this is reality." Alita suddenly spoke up. "Still, I don't think it will be a problem. That's why I casually asked them another question. So what is this secret experiment being conducted at the Ivory Tower? If they wanted to kill us, they wouldn't have gone into so much detail. They could have just ordered us to do the job without explaining the incident. But they deliberately explained everything. They gave us this information up front because they want us to keep their secret." He asked cheerfully. "Oh, Lita, you noticed too?" Lita said smugly. "I didn't expect them to be so cunning. You knew, didn't you?" Sung Sihan's face flushed as he wondered, "Have I been underestimating them?" Zenon turned and asked, "Sihan, are you going to do what they want?" He smiled and replied, "I haven't decided yet, but information like this makes for excellent bait. Maybe I can use this to get close to Jessing. You offered to take me, so let me do the laundry. You're not planning on just hanging it up on the wall to dry, are you?" Sung Sihan added, "I'm kidding, it's almost done." Just then, someone giggled behind them. "Oh, my." His face flushed red, and he glanced back at the teasing women. "Well, look what we have here, 2 handsome young men. Are you from the capital? It must be inconvenient for you, coming to this remote little village, but it's a decent place to get some rest. You should relax a bit before you leave." Zenon slung his things over his shoulder. "We'll do that. For now, we'll be on our way." "All right. Goodbye then." Man, that was embarrassing. It's hard to keep up with their energy. Meanwhile, the villagers were watching the 3 of them with murderous intent in their eyes. One of them quickly pulled a knife from a bundle and charged straight at them. Lita immediately sensed the danger. Whipping her head around, she instantly leaped forward and tackled the woman, sending her to the ground. A moment later, the woman shot forward again, causing Zenon and Sung Sihan to spin around in a panic and shout, "Lita!" The others were all holding daggers, their faces grim. The ambush failed. "I can't believe you saw that coming, you pitiful infidels." He wondered, "Are they fanatics? How did you know? You moved like you already knew they were going to attack." She replied nonchalantly, "I didn't know anything. I'm always on guard when people get close." Hearing this, Sung Sihan rubbed his chin, thinking back to what must have been going through her mind while they were talking with those women earlier. Was she thinking, maybe these friendly, pleasant women are about to stab me? Is that it? One of the attackers looked at them and asked gruffly, "You must live a tiring life, don't you? It's better than being dead, isn't it?" The woman snarled, grinding her teeth. "Death is the only true salvation, and only the faithful may enter paradise." "Die, you disgusting heretics," Sung Sihan warned loudly. "Be careful, there's something strange about their eyes." 10 seconds later, the women were all sprawled on the ground. She scratched her head. "I guess only their eyes were different." Sung Sihan narrowed his eyes. "You think just anyone can go berserk? Only warriors can fly into a rage and become berserkers. They're just crazy old women. But why would they attack us? We aren't even an important part of the suppression team." Just then, Zenon shouted, "Sihan, look over there!" In the distance, loud explosions erupted, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky. He was bewildered. No way. They weren't just after us. They're after the entire suppression force? So much for having time to relax and do laundry. If they can pull this off, it means this entire village is a nest of heretics. Just then, the heretics raised their weapons and began to chant, "The followers of the great Sung Sihan will ascend to heaven. while the infidels will descend into hell. Death is true liberation. All hail, sung Sihan. Jokani swiftly cut one of them down, sending blood spraying through the air. The man lay on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Oh, at last. I am reunited with the master. Seeing this, Jokani was at a loss for words. He's completely lost his mind. Suddenly, something made Jokani freeze. A giant buffalo was now charging right at him. Jokani raised his shield. They have monsters on top of these fanatics. He blocked its horns with a powerful technique. Moving swiftly, Jokani immediately leaped into the air, bringing his weapon down in a sharp slash against the beast. He turned and roared, "Why are there so many of these things? It's a never-ending swarm. Is this the legendary Demon King's castle or what?" Habak rubbed his chin. "Those heretics. It looks like they've mobilized every monster in the entire mountain range." Jokani cried out in horror. "The entire mountain range? Is the dragon's mind control really that widespread? Doesn't that mean it has to be 500 years old? That's not something we can possibly handle." He countered, "No, based on the samples, it's definitely a 100-year-old earth dragon. Its mind control ability has just been amplified through experimentation." Jokani snapped. "Then what's the difference between that and fighting a 500-year-old dragon?" Habak replied confidently. "No, its mind control abilities have certainly been amplified far beyond our expectations. However, its combat power, mana, and physical attributes should be exactly as we predicted." Jokani grumbled. "So, that means this dragon is still completely outside of our expectations." Suddenly, he looked behind him and cursed. He pointed. "The monsters are heading straight for the tavern. This is bad. The tavern." At that moment, beasts were tearing the tavern apart. People inside were running out, screaming in panic. Someone cleared their throat and asked, "Where is Count Caton hiding?" The Count himself was crying in terror. "Didn't you all say the tavern was safe? That's why I said my escort should have stayed with me. Save me." Panicking, Dina held up her sword as a beast approached. Just then, a brilliant flash of light shot past. Sung Sihan stood in front of her, blocking with his two swords. Dina cried out with joy, "Brother Sihan!" Lita and Zinon were also fighting with all their might against the other monsters. Jokani rushed over. "Oh, Sihan, thanks to you, we're still alive. Are you the only ones here? Where are the rest of the mercenaries?" He turned and answered, "They're fighting the heretics back in the village." Jokani cursed under his breath. "They ambushed the entire suppression force? You guys stay here and protect Count Keithon. We'll handle the monsters," he chimed in. "That's right, you mercenary. Get over here and protect me right now." Suddenly, something caught Sihan's attention. He looked around for a moment, wondering, is something heading this way? Just as he suspected, a giant foot stomped on the ground, unleashing a murderous aura as the town was crushed. The sky shattered, and houses were engulfed in flames. Jokani was giving his all, fighting a giant bear. He shouted, "It's almost over. Just hold on a little longer." Nearby, Keithon sighed in relief, saying, "I knew the Black Scale Knights could do it. They've wiped out the demonic beasts." Sung Sihan mused, "But not that many demonic beasts have been killed yet. Did they run away?" Suddenly, panicked screams came from the mages. "What is it?" He grit his teeth and turned, his soul shaken as he let out a curse. A giant beast stepped out from the forest. Everyone panicked. Why is it here all of a sudden? Its eyes glowed with a powerful yellow light, a threat even more terrible than before. It let out a ferocious roar, and a terrified person screamed, "It's a dragon!" The mages quickly arrived and tried to calm everyone down. "Don't panic. We mages are here. Quickly, erect a magical barrier." Just then, the dragon spewed a fierce flame from its mouth. Immediately, the mages joined forces to create a barrier of water. "Aqua wall." A soldier spoke up. "Thankfully, its attack power is within our expectations. Our mages can handle it without any trouble. The current subjugation team could handle it if they went all out. If they weren't already exhausted from fighting the demonic beasts." Jokani furiously yelled at Haba. "Our plan is ruined. What good was it to predict the Earth Dragon's power when it has dozens of demonic beasts acting as its subordinates?" He tried to explain. "The probability of the Earth Dragon's mind control power advancing further is very low, only around 4%. Jokani was furious. "Low? What do you mean low? Have you ever placed a bet in your life? Well, what's done is done. In the name of true knights, we will never retreat, no matter the situation. It's time to show that evil dragon what the Black Scale Knights are made of." The beast roared ferociously, its cry echoing across the sky. Seeing Jokani, it raised its foot to crush him. To block its attack, Jokani raised his iron wall shield, then used that same shield to counter with an annihilation slash. Taking the opportunity, The soldiers behind them also rushed forward, but their attacks were too weak, like throwing eggs at a rock. Xenon observed, "That's the ultimate skill of the Black Scale Knights, the Iron Wall. It's incredible. They didn't even flinch from the Earth Dragon's attack." Sihan, who was beside him, added, "It reminds me of Gacinda from the past." He recalled what Gacinda once said, "I'll take one hit and return one hit. You'll die from my attack." Meanwhile, everyone in the back was trying to stop her. "Gacinda, why are you fighting it? Run. Retreat now." After thinking it over, he spoke with a sense of helplessness. That reckless fighting style, how is it any different from Gacinda's? Sihan then mused for a moment. Gacinda's personality wasn't the only thing. Her fighting style has been the same for the past 10 years. If that's the case, after thinking, a faint smile appeared on his face. He figured they must have the same weakness Gacinda had 10 years ago. Immediately after, Sihan shouted an order. "They can't defeat Alatag the Earth Dragon this way. Let's join the fight." Seeing this, Kathon panicked and yelled, "Wait, join the fight? What the hell are you talking about? You're supposed to protect me," Sung Sihan replied calmly. "If they fall, we're next." The Count was frantic. "We have to get out of here. Escort me to the exit." Xenon looked at him with contempt, thinking, he wants to escape by himself. While the mages and knights are fighting up front? Lita spoke. "His thinking is worse than a monster's." Kethon screamed, "Hurry up and find an escape route. You mercenary. Are you going to disobey my orders?" Sung Sihan ignored him and turned away, thinking, in times like these, it's best to just knock the old man out. Lita and Zenon Lun understood his intention perfectly, heard that. Instantly, Sung Sihan quietly moved behind him. A moment later, Kethon whipped his head around and yelled, "You're not planning to knock me out and run out there, are you?" Sihan was surprised. Wow, the old man is sharp. Then, he shoved Sihan and Zenon Lun, telling them to stop their foolish thoughts and lead the way. "We have to get out of here first." Suddenly, Kethon froze, his eyes wide, before collapsing to the ground. At the same time, a voice rang out. Where did this piece of wood come from? Diana, holding a wooden plank, continued cheerfully, "The perfect weapon for a perfect crime. Let's go, son." Sung Sihan was delighted and praised her. "Great job, Diana." Meanwhile, the knights were trying to suppress the dragon. Lai was almost exhausted. He panted, "We're at our limit." Suddenly, the dragon's enormous foot appeared. Everyone screamed in horror. "Lai, get out of the way!" Instantly, its foot stomped down where he was. Lai was sent flying. Jokani screamed in panic. The dragon prepared to spew a stream of fire to incinerate him. Right at that moment, Sihan's group appeared, blocking the attack and saving Lai. Jokani cried out in astonishment. "Mr. Sun," Sung Sihan calmly said, "we're here to help." Count Kethon was hit in the head with a piece of wood and passed out. "Sir Liho is fine," he replied, a bit skeptical. "Is that so? That's great. You saved us." Alita's arm was injured, and she cried out in pain. Seeing this, Sun asked with concern, "Are you hurt somewhere?" "No, I'm fine. The Earth Dragon's body is tougher. I thought I was the one attacking, but in the end, I'm the one who got hurt." Immediately after, Sihan shouted an announcement. "Normal attacks won't work on the dragon. We have to strip away its thick scales before we can attack. Everyone, this is a tough opponent, so be careful." Before he could finish, he froze, surprised by what he saw. Huh? There was a little bit of blood on the dragon's nose. When it saw that, it roared in alarm and immediately turned tail and ran. This left Lita and Sihan dumbfounded. She asked in confusion, "Is it acting like that just because it got some blood on it? Is it a germaphobe or something?" The subjugation of the cultists had come to an end. Inside a house, a few people were tied up, shouting in discontent. "You foolish non-believers, release us. We are following the teachings of Saint Sung Sihan." Another person immediately retorted in disgust. "Shut up, you heretics. You're just using the name of the savior from another world. Saint Sung Sihan will punish you for this." The first man shouted, "He will save us." Hearing this, he just turned his face away, thinking, "This is just nuts." He spoke up. "Looks like we're done here," Alita replied. "The final ambush caused our side too many casualties. The subjugation force is now down to about 600 soldiers. It's a good thing he doesn't remember anything. It's been 3 days since we left the village. Doesn't that mean the cult subjugation is over? The leaders have probably fled by now," he continued. "But we still accomplished a few things. By eliminating so many cultists, our expedition can be considered a success. Wiping out all the cultists was never the real goal of the subjugation anyway. Did Alitag and Laquan escape? I'm not sure," she replied. "They might be hiding somewhere, recovering. In a large cavern, hidden deep within the forest, Laquan couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. He furiously screamed at Zith. "Why has it suddenly stopped obeying my commands?" Alita wailed helplessly. "Get up, you evil dragon. Move, now. What happened in that village 4 days ago? I still need this monster. Those mages. How dare they kill people over a single mistake? If I can just get my hands on this monster's power, I'll wipe out all the troops chasing me. Then, I'll trick those bastards at the Blue River Tower. After that, I'll escape and live in luxury with the money I've saved up in the Rebirth Church. Get up, Earth Dragon Alitag. If you want it, I have heart powder for you. Wake up and destroy the people chasing us." Suddenly, the black powder in his hand grew hot. An instant later, a fierce flame erupted from it. Startled by the burning powder, he frantically threw it away. Alita screamed, "What is it doing?" Suddenly, the massive dark shadow began to move, filling him with a sense of dread. Zith, radiating immense killing intent, stared daggers at Laquan. Terrified, his eyes widened as he instinctively stumbled backward. Laquan's voice trembled. How is it just now waking up?" The beast viciously bared its sharp teeth, and something began to glow right between its eyes. The mind control magic has been broken. Terrified, Laquan tried to crawl away. As he scrambled back, he yelled, "Calm down, Earth Dragon. Just listen to me." A moment later, Laquan's blood-curdling scream echoed through the cavern. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the thick smell of iron filled the air. Then, Zith calmly turned and walked toward the cave entrance. Just then, a voice called out from the bushes outside. "Is that the cave? It's quieter than I thought. I expected it to be crawling with monsters." Jokani added, "Aren't there any monsters left for us to control? We've killed over 100 monsters these past few days." Habak replied, "That's a good thing." Suddenly, his eyes darted behind him as he spoke up. Why is Count Keithan here? The existence of the Earth Dragon and Laquan is a royal secret. Didn't you say that? The soldiers and Count Keithan would take care of the cultists?" Jokani whispered, "That's why I said we'd handle the Earth Dragon Alitag and come back." But, he recalled Count Keithan's anxious words. "What? My escort is only 1 black-scale knight and 2 mages? Are you trying to get me killed? I need at least 2 knights and 4 mages." Hearing this, Jokani could only watch helplessly as the Count rambled on. He spoke up, "With our current forces, we cannot defeat the Earth Dragon Alitag." "But there are still soldiers here," Count Keithan whined dramatically. "You go with those soldiers. Then, you expect me to trust them? They're only here for the money. What if a horde of monsters appears?" Jokani shouted, losing his patience. "Then what do you want? At this rate, your only option is to come with us." The Count continued to rant. "That's still safer than being with those soldiers and cultists." Suddenly realizing something, Kethan paused and said, "Huh?" Jokani spoke up. "Huh?" Just then, a thought flashed through Keithan's mind. "Wait a minute. The Earth Dragon is terrifying. Yes, but it's just as dangerous out here. It would be better to stick with the strongest people available." After thinking it over, he said cheerfully, "All right, if you insist, I'll take the risk and go with you. Let's go together." Jokani thought in disgust. What a pain in the ass. Back in the present, Bak asked curiously, "By the way, are you sure the Earth Dragon and Laquan are in there?" Jokani replied, "Yes. I used a mind-reading spell on the cultists to get information." From behind, Sung Sihan thought to himself, "A mind-reading spell. That's normal enough." But remembering what happened with the captured cultists earlier, that mysterious black powder, he wondered. Right after they used some kind of black powder, they confessed everything so easily. What is that strange substance? Suddenly, a tremor shook everyone. From inside the cave, a relentless killing aura poured out, along with a pair of glowing eyes. Jokani shouted, "The cave is overflowing with battle lust. The Earth Dragon Alitag is here. Everyone, prepare for battle." But then, he froze, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. One of the soldiers stared in confusion and said, "Is this monster really the same Earth Dragon we encountered before?" Looking at it, Jokani silently realized, "It looks much bigger than last time." He smiled, gathering his resolve, and declared, "I don't know what's going on, but it shouldn't be a big problem. I will show you the true power of the Black Scale Knights." Elsewhere, Bak was casting a spell. He said, "We didn't get a chance to show off our magic against that horde of monsters earlier, but now our spirit and energy have recovered. I'll teach you a lesson, Earth Dragon. Taste this." Glacial Fang. Earth-shattering maw. Powerful streams of magic surged towards Zith. From a distance, Sung Sihan remarked, "Their strategy is to have the knights defend while the mages attack. Their coordination is pretty good." With things going like this, we won't even need to intervene. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief at what was happening. Sihan gasped. The beast was still standing there, unfazed. In an instant, all of the magic vanished. The mages were stunned, completely baffled. Huh? What happened? The magic just disappeared. It's like it's a monster from another world. Immediately after, a torrent of fire, more intense than ever, spewed from Zith's mouth. Great gouts of flame rained down on everyone, quickly engulfing everything in a sea of fire. People scattered in a panic, their screams echoing amidst the chaos. Looking back, he saw his comrades burned and unconscious. Jokani screamed, "Vamon!" Panicked, he could only take a defensive stance and dodge. Staring at the devastating scene before him, he was utterly shocked. What? What is this? Sung Sihan's group wasn't faring any better. Count Keithon bowed his head, crying in terror. Sihan thought in alarm, "It's so hot. Can this monster nullify magic, just like the firewolves?" Sung Sihan quickly scanned the area to assess the situation. 2 knights and 4 mages were already down. Magic has no effect on it. That makes the remaining mages as useless as civilians. All that's left are 3 black-scale knights. At this rate, we're all going to die. Just then, a sudden flash of blue light appeared. Sung Sihan spoke, "I have no other choice. Even if it means my identity could be exposed, I have to prioritize saving their lives." The sword in his hand began to glow as circles of light enveloped his body. Alita was astonished. "Sihan, what is all this power?" Zenon Lan, standing beside him, was also stunned by what he was witnessing. This is just like the legends foretold, he thought to himself. A savior, with an ultimate technique. With just a push of his feet, Sung Sihan shot forward, unleashing heavenly demise. The dragon was frozen, unable to react to Sung Sihan's charge. He leaped high into the air, attacking its face head-on with his sword. Both Livo and Jokani were shocked. Jokani yelled, "Commander Sihan!" Alita gasped in amazement. "Such extraordinary power." Zenon continued, "Of course, heavenly demise is a skill of the savior from another world, created to defeat demon lords. This power definitely can't lose to any other combat technique." While fighting, Sung Sihan was constantly thinking, "Just as I thought, my combat strength hasn't fully recovered yet. I can't use my full power, but this is the only thing I have that can break through the dragon's hide." Alita turned to Jokani. "I can't believe he's fighting that dragon all by himself. Just who in the world is that mercenary?" he answered, bewildered. "I'm not sure, but I'm certain of one thing." Jokani thought, "He's stronger than all of us knights combined." Just then, Kathon arrived with a few knights, shouting, "Commander Sihan, we're here to help." But when he witnessed the scene before him, he froze. Kathon's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. That fighting technique. It can't be." At this, Rich growled in anger, its eyes losing patience. It used its giant tail to smash a boulder, sending debris flying toward the group. Zenon and Alita were forced back by the attack. However, Sihan charged forward resolutely, shouting, "This dragon is a tough one." A ferocious flame began to form inside Rich's mouth, and then it unleashed a powerful, blazing torrent of fire. Seeing this, Alita shouted anxiously, "Be careful, Commander Sihan. The Earth Dragon is about to use its full power. That power might be far greater than anything it's shown before." Sihan gripped his sword tightly and declared with determination, "If magic attacks don't work, then I'll use heavenly demise." With a powerful stance, Sung Sihan decisively slashed straight into the flames Rich was spewing. Alita and Zenon watched the battle, holding their breath in suspense. A powerful light burst forth from his sword, the power of the dragon sword. Now, holding 2 swords, he powerfully slashed at the dragon's head. A powerful beam of light erupted from its head. Immediately after, Rich coughed up blood and fell in agony. Its massive body collapsed, creating a violent tremor. Sung Sihan stood majestically before the corpse, a sword in each hand. He let out a breath and said, "We won." Dina and Kathon couldn't help but be amazed by the battle that had just unfolded. Habak and the other mages also watched with wide eyes. Only Sung Sihan felt that this wasn't good. He thought, "The way they're looking at me, their astonishment is beyond saving. I've gone this far, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they recognize me." Sweating nervously, Kathon spoke slowly, Truly miraculous. I can't believe you took down that dragon by yourself." Hearing this, Sung Sihan was completely bewildered. Alita cheerfully exclaimed, "You're a freelance knight with a bunch of those skills, right?" The person next to her smiled and added, "Such amazing skills." Sung Sihan thought to himself, "Don't tell me they think this is nothing compared to what they've heard in the legends. So they just think I have a few special skills? And they don't think I'm the person from the legends. I guess if this were the past, I would have already cut him down. I don't know if I should be happy or sad about this, but I'm glad we're all okay. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Jokani asked probingly, "You've been hiding your skills, haven't you? That combat ability, your talent, and your swordsmanship all far exceed the skills of a Black Lion Knight. No, you must be many times stronger than us. With all that, you really think you only belong in the soldier rank?" Just then, Zenon Lan ran out and quickly said, "He wasn't being serious. Sir Sihan is older than me, so he just trained in the mountains before becoming a mercenary, but he doesn't have any real experience yet. That's why I advised him to start at the soldier rank to get more experience. And isn't it pretty normal for people to hide their skills when they're mercenaries?" Looking at Zenon, Sihan thought to himself, "He's older than me? Did he just say I'm the older one?" Hearing this, Jokani seemed to understand and replied, "I see. No wonder you're so humble despite being at the knight rank." Seeing this, Sihan also scratched his head and played along. "That's right. It was all thanks to everyone. I just got lucky. I guess he contributed a lot too. Don't praise him like that. I just hope you can give him a little extra from the reward." Jokani smiled and nodded, satisfied. He turned to leave and said, "When we return to the capital, I'll give you the reward you deserve." A moment later, Sihan walked over with a smile and said, "I survived thanks to you." "Thank you." Zenon laughed and replied, "Don't worry about it. You were acting so cool, I couldn't just let you get caught." Thinking back on how he strained himself to fight that dragon, he was so incredibly cool. "Is that so?" Sung Sihan agreed with a smile. Alita asked curiously, "Doesn't Zenon know that you've lost your powers?" He answered, "Wait until you've been betrayed by your friends. Would you still be able to tell others you're weak then?" I had no other choice but to tell him that. Anyway, I'm glad they didn't recognize me. Honestly, just using Heavenly Demise was enough to cause a commotion. But at my current level, even someone who has observed me before wouldn't be able to tell unless they were watching very, very closely. Hearing that, Alita spoke up. "I think there is someone like that. Someone you know, who is also quite observant." In the distance, Kathon's eyes were wide with bewilderment. He looked as if he still couldn't believe what had just happened. Seeing him, Sihan felt this was going to be a problem. He said helplessly, "Damn it." And that's how Sihan's second temple mission came to an end. At that moment, Dina screamed in fear and worry, "Master, wake up, Master!" While fighting the Earth Dragon, 4 high-ranking mages were killed, and 2 commanders of the Black Lion Knights were taken out. The body of Elkon was found inside the cave. The mages used fire magic to incinerate the dragon's body and Elkon's body to erase their existence from this world. Sihan pondered, "Magic can be used on corpses. Now that I think about it, when the Yin-Yi wolf died, its body disappeared just like monsters from the other world. A magical beast that can use magic to attack me. There's definitely some kind of connection." Thinking back, the Yin-Yi wolf didn't just disappear. Something caused it to disappear. After everything settled down, the troops returned to the village to regroup with the main party. They spent the night in the village, and then returned to the kingdom of Ixinga. And that night, Sihan approached Kathon, who looked at him with wide, terrified eyes. With a frightening expression, Sihan spoke. "Hello, Commander Kathon. There's something I need to talk to you about." Sung Sihan spoke up. "Hello, Count Kathuan. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you." The Count replied cautiously. "Ah, Sung Sihan, what can I do for you? We have an early start tomorrow. Shouldn't you be resting in your room at this hour?" Hearing this, Sihan was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted, "Speak, Kathuan!" The Count replied in a panic, "Yes, Saint." Hearing this, Sung Sihan let out a satisfied "oh," which made Kathuan's face turn pale. He gave a cunning smile and said, "I knew it. So you've figured out my identity, haven't you?" Kathuan asked curiously, "Are you really Sir Sung Sihan?" He laughed and replied, "That's right. I didn't expect you to figure it out, especially since you're not even a master swordsman yourself." He answered awkwardly, "It's because I've met you a few times before, though you probably don't remember. And I saw you fight during the war, but I wasn't entirely sure, because the difference in your power from back then is so immense. I had no idea you had returned to Loner." Kathuan thought to himself, but why would he need to travel in disguise like this? He won the revolution. He shouldn't have any enemies left. So why hide his identity? Perhaps he just doesn't want the hassle of being recognized, but his level of caution seems way too high for such a trivial reason. After thinking this, he was silent for a moment, then carefully spoke up again. Could it be that Sir Sihan still has enemies in Glaninger? Hearing this, Sihan asked curiously, "Oh, enemies? What makes you think that?" The Count scratched his head and replied, "Well, after you returned to Earth without any prior notice, A rumor started spreading among the soldiers that the 6 heroes had joined forces and used the opportunity to force the saint back to the other world. Of course, the rumor didn't really take hold. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. The heroes aren't foolish enough to think they'd be safe after betraying you and sending you back to the other world. But now, seeing you here in front of me, that rumor is coming back to me. Hearing this, Sihan couldn't help but feel surprised. It was incredible. Just from the fact that he was hiding his identity, the man had nearly pieced together the entire truth. Why is a guy with such a sharp mind called the Old Beast? Shaking off his thoughts, he took a breath and said, "That's right. What would you do if that rumor were true?" Hearing that, a flash of shock went through Kithuan's mind, and he hesitated. Huh. Kithuan's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Sihan versus his former allies. I'm one of Gacinda's trusted men, so I should be safe. But if the rumor about Sihan being betrayed is true, then he must have returned for revenge. That explains why he's hiding his identity. Even for the savior from another world, facing all 6 heroes at once would be incredibly difficult. In that case, as a subordinate of one of the 6 traitors who has discovered his identity, terrified, Kithuan immediately dropped to the ground and prostrated himself, shouting, "Please don't kill me." Sihan watched, bewildered, as the man groveled. "Please don't kill me. Oh, merciful savior. I have an elderly mother and 3 young children at home who all depend on me. If I die, my children will be orphans. They'll be thrown out onto the street." Seeing this, Sihan thought, so this is why they call him the Old Beast. He's the type to completely lose his mind out of fear. Kithuan clasped his hands and wept. "Please, O merciful saint." Sihan gave a helpless smile and thought to himself, he's only useful as long as his own safety is guaranteed. That must be why he never showed his true potential during the war. Then, he spoke up. "Get up, Kithuan. I never intended to kill you in the first place." The Count clapped his hands joyfully and asked, "Really? Oh, thank you, sir. I swear I'll be loyal, as long as you don't kill me. Who cares about Gacinda anyway?" Suddenly, Sihan laughed and said, "But I can't let you live. Just yet." A bright light suddenly flared from his hand, and Kithuan stared in bewilderment. "Huh? What does that mean?" Right after that, Sihan lunged forward and struck Kithuan hard in the abdomen. The Count cried out in a storm of confusion. "Ugh. It doesn't hurt." "What did you do, Sir Sihan?" Sihan asked coldly. "Have you ever heard of explosion aura?" Hearing this, the Count's face drained of color as he screamed, "Explosion aura! Explosion aura! One of the high-level skills of the savior from another world. It can make a target explode at any time, anywhere, after he implants his aura into their body." Sihan explained seriously, "I can only do this to 3 people at once, and it has no effect on master swordsmen or powerful mages. But there's no better skill for shutting someone up. From now on, your life is in my hands. If I decide I can trust you, then I might remove it." Hearing this, Kithuan calmed down a bit and placed a hand on his chest. Then he let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "I'm still alive." Seeing Kithuan's reaction, Sihan was a bit confused. He asked, "Didn't you hear me? I said it will explode if you aren't careful." Kithuan replied, "Ah, yes, that means it will only explode if you want it to, correct? In that case, as long as I remain loyal to you, it won't ever go off. And then, Sir Sihan will trust that I will never betray him. The most terrifying thing for a subordinate is being suspected of something he didn't do. Please, feel free to use me as you wish. I will wholeheartedly follow your commands, Lord Sihan." Sihan asked curiously, "Even though your life is on the line, and now you have to betray Gacinda, you don't feel any pressure at all?" He replied nonchalantly, "Why would I feel pressure? This is a situation where I have to choose between the side of the savior from another world, or the side that will lead to the world's destruction. So, unless I've lost my mind, why would I ever side with those who want to destroy our world?" The night was quiet, with clouds drifting gently across the sky. Sihan quietly opened a door and stepped inside. Alita spoke up curiously, "Looks like everything went smoothly." Sihan replied, "Yeah, thanks for keeping watch." Alita asked, puzzled, "Haven't you gotten your powers back yet? But you even used explosion aura, didn't you? Doesn't that skill require a huge amount of aura?" He answered without hesitation, "Oh, that? Of course I used it. Because a skill like explosion aura doesn't actually exist. A skill that can make a target explode whenever and wherever you want? No such convenient power exists. It's just meant to put psychological pressure on the target." Hearing this, Alita said in astonishment, "One of the most famous skills of the savior from another world is actually a complete lie?" But I even read about it in a book. Sung Sihan replied casually. We spread that lie ourselves. The more confusion there is surrounding it, the more effective it becomes. Adding limitations to the skill just makes it sound more believable, doesn't it? It was a good thing we joined this subjugation mission. It looks like we've gained a useful piece on the board, and some of my suspicions have been confirmed. What did you think about that dragon? It was similar to the firewolves we saw in the BON territory. It's a Novo monster, but it has the characteristics of a monster from the other world. Model. That dragon was an experimental product of the Ivory Tower, wasn't it? Then it's very likely the firewolf was too. I smell something fishy, Alita said. There's something else I'm suspicious of. That black powder the mage Habak used. He agreed, saying, You mean that unsettling powder he used during his mind-opening spell? It's definitely a mysterious artifact, capable of making someone completely drop their mental resistance. Alita's expression darkened as she spoke. No, I'm not talking about that. The moment he used that powder, I felt something strange. If I had to put it into words, it felt like dozens of bugs were crawling all over me. A bizarre and horrifying sensation. Her gaze fell, filled with unspoken thoughts. Alita spoke softly. I can't describe it in detail, but you remember seeing that black powder in someone's hands before. The memory was of Lexian holding the black powder out to her. Alita said, It makes me want to cry. In the darkness, a person lay motionless before a bloody sword. Lexian spoke indifferently. Good. Next. Then he continued to command the other man. Immediately, the man gripped the sword in his hand. His hands trembled, causing the sharp blade to quiver as well. Beneath his long hair, his eyes were wide with fear. Seeing the man's reaction, Lexian let out a confused hum. At that moment, the man screamed in terror. Wait, what am I doing? As soon as he finished speaking, the smell of blood filled the air instantly. Seeing this, Lexian said in a detached voice, No matter how much you suppress someone's instincts, it seems to fail when their own life is on the line. Even with an increased dose of the powder, is this really the maximum effect? Then he snapped his fingers, and a flame erupted, incinerating the two corpses. Lexian turned and walked away, saying coldly, Absolute mind control truly doesn't exist. Elsewhere in the capital city of Loeton, Gacinda exclaimed in shock. What? The target was a dragon? You said it was just a simple subjugation of a heretical cult, didn't you? Kun replied, Your Majesty, that is correct. A dragon that has been in a frenzied state for the past 3 years. 2 black-scale knights were critically injured, but overall, the subjugation was a success. He thought to himself that he had omitted the information about the Ivory Tower that Lone Anne had requested. Keithon continued. The cultists spread rumors about the dragon's actions, as if they had done it themselves. Hearing this, Gacinda shouted in anger, I never should have listened to you. To think it was a 300-year-old dragon. How thrilling must it have been to fight it. I should have gone instead of you. Hearing that, the man pleaded in fear. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Gacinda said, Forget it. It's not like you knew, either. Dao, who was beside him, spoke up. I heard some of your men distinguished themselves in the subjugation. What kind of people are they? Jokani, standing nearby, replied, Yes, Commander BKY. They have enough skill for us to recruit them into the Black-Scale Knights. However, they've already joined Count Keithan's Knight Order. Hearing this, Dao frowned and said, I was looking forward to seeing what kind of people were worthy of the Black-Scale Knights, but it seems they value money more than honor and pride. Those with such low character are not fit for the Black-Scale Knights. It seems you misjudged them. On the streets of the capital, Loeton, inside Count Keithan's residence, Kian spoke timidly. I've done everything you asked. I hope you're satisfied with your new identities and positions. Lord Sung, Sir Zenon, and Miss Li are now private knights of the Keithon family. I use the names Sung Sihan, and Alita. I've also arranged for your post guarding the annex, a position that won't attract much attention. Hearing this, Sung Sihan smiled with satisfaction and replied, Well done. You did a great job, Keithon. So, should we get on our knees and swear an oath to you now? The Count answered in a panic, No, sir. I wouldn't dare. Every time you treat me with respect in front of others, my heart feels like it's going to explode. Then he asked hesitantly, By the way, sir, if you've really returned to get revenge on the 6 heroes, when do you plan on killing Gacinda? Hearing this, Sihan said with a confused tone, Kill him? Who said I'd kill him? He then burst out laughing at Keithon's bewildered expression. After he finished laughing, Sung Sihan smiled faintly and said, Why would I kill him? He only betrayed me. Even though that betrayal rendered all our feelings, respect, memories, and all our blood, sweat, and tears meaningless. They still let me return to Earth alive, didn't they? I won't kill them. Yes, I definitely won't kill them. On a battlefield, under a gray sky thick with smoke and dust, soldiers were celebrating their victory. Only Sihan sat alone by a fire. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Sihan!" Ginga approached with a bright smile and said, "What are you doing here all by yourself? Come on, let's celebrate our victory." Hearing that, he replied, "You know perfectly well this wasn't our victory. Do you even know who the leader was?" The man replied with a grin. "Wasn't it the Mad Emperor's half-brother? What was his name again? Ugh, I bet he was just as mad when he died." His eyes popped right open the moment his head left his neck. Sihan continued, "He was surely resentful after being backstabbed by someone he trusted. If the Mad Emperor had sent more reinforcements, the outcome of this battle would have been different. It seems he used us to eliminate a political rival." Hearing that, Gacinda laughed mockingly and said, "Goes to show that blood ties mean nothing in the face of power, huh? Well, whatever. We're the winners in the end." Hearing that, Sihan said helplessly, "I envy your simple mind, Gacinda." The man replied, "You're the one who needs to stop overthinking, Sihan. Your handsome face is going to get wrinkles." Sihan just gave Gacinda an indifferent look, remaining silent for a few moments before speaking again. "Gacinda, have you ever thought about it?" The man immediately replied, "Nope," Sihan said with dissatisfaction. "I haven't even said what it is yet." Gacinda smiled brightly. "Well, since I don't know what it is, I can say I've never thought about it. Thinking is your job. My job is to swing my sword and fight." Hearing that, Sihan let out a satisfied smile. He continued, "Let me finish. If we kill the Mad Emperor and destroy this empire, what do you think will happen?" Gacinda joked, "Maybe an era of peace will begin." Sihan said, "Be more realistic. Don't just give a careless answer. If the empire falls, who do you think will be the new king to rule Loa, the one who will replace the emperor?" Gacinda replied, "It'll probably be that guy, Sihan. He stands out so much, didn't he? Decide not to return to Earth after all this is over?" Sihan said, "You're probably right, but do you think we'll still be Sihan's friends?" Hearing that question, Gacinda was slightly startled. Sihan then continued, "Even the Duke who grew up with the Mad Emperor lost his head while cursing his own brother. Do you really think that has nothing to do with us?" Back in the present, the skeletal figure was lying on the ground, his eyes fixed on the sky. He spoke vaguely. "Was it a dream? It seems I fell asleep while training." Gacinda thought to himself, "A decade has passed since then." Looking up at the sky, Gacinda spoke his thoughts. "Our decision back then." Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out from a distance, "Please wait! His Majesty is busy training. He gave orders that no one was to disturb him." The man shouted angrily, "Get out of my way!" He pushed forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Gacinda stood up and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Hey, why have you come here?" The young man immediately said, "I heard that construction is underway right next to the southern harem. What's wrong with that place? Why are you wasting money and labor to build another palace for the concubines?" Hearing this, Gacinda smiled and said nonchalantly, "The heating system in the southern palace is terrible, and the winters here are quite cold. Besides, my little kittens must live in a bigger and more luxurious place." Hearing this, the young man shouted angrily, "And for that reason alone, you're mobilizing the people to build it during this busy time? Then how is that any different from that mad?" Suddenly, he realized his mistake and fell silent mid-sentence. Gacinda spoke in a cold, furious tone. "You've crossed the line. I'll let it slide this time. But even if we are family, there are some lines that cannot be crossed." Khan, son of Gacinda. Gacinda angrily prompted him again. "What was it you wanted to say about me, Khan?" The young man bit his lip in fear, not daring to utter a word. Then, he gathered all his courage and said, "The people are groaning under the excessively harsh forced labor and high-intensity work. As a result, cults are rising again within the kingdom. How is this any different from the time of that mad tyrant?" Hearing this, Gacinda gritted his teeth in fury. He erupted in a rage. "Shut your mouth! You ask how this is different from when that monster was alive? What do you know about those days?" Seeing him so enraged, the young man was terrified by his presence. He then lost his footing and fell to the ground. Gacinda said with disgust, "How troublesome." Khan, sitting on the ground with his head bowed, said, "I have said what I came to say. I will take my leave now, father." With that, he stood up and turned to leave. Gacinda watched his retreating back and muttered, "I can't believe you'd crumble just from a little pressure from my killing intent. So weak. After being branded a traitor, my parents, my siblings, and even the woman I loved were all executed. When I returned to my homeland, after the world had changed, I discovered that one person of my bloodline had survived. But my son has no talent for becoming a high-level swordsman. He has a timid personality and a frail, weak body. When I was his age, I had already reached the expert level. Even though he is my son, he's so different. Was I too lenient when I raised him? Elsewhere, at the Keithon residence, the building looked ordinary, standing imposing behind him. Sung Sihan's admiring voice rang out. This building is incredible. It looks simple on the outside, but the interior is truly luxurious. There's even a secret passage for us to come and go without anyone knowing. It's only been a few days since I asked for this. How did you manage to prepare everything so perfectly? Keithon spoke deferentially. Actually, since I'm not yet married, I had already prepared this house. Just in case a lady who piques my interest appears. Sung Sihan spoke up. But kidnapping is still a crime. You know, Keithon. The man denied it fearfully. It's not like that at all. If you live as a traitorous vassal, isn't it obvious that your life would be in constant danger? If I had a family, they could be threatened, so I simply prepared a shelter in advance. Sung Sihan scratched his head and said, You're right. You really are meticulous. Zenon said with a bright smile. Since we don't need the old house anymore, I put it up for sale. The housing prices went up, so we sold it for more than the original purchase price. I was thinking of investing in home renovations. Hearing this, Sung Sihan was excited. Oh, sounds like we won't have to worry about money for a while, Keithon said cheerfully. As long as I'm here, you don't have to worry about a thing. Sir Sihan, please just let me know if you need anything. Seeing this, the man smiled with satisfaction. In a nearby forest, his voice spoke. Lita, listening to you back then was a great idea. I was originally going to tell Keithon not to be so formal with me from the start, but since he speaks so politely, it helps maintain a certain distance in our relationship. Lita replied, That's a relief. That's why the Imperial Palace and the army need titles and ranks. Just having a title and the right attitude is enough to make people aware of their position. If you let others treat you too casually, they'll unconsciously think they're your equals, especially with someone of his personality. Sung Sihan said, I see. I don't know much about things like that. But hey, why are you so worried about this? It doesn't directly concern you, does it? Hearing this, Lita replied, Well, it's true that it didn't concern me before. But now, Sihan saw her stop mid-sentence, and he looked at her, confused. Seeing this, Lita became flustered. It's nothing. Anyway, if that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea for Zenon and me to change how we address you? Sung Sihan replied, No. If it were truly necessary, that would be different. But for now, I don't want to see you and Zenon treating me so formally. Hearing him say that, Lita smiled in relief. Thank you. By the way, Sung Sihan, why did you bring me here? Sung Sihan replied, Ah, right. Lita, would you like to try learning magic? I think you might have a talent for it, perhaps even more so than for your aura. Even if it was indirectly, you were able to summon me back here from Earth. What do you think? Hearing that, Lita hesitated slightly. I don't know. It would be great to be able to use both magic and aura, but in my current state, how am I supposed to learn magic? The 4 great mage towers would never accept me as a disciple because I carry the blood of Alita. Suddenly, Sung Sihan cracked a slight smile and said, What are you talking about? A high-ranking archmage is standing right in front of you. Sung Sihan, the savior from another world, was originally a god-tier swordsman and a 9th-level archmage. Do you know the basics of magic? Alita replied gently, Yes. The basics. Yes. Basically, magic is used through 3 different languages. First, the runic language, which contains words that can activate magic. Second, there are incantations, which serve as a blueprint to create magic, called a spell. A flame blazed in Sihan's hand as he said, "O flame, gather at my fingertips and burst into life, a magical fire and finally, the activation word that casts the spell." After finishing, he turned and said, "And that's how it's done." Of course, this is just the basics. Once you get used to it, you can skip most of the time-consuming steps. It's just a matter of practice and experience. But no matter how smart you are, it's impossible to learn and memorize all types of magic, so there's something you'll need when using it. Then Sung Sihan held his hand out towards Alita, and a book appeared. He cheerfully explained that a spell book is a grimoire that contains a mage's information and wisdom. "This is the first thing you'll create when you learn magic," she said in astonishment. "I've met a few mages, but this is the first time I've ever seen something like this." Sung Sihan, flipping through the pages, told her, "It's not usually visible to others because it's like a mage's personal safe, containing all their knowledge and information. The poses they usually make are when they're searching their spellbook for the magic they want to use. These are called hand seals or body movements. Thanks to this magic, passing the SA test is a piece of cake. Suddenly, Alita's face was full of curiosity as she asked, "Is there no aura or magic on Earth?" He immediately replied, "That's right. People from Earth can't use magic. But you were able to use it on Earth, right?" she said. "Does that mean Earth isn't hostile to magic? So why hasn't it developed there?" Sung Sihan scratched his head and answered, "I don't know. I used to think it was normal, but hearing you say that makes me a little curious too. I was able to awaken this power because I crossed dimensions, but Earthlings don't have this talent innately." She tilted her head. "Then there must be no one on Earth who can stand against you, right?" Hearing this, Sihan thought in confusion. I didn't expect Alita to be so interested in Earth. I've never seen her like this before. Suddenly, her next words made him freeze. "So, when you went back to Earth, how did you spend your days?" Seeing his reaction, she called out in confusion. Sung Sihan's eyes became lifeless, the smile on his lips long gone. He whispered, "My days." Memories flooded back of a large statue on a street, the road jammed with vehicles, the deafening noise, and the crowded sidewalks. Just then, a naked Sihan lay motionless in the middle of the bustling crowd. "What is that? That guy isn't wearing any clothes. He must be crazy. Call the police. What's he doing in the middle of the road? Wow, his body looks pretty good though. Hey, what are you looking at?" In his eyes, hazy images of his comrades appeared as a question echoed in his mind. Why? How did it come to this? At the police station, the officers gossiped. "Isn't that the guy? The student who was naked in front of Guangwamun?" "Yeah, for a kid to drink that much. It seems like he was out of his mind the whole way to the station. I heard he was reported missing 3 years ago, but he clearly just ran away, right? His parents are divorced and his grades were pretty bad. So it makes sense." The officer across from Sihan asked him, "Kid, where have you been all this time?" His eyes were lifeless as he answered nonchalantly, "I don't remember." The other officer got angry and snapped, "What the hell are you talking about, kid? You dare lie to me?" Suddenly, the officer's eyes widened, a flash of light in his pupils. Then, he calmly said, "Ah, so you don't remember anything. All right, go on in for counseling." Sung Sihan looked at his hand and thought, "It seems there's no problem using magic on Earth. It'll be a pain if things get out of control, so I need to find an excuse to get out of here and avoid the main investigation." The sky was clear blue above the imposing South Korean police station. A while later, Sung Sihan slowly walked out. As he looked up, something made him stop in his tracks. At that moment, a car was parked out front, and a middle-aged man stepped out. His gaze was stern. Sihan let out a sharp breath. "Ah, a condo in Daejeon, Dad's place." His father yelled, "Where have you been, and what have you been doing all this time? You didn't contact me for 3 years, but at the very least you should have been in school. I can't believe my son dropped out of middle school. And what's this about being some kind of streaker? Thanks to you, I've completely lost face." Sihan said nothing, just sighing to himself. He's the same as ever. I wasn't expecting a touching reunion, but to start by insulting the son he hasn't seen in 3 years. During the 3 years I was in Glan, I missed Earth and wanted to come back, but only because I missed things like the internet, TV, computers, hot water, and heated floors. I didn't miss my house or my family at all. That's when I had a sudden realization. This man really means nothing to me. His father continued, "It's not too late, so go back to Seoul. I'll send you to Hakmun High School. So you'd better study like your life depends on it. Pass the high school equivalency exam, get your diploma, and get into a university in Seoul. Don't tarnish your father's honor anymore." Hearing this, Sung Sihan nodded. "All right." As he stood up to leave, his father shouted, "Make sure you live a proper life. A person can only be decent if they get into a good university. If you can't even do that, then you might as well just disappear." Sung Sihan thought to himself, "There's no need to be frank with this guy anymore. I gave my all to fight. I risked my life for our future, but my reward was to lose everything and be exiled." He silently made a vow. "I have to go back. Just you wait, you bastards. I'll return and give back everything you did to me." The sky was a hopeful blue, and so a year passed. I pretended to study at Hakmun. To find a way back to Glan, I locked myself in my room and repeatedly reviewed my knowledge of magic and magiology from there. Since I have a spellbook, I just had to cheat on the parts I didn't know. Thanks to that, I not only passed the equivalency exam with ease, but also got accepted into a prestigious university in Seoul. His father was overjoyed. "You got into a good university. It seems my son has finally come to his senses. I can finally hold my head up high." Sihan stated flatly. Well then, since I've preserved the family's honor as you wished, father, from now on, I'll live on my own. I'll handle my own living expenses and tuition, so don't interfere in my life anymore. Hearing this, his father flew into a rage. What? You think the world is an easy place to live? You think society is that simple? Fine. Go ahead and try living on your own, you rebellious brat. Inside, Sihan thought. He thinks I'm looking down on the world, but I can't help it. Because I have the power of aura and magic. This transcends the rules of modern civilization. Making money is incredibly easy with aura. For example, if Sihan just went to a racetrack, he could adjust the speed of the horses with his aura and control the outcome of the race. Using various methods, he earned enough money in less than 1 year to live the rest of his life without any worries. Looking out the window, his heart was heavy with thoughts. But I've made no progress in finding a way back to Glan. I've only managed to create a small hole in the fabric of space. Even if I succeed in moving between dimensions, I didn't even know which dimension I would end up in. Trying to find lone in a near infinite number of dimensions was like trying to find an oasis in a desert. It wasn't a matter of success or failure. There was nothing specific about Glan that could help me pinpoint its location. I didn't know what to do anymore. If this kept up, I'd waste decades, if not until the day I died. Sihan's once steel-like determination slowly began to erode with time. He wondered, was it really worth being this angry? It's not like they tried to kill me. They just sent me home. He began to gradually compromise with his reality. He told himself and Lev, well, you never know what's going to happen in a relationship. It's true they betrayed me, but Sihan started to justify their actions and make excuses. I understand, he thought. The anger that felt like it would burn forever slowly died down, and a poison called forgiveness corroded him. I can't go back to Glan anymore. 3 years after returning from Glan, Sihan decided to live in the present. He made a few friends at university after failing to form any relationships for a long time since returning to Earth. The nightmares about Glan gradually lessened after he completed his military service. To Sihan's dismay, that just reversed my nightmares. Instead, he started having nightmares about going back to the army. Like the heroes in movies, he had also thought about using his abilities for the good of the world. But he had already risked his life for one world, and because he had paid the price for it, he no longer had the motivation to do it again. Starting a new relationship made him feel dreamy, but in reality, it gradually became bland over time. He could do anything he set his mind to, but life just made him feel bored. Sihan was wandering in a darkness with no way out. One day, it appeared before him like a flash of light. Sihan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was dazed while working out at the gym. Sihan wondered, this feeling, it's too familiar, isn't it? Could it be Van's magic? With that thought, he quickly jumped down, then rushed off, wondering to himself, why? Why is it reaching this far? How could Sihan feel the traces of Glan? This was the positional sign he had been looking for, a trans-dimensional landmark. Sihan ran, panting, a slight smile forming on his lips. I can go back after all. I had tried everything to get back to Glan, but no matter what I did, I couldn't grasp a single specific positional landmark across the dimensions, and that had made returning an impossible task. But then, a light began to appear before Sihan. As they say, every cloud has a silver lining. Sihan was trying to run at full speed. He thought, I'm sure of it. This is Lone's magic. Magic that is crossing the dimensions and touching Earth. But so what? What does that have to do with me? Didn't I decide to move on and live on Earth? I thought I'd forgotten everything and forgiven everyone. But if I really felt that way, my heart wouldn't feel this empty. It wasn't that I had forgiven those people. I had simply given up out of despair from not being able to go back. But this time is different. I can actually go back. This time, I won't give up. And with that, Sihan dropped out of school and began to train his aura and magic once again. Learning to traverse the dimensions, he thought happily, even though I've found a positional landmark to return to Glan, opening a door to another dimension won't be easy. But I'm feeling excited for the first time since returning to Earth. And after some time, almost like a miracle, the path between Glan and Earth was connected. It was the result of 10 years of hard work after Sihan returned to Earth. Seeing his achievement before him, his lifeless eyes finally had a spark of light. Sihan, I finally did it. A satisfied smile crept onto his gaunt face, which then broke into a loud laugh. Sihan shouted with joy. It's done! I can finally go back! You say I should forgive them because I understand them? What nonsense. Forgiveness will only come after I take back everything those bastards stole from me after their betrayal. Just you wait, you traitors. Returning to the present, Sihan spoke calmly. I guess I lived a pretty normal life, since I have aura and magic. Life on Earth became quite easy. He thought to himself, there's no reason for me to say anything bad about that. Alita smiled gently in reply. I understand. Seeing her smile, Sung Sihan was momentarily confused. The sky was clear blue with clouds drifting gently. Alita knelt on the ground, closing her eyes and concentrating with all her might. Sihan, who was next to her, asked, How does it feel? Can you sense anything? Alita replied softly, Yes, very faintly. He immediately said, That's mana. Knowing the basic principles of magic can be very important, but the most fundamental thing is being able to feel it. Keep trying. If you reach the level of a third-tier mage, you'll be able to hide the traces of spatial summoning magic on your own. Alita asked curiously, That magic is only at the third-tier level? Sihan replied, Yeah, it's a pretty low-level spell, so much so that even I could use it with my current mana, which is quite weak. You're just hiding it, not erasing or altering the traces, so it's not very difficult. If you reach the point where you can block it, you won't need to follow me anymore. Hearing this, a spark of interest lit up in Alita's eyes, and she asked, So if I get good enough to erase the traces of summoning magic, I can leave? Sung Sihan replied, Of course. There's no reason for me to stand in the way of your freedom, as long as there's a way, right? I even hope you can go on to live a peaceful life without running into any trouble in the future. Well, if it's you, I'm sure you can do it. Alita was silent for a moment, then she spoke. So, if I want to stay by your side, is there anything I can do to help you? Sung Sihan was a bit confused but still answered. Of course there is. You're one of the few people I trust in Glan. You would be a great help if you decided to stay. Alita fell silent, her eyes filled with her own thoughts. Then she asked, When you're done with your revenge, what do you plan to do? Just like you planned 10 years ago, will you continue to live here and settle down? Sung Sihan replied, This time is different. Glan is no longer a worthwhile world for me. The reason I came back is because I still have unfinished business. I can only move forward after I've dealt with my past. Once I've gotten my revenge, I'm going back to Korea. Hearing that, Alita couldn't help but call his name, Sihan. But don't you need to burn someone's heart to be able to return to Korea? Hearing that, he was startled. Who do you think I am? Of course, I'll go back the same way I came. Coming here from Earth was truly like a miracle. But on the other hand, going back should be quite easy. A model. As Sihan gently twirled his finger, a blue circle appeared in midair. He explained, As you can see, I can now open a spatial gate. The problem is, I don't know where it will connect to, but since I'm from Earth, I should be able to return to Earth naturally, even without a location marker. Recalling the scene of himself naked in the street, Sung Sihan thought, The problem is, where on Earth will I return to? An unforgettable memory. The thought made Sihan explode in anger, shouting, But that's not a problem anymore because I've already prepared a return magic spell in South Korea. Did you really think I'd pull another naked stunt in Kwangmen? Seeing this, Lita surmised that his psychological trauma ran quite deep. Then, she smiled gently and said, I will stay by your side. I am the cursed daughter of a mad tyrant. As long as I live in Luanlo, I can't hope for any kind of future. But what if I didn't exist in this world? I will help you get your revenge. But when everything is over, please take me back to Earth with you. Elsewhere, in a place planted with many flowers, Leda stood alone in a field, surrounded by flowers of all colors in full bloom. A deep, warm voice rang out. Why are you taking a walk all alone? He approached with a smile. Queen Leda? Seeing him, Leda smiled affectionately. Prince, the sun feels so warm today. He said it was dangerous to go out alone without an attendant. She smiled and replied, It's all right. Even though I'm called the queen, this title holds no power or influence. I'm just a beautiful decoration. What danger could there be? Perhaps things would be different if I received the emperor's love, but how could he be interested in a political wife when he already has countless beautiful concubines? He interrupted. It's true that my father doesn't care for the queen, but that's precisely why I feel more at ease. Receiving his warm embrace, Leda blushed and said, This is dangerous. What if someone sees us? He immediately reassured her, There's no one around, Leda. And so, the two shared a passionate embrace amidst the romantic scenery. The royal palace was magnificent and splendid. Finishing their secret rendezvous, he was striding down the hallway when he suddenly stopped and spoke. Stop hiding. Come out. Why have you come to see me? The man's face broke into a sly smile as he said, I have some important information. Meanwhile, Sung Sihan held a large pill in his hand and put it in his mouth. As he chewed it, his face twisted in disgust. It's really bitter. Zenon excitedly held up a small jar. He said with a bright smile, I tried making a sauce, Sihan. You'd better eat it with this. Over here, Alita held a pill and said thoughtfully, this medicine is amazing. I only take a few pills a day, but I can clearly feel a difference in my body. It's a combat energy enhancement pill, like the protein powder you take when you work out. It's meant for high-level swordsmen to increase the amount of combat energy they gain from training. Though it's so effective that it's also expensive, we can eat it like a snack thanks to Keithon's support, he said cheerfully. Just let me know whatever you need. Sung Sihan excitedly clenched his fist. Money really is amazing. My combat energy recovery rate is better than I thought. My combat energy is almost at the master level. A glint appeared in his eye. He said, at this rate, I'll be able to face Gazinda soon. At Keithon's magnificent and luxurious building, a servant announced that Count Keithon Anson had arrived. He turned and shouted in displeasure. Too late. You're too late. I called for you a long time ago, so why are you only just arriving? Get in here, quickly. The rest of you can leave. The servants responded confusedly. Yes, sir. Then they left, leaving only Keithon and Sung Sihan in the room. Immediately, he changed his attitude, bowing and kneeling. Keithon bowed his head respectfully and exclaimed, Welcome, Sir Sung Sihan. In his mind, Sung Sihan thought with amusement, how interesting. Then he said aloud, Your acting is superb. If I didn't know better, I would have thought it was real. Keithon replied with a pleased smile. Because I have to consider the situation. Then, Sung Sihan said, Anyway, have you finished preparing what I asked for? Keithon held up a piece of paper and answered, Yes, I've prepared a list of names here, including those with enough strength and moral standing to confront Gazinda. Of course, I'm certain that everyone will turn their backs on Gazinda the moment you appear, but that will give the other emperors time to prepare for your revenge. And if 5 of them join forces to fight, even you would have a hard time winning. Creating a situation where we overthrow the tyrant Gazinda with the support of the people would be an excellent idea, Sihan said with a laugh. That's not something a recent ally of Gazinda should be saying, but the reaction isn't as big as I thought it would be. I thought it would be bigger, considering the way Gazinda rules. He must still be a revolutionary hero in the people's eyes. That's true, but he controls the army very tightly. He personally manages the Black-Scale Knights and the 30,000-strong standing army. They still worship Gazinda, Sihan mused. Not all of them. I think so. A faction within the Knight Order has been acting secretly behind his back. There might be an opening for me there, Keithon spoke up. And there are also the loyal nobles. They are the core of his power, held tightly in his grasp. Sung Sihan asked curiously, So I'll have to deal with them first. Who's the leader? Without hesitation, Keithon raised his hand and answered, It is I. Sung Sihan was slightly surprised. It's you. Then he said, The chance of success is 50-50. It can be done, but it won't be easy. He seems to be the most suitable person. Keithon spoke up. I think so too, but he truly hates me, as if I were a bug. Anson asked coldly. What did you just say? Are you planning to betray father? You want me to believe that? Keithon thought to himself. I don't think he'll do it. It's ridiculous even to me. Of course, without Sir Sung Sihan, how could I have come up with this idea? But I can't tell him about Sir Sihan. Smart spoke up patiently. How dare you talk about patriotism when you're nothing but a parasite of a lion? Stop this ridiculous act and get to the point. Keithon stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then he spoke. You're right. I am like a parasite, and a good parasite knows how to choose a good host. Gazinda is a host that is nearing its end. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock. He said, bewildered, What did you just say? You know that's not something you should say, even as a joke, right? Keithon replied, Yes, which means I'm willing to stake my life on this. In truth, patriotism is useless, and the people's suffering are not things I care about. I'm telling you this for my own benefit, but I'm sure this will also alleviate the people's pain. Do you know what those who are called traitors desire? It's to live a long and fulfilling life. There's no point in living a short life of luxury. DM Trong said, You're saying my father's reign won't last? He's still young. What makes you think he won't rule for long? Quan smiled slyly. That's a question you already know the answer to, don't you? The kingdom of Gazinda is a thorn in the side of its neighboring countries. We can take the recent war as an example. They ruthlessly backstabbed 2 nations. The moment Gazinda shows the slightest weakness, either the Lexian kingdom or the Siet Empire will act almost immediately. The friendship between revolutionary heroes is a thing of the distant past. This kingdom won't last a decade at this rate. King Gazinda must step down if he has any thought for his people and his country. At this point, Kathon let out a sigh and thought to himself, truth be told, I was planning to sell out the country and flee to another nation when that happened. Looks like I'll be playing the part of a patriot, thanks to you, Sung Sihan. Oh well. If the plan succeeds, being a patriot is much better than being a traitor. Suddenly, he said, you won't be safe if this kingdom itself collapses, and even you wouldn't stoop so low as to sell out your own country. But I still don't understand. It won't benefit you if I become king. You can only live in luxury if I continue to keep you in your position. You know very well what I think of you. What makes you think I would do that for you? Hearing this, Kathon slowly closed his eyes and calmly said, Your Highness, I am a tool for the king. If the king wishes to rule for the benefit of the people, I will follow his will. If the king desires luxury and pleasure, I will also follow his will. How the king wishes to use a tool like me is his right. Ginglan demanded greed and tyranny from me. What will you demand of me? Hearing this, An angrily slammed the table and stood up. However, the man remained calm and said, I am finished. With that, Kathon left decisively, leaving him with the mess. He stood motionless, his eyes holding a mix of anger and hesitation. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out again. She is the queen, which means she is the king's woman. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows and asked probingly, What are you trying to say? Kathon turned back, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he looked at him, and then said, Only the one who wears the crown can claim the queen as his own. Elsewhere, still in Kathon's castle, Sihan was sitting leisurely on a long chair, reading a book. He spoke with satisfaction. It's nice to be able to relax. Suddenly, a scream echoed, shaking the entire space. Sung Sihan frantically opened the door and rushed out. What's wrong? I heard a scream. A confused Lai stammered his name. Sung Sihan. Xenon was lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by several blazing flames. She asked in a panic, What do I do now? A frightened voice cried out. Sung Sihan grabbed Zenon's shoulders and shook him frantically. He panicked. Zenon, calm down. What happened to you? Alita answered in confusion. About that. A few minutes earlier, in the garden, fresh green vegetables were growing. Seeing this, Zenon said excitedly and happily, Amazing! They're growing so well. It looks like we can harvest them in a few days. Elsewhere, Li looked intently at her own hands. I've been practicing magic application for a month now. I feel pretty confident about it. I think I'll try casting a spell right now. The first spell Sihan taught me, the simplest first-tier spell, Magic Flame. Then she brought her hands to her mouth and began to chant, O flame, gather at my fingertips. Green leaves from the trees slowly drifted down. All of a sudden, a powerful vortex of fire appeared right after Lai finished her chant. She panicked, thinking, What? I can't control it. This quickly caught Xenon's attention. He asked curiously, What's going on, Lai? Suddenly, a giant fireball flew towards him. Alita's panicked scream rang out, Watch out, Zenon! He was stunned and hadn't reacted when the fireball collided from behind, creating a massive explosion. The flashback ends. Li sighed and thought as she spoke. That's what happened. I was worried it might hit Xenon and tried to change its direction. Just then, Xenon woke up and shouted in frustration. Why would you do that? It should have hit me. I would have been burned to a crisp. Is there nothing I can do to bring my son back? Why wasn't it me? It should have been me. Sung Sihan thought helplessly. Looks like he isn't physically hurt, but he's mentally unstable. Alita spoke awkwardly. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll be sure to aim for you, Zenon. He shouted in frustration. Just shoot it into the sky. Looking at the huge crater from the explosion, Sung Sihan spoke up. But there's something strange. Is this really magic flame? This doesn't look like something a first-tier spell could do. Can you try casting it again, Alita? She immediately replied. Okay. Once again, Alita closed her eyes, brought her hands to her mouth, and began to chant. After a moment, flames started to form around her. Sung Sihan excitedly said, All right, stop. That's enough. What? Why is it like this? Alita, the amount of magic I'm sensing is on par with a 5th-tier spell, and just looking at the output, it's equivalent to a 7th-tier spell. Hearing this, Zenon was stunned. What? Are you mistaken? Alita just started learning how to use magic. Sung Sihan replied, I know it doesn't make sense, but innate talent in magic is something beyond our comprehension. Alita spoke, confused. Can someone please explain what's happening? Seeing her, Sihan explained. Remember how I explained that you need to combine your magic with energy from nature to use spells? For most mages, they absorb 10 units of energy from nature, and they convert it into a spell with an output level of 1 or 2. However, Alita, in your case, Even though you can only absorb 10 units like other mages, your magic doesn't decrease during the conversion phase. In fact, it actually increases. It's as if you're receiving magic from an unknown source. I've never seen this before. I wonder if Siphon or Lian know about this. Hearing that, a confused Alita asked, "So, will I have problems learning magic?" Sihan replied, "The amount of magic you possess is too large for the spells you're currently casting. Your inability to control it only increases the risk. I suggest you stop practicing magic for the time being." "No," Lethal said. "I understand your reasoning, but are you saying I have a powerful ability right now? I know I can't be of much help to you in my current state, but I can't give up this new power." Her determined attitude surprised Sihan a little. Lian fell silent in thought for a moment, then helplessly scratched his head and said, "All right, let me be honest with you. There is still one way. Though the reasons may be different, I also faced a similar problem. It turns out that humans have a higher magic absorption rate than the residents of the Misty Isles. Although I have an abundant amount of magic, I lack the skills to handle it." Hearing this, Alita listened attentively, overjoyed. After she agreed, Sihan continued, "Yes, I think I can teach you how to temporarily control your magic. However, I'm not aware of the potential risks involved. Are you okay with that?" A joyful voice rang out. "Yes." In a large, luxurious, and solemn room, Sihan casually pulled open the door and walked in. Seeing him, Keithon smiled and said, "You've returned, Lord Sihan." He sat down and immediately asked, "How has that sly prince been since our last meeting?" He replied, "After a few private meetings with him, he finally expressed his intention to join. However, to join us, he requires clear proof. He wants to see if I have the intention and the ability to carry out a successful coup." Hearing this, Sihan said with satisfaction, "I knew he would react that way. So what kind of proof does he demand?" Keithon answered without hesitation. "He demands that we eliminate one of Gasin's loyal dogs." He asked curiously, "The 3 loyal dogs?" He immediately explained, "He's talking about the 3 subordinates who support his rule over the people from the shadows. Each one controls a sector: military, economy, and politics. The people call them the 3 loyal dogs, hoping someone will get rid of them. In the military sector, there's the commander of the Black Scale Knights, Dao Dao. In the economic sector, the richest man in the kingdom and related to Gasin by marriage, Duke Quamton." At this point, Sihan asked, "So, who is the last loyal dog?" Instantly, Keithon raised his hand and said, "That would be me." Sihan was a little surprised. Then he continued, "One of the prince's demands is to eliminate Dao Dao." Sihan said, "The commander of the Black Scale Knights. You're saying I have to face a master swordsman, huh?" Suddenly, Keithon spoke excitedly. "I'm sure that will be easy for someone like you, Lord Sihan." He immediately replied, "Since I have to hide my identity, I'll have to fight without using my own combat techniques. It might sound easy, but it's really not. I need to learn more about this person." Keithon continued, "You've surely heard of Dao Dao?" Sihan asked curiously. "But I don't know anyone by that name," he explained. "After becoming a noble, he changed his name and everything. Do you remember Dao, the first assault commander of Gasin's army? At a construction site that was gradually being built, someone quietly called out the name, Dao. Just then, a gruff soldier ordered, 'Move faster. This is Lord Gasin's new castle. At this rate, we'll never be finished. You maggots, do I need to kill another one of you to teach you a lesson?' Suddenly, that soldier was struck down. Bam spoke with a determined voice. 'We can't live like this anymore. Do you have any idea how many of us have died for Gasin's amusement in this cruel place? Today, we escape from here.' The nearby soldiers fell into chaos, and someone among them shouted, 'It's a revolution.' Immediately, the laborers, led by Bams, revolted. At that moment, a panicked soldier cried out, 'Commander, we have a problem. The slaves in the work area have started a revolution.' Dao casually ordered, 'Even so, they're just slaves, aren't they? Just take care of them.' The soldier panicked. It seems that among those slaves are former knights, who were part of Loxin's old revolutionary army. Hearing that, he paused and then exclaimed, 'Have they lost all their pride? All right, you traitors who have lost your loyalty. I, Commander Dao of the Black Scale Knights, will deal with you myself.' The guards screamed fiercely in pain as Jiam, with a ferocious expression, began attacking everyone. He roared, 'Back off! I don't want to kill my former comrades, so please, don't stand in my way.' A guard said in shock, That's Commander Dao from the old revolutionary army. He's a master swordsman. We can't defeat him." Jiam's expression froze for a moment. Dao's voice startled the person next to him. "Revolution? You mean you're going to defy His Majesty's orders? You disloyal bastard, I won't spare any of you. Long time no see, fatty. Jiam's eyes suddenly widened. Dao replied, I am no longer Dao. Address me as Lord Dao. Anyway, what are you doing here? I thought you retired to become a farmer or something. He gave a bitter laugh. That's right. I thought I would never have to pick up a sword again after the world changed. But I was wrong. For the sake of the suffering people, we will leave this country. Dao remained arrogant. Even though you resigned, you were once a knight. You mean to cast aside your loyalty and commit treason? You became a farmer and lost the honor and pride of a knight. Hearing those words, Jiam gritted his teeth and said, word by word, treason? Take a look at yourself. These poor people have fallen into crisis and despair. It's all because of you and your greed. Where is your honor and pride now? Dao replied with indifference. Why should I care? A knight is most importantly loyal to his master. He asked back, is this the world we once wanted, Dao? Suddenly, Dao became enraged and gripped his sword tightly. Don't call me by that name. My name is Dao, an honorable name given to me by the king. Jiam became agitated, clenching his jaw. The battle between the two began, fierce and intense. Their two swords clashed, sending out fiery sparks. He gritted his teeth, his body tense. Jiam assessed his strength. This power, this guy, he's even stronger than before. He's on another level. Even though we're both at the master rank, since I've only just reached this level. He was gradually pushed back by the other's power. Suddenly, Jiam's pupils widened fiercely. He used his sword to block Dao's slash. In that instant, bright red blood spurted from his body. His subordinates were stunned. Commander, you bastard! How dare you do that to our commander? Dao turned his head back. You're all the same. You must have been in the Revolutionary Army. Fools. A true lion doesn't care about a bunch of cowardly rats. I will eliminate the enemy's commander. Black Lion. Punish the remaining traitors. The scene immediately turned tragic. As one by one, people began to fall. The figure of Dao stood there, coldly witnessing it all. His eyes couldn't hide his indifference. You foolish Jiam. If you were alone, you could have escaped. Why sacrifice yourself for these lowlifes? You've even thrown away your loyalty. But then, the corners of Jiam's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He spoke up. You talk about the honor and pride of a knight, yet you don't even know why I'm doing this? You're not a true knight, Dao. You're just a wretch, just like before. Those words made Dao's lips press tightly together, unable to speak. He flew into such a rage that he struck the finishing blow. Dao said coldly, I told you not to call me by that name. I have already discarded it. Just then, a subordinate approached to report. Captain, we've wiped them all out. We've taken all non-knights as hostages. Suddenly, he asked, baffling his subordinate, what do you mean? They also committed treason. Isn't the punishment for treason death? What are you doing? Don't kill them all. At that moment, the prince came from behind and shouted, Stop, Black Lion Knights, he commanded. I will not allow any more slaughter. Dao quietly turned his head. The prince emphasized, I will not allow you to harm the workers any longer. This is an order from the heir to the throne. Dao hesitated. My orders come directly from the commander. The prince stood firm. If you kill them all, who will build the new royal castle for my father, the emperor? You should at least wait until the castle is finished before you punish them. Dao was annoyed. Does that mean we have to release them without any punishment? He sighed and raised his voice. All right, if the prince insists, so be it. We will take them back to the royal palace construction site. Are you satisfied now? The prince's expression soured at his tone, and he turned and left, filled with immense disgust. Watching his retreating back, Dao judged, His Highness is too soft. We must strike down traitors without mercy, to show the people. He possesses an unnecessary softness and a weak will. How could a tiger give birth to a puppy like that? After walking for a while, the prince asked, What do you think of him, Sung? He's the captain of the Black Lion Knights. I don't know how a revolutionary hero could turn into someone like that. He replied nonchalantly. No, he's always been this way. Past or present, he kills anyone who gets in his way. He'll do whatever his master asks. Sung Sihan stressed, That is the only justice he knows. The prince grew curious. The way you say that, it's as if you knew Captain Dao from before. Sung Sihan forced a laugh. That's just what I heard from Bastion Kathon. The prince responded. Is that so? I'm surprised he'd say something like that. I'm curious. Why did you decide to join me? Sung Sihan answered. I also feel that you are more worthy of the emperor's throne. The prince hesitated. More worthy? I've never received such a compliment. People usually just say a tiger gave birth to a puppy. Sihan comforted him. A dog is man's most intimate companion. It represents a bond of friendship and loyalty, and helps in life and in the hunt. It also guards us through the night. Throughout human history, there has surely been no animal more helpful than the dog. Vinda is certainly a king like a tiger, but I would rather serve someone like a dog than a tiger. It sounded a bit odd, but hearing those words, the prince broke into a happy smile. I understand. You really are an interesting person, he thought to himself. The more we talk, the more I find myself trusting him. Meanwhile, Sung Sihan's gaze scanned his surroundings. He wondered to himself, is this the world we once fought for? Making traitors pay for their sins is necessary to shatter the current peace, but destroying the peace here is making me a bit distracted by personal feelings. But thanks to Gacinda, I won't hesitate at all. The faces of the men in the room grew wary. Dao ordered, everyone, drink up. His subordinate cheered. Yes, Captain. Then Dao remembered something. Oh, right. Have you all heard about the construction project? Someone asked, confused. Did something happen? Dao replied. The prince suddenly requested a new residential building and additional support for them. A man startled. What? Did you agree, sir? Dao gave a faint smile. Of course not. Reward them after they've committed a crime? How could I? That would just encourage a whole mob of rebels. The men grew excited. That's why you're so quick to rule with an iron fist, sir. Those low-class insects are hopelessly stupid anyway. Then, loud laughter erupted in the room. Exactly. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from outside, aiming straight for Dao's face. He was startled by the sudden attack. A subordinate yelled in panic, Captain, it's dangerous! Get down! But then, Dao used his eye power to shatter the arrow into pieces. They were horrified. He shattered an arrow with just his eyes, just as you'd expect from him. A bone-chilling smile spread across his lips. Dao spoke. How interesting. An arrow imbued with persistent combat energy, able to target me so precisely through such a narrow window. He stood up, excited. Why don't we go see what that was? A moment later, Dao's feet landed on the cold ground outside. He assessed the situation. The snow is too thick. In this weather, you can't even see their tracks. Suddenly, Dao's eyes widened at the scene before him. He quickly recognized Sung Sihan and Zenon. Who did this? It couldn't have been that Keithon fellow. Ah, was it the prince? Sung Sihan replied, think whatever you want. In any case, none of you are getting out of here alive. He declared fiercely, I will take your head, Dao. Dao gave a mocking sneer and praised him. That childish determination is just foolish. Do you really think the two of you are enough to take on the Black Lion Knights? Then, his subordinates rushed forward, attacking viciously. Dao realized their plan and ordered, easy now. Keep them alive for questioning. Zenon gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging on his skin, then lunged forward to counter, swinging his blade at his opponent. Beside him, Sung Sihan also prepared to join the fight. A subordinate's sword strike flew out, but Sihan dodged it with ease. The man sneered, you're good at dodging, you little eel. From the side, Dao observed, his skills certainly match his confidence. He's holding his own against two Black Lion Knights without any trouble. He snapped his fingers and ordered, I need more support to capture them alive. A group of men immediately rushed forward, surrounding the two of them. Zenon was furious. 2 against 4. Do you people have any honor as knights? A subordinate shouted back, how dare you talk about honor when you're here on an assassination attempt? Zenon fumed. That's right, Sung Sihan said helplessly. Who told you to even talk to them? Their enemies gloated. A wall of steel is closing in. There's no escape for you. One of them thought, this won't be enough. A wall of steel won't be enough. We need a finishing blow. He glanced at his comrade, and they secretly signaled their plan to each other. As one attacked, Sung Sihan suddenly smirked and said, I knew it. The knight tensed up at his attitude. The battle devolved into one side attacking and the other defending. Then, to Zenon's surprise, Sihan dashed forward. He yelled, not today. Let's run. One of the subordinates was enraged. Are they playing with us? How dare they run when things get tough, especially after they attacked us first? They shouted in anger. Do you think you can run? Get them! One of them smirked. We may not specialize in pursuit like the Cyclone or Wild Wind divisions, but we'll still catch you. As knight-class swordsmen, these weapons are more responsive than a feather. At that moment, Sung Sihan and Zenon leaped over a barrier to escape. That group was chasing them on the bridge, while his group ran through the tunnel below. The two of them looked tense, drenched in sweat. The Black Knight stood behind them. What a shame. This path was blocked years ago. Dao approached from behind. Didn't you guys even plan an escape route beforehand? You idiots, if you'd just jumped from the building, you could have escaped. You'll have to try a lot harder if you want to become Black Lion captains. Sihan's side remained silent, offering no response. He sighed. We were careful enough, maybe even too careful. Sung Sihan glanced back. Did they really have to go this far? Just then, she appeared behind them. He called out, Alita. The man standing behind them was also stunned by her presence. They burst out laughing. You're sending out someone with warrior-level combat skills? The group laughed maniacally with excitement. Suddenly, Dao's expression darkened. He was terrified. What is this unexpected energy? This isn't combat energy. It was what Sung Sihan had explained before. If you can't control your magical energy because it's too immense, you should learn advanced magic first. It just needs the magical energy of a forest person. Alita remembered. To use your level of magical energy. Then, she unleashed a massive amount of magic, quickly overwhelming the entire area and shocking everyone. A tremor shook the space, and the smoke and dust began to clear. Alita looked at the power she had unleashed, surprised. It's so strong. But suddenly, her body swayed, and she fell backward. Sung Sihan explained, You'll be exhausted for a while because you just used all your magical energy. You won't be able to use magic again until it's fully recharged. Your magical energy is like your daily salary, huh? A mage following orders, huh? Alita grumbled. What a weird comparison. Meanwhile, Zenon commented, That magic was incredible. There's no trace of the knights left. I didn't think we'd wipe them out that fast, he explained. It's because this wall is very weak. A steel wall is sturdy, but it's not good at dispersing force, so it can only take a direct hit, like a rigid tree facing a storm, unlike a reed that bends with the wind. No swordsman could block that magic. But before Sung Sihan could finish, his eyes widened in shock. The furious aura from Dao stopped the words in his throat. The man was raging. How dare you? The young man was surprised. He's still alive, and he looks completely unharmed. Sung Sihan added, Looks like the captain of the Black Lions is going to be tougher than I thought. He warned Alita, You stay back. Sihan gave the order, We're moving to Plan B. He thought to himself. A swordsman at the Grandmaster level would be able to figure out my ultimate moves just from the traces left after a battle, so I need to secretly support Zenon from behind. Sung Sihan spoke up. I remember him being an expert with the spear, but it seems he's obsessed with being a knight now, so he uses a sword. No matter how long he's trained, he'll still be at a slight disadvantage using a weapon that isn't his specialty. He was confident. We can win if it's a sword fight. Dao sneered. Is that all you were hoping for? You fool. An expert with a blade? Indeed. His body moved quickly, but you're still an idiot. Dao reached up and unfastened the cloak on his back. A weapon was quickly revealed from under the fabric, and the sight left both him and the boy completely stunned. Dao spoke. If you were at the master level like me, you could turn a cloak into a steel bar. Did you really think someone like me would come out without a weapon? His eyes glinted with killing intent. Get ready, you little brat. Dao unleashed a massive flame with a steely declaration. I will torture you with this spear. On the other side, Sihan remained standing in place, looking completely unfazed. He understood. I see. So that's how it is. Looking at his posture, Sihan concluded. This idiot. Did he learn Ging's explosion technique? I'm such a fool. Not only did I not consider that he might have a weapon, but I also didn't expect him to have learned the explosion martial art. Suddenly, Sung Sihan closed his eyes tightly as if deep in thought. Then he made a request. Zenon, get back. You'll only be a burden now. This wasn't a situation where he could fight while holding back. Sung Sihan said with a serious expression, I'm fighting for real now. On the other side, Dao, refusing to be outdone, radiated killing intent and charged forward. The clash between the two created a violent tremor. He laughed contemptuously. You dodged. A coward like you can't win. He was having a hard time parrying the old man's moves. The explosion martial art is an ultimate combat technique, used for both offense and defense. Unlike the tower style, it can't be countered by the mountain-breaking martial art. He thought, if I were fighting a giant monster, I would have already used the ultimate heaven-tier skill, dual dragon sword energy. But it would be too obvious if I used it against a human. It'd be very dangerous if I'm not careful. Dao continued to attack relentlessly. After a while, the two separated, creating a large distance between them. Suddenly, Sung Sihan spoke in a deep voice. All right, I'll have to use my combat energy for this one-on-one fight. The man's expression changed, gradually darkening. Dao assessed. What is this terrifying combat energy? I shouldn't have underestimated him because of his age. He's at the master level. If I drag this out, I'll be in danger. He roared. I was planning on playing with you for a while, but I've changed my mind. I'll finish you right here. Dao unleashed a ferocious technique. Explosion ultimate, quake. But in contrast, Sung Sihan's eyes remained somewhat indifferent. He unleashed his own ultimate skill, Tyrant King, flood. The man began to panic. What? Opposite him was Sihan's glorious fighting form. He brought his sword back, preparing to unleash his attack. The strike was a slash that seemed to tear through space itself. That move sent Dao into a panic as well. Suddenly, the distance between them closed, and Sung Sihan was standing right beside him. Dao was slashed in the shoulder and cried out in pain. He fell to the ground. My arm! Dao was stunned. Impossible. That technique. The Tyrant King's move. He became furious. So that's right. With that rank and age, I should have noticed sooner. Dao's tone was certain as he looked at him. You must be the heir of the Silver Mercenary King. Sung Sihan felt helpless. I forgot that old man created this ultimate skill. I see why he thinks that. He replied, You can think what you want, but we were once comrades who fought together, so I should at least let you know who's killing you. What is he talking about? Dao wondered. Suddenly, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. The body standing before him, Dao recognized him, the captain of the Tempest Corps, Sung Sihan. Dao's voice was filled with disbelief. Sung Sihan, captain of the Whirlwind Corps. Sung Sihan replied, Captain of the Whirlwind Corps. It's been a long time since someone called me that. I've seen your atrocious acts. The world we wanted to create when we overthrew the… Suddenly, the man shouted, cutting him off. I was just following Gacinda's orders. I swear to you, my lord, I know nothing. He sighed. Hey Dao, you did whatever you wanted, and now you're trying to pin it on Gacinda? What kind of knight acts like that? Dao screamed. I'm just defending myself. If that weren't the case, how could I dare call myself a knight? I would cast aside the name Dao, he continued to scream. I'm just a man who intended. But Sung Sihan didn't let him finish, mercilessly striking him down. Watching from a distance, Alita and Zenon were startled. Sung Sihan said, I only came here for personal revenge. I couldn't care less about the rest, he shouted. But either way, you still deserve to die. On the side, the Spirit Watcher was observing everyone's actions. That person, Le, truly fell into a panic. Of the 6 knights of the Black Lion Squad, 4, plus Dao, were now dead. Zenon, filled with rage, approached to examine the scene. He screamed, Who did this? Find the murderer immediately. I will kill him with my own hands. The scene shifts to Kithon, who begins, Are you satisfied, my lord? Prince L is responding very well. The situation is excellent. At this rate, we'll have more defectors, he said flatteringly. Indeed, if you were in command, you would have devised the plan. Someone once told me, you have a talent for twisting everything you possess into a deception. Just then, a maid entered to report, Lord Kithon, the guests have arrived. Kithon scratched his head sheepishly. Then, Prince L, if you'll excuse me. The prince agreed. Very well. Are these guests the ones you mentioned earlier? He replied, Yes. The very people on the list of potential coup plotters. Outside, one of the guests wondered aloud, It's strange that he invited us. Another agreed. It is. Livor said. He claims it's to celebrate us becoming captains of the Black Lion Knights, Chetdan said smugly. He probably wants to cozy up to us, now that we're captains. He's a powerful figure in this kingdom, after all. It costs us nothing to accept his invitation, he remarked. I never expected our old acquaintance to turn out this way. The scene shifts to inside the room. His expression suddenly turns grim and unsightly. Chetnan was horrified. What did you just say? Are you serious? It's about Count Kithon, he assured them. Of course, I am, which is why I hope you two will join us. The current king is no longer fit to rule. Isn't it the duty of a knight to serve a true king for the sake of the nation and its people? Livor raised his voice. Are you out of your mind? How can you suggest such treason? Kithon replied. You can go tell Gacinda if you wish, but who knows if he'll believe you. You both received at least 300 gold coins from the Earth Dragon Subjugation Institute and bribes from the Ivory Tower, correct? He shot up in a rage. Are you threatening us? I'll kill you. Just then, an immense power was unleashed from the side. Livor was grazed by a sword and froze in place. He looked toward the door and yelled, What the? Sihan said, That damn Ivory Tower. Giving you 300 gold coins, when they only offered me 1. Startled by the voice, they whipped their heads around. Who are you? They then spoke in unison. Prince Sihan. Livor was furious. How dare you point your sword at a Black Lion captain when you're nothing but a guard knight? Sihan replied calmly, I never understood why you nobles are so fond of that term. A sinister smile spread across Sung Sihan's face. And why can't I? He asked, shocking the two men. How could they possibly remain calm now? His pupils constricted in fear as he stared at Sung Sihan. His entire body radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Livor collapsed to the floor as Chetan cried out in terror. This energy, they concluded. You're the one who killed the captain. Sung Sihan teased. I thought you were a fool, but you've suddenly become so polite. I guess you're not much of an opportunist, are you? Though I can't say you look the part. He spoke up. That's just how it is, Prince Sihan. One must be flexible in reason and decision-making. That is the beauty of being human. Sung Sihan retorted. Don't you dare lower the standards of beauty. Kithon gave a forced laugh. I was just joking. He was stunned. Is the mighty Count Kithon actually afraid? Then, Livor looked up, his voice trembling as he asked, Who? Who are you? They emphasized that this person was the heir to the third mercenary king. In that space, a fierce shout echoed. Sihan said to Kethon, I have an idea. I used the Tyrant King's technique to defeat DW, and he thinks I'm a disciple of the mercenary king. So, if I pretend to be the mercenary king's disciple, I can use that technique while keeping my true identity hidden. Kithon laughed. I knew you'd think of that. So I've already prepared everything. Here is a detailed report on the personal information of Sung Sihan Sothen, a descendant of the third mercenary king. I have fabricated everything necessary for this identity. Even if the mercenary king himself denies it, no one will believe him. Sihan was surprised. You're more versatile than I thought. Now I see why Gacinda values you so much. Kithon chuckled. Oh, I'm quite useful. I'm a specialist in deception and fraud, after all. Chetdan said, the descendant of the mercenary king. I understand now why you are so powerful, but I still refuse to commit treason as a knight. I may not be a perfect knight, but I am not so much of a scoundrel that I would forget my honor and loyalty. I cannot forsake my knightly duties. He replied, Who said anything about forsaking them? I'm merely asking you to place your loyalty where it belongs, in service to a true king. He was stunned. A true king. Just then, he stepped out. For the future of this country, I need your help. The two men were shaken when they were called, turning to see the prince. Your Highness. Livor. At that moment, unable to contain himself, someone slammed their hand on the table. They shouted in unison, Prince L. He spoke with sincerity. For the people of this nation, he asked the question, Will you help me? Black Lion Knights, Livor and Chetdan began to walk away. Sihan watched them through the window and spoke. I've already identified their weaknesses and made my move. I've also appealed to their sense of duty. Prince L was just the pretext. There's no need to push any further. They're already on our side. Alita was about to take a bite of food. That's right. We have 2 Black Lion captains on our side now. Zenon, who was beside her, added, Just eat first. Sung Sihan turned around, surprised. When did you two get here and start eating? Alita replied nonchalantly, We were Prince L's escort. We couldn't just return without getting something to eat. Wasting food is a grave sin. Zenon added between bites. Your chef is quite skilled, Count Kithon. Hearing this, the Count puffed up with pride. Oh, you can taste the difference? I'm extremely particular about my food. I ate so much garbage during the revolution that I have to compensate for it now. At that moment, Sihan thought to himself, the flavor would be more harmonious with less vinegar and a bit of ginger, but I'd better not say anything. Sihan then asked aloud, So, if those 2 are the new Black Lion captains, will there be a new commander as well? Kithon replied, Yes. With 4 of the 6 captains dead, the 2 remaining ones, Lord Care and Lord Lone, have become the new commander and vice-commander. There was no vice-commander previously, but their skills are almost identical. The most talented and experienced knights have been selected as the new captains. Suddenly, Zenon asked, Sihan, don't you like the stew? You haven't touched it. Sung Sihan smiled cheerfully and replied, My apologies, thank you. This is actually my favorite. I'm just saving the best for last. An idea flashed through his mind. That's right, the main course should be savored last. A moment later, Khan handed him a stack of papers. He explained that due to Viscount Sung Sihanate's corruption, the people were suffering under him, and thanks to the prince, the coup was proceeding very smoothly. Sung Sihan nodded and said, That's fast progress. Khan continued, It means many people have suffered because of Sung Sihanate, but for the coup to succeed, we absolutely need Viscount Jambo. Sung Sihan was curious. Viscount Jambo, the man called the second symbol of the kingdom. Khan explained that he was extremely wealthy, but more importantly, he owned businesses throughout the kingdom and had the crucial trade connections necessary for the coup's communications. Sung Sihan replied, Oh, But it's probably hard to get him on our side, Khan said. No, he's already in. But there's a difficult condition. Actually, it's more like a personal request than a condition. He asked curiously, "What's the condition?" He replied, "He wants Alita to raise his youngest daughter." Hearing this, Sihan was so surprised he spat out the water in his mouth. He asked, "Alita? As a teacher? Can she do it with her abilities?" Khan replied, "Becoming a warrior class at Alita's age is quite impressive. The Jambo family's youngest daughter still doesn't have a master, so she hasn't made any progress. It's an old custom for a female master to teach a female disciple. I think he was looking for a female knight and noticed Alita, my personal guard knight." Sung Sihan thought for a moment, then spoke. "It's true there aren't many female knights in Rohan, but he must be desperate to choose Alita, the youngest daughter of the Jambo family. She seems familiar." Khan said cheerfully, "We've met her before. Don't you remember? The one training with Prince Pamen." Suddenly, Dina's face appeared in his mind. Sung Sihan exclaimed in surprise, "You mean Dina Jambo? The one who hit me on the head?" Hearing this, Khan looked confused. "My head." Sung Sihan flinched and said, "It's nothing." Alita exclaimed in shock. "Huh? Me? A master?" Sung Sihan said awkwardly, "It is a surprise. It's like asking a high schooler to teach a middle schooler, no matter how smart she is. You can refuse. Viscount Jambo has already agreed to join the coup." She replied, "So that means we don't get anything out of it." Sihan said, "Not necessarily. Dina's mother seems to come from a very powerful family. A noble family from the Leitenba kingdom, unlike Viscount Jambo, who only has influence within the Sung Sihanate kingdom. They're a family with huge businesses that span all of Glanamore. The daughter of a family like that. Teleporting and finding refuge will be much easier when we want to move around Bonum. We can also connect with other prestigious families through them," Alita said in surprise. "You've really looked into this." Hearing that, Sung Sihan denied it, saying the information was from Khan. Then, she asked curiously, "So, what are the risks?" Sung Sihan replied, "Our identities could be exposed. Me, as the savior from another world. And you, Alita, with your Lastine royal blood. Honestly, if that happens, it'll be a huge deal. If my identity is revealed, it's still manageable. But everything will fall into chaos if you're exposed as a descendant of the Lozan royal family." Alita fell silent, pondering his words. After a long moment, Alita placed her hand on the table and said, with determination, "If that's the reason, I accept. There's one thing my father always told me, always be careful and suspicious of anyone by your side. And that suspicion isn't about not trusting them. Doubt is the best tool we have to truly understand others. Trusting someone hastily is, in fact, a form of not trusting them at all. Even after becoming allies, you must never stop learning about the other person. My father always said that, so at the very least, I want to meet this Dina." Hearing her words, something stirred in Sihan's mind. He remembered back then, when Daesun had laughed cheerfully and said, "That's my Sihan. We're best friends after all." He recalled the sweet words Lavina had whispered to him, "I love you." Sihan said to himself, "I trusted them as they trusted me. I had their friendship, their love, and their absolute trust. But was that trust justified? Were there really no signs of their betrayal back then? I might have been wrong to try and understand my friends through the lens of trust. Maybe they were disappointed in me for some reason, or felt some opposition towards me. But maybe it was because I never bothered to understand them." Suddenly, Alita's voice pulled him back to reality. "Sihan?" he said, flustered. "Sorry. I zoned out for a bit. So, let's meet Dina. Let's meet her and see if she's trustworthy. See if she would betray us, even if she knew who we are." "But Alita, do you really not trust people, just because of your father's teachings?" "Just like Lady Ulyssia," Alita said gently. "Well, from now on, I'll always listen to your advice, at least. Even so, I have no intention of giving up on my revenge. No matter the reason, revenge isn't something I can just abandon." Meanwhile, at Khan's luxurious mansion, a cheerful Dina spoke up. "Hello, I'm Dina. I'll do my absolute best to learn, Master." Hearing this, Alita said a bit shyly, "It's a pleasure to meet you." From a distance, Sihan was watching. He remarked, "She's so bright. Doesn't seem like the type to pick Alita as a master." Zenon, standing beside him, added, "They look like sisters." Then, Alita spoke up. "All right, let's begin training." Dina was thrilled. "Yes," she smiled with satisfaction, remembering a previous conversation. "She's only warrior class," her father had said. "I can find someone better, can't I? It has to be her. I want to learn from her. She's super, super amazing." Alita called out gently, "Dina, let's start with the sword." Hearing that, The girl ran over with a bright smile. Yes, master. And so, Dina Jambo became Alita's disciple. Alita trained diligently, day and night. Her form was truly mesmerizing. Dina watched, captivated, and unable to look away. She's so cool. A little different from when I first met her. But this definitely isn't my imagination, right? She stared so intensely it sent a chill down Alita's spine. So beautiful. And muscular too. Dina continued to daydream. I heard that the defense of normal armor becomes meaningless when fighting someone at warrior class or above. So cool. I want iron armor like you, master. Alita paused her training to motivate Dina. If you reach warrior class, you should be able to harden iron and steel with your combat energy. The girl gushed excitedly. I want to wear iron armor like Zenon. He remained silent, not bothering to respond. Alita wanted to clarify that a master-class swordsman could harden any material, not just iron and steel like a knight class. Dina had a new goal. I want to be like Sir Zenon. After some discussion, the whole group let out a long sigh. Sung Sihan was confused, not understanding what was happening. What's with that? Alita suddenly asked. So, is it better for someone at the transcendent level not to wear iron armor? He was a little lost. Why the sudden question? Her reason was simple. I'm just curious. Alita was genuinely wondering. I heard that once you're master class, it doesn't matter what your armor is made of. But the 7 revolutionary heroes were all transcendent level, and they all wore different kinds of armor. Sihan discussed it seriously. It depends on the situation. I think it depends on the battle and the martial arts they use. There's ordinary cloth with a level 1 defense and armor with a level 10 defense. A knight-class swordsman can enhance steel with their combat energy, allowing them to improve the quality of their iron armor. Once you reach the master class, you can enhance silk cloth just as well as iron, using the same amount of combat energy. Since it's the same amount, it doesn't matter if you wear regular clothes or iron armor. He gave a few simple examples, but he explained that once she reached the transcendent level, she could fuse her combat energy with any material to strengthen it. For instance, leveling up a normal set of clothes from level 1 to level 10 versus leveling up level 10 armor to level 30. She came to a quick conclusion. So, iron armor is better, right? Sung Sihan chuckled and replied, No, that's not it. He elaborated, the strengthening effect from master class and below isn't affected by the armor's weight, but at the transcendent level, it is. So if your strategy relies on speed, you should wear light armor. And if your strategy is about strength, then wearing heavy armor is pretty logical. Alita thought it over seriously. I get it. I'll probably wear light armor if I manage to reach the transcendent level. Sung Sihan bluntly mocked her. Worry about that when you get there. You've got a long way to go. Alita pouted and shot back. Sorry, I get it. Then, Sung Sihan frowned, lost in thought as he recalled, I wonder what happened to my magical flowing vest armor. She recognized the name. You mean? Alita listed the items. The 3 holy relics of the savior from another world, the catastrophic magic sword, the magical flowing vest armor, and the red dragon's cage. This time, it was her turn to tease him. I'm sure someone is keeping them very safe. Even your underwear sold for 100 gold coins. The equipment you actually used must be worth so much more. Sung Sihan frowned and made up his mind. I can understand the underwear, but I think they took my magical equipment. How disgraceful. I'll have Keithon investigate. He immediately turned and left. Train well. I'm going to go rest. Alita called after him. Okay, has your combat energy recovered yet? Sung Sihan arrogantly declared. Of course. My old instincts are slowly coming back. He quietly looked down at his own hand. Or at least, my combat energy is. Sung Sihan kept his problem a secret. The recovery of his energy was going smoothly, but the recovery speed of his magic was slowing down. What's going on? While Zenon's group was training, someone else was struggling even more. By day, he would flatter Zenon, and by night, he would gather the nobles and old revolutionaries. To prepare for the coup, many saw the benefit in just watching from afar. Instead of letting them, Keithon glared and threatened them all. If you don't participate, I'll expose all of your corruption. He had the nobles cornered. You can't refuse. Who do you think Gazinda will believe? You or me? Thanks to Keithon's persuasive experience, they all joined the coup. Sihan wasn't surprised at all. It's true what they say. Demons of a feather flock together. Keithon cheerfully recounted his glorious achievement. I've managed to find allies of justice, willing to risk their lives for the future of this country. Sihan corrected him slightly. Don't put them and justice in the same sentence. Keithon gave a dark, sinister smile. When you take a bribe, it tastes delicious, but once it's in your stomach, it becomes poison and destroys you from the inside out. Sihan couldn't help but shudder at his cynical words. Keithon was brimming with confidence. I already have a few contingency plans in case I'm exposed. I have a lot of experience taking bribes. Sihan praised him sincerely. That's good. Sung Sihan then lowered his voice to give a warning. I'm only telling you this as a precaution. He glared menacingly. After the coup succeeds and I become king, you'd better not have any more plans. You haven't forgotten about the poison I planted in your body, have you? Unexpectedly, Keithon just smiled brightly and affirmed, Of course not, Sir Sung Sihan. I have no intention of betraying you. Keithon could clearly see the situation's pros and cons. Until now, I've done the best I could under Gacinda, but under the savior from another world, I can dream much bigger. He had found a new goal. Whether I have this poison in my body or not, I have no intention of betraying you. Keithon's ambition began to swell. I will change this nation. I want a good life, and I want the people to live well, too. Sihan was thrilled to hear that. He felt completely at ease with Keithon. You should have been like this from the start. Keithon then began to talk non-stop. I told you, it's impossible under Gacinda. At the same time, Zenon was hatching a sinister plan. Does everyone agree? Lavina sneered in agreement. I agree. He's too dangerous to be left alive. Once the Bone Dynasty falls, no one will be able to stop him. The others began to voice their approval. I don't like it, but I can't deny reality. I agree. I agree too. He asked the last person for their opinion. What about you, Zenon? He seemed a bit reluctant. Actually, I don't hate the guy. In fact, I quite like him. Lexian immediately stepped forward to affirm. We all do. We're not choosing this because we hate him. Zenon remained silent. He was no different from them. But I have friends who are more important than Sung Sihan. Zenon had agreed with them. As a mage, I trust your decision. He sneered in agreement. That's why democracy is best when you're uncertain. I agree too. Kazan suddenly spoke up, shattering the harmonious atmosphere. Good. Very good. But she cut straight to their biggest concern. I can't just ignore the issue. How do we do it? Kazan was well aware of the power of Sihan, who had defeated the extraordinary savior from another world. Zenon was furious, as if he'd been insulted. You're looking down on us, Kazan. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all 6 of us at once. She gave a faint, agreeable smile. Probably. Even Sung Sihan wouldn't survive if all of us attacked him at once. Kazan was a very practical person. And if we're lucky, maybe half of us will survive. Right? The mood in the room instantly plummeted. She raised her voice mockingly. 6 little mice gather to chat, but who will be the one to bell the cat? One morning at Zenon's palace, he seemed to have just woken from a nightmare. Zenon was covered in a cold sweat. I've been having strange dreams lately. He tried to calm himself down. It's probably because of that thing yesterday. It made me remember an old friend. Zenon felt a chill run down his spine. Traces of the Tyrant King's martial arts were found on Bak Li's body. He couldn't stop worrying. It can't be him. But I keep remembering the old days. Am I getting old? The beautiful woman beside Zenon woke up dreamily. Your Majesty, her enchanting voice called out to him. You're awake? Zenon immediately cast all his worries aside. Why think so much about it? He threw himself into the beautiful woman's arms. Come here, baby. She certainly knew how to please Zenon. Again? My, you have so much stamina. Zenon was lost in parties almost every day. Cheers. A vassal spoke up hesitantly. Your Majesty, these parties have been happening far too often. He casually brushed it off with an excuse. Parties? You've seriously misunderstood. This is to commemorate Bak Li. The old official truly couldn't believe it. For a whole month? His Majesty is actively participating in banquets for the soul of our late captain? I, Keller, would like to raise a toast as the new captain. Zenon burst out into a hearty laugh. Now that's more like it. Suddenly, the heavy doors were pushed open. Amadal. Someone shouted in alarm. Your Majesty. Kathon immediately knelt before him. Your loyal servant, Kathon, has come with urgent news for the great hero, Zenon. I've come to report that the assassins who murdered Prince Bial have been found. Zenon's eyes instantly turned cold. He shattered the wineglass in his hand, startling his lover. Zenon growled like a wild beast. Is that so? As they walked, the man continued his flattery. The killer appears to be a disciple of the king of mercenaries. He paid him no mind. What's his name? Kathon answered immediately. I haven't been able to confirm it yet. It seems he's called the Black Giant. He reported urgently. I've received information that he's hiding with the rebels in an old castle west of Latanzo. Zenon let out a savage, delighted laugh. Excellent, Keithon. I will punish them immediately. He called loudly for his subordinate. Keller! The man appeared at once. Yes, sir, your Majesty, Keller replied, full of fighting spirit. I will prepare 100 soldiers from the Black Lion Knights and 3,000 infantry. Kathon was stunned. That's more than I expected. He racked his brain, trying to think of a way out. That's the entire force of the Ginga army. This Keller guy really wants to go all out for his first battle. Calm down. In this situation, Kathon shouted with feigned excitement, Captain Keller, what a brilliant decision. He was intentionally trying to provoke Zenon. To be able to kill Prince Baal, that man is no ordinary foe. We truly need that many soldiers. The king had fallen for the trap. That's right. Someone might think I'm afraid. Zenon immediately reduced the number. Keller, prepare 50 Black Lion Knights and 1,000 infantry. I will be on the front lines, so it'll be fine. Keller thought he had misheard. But, Your Majesty, he tried to persuade him. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Kathon interjected at the perfect moment. It uses its full strength, not its entire pride. 1 or 2 lions are enough to catch a rabbit. Zenon, listening only to the sycophant, agreed. Count Kathon is right. Prepare the troops, as I said. Afterwards, he went to whisper to Keller. I apologize, Captain Keller. I didn't want your reputation to be affected. Kathon explained with a look of feigned difficulty. We still have the new royal palace to deal with, so using 3,000 soldiers is a bit much. Keller was distressed. Yes, it's all right. I was too hasty. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness he understands. Keller then gave the order. I will stay by His Majesty's side. You two will act as lieutenants and follow me. The rest will gather at the castle. Jordan answered sternly. Yes, sir. Kathon hid a victorious smile. Not long before that, Sung Sihan had received the plan to ambush one of the 6 captains. He sat up straight and analyzed it. Right. We already have Gleon and Livell, so now we just need them placed within Garuda's elite troops. I still don't quite get it. If that's the case, shouldn't we attack 4 of them? There are 6 captains. Kathon is a very cunning man. Yes, 3 of them were Keller's men before they became captains, so I'll hint to Keller that a captain shouldn't show personal favoritism. Sung Sihan nodded in understanding. I see. It would be troublesome to kill his own men, so we'll use the fact that they're new captains against them? He gave a sinister grin. All right, in that case. Should I just take out one of his key people to weaken the army? Alita immediately shot down the idea. No, if you do that, they'll just appoint a new captain. Kathon thinks the same way, and it would be very difficult to position Gleon and Livell. The 2 men looked at each other in surprise. He looked at her with great admiration. You sound very experienced in these matters. One might even think you were a royal with experience in warfare, Alita. Alita was overjoyed. I read it in a book. Sung Sihan thought to himself warily, this person is dangerous. But he turned to look at Kathon's expression. He's betraying the man he serves. Does he feel no guilt? He looked perfectly innocent. Guilt? Is that something you can eat? I hear even crickets taste good if you fry them. Sung Sihan reminded himself. On the contrary, he looks excited. I have to be careful he doesn't betray me later. The scene shifts to the old castle in Gen, where a guard on watch makes a startling discovery. He screamed at the top of his lungs. My God! The thundering of hooves was closing in on the castle walls. The enemy! He's leading an army to attack us! Jordan shouted out their demands. You traitors! You are surrounded! Lay down your weapons and surrender. A commotion erupted within the walls, and soon, someone appeared and declared, We will not surrender. He roared in anger. Fallen hero! You are no longer worthy of being king. The people of this kingdom reject your rule. Is that so? Zenon laughed with amusement. So that's the Black Giant. How blatant. The enemy was determined to hold the castle. We will fight to the death. Keller stood by, awaiting orders. What are your commands, Your Majesty? The king didn't even bother to think. What kind of question is that? Obviously, we're launching a frontal assault. Zenon spurred his horse forward. Follow me, Keller. His man was extremely loyal. Gleon, Livell, I will stay by His Majesty's side. You two protect me from the rear and don't fall behind. Jordan replied tensely. Of course, leave it to us. Those 2 charged forward alone. Zenon clenched his fist, gathering power. Battlefield seal. In an instant, he created a massive golem of earth and rock, a giant hand. The soldiers panicked. My God, how can a human wield such power? Zenon swung his weapon wildly, easily smashing through the gate and charging in. Zenon, as if injected with adrenaline, was unbelievably frenzied. Come out, Black Giant. I will avenge Prince Buell with your death. Amidst the chaos, only the young man remained silent. All right, my work here is done. From another vantage point, Sihan looked down on the 2 fools. They're charging in without a second thought. He let out a delighted, expectant smile. Let the tiger hunt begin. Zenon stood menacingly on the wall and declared, "Show yourself, Black Giant. Dagasiga has come to avenge Prince Bile." Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. Beneath Zenon's feet, a magic circle began to glow, impossibly vast in scale. Keller looked around in panic. What is this? His leader, however, remained calm. So, this is a trap. Swordsmen and mages. A lot of them are gathered here. Both of them felt an invisible pressure weighing down on them. He knew they had been caught. Your Majesty, something isn't right. According to Count Kethon's report, all the rebels, including the disciple of the King of Mercenaries, were just ordinary soldiers. Don't panic, but he was completely unfazed. I've fallen into hundreds of traps like this before. Xenon knew this, like the back of his hand. A magic barrier is only difficult for those inside. Breaking it from the outside is child's play. Black Lion Knights, destroy the barrier. But when he turned around, his face went pale. Behind Xenon, there wasn't a single soul. Keller also cried out in horror. Gleon and Livel, all of them were standing still at a safe distance. Neither Jordan nor Livel made a move. It was then that the two fools realized it. No one was following them. The man roared in anger. A traitor? Just then, Xenot spotted the figures of two people on the high wall. He immediately recognized Ketterdun, looking down furtively. Xenot gritted his teeth in fury. "Hey!" he roared, questioning him. "Ketterdun, you dare betray me?" Ketterdun was immediately so scared he started to cry. Sung Sihan laughed mockingly. "I'm right here, and you're still scared of Gacinda, huh?" The old man panted as he made an excuse. I was just surprised, that's all." Ketterdun asked, trembling. "Was it really necessary to bring me here?" He confirmed with certainty. "Of course," Sihan stated plainly. "I wanted to see your resolve in front of Jinga. Otherwise, I couldn't fully trust you." Ketterdun immediately regained his composure. "Yes," he praised him seriously. "In any case, you did a good job luring him here." Ketterdun brushed some dust off his cloak. "Of course." Zenon's acting was better than expected. He emphasized the boy's importance. "Gacinda might have noticed if you showed up, sir, so I thought it would be better to let Zenon do it since he's so obvious." But thanks to his unexpectedly good acting, the plan went very smoothly. Ketterdun recited a principle. "Going into the tiger's den to catch the tiger will only get you eaten. You know that, sir." The man stroked his beard and smiled smugly. "The best way to hunt a fox is to set a trap for it." At the same time, Kel and Zenon Ada were still being restrained. He roared in fury. "You traitors, break down the barrier right now. How dare you betray the king?" Kel tried to salvage the situation. "If you surrender now, I will forgive you." But the guards didn't care at all. What's he saying? Does he still not understand the situation? They all attacked in unison. "You are not our king." A powerful flame engulfed them. "Hell!" he cried out in terror. Both of them took the full brunt of that attack. Everyone waited anxiously. Did we get him? They astutely noticed that Xenat was still unharmed. "No, he's up there." He glanced at the human-shaped scorch mark on the ground. Is Kel dead? A warrior-class person couldn't withstand this kind of power. Xenat went mad with rage and demanded, "A mage from the Ivory Tower is definitely here. Who is behind all this?" Descent announced his name loudly. "I am Phoeba of Vasiga." Everyone was united in carrying out the coup. Why would you assume this is the work of foreigners? It's simply that the people of this kingdom have grown tired of your tyranny and are standing up for themselves. Raimi Tanju sat amidst the rubble, but still declared arrogantly, "You bastards. What is the meaning of this, acting out right in the middle of the royal family? Do you know who I am?" The old man commanded haughtily, "I am the father-in-law of this country's king. You should all kneel and beg for forgiveness." But Raimi Tan didn't know that was precisely why they had come. "We know, Duke Raimi Tan. This is for the future of this kingdom." Pale with fear, the old man tried to order them. "Put down your swords. Now." But blood had already been spilled in Raimi Tan's residence. At the same time, the rebel army had reached the royal palace. I raised his voice, calling out to everyone. "Listen to me. Black Lion Knights, guardians of this kingdom," he firmly declared. "I do not wish to betray my father. I am only trying to regain control of the country and eliminate those who have tempted my father into darkness." A's direct words left his opponents stunned. "So there is no reason for us to fight here. Lower your swords." He had successfully won them over. "Very well, Your Highness. We will wait until the king returns." I smiled in satisfaction. "A wise decision. This way, we can avoid unnecessary bloodshed." He looked outside with a worried gaze. "I've successfully taken control of the palace. However, the battle is only half over." He knew very well that everything depended on Ketterdun and his group. He muttered a prayer. "I hope everything will be all right." Meanwhile, Zenat was completely restrained. Damn it, I can't move. He cursed relentlessly. You filth! Are you biting the hand that feeds you? Flabsy pointed his sword at him. Descent. Shut your mouth. You are not worthy of being our master. He loudly declared a name. We are under the leadership of Prince I. The news hit him like a lightning bolt. My own flesh and blood is kicking me to the curb. Zenat slowly came to his senses. No, not just my son. My subordinates who once swore loyalty to me. He realized the position he was in, and Ketterdun, the man I trusted completely. The aura around Zenat suddenly changed. All of you betrayed me? Fine. His eyes turned bloodshot. I will kill every single one of you. Everyone shuddered at his killing intent. Even Ketterdun was frightened. Sung Sihan chuckled in amusement. Interesting. A traitor betrayed by those he trusted. This shallow satisfaction is even better than our previous friendship. I will never be a good person. Alatag was filled with a twisted, vengeful pleasure. Come on, Gas. I'm not going to turn back and let someone else take down my revenge target for me. You won't fall that easily, will you? The army, full of fighting spirit, declared. You may be strong, but thanks to this barrier, we can still defeat you. There's no need to fear a toothless tiger. Today, you will die. Zenat ground his teeth in fury and said, What nonsense is this? He stomped hard on the floor, and the ground immediately cracked. The man was like a crazed, wild beast. You think this is enough to defeat me? The entire squad fell into chaos. Even Descent hadn't had time to retreat yet, and the man unleashed his old technique. Sealing battlefield, Giant's Hand. He was genuinely shocked. With the barrier, he shouldn't be able to use his full power. Descent was terrified by that horrifying power. But how can he still use so much force? He's not human. He realized the gap between them. This is a transcendent-level swordsman. Zenat growled with resentment. Die. The earthen hand began to close with incredible speed. Everyone panicked, trying to figure out what to do. Descent tried to stay calm, preparing for this situation. Sihan already told me about the giant's hand's weakness. He aimed straight for the target and swung with all his might at the wrist, close to the ground. Mountain Cleaver. Instantly, Zenat's technique was broken. Huge, heavy boulders rained down. Everyone was terrified. I'm still alive, the man suddenly spoke up. Impressive. The giant, Zenat, advanced, his fighting spirit blazing. I thought you were just some imposter trying to take a bite out of me. The entire army turned pale with fear. This is bad. He broke out of the barrier. He was panting heavily, his body battered. I wanted to crush you all into dust, but I'm a bit tired from that barrier. Zenat issued a threat. I will definitely get my revenge on you. You should all prepare for a horrific death. After saying that, he turned and fled. Get him. We have to finish him while he's still tired. We can't let him escape. Descent rushed forward, tense. Damn it, how humiliating. I never thought I'd see the day I'd have to run like this. He tried to salvage his last shred of dignity. Just you wait, you damned bastards. News from the battle arrived. Gacinda has fled. Jambosir was sweating profusely. Even the barrier wasn't enough to kill him? We've missed a golden opportunity. He worriedly asked his father, Keithon, if the plan goes like this, what will we? Keithon calmly replied, Don't worry. He gave a faint smile and explained, Everything is going according to plan. No matter how cruel he is still our king. It would have a huge impact if the people saw him die. Keithon had already anticipated this. The disciples of the mercenary king are already after him. Jambo was genuinely surprised. Sung Sihan Sothen of the Sword Squad, he was concerned about the details. Vasinda will suddenly disappear without a trace. Then, the people will only know of his cruelty, and any heroic image of him will vanish. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing this. How could a coward like him speak with such confidence? His words are completely worthy of our trust. They returned to the palace, excited. All right then, let's go and have an audience with the true king. A long time ago, deep in the forest, a group of rough-looking men were chattering amongst themselves. A young Xenonat sneered. He looked down on them arrogantly. Who are you people? Sihan stood protectively in front of Lexian. Are you the leader here? The atmosphere between the two sides became incredibly tense. From behind, a worried Lexian asked, Sung Sihan, are you sure about this? There are only two of us. Sung Sihan let out a sarcastic sigh. Are you scared of a bunch of robbers? And you're a 6th-level mage? Lexian immediately shot back. I'm not scared, I'm just being cautious. But Sihan kept prodding him. You're not a kid anymore. Why are you so timid? Lexian yelled back. I could say the same to you. How can a kid like you be so fearless? Zenonat froze as he witnessed this scene. What's wrong with them? Why are they fighting amongst themselves right in front of an enemy? He turned to discipline his underlings, ignoring the two. And you call yourselves robbers? How dare you lead them right back to our base? They tried to defend themselves. Boss, we tried our best to run. Their voices grew more desperate as they pointed at Sung Sihan. But what could we do? He's a swordsman. Sihan didn't hesitate and directly questioned them. Your underlings took something of mine. Do you intend to return it? Zenonat replied with his own shameless logic. I'm sure it was yours once, but now it's ours. If we returned it that easily, what would be the point of stealing in the first place? A flash of power erupted as he asserted his dominance and issued a challenge. You can try to take it back by force. Sihan was determined to get it back at all costs. That's what I was planning. The clash between the two created shockwaves. Only then did Zenonat sense his true strength. This kid is at least master level. On the other side, Sihan also recognized his opponent's power. This musclehead's combat energy is incredibly strong. The shock from the attack radiated outwards. He raised an eyebrow and demanded his name. Impressive. What's your name? Sung Sihan obliged and stated his name. Sung Sihan. And you? Zenonat also replied. Zenonat. And I'm a commoner with no last name. Sihan expressed his thoughts sincerely. It's a waste for you to just be a common robber. I never thought I'd meet someone as strong as you in a place like this. Sung Sihan extended his hand in invitation. Have you ever thought about doing something bigger? He sat there, lost in memories of the past. Zenonat was huddled in a cave. He didn't know how much time had passed. How long have I been asleep? Zenonat let out a sigh of relief. A little sleep did me good. I thought all my bases looked the same, but I didn't expect this forest to be so close. But it's a good thing it's here. This was a familiar place for him. This was my secret base back when I was a bandit leader. I abandoned it even before the Revolutionary Army was formed. That's why Zenonat could have a moment of peace. Even if there's a search party, they'll never think to look for me here. Thanks to that, I got some rest. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. Now, Zenonat was ready to punish the traitors. Since I've rested enough, I should go back and pay them a visit. Those traitors, I'll make them kneel and beg. He was a bit startled when he detected a sound in the night. The plants outside were moving. Zenonat became vigilant. Someone's here. Don't tell me it's the search party. How did they find this place? He gritted his teeth, ready to deal with them. Perfect. I needed a place to vent my anger. Zenonat shouted towards his opponent. All right, come on. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. You will pay the price for your betrayal. Zenonat froze when he heard that voice. How interesting. The mysterious person drew closer. Did you say, pay the price for betrayal? He was choked up, at a loss for words. Zenonat stared intently at the other person. That's exactly what I wanted to say. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? Because the person in front of Zenonat was Sihan. Stunned, he asked himself, am I still dreaming? Sihan just smiled, his demeanor full of confidence. The air between the two instantly froze. Sung Sihan broke the silence. It's been a while, Zenonat stammered, unable to form words. Sihan. His presence was staggering. How? How can you be here? Sihan's voice was cold and laced with sarcasm. Why? Are you surprised that I was able to come back after you sent me to that other world? Sung Sihan couldn't hold back his roar. Is that all you have to say to a friend you haven't seen in a decade? With that, he leaped forward and attacked Zenonat. He remained silent, using his axe to block the blow. Only then did Zenonat speak, probing. Sung Sihan. Is it really you? You really came back. Sung Sihan snarled, affirming it. That's right. Then he put more force into his attack. I'm back, you bastard. Zenonat could only struggle to defend himself. Even though Alita was outside, she was still affected by the battle. Her eyes widened at the power of the two fighters. Their combat energy is overwhelming, and Zenonat was not losing ground to Sihan at all. A battle between two revolutionary heroes. He smirked, unleashing his power. With a massive explosion, the ground completely shattered. As the ground shook, he also began to summon his weapon to counterattack. The Tyrant King, Sung Sihan, targeted Zenon with his attack, Torrent. The man couldn't move in time and took the full brunt of the damage. Dessen called out to his former comrade. But the man just stood up, completely unharmed. Are you looking down on me? That was far too weak. Sung Sihan frowned, assessing the situation. That was the technique that defeated the Demon Kingdom. This guy's combat power is certainly stronger. Zenon swiftly executed each of his moves. Shards of magical lightning flashed through the air, forming a powerful bolt. The lightning strike exploded on impact. Sung Sihan focused all his power into his sword. Tyrant King's flowing water. A pocket of space completely negated the attack. Xenon then used a flash step to teleport right behind him. Sihan reacted just in time, blocking the ambush. He spoke with excitement. "This is really fun. The last time we fought was 11 years ago. It's been a long time since I've felt this way." He didn't hesitate to draw a line between them. "You're far too calm. Perhaps because you're all muscle and no brain, you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation." In this shot, you can see they've both backed off to create some distance. Xenon brazenly asserts, "Seriousness? Why should I even think about that? My opponent is you, Sihan. You're a madman who wants to fight to the very end. This is the perfect battle to mark the end of my life." Xenon suddenly thought about the past. 10 years ago, the revolutionary hero had studied how to kill the savior from another world, but he couldn't do it. So, he had long since accepted everything. Even 6 people couldn't defeat him, and now it's just me. The outcome is already crystal clear. This is definitely my final battle. The goal isn't to win. Xenon just wanted a proper fight. "I want a battle I won't be ashamed of," he roared, swinging his axe with all his might. Sihan focused solely on parrying the series of attacks with his sword. Xenon fell silent, his eyes tracking every movement. He sensed something was off. There's something wrong with this guy. Xenon's hand tightened on his weapon as he speculated. What if he deliberately swung his axe to just graze Sihan? He could only block it with all his strength. Xenon was no longer pressing the attack. He parted his lips, struggling to form the words. Finally, Xenon voiced his thoughts. "Sihan, what's wrong with you? Something feels off." He asked his question directly. "Why aren't you using your steel combat energy? That ability is incredibly versatile in a fight." Steel combat energy was a special technique that could only be used by those at the transcendent level or higher. It could transform formless combat energy into something powerful and pure. And Xenon remembered it well. Your steel combat energy was a cataclysmic ray of blue light, evoking an endless sky. I still remember it clearly, even after 10 years. That's why he quickly realized something was strange. "But you're just deflecting my attacks. You haven't used your steel combat energy at all. And it's not like you're pretending to be weak, either." Xenon's pointed observation made Sihan's face darken. "Have I really gotten weaker?" But he just gently closed his eyes. Then Sihan spoke, turning the question back on him. "Do you always ask your opponents questions like that? You really are simple-minded." And he told him the entire truth of what had happened. "Fine, I'll be honest. The combat energy and magic you once knew are gone. I used it all up to come back to the past." The air seemed to thicken as his words hung in the space. A moment later, Xenon whispered in a low voice, "The hell did you say?" He was filled with contempt for Sihan. "Then where did you get the confidence to come and get your revenge on me, huh?" In a flash, Xenon lunged at him. He attacked without a shred of mercy, unleashing an explosive blow. Sihan gritted his teeth, trying to block it. Xenon's attacks grew more frantic as he spoke. "Looks like the tables have turned. 10 years ago, my combat energy was nothing compared to yours." He arrogantly intended to finish Sihan off. "I thought this would be my last battle, but now I see your true capabilities. You're the one who's going to die." But Sihan declared, not looking weak at all, "Even if I'm not as strong as before, I'm still strong enough to kill you." Because Sihan had seen his opening, "I can see all of your moves," but he was sent flying by the force of Xenon's magic. "What are you trying to do with that pathetic amount of combat energy?" Sihan had to acknowledge his power. He really is strong. Suddenly, tremors shook the ground. The layers of earth and rock began to crack and break apart. Xenon had summoned a massive hand. Battlefield seal, giant's hand. Sihan struggled a bit to adapt to the terrain. "Battlefield seal," Xenon arrogantly sneered at Sihan. "You really have gotten weaker. You're dodging instead of fighting back with your own battlefield seal. How pathetic." Unable to keep up with the movements, Sihan was struck. Sihan cried out in pain as he collided with the giant hand. He was now trapped in Xenon's palm. Xenon continued his assault on Sihan. "This is pitiful. I never thought I'd see this day." Despite being at a disadvantage, he still asked a question. "You don't seem to have any hesitation about killing me, do you?" Sihan was panting heavily but continued to speak. "There's something I've never understood. For 10 years, a question without an answer was brought up again. That day, you betrayed me. Why didn't you kill me?" Sihan was lost in old memories. For 10 years, he had always wondered. At that moment, he was completely weak, trapped in the space gate. If the thing that pushed him wasn't Lavina's hand but a knife, he wouldn't have been able to resist. Sihan's eyes grew cold as he pressed him. "But you didn't. Why did you send me back to Earth instead of killing me? Did you all feel guilty or something for betraying me?" Zenon's lips pressed into a thin line. He was silent for a moment. He hesitated, wanting to say something, then sighed. Fine. Since this is the end anyway, I'll tell you the truth. It's true. I said we should kill you. Sihan's face looked utterly exhausted, but Zenon's brow furrowed, his face twisting in disgust as he tried to swallow the emotion that repulsed him. There were 3 moralistic hypocrites who agreed that we should send you back without killing you. Zenon let out a cold laugh, but there was a bitter edge to it that he couldn't hide. They said that if we killed you, they'd switch sides. You must be confused, right? His expression grew darker and darker. They wanted to betray you, but they didn't want the guilt, so they just wanted to send you back. Zenon couldn't hold back a loud shout. If that's the case, then they shouldn't have betrayed you in the first place. The more he spoke, the more he lost control. But I'm different. I betrayed my friend. And in return, I became a king. If you had stayed, I wouldn't be able to live like this. As Zenon's uncontrolled words spilled out, Sihan's eyes suddenly changed, as if he'd just realized something. I have no intention of denying the truth or feeling any regret. This Zenon may be a traitor, but he will never be a coward. Sihan gave a cunning smirk. I see. Then he burst into loud laughter, his face unable to hide his contempt. You fool. The more you act tough, the more you prove how weak you are. Zenon was stunned. What? Seeing Zenon's dumbfounded expression, Sihan mocked him in a low voice. What's that? Not a coward? So you're aware of your own guilt, are you? The playful look on Sihan's face vanished, replaced entirely by coldness and fury. I've never seen such a pathetic narcissist before. Doing something like that and then pretending to be innocent. How could Zenon tolerate this utter humiliation? He gritted his teeth so hard they scraped, his entire body trembling with rage. The bastard raised his great sword high. A powerful, brilliant golden light exploded around it. Say what you want. You can insult me all you like. Zenon rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Sihan was still held immobile by the giant hand. Goodbye, Sihan. A massive streak of yellow light flashed by. How could he have died so easily? The giant hand holding Sihan suddenly shattered, and with just one hand, he stopped the blade. Sihan stood perfectly still, his expression terrifyingly calm. That's right. That's the truth of what happened 10 years ago. Zenon began to feel afraid, sweat pouring down his face, his voice starting to stutter. Sihan curled his lip into a smirk. Thanks for the reminder. I get it now. In the next instant, a sword materialized in his hand, surrounded by a blue aura that erupted like a tidal wave. Vina, your abilities haven't improved one bit, Sihan stated calmly. You're still using the same old moves from when you were known as the Walking Fortress. In other words, you haven't made any progress in 10 years. I thought you'd at least have a secret move up your sleeve. Or something, but I guess not. Only then did the man realize he'd been deceived. He let out a furious roar as his steel-like battle energy flared. You bastard. You tricked me. He shrugged with a disdainful laugh. Aren't you ashamed? Falling for a trap like that? I honestly didn't think it would work. Sihan continued to relentlessly mock and provoke Zenon, speaking lightly. Did you really think I wouldn't have a few tricks prepared? After waiting 10 years for revenge? His golden pupils trembled violently, and in the next instant, his rage fully erupted. You damn bastard! The great sword in Zenon's hands slammed down onto the ground, unleashing a massive wave of power that exploded outwards. The frenzied golden energy swept in every direction, but Sihan dodged it effortlessly. He continued his attack, his body now covered in crackling electrical sparks. Zenon swung his greatsword again, this time so fast he practically vanished, rushing towards Sihan with shattering power. Without a trace of fear, he braced himself for the decisive clash. With a single sword stroke, he stopped the entirety of his opponent's attack, unleashing the resounding Sky Splitter. Zenon stood rooted to the spot, gritting his teeth in utter disbelief. You can still use Sky Splitter? Sihan smirked, his smile cold and arrogant. I'm fighting a monster. It's only right to use a monstrous technique. The moment he finished speaking, the man roared in fury and charged with terrifying speed, his greatsword relentlessly slicing through the air as he brought it down upon him again and again. In the distance, Alita stood silently, observing the entire fight. This is the stuff of legend. The power of the 7 revolutionary heroes. From beginning to end, she could barely believe what she was seeing. Monsters like this were running wild during the revolution? Until this moment, Alita had always believed her magic was powerful enough to rival the world's greatest fighters. But now she understood just how naive that belief had been. They were on a completely different level, a realm her magic couldn't even begin to affect. Why did Sihan bring me here? At that moment, A voice as cold as ice cut through the air. Vesiga, you mentioned 3 hypocrites? Zenon gritted his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot. What? Are you going to forgive them and give up on your revenge? The fury inside the man burned even hotter. Don't mess with me, sung Sihan. If this is how you plan to get revenge, then you'll die by my hand. With a deafening roar, Zenon unleashed his technique. Battle Seal. Giant's Hand. Come, Giant's Hand. A colossal hand surged forward, carrying enough pressure to crush all life. Yet Sung Sihan remained fearless, standing firm without wavering. It's been a while since I've seen this old trick. He took a single, light step. At that moment, Disen froze. Then, as a realization dawned on him, the color drained from his face. Damn it. The instant Sung Sihan's foot touched the ground, a blue magic circle expanded beneath him, flaring with brilliant light. Zenon screamed in terror. You can still use the battle seal? A tremendous aura erupted violently from his body. Battle seal. Dawn. The giant hand was still advancing relentlessly towards Sihan. But in the very next instant, multiple beams of blue light pierced through the hand, causing it to fracture before it exploded, shattering into a million pieces. Zenon could only stand there in stunned silence, watching his strongest battle technique get destroyed as if it were a mere toy. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Not a single attack had landed. He still stood tall and proud in the middle of the ruined battlefield. This was an outcome he had considered if he ever faced Sung Sihan again. That's why Zenon had accepted the possibility of death, so he could fight with honor. Sung Sihan shot him a sharp, cold glance. But the instant Zenon thought Sihan had grown weaker, he started plotting how to stay alive. The sheer pressure Sihan now radiated was so immense, it caused the very space around them to tremble violently. He could no longer afford to be dismissive. Despite the growing panic in his mind, Zenon refused to retreat, continuing to attack him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Sung Sihan calmly walked toward him, step by step. Now your true colors are showing. It was quite annoying watching you pretend to have moved past everything earlier. Zenon let out a booming roar, filled with bitter resentment. You damn bastard. I knew I should have killed you back then. But before he could continue, Sihan unleashed his final attack. This is the end. Galaxy-breaking sky splitter. A massive beam of blue light tore through space itself, hurtling towards Zenon with incredible force. Energy particles scattered throughout the area. Meteor shower. A powerful slash was unleashed, aimed directly at Zenon. Sung Sihan's expression was grim as he executed the attack. As he saw his opponent fall, Desen cursed inwardly. Damn it. His body slumped to the ground. Is it over? The sound of endless cursing echoed. Damn it all to hell. Damn it. Zenon declared slowly but clearly. You really have gotten weaker, Sung Sihan. You couldn't finish me off with your sky splitter. Hearing this, Sung Sihan responded, his voice taut with tension. Those 3 hypocrites you mentioned earlier. Even if I ask, you won't tell me who they are. Am I right? Zenon's expression was firm as he declared loudly. Of course not. Sung Sihan's expression remained unchanged by the rejection. I figured as much. You were never going to tell me easily. You're that kind of person. Sung Sihan's gaze changed as he added, however, I must ask this. He posed another question. Why did you betray me? You were never interested in Sahoa or politics. Why did you want to be king? And Zenon was a little surprised to hear that. Despite having betrayed me, he had a smile on his face. Zenon slowly sat up as he spoke. The fact that you're asking proves you don't understand anything. He panted as he continued. Why did I betray you? You think the logic is that simple? That because my friend is better than me, I should just be his subordinate and do as I'm told? Is that what I'm supposed to think? Don't make me laugh. Zenon let out all of his pent-up frustration. Am I supposed to wag my tail like a dog and thank His Majesty, Sung Sihan, for the special privilege of being my friend? Hearing this, Sung Sihan asked in return, You really don't understand the implications, do you? You have no defense for what you did. His eyebrows furrowed together. But I'm sure that's how you thought. Sung Sihan closed his eyes, saying no more. However, the aura around him shifted rapidly. So now, I will repay the debt of our friendship and trust. Zenon felt a flicker of fear but didn't try to stop him. He just smiled defiantly. Fine, I'm ready. Kill me. But to his surprise, Sung Sihan let out a breath, laughing as he asked, Kill you? What are you talking about? Why would I kill you? His expression turned more menacing as he continued. After all, you were kind enough to send me home without killing me. This remark left Zenon utterly confused. What? Sung Sihan called to the person standing behind him. Alita, come here. Zenon grew more and more agitated. What do you want? Stop playing games and just kill me already. However, Sihan just smiled, shaking his head. I told you, I'm not going to kill you. He brought up the past. It's true you wanted to kill me, but you didn't go through with it back then. You just kicked me out of Tedlow, right? A blue light began to radiate from Sihan's hand as he prepared to cast a spell. So, I won't kill you either. What he was doing was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Zenon was terrified when he recognized the light. An eye for an eye, as they say on Earth. He screamed at the top of his lungs. You bastard! In front of Zenon, a portal to a void began to open, and Zenon wasn't the only one in shock. Alita, standing nearby, was just as astonished. You opened a spatial gate using my magic? The principle behind it involved using magic by harnessing another person's magical energy. It was as absurd as absorbing someone else's life force to increase your own physical strength. However, there was one exception. Monsters summoned with otherworldly summoning magic can borrow the summoning magic of others, Sung Sihan explained, without rushing. Initially, I didn't intend to bring you here, but my magic recovered slower than I thought. Hearing this, she pretty much understood, so that's why he brought me here. This wasn't just simple revenge. His true purpose was now clear. Sihan wanted to send Zenon to another dimension. Zenon, on the other side, struggled to resist. His expression amused Sihan. Looks like you're having a hard time staying on your feet. He gave a contemptuous smile, just like I was 10 years ago. Then he revealed more of the truth. Actually, I got sent home, while you're being sent to a world no one knows. So, it's not exactly fair, is it? Try to understand, Zenon. This is a debt that's been building for 10 years. This is nothing. Zenon's face was a mask of pure horror. No, beyond that darkness was the place he was being sent. The domain of hideous monsters, the same otherworldly creatures summoned by the tyrant he had once helped defeat. Zenon was helpless against the light. He's planning to leave me to fight these things, in some godforsaken place with no one else around? Zenon gritted his teeth, growling out a string of curses. Damn it, you think I'm really going to die? He continued to curse relentlessly. I'll be back. I'll survive, and I will come back. And then came the threat. And I'll kill you, Zenon roared, his eyes blazing with fury. You can count on it. Sung Sihan just frowned and offered one last word. Goodbye. And just like that, Zenon was sucked into the portal, which quickly vanished. Sihan and Alita stared at the spot where it had disappeared. She was the first to speak. Is this really okay? The 4 ivory towers will sense the spatial disturbance. But Sihan just retorted, so what? We're leaving right now anyway. Besides, I have magic that can suppress spatial vibrations. He even joked, I could probably sell this for a pretty penny, huh? The underpants of a revolutionary hero. All Alita could do was sigh. Oh, my God, she muttered, then asked another question. What will happen to Zenon? Sihan didn't try to hide anything. Who knows? I don't even know where he ended up. He might arrive somewhere and manage to survive, or he might run into a monster and die on the spot. That's his problem. At that moment, Alita offered her thoughts. I think it would have been better to just kill him, in case he comes back. But Sihan disagreed. No way. Zenon isn't a mage. He held his hand out as he continued. But I can't guarantee he won't find a way back. I'm sure that's what he was thinking when he sent me back to Earth. But Alita was still worried. What if he really does come back? At this, Sung Sihan simply flashed a wicked grin. Then that's even better, isn't it? I'll get to see the fruits of my revenge. His voice was filled with eager anticipation. A voice echoed from within the castle. His Majesty, my father and the king, realizing he was not fit to be a ruler, has left the throne to me. He has since returned to the life of an ordinary citizen as a retired king. The one who now sat majestically upon the throne, declared, In the name of the new king, A the First, I shall name my kingdom Lena. In the events that followed, after his coronation, A the First moved quickly to reorganize the cabinet. Duke Giamatin, for his great contributions, was made an earl and took the former position of Earl Keithon as the Minister of Administration. At the same time, Gon and Liv became the commander and vice-commander. Most importantly, Keithon was promoted to Marquis and assumed the position of Prime Minister, receiving a hero's honors. And speaking of which, as they watched the new king happily erase all traces of the old one, the existing nobles grew fearful of a complete purge of their families. But King A calmly explained, I am not a vicious man. The crimes of Duke Giamatin and the other nobles cannot be erased, but it would be cruel to make their entire families pay the price. His voice was, even as he continued, to prove the mercy in my rule. The woman who appeared beside him was none other than the former empress, Le Hao. Duke Giamatin's daughter, Lin Lenda, will be my wife. This proclamation sent a shockwave through the nobles below. a union between the new king and the deposed empress. His Majesty means that the past will be left in the past. They scrambled to kneel on the floor, declaring with reverence, "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to your Majesty." Silently, he was grateful. "Thank you, Keitan. Everything is going just as you said." Just then, Lai, who was beside him, spoke up. "My father, Duke Ramtan, only ever saw me as a tool, not a person." A smile played on her lips. "That's why I'm so happy to be with you." The nobles, their faces gentle, shouted in unison, "Long live the Empire! Long live the Latan Kingdom!" The next day, Sihan eagerly went to see his attendant, Keitan. "Congratulations on becoming Prime Minister." He flashed a bright smile as he continued. "So, the entire kingdom's treasury is in your hands now, huh?" Keitan turned his head toward him. "Sir Sihan, do you really think I would touch the kingdom's money just because I became Prime Minister?" His face couldn't hide his amusement. "The amount of money Gacinda spent on his pleasures alone would be enough to double my own fortune." Seeing this, Sihan couldn't help but wonder if he should feel relieved. He smiled and continued his presentation. "Anyway, things are looking good. Because Gacinda was so terrible, you'll be praised even if you don't do much of anything." Keitan slowly sat down. "To be honest, I don't think everything is fine." He looked at Sihan and declared seriously, "Although Ginga was the one who nearly destroyed the kingdom, he was also its shield. The truth is, because a revolutionary hero was here, no one dared to attack. Now, the Latan Kingdom has officially become a small, weak country." However, upon hearing this, Sihan cut him off. "Even so, I don't see any threats." Keaton grinned, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "In other words, is it because other countries are about to fall into a similar situation? But that's all thanks to you, Sir Sung Sihan." He continued with his flattery. "Whether it's for this country or for my own future, I will dedicate my very soul to supporting you, Sir Sihan, in your revenge." Sung Sihan had already anticipated this and cut him off directly. "Stop with the nonsense. You have something else you want to say." Keitan froze for a moment upon hearing those words. He cleared his throat and slowly stated it plainly. A declaration followed. "The other revolutionary heroes won't be as easy to handle as Ginga. The Ginga Empire was in chaos, and his skills had stagnated because he'd been away from the battlefield for too long. Compared to him, Lisun and Saphone, the rulers of the Four Towers, and even you, Sir Sung Sihan, reached the master rank in the past." Hearing this, Sung Sihan thought to himself, "Those two are true mages who received formal magic training. Fundamentally, they're stronger than me in magic. Thonin and Kazan Lenk have also become much stronger than before. Unlike Ginga, they've been training to get stronger." Keitan's voice grew a little apprehensive as he mentioned the last name. "The one who has grown the strongest is her." He fell completely silent, not finishing the sentence. Seeing this, Sung Sihan demanded directly, "Don't beat around the bush, just say it." Keitan slowly explained, "I've said it before, haven't I? If you had to choose between the destroyer of the world and the savior from another world, then unless they were crazy, everyone would choose the savior from another world." He paused for a moment before delivering his final statement. But if they had to choose between the Queen of Thieves and the savior from another world, many people would hesitate. Hearing this, Sihan was visibly astonished. "Lavina, has she become that strong?" Keitan nodded and slowly confirmed. "There are 3 people I know of who could stand against the savior from another world. The first was the guardian knight of the Lisun Empire, the great general, but you killed him. The second is the mercenary king. After the fall of the empire, no one knows where he is. Perhaps he died of old age. And the last one, the Queen of Thieves, Lavina. She has secluded herself with magic and reached the level of a sword saint." Keitan slowly laid it out. "The savior from another world, Great General Doa, and the mercenary king. Currently, she is the only person on the continent, a sword saint, who possesses that level of power." Sihan couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "It's shocking, but I can understand it." He recalled things that had happened in the past. 10 years ago, Lavina was just a teenager and had already reached the transcendent level. She was a genius among geniuses. It's completely understandable that she would reach the ultimate level. Keaton's voice rang out again. "Furthermore, in my estimation, Thaugen is also very close to the Queen of Thieves level. The fact that the ruthlessly ambitious Queen of Thieves left the country alone proves that even at the saint level, she couldn't guarantee a victory." The barrage of information was overwhelming Sihan. "Wait, I don't understand." He made a declaration. "Lavina might be greedy, but she wouldn't step on others to satisfy herself. Ruthlessly ambitious. Are you mistaking her for someone else?" Hearing this, Keitan just remained silent. After a while, he finally spoke again with sincerity. Though it may anger you, Sir Sung Sihan, I will say it. His statement was delivered with extreme gravity. That is her true personality. Sihan's expression turned incredibly grim. Katon shrugged, adding, everyone knows. All 6 revolutionary heroes and even I, Ginga's former attendant, knew. His words were as sharp as a knife. The only one who didn't know was you, Sir Sihan. As soon as he heard this, the aura around Sihan grew several times darker. Katon immediately knew he had misspoken. He hurriedly kowtowed, slamming his head on the ground. Please forgive. I'm sorry. Please spare me. This reaction made Sihan even more uncomfortable. No. Get up, Katon. I'm just a little upset because of a stomachache. Katon, still terrified and not fully composed, asked, Is it very painful? Should I go get some medicine? Sung Sihan reluctantly refused. No, it's not necessary. He stood up and prepared to leave. I think I've heard enough. I'm going to rest. You did well, Keaton. Keaton bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Please take your leave. As he walked away, Sihan thought to himself, Keaton was right. I'm the only one who didn't know. He remembered Lavina's full name. That cold gaze I saw 10 years ago. That was her true nature. And so, Sung Sihan slowly made his way to the door. Damn it. Sung Sihan was now standing in front of a mirror, adjusting his clothes. Alita saw him and couldn't help but feel curious. Huh? Sung Sihan, where are you going? Sung Sihan simply explained, I'm bored, so I want to take a walk. There's nothing to do here in the palace. I'll probably go borrow a book or something. Unexpectedly, this made her even more excited. I'll go with you. I'm bored too. However, Sihan couldn't help but feel worried. Are you even allowed to go outside? Alita quickly asserted. Yes. I've already mastered my variable energy. Just then, Dina appeared out of nowhere, looking excited. Master, are you going out? I'll go too. But she was neatly stopped by Denon. He spoke to Dina in a stern voice. Where do you think you're going? Dina, you have exercises with me. But the truth was, he was screaming internally. I can't let this little girl ruin Sir Sihan's romantic moment. Dina chuckled in response. I thought that was tomorrow. But in her heart, she had her own thoughts. He's so annoying. I can't let my sister be alone with that old man. In the end, she could only admit defeat. As Zenon dragged her away, the plan changed. It was time to do their homework. Sung Sihan watched them go with a smile. They were pretty close, weren't they? Alita agreed. The city was bustling with people coming and going. Sung Sihan looked around and smiled. The city's atmosphere had changed. It was much more vibrant now. The ever-changing energy was being put to use. Even though it's just for personal revenge, I'm still pretty proud. After walking a bit further, Alita spotted something else. She exclaimed excitedly, Look, a library! Sihan, however, suggested they should go. The books on display included An Otherworldly Love Story and Sweet Dreams of Another World. Earthlings are so complicated. Reading this, Sihan couldn't help but sigh. I can guess the entire plot of this thing. Transmigration and all that. But his attention was caught by one particular title. Sung Sihan looked at a book and murmured, This one. The Otherworldly Savior's Lover. As he opened it, he thought to himself, Is this about Lavina and me? It must be really popular since there are still new books after 10 years. However, Sihan's expression changed almost instantly. He muttered in disbelief. What is this? Sweat also started to bead on Sung Sihan's cheeks. Why? A question arose as he skimmed through the book's contents. The title was, Savior of Another World. Then why is Lean hugging me? Sung Sihan wondered aloud. Doesn't the author know Lavina is my lover? Lexian is a man. Seeing Alita's sympathetic smile only made Sihan angrier. What's that supposed to mean? In the end, she left the store with that book. Thank you for your purchase. As for Sung Sihan, he was left deeply traumatized. This novel world is too scary, so exhausting. Just then, Alita suggested something else. Are you tired? Let's rest at the square for a bit. Sihan slowly agreed. All right. They moved to another spot and then stopped when they saw several statues of revolutionary heroes. Sung Sihan couldn't help but wonder, Gasina, when were these put up? Their reputation must be pretty good, huh? Alita eagerly pointed in one direction. There's even one of the savior of another world. Looking at the statue of himself, Sung Sihan couldn't help but feel hurt. Is this how other people see me? Seeing this, Alita quickly comforted him. Your image has changed a bit over time. You've accomplished so much. Sihan also had to find some solace for himself. It's also good because no one will recognize me. Suddenly, she posed a question. Sihan. It was short but to the point. What are you going to do next? After taking care of Giga, who's the next target? Sihan grew pensive upon hearing the question. He began to lay out his analysis. I can easily take on Jian or Lizen, since magic has no effect on me, but it's very difficult to create a one-on-one situation, given the nature of mages. After those two, a third name came up. I'm thinking of considering Theo Zen after Gasiga. It'll be easier to deal with those who are overconfident in their swordsmanship. Yet, Sihan recalled Kithon's reports on the Queen of Extracts, Lavina. She has also reached the divine level. And this is just a hypothesis. But I believe Theo Zen is also close to her level. Sihan spoke up again. If Kithon is right, Theo Zen is also at the divine level. I can't guarantee a win against a divine-level opponent yet. It's still too soon. His face showed his determination. My combat energy has recovered a lot, but it's still at the transcendent level. I need more time to regain my full strength. Hearing this, Alita asked, "So, are we going to keep training until your strength returns?" Sihan took a few steps forward. Wait even longer? After already wasting 10 years? Then he stopped in front of a statue. And at that moment, Sihan made a declaration. I can't do that. The chosen one is Kaizen Nazia. I'll find her first. Alita couldn't hide the astonishment on her face. Kaizen, the immortal witch. Sung Sihan calmly explained. Kaizen is both a priestess who heals for the goddess and a prayer warrior with destructive power. They say you can't have both healing and destruction abilities at the same time, but Kaizen's talent is enough to make the impossible possible, he explained in detail. But Kaizen isn't that strong. Her power doesn't lie in combat. The skill that makes her powerful is her ability to heal plagues like a goddess, and her prayer power to destroy multiple opponents, which also gives her the ability to infect others with disease. The more Alita heard, the more terrified she became. That's a terrifying ability, far worse than physical strength. Even the strongest mages or swordsmen are weak against disease. She broke into a sweat and asked doubtfully, "Is this really okay? She'll be incredibly hard to defeat." Sung Sihan nodded in agreement. "That's true. But it's fine," he continued confidently. "A person from another world can't get sick in Theploeno. Kaizen's ability can't do anything to me." His companion listened, half believing, half doubting. "So it's not just Kaizen's ability, but no disease can harm you?" But Sihan only offered very solid proof. "Good thing, or I would have died." The more Alita listened, the more curious she became. "Why is that? Are plagues also a type of magic?" He immediately refuted that. "I don't think so." Then he continued sharing his own experience. "Because diseases from Earth can't infect the people of Tylana either. I brought all sorts of superbacteria here due to the development of antibiotics. I'm basically a walking source of infection," he said without pausing. "And the space gate isn't a doctor, so there's no way it only lets good bacteria pass through." Only Alita was left with a blank expression, like she was completely lost. Antibiotics, bacteria, it was all magical. At that moment, she finally voiced her question. "I'm wondering, for the space gate, what is the standard for a living thing?" These words made Sihan smile gently. He calmly began to explain. That subject was one of Lexian's research topics. A memory of the past resurfaced. Lexian at that time had exclaimed loudly, "The space gate only allows living organisms to enter. So what is the chosen definition of a living organism?" Upon hearing this question, Sung Sihan could only remain silent. He slowly continued, "I'm not sure. Perhaps it depends on whether or not they have a soul." Li Tin made a comment. "It's not a simple question." His expression turned serious as he continued. "What would happen if a person passing through dies mid-journey? Could a nin's zombies, which are like demons, also pass through? Or a dead pregnant woman with a still-living child inside?" This attitude made Sihan a little scared. Hey, you look terrifying," reminded. Li Tin reined himself in. "This is just magical research." He continued presenting his thoughts. "If you were undergoing treatment and only half of you was out of your body when you got sucked into the space gate, would that part be considered a part of your body?" Sung Sihan jumped upon hearing that. What kind of demonic example is that? Just then, a hand smacked Lexian on the head. Kaizen's voice rang out beside them. "Do you really need to talk about things like that before we eat?" Lexian, holding his head, turned resentfully to the culprit. That hurt. The person who had appeared was none other than Kaizen. On her face was a bright smile. An announcement came from inside a small house. "Everyone, the food is ready." Following that, a few bowls of white porridge were placed on the table. Kaizen saw her comrades' confused expressions and spoke up. "Sorry, it's been hard to find food lately." However, Sung Sihan just replied with a smile. "It's fine, isn't it, Theo Zen?" He also nodded in reply. "It's delicious." Li Tin suddenly turned to Kaizen and asked, "Aren't you eating?" She just smiled and shook her head. "I snacked a bit while I was cooking, so I'm not hungry." As soon as she finished speaking, he looked over at Sihan, and then they all spoke in unison. Kazan, Lexian, and Sihan all held out their spoons with food on them. Kazan was a little flustered but still managed to smile. Oh my gosh, I told you two I already ate. However, she couldn't change their minds. Kazan reluctantly ate a spoonful of food. You two are so childish. Only then did Sihan and Lexian crack a smile. Even Theo, who was sitting off to the side, had to glance over at their expectant faces. Hey Thao Gen, you too. Thao Gen couldn't help but feel the pressure. He shot back loudly, I'd rather die than do that. But right after, Thao Gen placed the bowl of food on the table. He turned around and simply walked away. I'm not eating anymore. I'm full. You can eat the rest or throw it out. I don't care. Except, wasting food might just send you to hell. The remaining members could only laugh. This tsundere is such an old man. Thao Gen grumbled in denial. Shut up and eat. When you're done, get out. Just then, Cayenne spoke up again. Oh, right. She offered something with a smile. I used a bit of cloth to patch up your scarf. It's getting cold, so you should be careful. With that, Kazan flashed a bright smile. It's warmer now. This made Sung Sihan smile shyly. His voice rang out again. It's like she was a big sister or a mother to all of us. Even though Zenon and Rex were older, I always thought that if I ever started a family, I'd want someone like her. She was warm, gentle, calm, and intelligent. Kazan described her, recalling the memories. She was always smiling, no matter how difficult or miserable things got. Sihan even vividly remembered how Kazan looked when she joined the battle, even while annihilating the Empire's army. Alita couldn't help but let out a gasp. So scary. However, Sihan just continued with a very proud expression. Not just Kazan, everyone back then was like brothers and friends. I thought we were as close as a family. He wasn't smiling brightly. There was a hint of sadness. They really taught me a lesson. Alita called out to Sung Sihan as he left, but this time, he only responded with a smile. It's late. Let's head back. Sung Sihan thought to himself. That's right. So much time has passed that I can never go back to those days. Night was falling, and the moon was bright in the sky. This place was called the capital of Sia, the city of the goddess Delium, with a majestic tower built right in its center. Inside, a girl who looked like Xia stared at her hands in disbelief and asked hesitantly, Vasinga, abdicated? The people below quickly explained. Yes, the new ruler is Gasinga's eldest son. It's clear that Count Aza's close subordinate, Kithon, is behind all of this. They all started gossiping about the names. Kithon? I've heard of him. Yes, the body of a sage, but the mind of a fox. That's him. However, Xia immediately denied it. That man is famously cowardly. There's no way he'd do something like this. Kithon isn't that kind of person. This is too big for him. She continued to order further investigation. The people below responded politely. Yes, Your Holiness. Shah moved on to the next matter. They continued respectfully. Yes, the next issue concerns the refugees who fled Gidingai and came here. They snuck into the temple and stole the offerings dedicated to the goddess. Shah couldn't help but feel confused. Weren't they supposed to be given food and necessary supplies? Why would they do that? The people below hesitated before offering an explanation, as one of their representatives spoke up. The person in charge of distribution was corrupt, so the aid never reached those places. Stealing offerings to the goddess is a very grave sin. His tone was hesitant, his face already beaded with sweat. The problem is the punishment. As he spoke, he watched Xia's expression. Stealing offerings from the temple is a capital crime, but severely punishing people who were only trying to find food for their families will. However, Xia cut him off coldly. We will follow the goddess's commandment. Their circumstances do not excuse their sins. The one who was corrupt, and those who stole the offerings, hang them. The moment her words were spoken, the people below fell silent. Xia continued, neither quickly nor slowly. Laws throughout the ages were born from human emotion, and are therefore unfair. What we follow and believe in are not laws of our own making, but the words of the goddess. The goddess's commandment is the truest path. Finally, she declared coldly, you may leave. Xia's expression terrified those below her. There was no emotion in those eyes. That is a very just ruling. A representative spoke with deep reverence. We shall do as the commandment advises. Along with that came the title reserved just for her, Your Holiness. Elsewhere, another voice was calling out, Sir Sihan. Kithon eagerly held out a stack of papers. I've finished everything you requested. Zenon, Alita, and her disciple Dina are now part of the Letenduc diplomatic team heading to Xia. Sihan paused for a moment when he saw them, and then he could only exclaim one thing. That was fast. It was because Sung Sihan had previously complained to Kithon. I need to meet Kazan. How can I approach her naturally? And he had simply smiled in response. I understand. I just need one day. Sihan was so shocked he raised his voice. I thought one day was just for you to come up with a plan, but you've finished all the preparations. Speaking of which, to officially announce the coronation, other nations need to recognize the person as king. The new king, Aiden I, needs to send envoys to other countries. Sihan's admiration for Kithon grew by the second. How did you do all this in a single day? I thought it would be incredibly difficult. He just gave a bright smile as he explained. I had already reserved spots for you and your companions in the envoy team from the very beginning. It's difficult to create a position with no one to fill it. It's not hard to just use positions that already exist. Hearing this, he marveled to himself again. Did he prepare everything from the start to be ready for any plan I might have? Then, Sihan smiled and continued. From now on, just ask me from the start, instead of snatching work from an innocent man's hands. But remembering something, Keithan suddenly spoke up. Right, in that case, I will prioritize efficiency. Hearing this, he felt a bit of sympathy. You must have had a hard time working with Gedinga before. He continued to present his findings. Zit seems quite positive about the new king. The other countries are the same. During your trip, you'll not only meet Kazan but others as well, while also not forgetting to mention another name, except for one person. But before Keithon could finish, Sihan was able to guess. I think I know who you mean. Because he's close to Gina, he won't like Aiden I. His eyes were full of contemplation. But I don't think he'll be too obvious about it. I hope he doesn't start a war. The person they were talking about was none other than, we might be meeting sooner than expected. Zand Kurden rambled on for a while. Among the neighboring countries, only the Kingdom of Siphon has made no announcement regarding Aiden I's ascension. But who knows, if this is because their ruler was close with Ginga. He finished with a frustrated sigh. Or rather, during the war, Khan was also under Shan's influence, so Gasinda was basically controlled by Jinda. Hearing this, Sihan could only sigh. That's right, they've always been close. Even though Gazinda officially agreed to abdicate, become a commoner, and leave, San will definitely be suspicious because he knows Sung Sihan. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But I don't want to cause trouble for others just for the sake of revenge. Do we need to observe the Jajian family first? Kathon John immediately flashed a sycophantic smile. You don't need to worry about that. As I said, aside from the Jiajian kingdom, the other countries are very friendly towards us. In other words, he then declared in a grand tone, we have the support of the strongest kingdom. The Leshan kingdom clearly has a huge advantage right now. Furthermore, Lesung Sihan and San are both mages and have been enemies since the revolution. Siphon won't dare to act arrogantly because they'll be keeping an eye on each other. At this point, Keithon Jan immediately bowed his head respectfully. So, please, just proceed according to the plan. I will definitely have everything prepared perfectly before you leave 3 days from now. After he finished, Sihan stared at him with an all-knowing gaze. You predicted everything, didn't you? But it was clear he had relaxed considerably. All right, that puts my mind at ease. Only then could Sung Sihan entrust the remaining matters to Keithon January. I'm counting on you. Kazan January time flew by, and in a flash, it was 3 days later. A long line of horse-drawn carriages rumbled down the road. Sung Sihan's party joined the Latanbu delegation smoothly and approached the strategist, who was sitting there with a look of concern in his eyes. He couldn't help but speak up. Are you sure you don't want to ride in the carriage? Sir Sihan, it's a very long way from here to Sias. Sung Sihan just smirked refreshingly. It's fine, I prefer riding a horse. Seeing that, the other man didn't insist anymore. His voice remained courteous. Please let me know if you feel any inconvenience. He replied casually, but just as friendly. Thanks. Sung Sihan seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this. It's been a long time since I've ridden a horse. I used to ride so much I got sick of it, but there are more pressing concerns. In fact, behind him, Alita was screaming in fear. Sung Sihan, be careful. Sung Sihan slowed his pace to ride beside her. After riding for this long, you should have improved a little, shouldn't you? Alita hung her head dejectedly. I don't feel very safe. Seeing this, he didn't try to force her. It's dangerous, so don't push yourself. Though still afraid, she wanted to try and break her limits. Even with a speed skill, it's hard to run faster than a horse. So I've always wanted to learn to ride if I had the chance. Alita glanced at her friends with an admiring look. Let's see. As a knight, being a good rider is a given. Dina comes from a wealthy, noble family, so she must be used to riding. Sung Sihan asked offhandedly, come to think of it, you're from a rich, noble family too, aren't you? Her voice carried a hint of sadness. My family fell, remember? Alita pouted, but could only sigh faintly. Can the fall of a 1,000-year-old kingdom be compared to a single family's? I'll try to get used to it before we reach Sias. By late afternoon, they stopped to rest. Some soldiers were hastily setting up tents before nightfall, while Sung Sihan was quite relaxed. This is completely different from when I was on conquests before. The soldiers are doing all the small chores for us. Having authority is nice. Den and quickly realized something was wrong. We're not mercenaries. Why are we sleeping outside when we're an ambassador's delegation? I thought Sir Keithonor would have arranged everything. Dina, who happened to overhear, just smiled brightly. It can't be helped. Our country isn't as developed as others. We don't have luxurious rest stops we can stay at along the road. Besides, most of the territory is rugged, hilly terrain. As if remembering something, she added, there used to be a GT government road that ran through the mountain range, but the bridge collapsed during the revolution, and it was never repaired, so the only road to Sias is very winding. At this, Dina could only sigh in frustration. If the bridge hadn't been destroyed, we would have been moving 3 times faster. After hearing this, the group exclaimed in unison, truly a merchant's daughter. But Alita couldn't help but wonder. A bridge connecting mountains would have to be pretty sturdy. How was it destroyed? As if realizing something, her gaze fell upon Sihan. Seeing the guilty look on his face, Alita was utterly horrified. Did you do it? That bridge was sturdy. You know, he had no choice but to recount the entire story. Back then, battles were fought without much forethought. But thinking back, a lot of things must have been destroyed along the way. Sung Sihan's gaze fell on the soldiers, setting up the camp, and a guilty thought crossed his mind. Did the surviving civilians suffer because of me? It reminds me of the past. Maybe I should be more careful from now on. Even so, Sihan could only stand there blankly. But what do I do now? Since the soldiers were already preparing the camp for the night, there was nothing to do. Den suddenly suggested enthusiastically, I'll go help the soldiers move the equipment. Alita also quickly found a job for Sihan. I want to practice horse riding, Sihan. And so, the most difficult task fell into his hands. You look after Dina. Sung Sihan was momentarily speechless. A second later, the two were standing face to face. Sung Sihan suddenly rolled his eyes in helplessness. How did it come to this? Dina, on the other hand, was incredibly enthusiastic. Here I come, Sir Sihan. With that, she swung her sword, but he deflected it with a tree branch. Sihan's movements were as graceful as if he were painting. I like your fighting spirit, but being too aggressive isn't good. With that, he quickly poked Dina in the stomach. You're wide open. Sung Sihan shook his head, looking dissatisfied. You get too worked up in battle. She clutched her stomach, trembling on the ground. Sir Sihan, you're amazing. He continued to instruct her. When holding a sword, keeping a clear head is just as important as the coordination of your body. Be angry, but don't let your rage control you. Anger can fuel your energy for a fight, but rage can cloud your vision and your mind. Dina's face went blank. Then she became excited again, but she seemed to have misunderstood the point. You mean that even if I'm angry, I shouldn't get mad? Sihan was rendered speechless by that, but he stubbornly tried to advise her again. Even when you're training, you should focus as if it's a real fight. Swinging your sword around wildly is not only useless and distracting, but it can also become a bad habit. Dina stared blankly at him. Does that mean I shouldn't take shortcuts? Sung Sihan changed his phrasing to be as simple as possible. Focusing doesn't mean using all your strength during practice. That will just make you use your power recklessly with little effect. So that means I should take shortcuts. He had completely lost all his patience. Is this kid even understanding me correctly? Then she got very excited again. As expected of the mercenary king's disciple, your words are very helpful. Did you also train like this when you learned the sword from the mercenary king? Hearing those words, Sung Sihan froze for a moment. Training? He recalled the difficult days of his past, where the slightest mistake would earn him a merciless beating. Hold your sword properly, the man yelled at Sihan, as if he were throwing water in his face. Stop acting like a kid. Damn it, why do I have to babysit some brat like this? He said, not forgetting to add a bit of psychological manipulation. The only person our organization needs is your friend, the mage. Mages are useful. Having a friend like that was your lucky ticket here, so you should at least try to contribute something, shouldn't you? Just then, a figure appeared from behind. What do you think you're doing? It was Lighton, his face filled with indignation. The other guy stopped the beating and simply walked away arrogantly. What does it look like? I'm teaching him how to use a sword. Warriors need to train like this to get strong. You either get beaten and improve, or you die. Then, he tossed out a warning. You'll definitely be dead by tomorrow, if you keep this up. Seeing the man had left, Litton immediately rushed over. Are you okay? Sihan was still kneeling on the ground, his face stained with tears. I've been here for 3 months. What did I do wrong to deserve this? I'm just a normal student. Litton's gaze remained incredibly calm. Misfortune doesn't happen because you did something wrong. Life is unfair and full of suffering. And yet, his voice held a strange, unwavering strength. But you have to keep living. If you die here without ever going back, that would be the real injustice, wouldn't it? Those words helped Sung Sihan find his footing. We'll get through this. Every time Sung Sihan remembered that, he would zone out just like this. Sir, I've done everything you asked. At that, Sung Sihan snapped out of it and offered a word of praise. Good job. That's all for today. The tents are all set up, Dina immediately reported. Yes, thank you, sir. After she left, he drifted off again. The first person who taught me how to use a sword was a vicious criminal. He didn't really teach me swordsmanship or martial arts. He taught me something more important. Ruthlessness. Still, Sung Sihan had to admit that thanks to him, he understood that people are fragile creatures who can die so easily. His memory drifted back to the moment his own hands were stained red. Sihan's gaze drifted to the horizon, remembering the will to live he needed to forge to escape that hell. Before long, the tents were all set up, with soldiers standing guard all around. The scene left Zenon feeling very satisfied. Now, this is what an army looks like. Alita casually joked, "Don't tell me it's suddenly going to start raining and monsters will appear." Sung Sihan immediately shot that down. No way, the weather's beautiful. And with that, the three of them burst into cheerful laughter. Dina, who was eating heartily, was also excited. This is the perfect team, and this beef stew is delicious. The moment she said that, the expressions on the other three froze. Sihan looked at her like she was some alien creature, while Alita could only shake her head in resignation. It wasn't Dina's fault. She was just naive. The real problem was having a master chef as a companion. We're just so used to Zenon's cooking that our standards have gotten too high. But since Dina had never tasted Zenon's food before, she was the only one enjoying it. Sihan could only force himself to swallow the meal. Compared to Zenon's dishes, this was incredibly bland, but he couldn't just throw away the food the army cook had made. Alita's face was also scrunched up in distaste. To be fair, this food is decent for being on the road. It's just that Zenon cooks on a whole other level. Without planning it, both of them shot a resentful glare at Zenon. This is all your fault, Zenon. You're the worst. The clueless Zenon just looked on, not understanding a thing. Night fell, and everyone had gone to their tents to rest, but a strange sound came from the edge of the forest. No one will come to a place like this. It was Sihan and his companions. All right, let's start our combat training. Time to learn some new skills. He began assigning tasks immediately. Alita, you'll learn Levanala's invisibility skill. Sung Sihan's gaze then fell on the other person. Zenon, you'll learn sky-splitting, slash, and explosion. Hearing this, Alita felt completely helpless. Are you sure about this? Those are difficult skills, and since you're from Earth, you're terrible at explaining things. But Sung Sihan just grinned like a madman. I've already thought of that. He then declared confidently, if I can't explain it, I'll just show you myself. Whenever you get stuck, I'll demonstrate. Alita was completely shut down by his words. I guess that might work. But Zenon had already jumped in headfirst. Please teach me, Sihan. Still, Alita had another concern. But those are the unique combat skills of the revolutionary heroes. What happens if people see strangers like us using their signature techniques? Even for you, the disciple of the mercenary king. Knowing those skills is unusual, but Sihan just gave her a wink. Don't worry, we can just say we learned them from some senior warrior. Seeing that look, Alita immediately sensed that something was up. He continued, talking a mile a minute. Honestly, Vasinda himself learned his explosion skill from someone else. It was common back then. To avoid the king's oppression, many masters turned their backs on the empire, entrusting the future to the younger generation by passing down their skills. Sung Sihan's expression was incredibly confident and persuasive. It doesn't matter who we learned it from. What matters is that the skill suits you. Now, if you understand, let's begin. And so, Alita had to learn the skill against her will, while Zenon was extremely cooperative. An unknown amount of time passed, until the moon was high overhead, but it was Sihan who gave out first. He flopped onto the ground, panting dramatically. Why? Am I the one who's tired when you guys are the ones training? But Alita had already seen right through him. Because you use that exact skill every time we don't understand your demonstration. Whoa. But this hunger is real. I'm starving. That was all the prompting Zenon needed. He immediately perked up. You're hungry? I'll make a late-night snack. Before Sung Sihan could even react, Zenon had already dashed off. I'll go find some meat. Sihan immediately called out after him. Hey, you don't have to. Where are you even going to find meat? It's already hard enough training while everyone's asleep, so don't waste time. But just a few moments later, Zenon returned, holding 2 wild rabbits. Sihan's jaw nearly hit the floor. What the? Zenon just smiled innocently. It's rabbit meat. Don't you two like rabbit? Sung Sihan was so shocked he was tongue-tied. No, that's not it. How did you find them so fast? Were the rabbits just waiting for you or something? Zenon answered honestly, though it sounded a lot like he was bragging. I tend to have good luck when I'm hunting. Whenever I'm hungry, it's like the heavens know, and prey just suddenly appears. Sihan still felt that something was off. So this isn't the first time? Calling that luck seems like a bit of an understatement. But a second later, a thought flashed through Sihan's mind. To test his theory, he immediately made a request. Zenon, can you go hunting again? Right now, right here. Zenon agreed instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Okay, I'll go right now. What Sihan saw next left him utterly astonished, his pupils constricted. What is that? It was as if he could see a web of threads extending from Zenon's back, combat threads, weaving through the space around him. They then happened to brush against a squirrel. But that was enough for him. Oh, I can sense a squirrel over there, but it's too small to count as game, right? For a moment, Sung Sihan was speechless. His sensory perception was on a completely different level. It was truly surprising, and though it was strange, he found it incredibly interesting. I've seen plenty of swordsmen, but I've never encountered a skill like this before. With that thought, Sihan asked, Zenon, where did you learn that skill? But Zenon himself had no idea. Model. A skill? I used a skill? This shocked him even more. He doesn't know. So all this time, he's been using it unconsciously, just on instinct. Yeah, a terrifying thought crossed Sihan's mind. Zenon, I think I'm starting to understand why you level up so slowly. Is it possible that you reached the rank of Knight, not because of your talent, but because you couldn't awaken your true abilities, and that's why your growth has been so slow? Thinking this, Sihan decided to run another test. Zenon. He poured a bit of salt into the palm of his hand. These are grains of salt. Can you guess how many there are? Zenon replied without a second thought. Of course. 16 grains? He had no idea what the other man was trying to do. Why did you tell me to go hunting and then have me count salt? If we're done, I'll go prepare the rabbit. Freshness is key for meat. Suddenly, Sihan spoke up. His next words left Zenon stunned. I was wrong to teach you the sky-shattering slash and explode technique. He just casually dropped that bombshell. You need to learn Tyrant King. Zenon's jaw dropped, completely stunned. He was so agitated he nearly jumped to his feet. Tyrant King? That's one of the 4 unique skills of the savior from another world. How could I dare to learn that? Sung Sihan looked at him with a helpless expression. Originally, it just belonged to some old man. Zenon immediately corrected himself. I would be honored. But, can I really learn it? This was truly a high-level skill. The flow of the Tyrant King technique was so complex and sophisticated that talent alone wasn't enough to learn it. But for the person in front of him, it was entirely possible. However, with Zenon's abilities, he could fight against the revolutionary heroes. The corners of Sung Sihan's lips pulled into a strained smile. I was fooled too. I thought you were the physical brute force type. Zenon's true abilities were hidden very well. But thinking back on your actions, you're the technical type, more meticulous than anyone else. At this thought, Sung Sihan froze, and then started screaming internally. To think he only used that powerful talent for cooking and cleaning? Meanwhile, Zenon was just as loud. I'll do my absolute best to learn. Before they knew it, the sun was high overhead. The caravan continued on its way, but the other 3 had crawled into the carriage and were sound asleep. Dinao couldn't help but find it strange. What did they do last night to be so sleepy? The strategist, who had been kicked out to ride a horse, was feeling very disgruntled. And they said they didn't like riding in the carriage. Suddenly, she let out a shout. Up ahead, tall towers were beginning to appear through the trees. I see it, the capital of the holy nation of Hinsi Lilium. Soon, the caravan arrived. A bishop of the Kin Bilium Empire had been waiting for a long time. Welcome, old allies and eternal friends. The strategist responded on behalf of the group. Thank you for this kind reception. Sung Sihan took the opportunity to scan the surroundings. His attention fell on the people standing on either side. I recognize a few faces. They must have followed Kazan since the revolution. They're all maintaining a very proper demeanor. No one recognizes me because I'm using the myriad transformations energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing the attention of the entire group. A woman was approaching the main seat. So beautiful she looked like she had stepped out of a painting. Everyone was quickly captivated by her. So beautiful. But Alita had already recognized the woman. That person is one of the 7 revolutionary heroes. That is the very familiar Kazen. She mercilessly rubbed salt in her friend's wound. I heard she's over 30, but you look older than her. Zenon's face scrunched up in annoyance. What? But Alita quickly noticed something. Sung Sihan's expression was incredibly dark. His voice was bone-chilling. His gaze was locked onto the person entering. Who is that? Alita was stunned by his question. It wasn't until they were in the reception room that she dared to ask, "What are you talking about? Isn't that Kazan?" Sihan adamantly denied it. "I don't know what's going on, but I'm certain. That's not Kazan." Alita was still half believing, half doubting. She looks different from Kazan? Even he found the situation absurd. It's not about how she looks. Her appearance is the same, but in reality, Sihan had seen through it from the start. The inside was different. I don't know how to explain it. His ability to express himself with words was as poor as ever. But you know what I mean, right? The kind of thing where nothing is clear, but you just know. In Alita's eyes, Sihan was talking nonsense. Maybe she's just changed over time. I'd say it's weirder if someone doesn't change at all after 10 years. Zenon, standing beside them, immediately offered some advice. Why don't you take another look? You'll get a better view of her tomorrow. He was clearly excited. There's a welcome party for the Leon Ma delegation. Just then, Dina burst through the door with a large bag. Master, I found our outfits for the party. For those 2 as well. She didn't wait for a response and just started pushing them. These are traditional clothes from the Lan tribe. They prepared them for us. Hurry, go try them on so we can get them altered if needed. Alita's outfit suited her perfectly. It was clearly a case of the person making the clothes beautiful. Dina was mesmerized. You look so beautiful, master. But Sung Sihan felt a bit out of place. Is this normal here? I've never seen anything like it. Zenon looked much more dashing than usual. All culture was abandoned during the first king's reign, because after the empire split into 6, all the different cultures started to be revived. Hearing this, he unconsciously stared at Alita. She blushed beet red. Is it weird? It's been a long time since I've worn a formal dress, Sung Sihan replied in a matter-of-fact tone. No, it's not weird. Alita felt strange being complimented. Really? Thanks. Dina couldn't stand his low emotional intelligence and got angry. Is that all you can say? Master is wearing a dress. He had no idea why she was suddenly upset. Why are you angry? Sung Sihan wasn't used to such fancy clothes and was about to take them off. Can I take this off now? It's too inconvenient with all these layers. I can't wear it for long. But Dina stopped him. Well, you should wear it until it's time to leave. The welcome party includes dancing. You won't be able to dance if you're not comfortable in it. Her words made him freeze. Sihan didn't know how to dance. Dina wasn't any better. It's been a while since I danced. Sung Sihan cast a wary glance at Zenon, only to see him as happy as a puppy. It's been a long time for me too. Sihan's eyes went wide. He almost jumped up. Zenon, you know how to dance? Zenon replied as if it were obvious. All knights learn how to. It's required. Seeing his expression, Dina seemed to understand something. She bluntly exposed him. None of you know how to dance. Sung Sihan stubbornly tried to save face. Who says? I can dance on my opponent with a sword in my hand. But Dina bluntly shot him down. That's sword dancing. He was completely and utterly crushed. What do I do? I didn't know there would be a ball. I have to dance to get close to Kazan, but I don't know how. Seeing this, Alita let out a small laugh and generously made an offer. So there is something you don't know. I'll teach you. Alita proactively stepped forward and took Sihan's hand. Here, focus on your partner's breathing. Match your steps to mine. He clumsily followed her movements, and gradually, Sihan started to get the hang of it. Who would have thought that a second later, he would suddenly twist Alita's arm back, bending her wrist to control her strength. Dina was scared out of her wits. Master, he nearly bit Sihan's head off. Sung Sihan, what are you doing? I didn't expect that either. It was pure instinct. I guess it's become a habit. Thinking this, he could only grumble to himself. Is tomorrow going to be okay? Time passed until the night of the gala. The next evening, at Chilium, the central tower in the middle of the capital, the Primrose Palace, melodious music echoed throughout the grand hall. Along both sides were long tables laden with delicious-looking food. Zenon focused solely on them, paying no attention to his surroundings. I've never seen this kind of food before. What is it? A nearby servant politely explained. This is our traditional food. Sung Sihan took a bite. A familiar taste filled his mouth. It tastes just like. He just kept gulping it down, unable to stop. I can't believe I'm eating Korean food here. Seeing this, Zenon wished he could cook a huge pot for Sung Sihan. If you like it, I'll make it for you. At the same time, he silently observed his surroundings. Kazan isn't here yet? I'll have to wait and see. Over here, Dina and Alita were mingling in the crowd. There are so many people. She noticed the person next to her seemed unwell and showed concern. You've been looking worried for a while now, Master. She was like an introvert forced to socialize, surrounded by strangers everywhere. While the two were talking, someone noticed them. Reese quickly approached and asked, Are you Dina? She immediately gave him a strange look. Who are you? It was as if he'd confirmed it. He brightened up considerably. I heard you would be coming, so we really did meet. You look so much like your mother. He had recognized her at a glance. It turned out he was Dina's relative. I'm Reese, from the Amor family. Your mother is my mother's younger sister. Hearing this name, her eyes widened instantly. The Amor family. I've heard of it. That's where my aunt married into. Dina quickly bowed and greeted him properly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Dina from the Jambo family. Reese let out a hearty laugh. It's great to meet you, cousin. Just then, someone else appeared from behind. Young Master Reese, is something wrong? Seeing this person, he became even more enthusiastic. I've met my cousin, he said, eagerly making an introduction. Let me introduce you. This is Duan, the guardian knight of my family. By now, more people were arriving at the party. Sung Sihan and Zenon happened to pass by and saw the scene. He casually asked, Looks like something's going on. Dina, Alita, what's happening? Dina glanced over. Sir Sung Sihan, she pointed to the smiling Reese behind her. I met my cousin. This is Sir Reese of the Amor family. Then she introduced her own companions to him, and these are the guardian knights of the Kithon family, Sung Sihan and Zenon. Alita also made a proper introduction. And I am Alita. After that, Reese's eyes immediately lit up like stars. Lady Alita, you are as beautiful as your name. His face was practically screaming girl crazy. May I have the honor of this dance? She had no choice but to go along with it. A sudden burst of anger shot through Dina. He must have had a partner already. Was Master his real target? Zenon then added fuel to the fire. He used his cousin to get close to Alita. Meanwhile, Duan had been standing there, observing the whole time. He called out softly, Lady Dina. Duan extended his hand and bowed sincerely. Would you like to dance with me? Dina's attitude did a complete 180. She just went along with him. Of course, Sir Duan. Sung Sihan's mouth twitched. A happy ending. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. A figure appeared on the platform, the one who delivered the holy decree to the world. Sung Sihan muttered softly. Finally. She stepped down as a clear voice announced, the guardian of the night and the moon, Pope Kazan. Everyone was completely captivated by her. Lady Ineth, she's so beautiful. The murmurs were endless. Is she going to dance? What? Who would dare to ask her to dance? No one would dare ask the mythical hero for a dance. It's best not to bother her. The very next second, Sihan appeared from behind her. Lady Ineth. He smirked and gave an exaggerated bow. My name is Sung Sihan, a guardian knight of the Kithon family. If I may, could I ask the incarnation of the goddess for a dance? The entire hall immediately erupted. Someone actually asked. Sung Sihan felt nervous under all the stares, but he'd already committed. Damn it, I didn't think I'd attract this much attention. There's no other way. I have to check for myself. Her lips curved into a slight smile. I accept. Knight of Kithon. The two began to dance to the melodious music. Someone couldn't help but feel jealous. He's got guts, doing what no one else dares. If only I were 10 years younger. Everything was going according to Sung Sihan's plan. It's time. I have to show her. Thinking this, his eyes seemed to glow with the result of his efforts. Sung Sihan recalled Alita's advice from the night before. Sihan's body is too used to fighting. That's why it'll be very difficult to do things like dancing. So, she decided to use reverse psychology. Think of dancing as a part of battle, as if you're luring the other person into a trap. The next scene made the crowd's jaws drop. Look, it was then that Sung Sihan unleashed his true skill, a magnificent dance. Some couldn't help but stare with their mouths agape. What is this? My heart is pounding. Is this excitement? But all Zenon could do was twitch the corner of his mouth. I think it's fear. I can feel the killing intent in that dance. Her lips curved into a seductive smile. Interesting, Sihan. I sense something in the way you dance. Sung Sihan didn't answer directly, and instead complimented her. You are truly beautiful, like a princess of the moon palace. Then he dropped a seemingly random sentence. Even the rabbit that lives on the moon would be dazzled by your beauty. Hearing that, her entire body trembled slightly. A rabbit on the moon. The person before him wasn't an enemy, but an old acquaintance of Sung Sihan. Earth has a moon too, Sung Sihan? He sat beside her, maintaining a gentle smile. Earth has a moon. He then told her a few more things. There are some stories that say there's a rabbit on the moon, because the shadows on its surface look like a rabbit. Hearing this, Sha immediately burst out laughing. People from Earth are really interesting. Sung Sihan grew more enthusiastic as he spoke. There are a few other stories about the moon, too. After that, one listened intently, occasionally making a comment or two. The other told stories about everything under the sun, while the moon remained in the sky, as if watching over them both. Recalling the past, Shia's smile held a hint of nostalgia. A rabbit, living on the moon. That's certainly an interesting story. Where did you hear it? A hard-to-read emotion flickered in Sung Sihan's eyes. At the end of the dance, they both bowed. Having gotten what he needed, he immediately took his leave. It was an honor to spend this time with you, Lady Ineth. She maintained a faint smile on her lips. The pleasure was mine, Sir Sung Sihan. Sung Sihan stared at her, retreating back, his greatest question finally answered. I'm sure of it. She's not Kazan. Elsewhere, near the country of Hyo, on the Yiba Plateau, stands a towering spire. They call it the Black Ivory Tower. From the mirror, a robed figure appeared. We have found the blood of the lost Sung Sihan. Opposite him, a demonic being spoke in a hoarse, witch-like voice. Good. Mage Han is taking longer than expected. That person has dug up a lot of information on Sung Sihan's group. They're hiding their identities. They might be swordsmen. We found out he's currently working as a guard knight for a noble family. Hearing this, she snorted coldly. A swordsman. Now I see why it's been so difficult. Even with the power he received from the void, he chose to be a swordsman instead of a mage. As if realizing something, Danyu suddenly paused. A moment later, she gave another cold command, sending a message to the Moon Temple. Follower Damon. If it's him, we are prepared to cooperate. And so, the other person immediately became agitated. You mean the Omen Heresy investigator? Is there any reason we'd need his help? Danyu's expression remained unchanged. The moment a monster from another world is summoned, magic will become useless. I cannot afford to lose the Ligan bloodline again. She left the other person no room to refuse. We need to prepare for every possibility. Left with no choice, he had to concede. I understand, Mage Danyu. After the party, Sihan immediately shared the information he had with his comrades. Oh. Discovering that the current Kazan is an imposter has opened up a whole new can of worms. So who is this fake Kazan? And where did the real one go? Isn't she here? I just have more and more questions, and I need answers. Xenon could only scratch his head in confusion. This is a mess. We can't just go around asking where she is. Even someone with an information network as vast as Sihan's is backed into a corner. The only reason we became guard knights was so we could easily get in touch with high-ranking people at the event. But in this situation, it's going to be very difficult to get the information we want. More importantly, I'm worried about the condition of the other person, the real Kazan. I need to find out about this first. Maybe I should get close to the nobles first. Hearing that phrase, an idea suddenly sparked in Sihan's mind. Get close to the nobles. He remembered that strange boy he'd met earlier. The noble family we met at the party. Dina's relatives live nearby, right? Why don't we contact them first? At that moment, at a small estate, Duan was already waiting outside. He said with a bright smile, It's a pleasure to see you again. Lady Dina, I've come to escort you from the house of Ao. Dina swooned and replied, Oh, he called me lady. Thank you for the invitation. We had to come, since our family traveled from so far away. Sung Sihan mused that he'd already been thinking of a way to approach them. This is perfect. They're of a fairly high class, so they must know something useful about the high priest. He'd found his path. This is a great opportunity to investigate Kazan. Just then, the driver announced, We're heading out now. Their carriage departed from the estate. Duan cheerfully greeted them. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Duan. I became a swordsman at 18, and have been serving the House of Ao for 6 years now. He addressed each person in the carriage. You're both at the knight level, correct? I'm quite confident in my own abilities, but it's still a bit embarrassing to call myself a swordsman. Lady Dina is also doing very well at the Holy Knight Academy, thanks to training with such strong people. Dina scratched her head shyly and replied, I'm not that good. I haven't even properly learned how to enhance my strength using fighting spirit yet. Duan immediately switched into his profound mode. The purpose of swordsmanship isn't to become immensely strong, but to protect one's honor and loved ones. Being weak doesn't mean you aren't allowed to hold a sword. And besides, I wasn't always a top student either. His kind demeanor completely captivated Dina. You have plenty of time. You'll grow stronger, Lady Dina. Duan's posturing made the two guys react in completely different ways. He's not saying anything wrong, so why do I find him so cringy? Definitely not my type. A standard, by-the-book knight. Suddenly, Alita saw the carriage stop in front of a large mansion. "We're here. Welcome to the House of Ao." As soon as they stepped inside, they were warmly greeted by Rit. "Welcome, Knights of Letan. It is an honor to receive such distinguished guests." He asked Dina. "We didn't get to finish our conversation last time. So, how has your mother been lately?" Dina replied with a smile. "She's busy, but she's doing well." "That's right. Lei is very busy now. It must be tough for her." Sung Sihan grumbled internally. "They're talking about such dull things. I came here to find out who the Kazan I saw was," he thought to himself, "but I can't just change the subject out of nowhere. You can't just ask a stranger about that. I need to get closer first." Suddenly, Rit turned his attention to her. "Oh, that's right, Alita." He'd had a secret crush on Alita and decided to take this chance to confess. "I haven't been able to sleep since I met you. Could you please give me a chance to get to know you better?" This sudden confession, right after meeting, left everyone around them completely stunned. Alita was no exception. Everyone shouted out in confusion. "What? We didn't miss anything, did we? What's with that bouquet of flowers? I don't even know you. And what's with that confident expression?" Duan looked on helplessly. "Rit, you confess to any woman you like." Rit then affirmed it once more. "I want to seriously court you. Please be mine." Alita felt awkward. She closed her eyes, mustering all her courage to reply. "Thank you, Sir Rit, but I'm afraid I must decline." She grabbed Sihan, who was standing beside her, and said, "I already have a boyfriend." Being suddenly used as a prop made his face scrunch up like a prune. Everyone else was also in shock. She fumbled for a way to refuse. "I've already entrusted my future to him." Sung Sihan was reluctantly dragged into it. "That's right. How embarrassing. Sorry for not telling you sooner." Rit's sadness was now plain to see. "I see. In that case, I apologize, Alita." He looked so disappointed. Dejectedly, he walked inside. "Please excuse me." Sung Sihan was overcome with guilt. "I feel terrible about this." Just then, Duan spoke up. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize he would do that so soon. It's getting late, so please get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow." Sung Sihan was completely stunned by the sight before him. A magnificent, neatly arranged red room. Sung Sihan and Alita both blushed and yelled, "What is this?" The maid explained. "This was Sir Rit's order. The young master specially prepared this room for the two of you." Sung Sihan was speechless. He confessed without knowing her boyfriend was right next to her, so he's compensating with, "This? As long as you're happy, how generous of him." Sihan's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. "Well, I'll be taking my leave. May the moonlight illuminate your dreams." He turned to Alita, flustered, and asked, "What now?" Alita answered nonchalantly, "What do you mean, what now? Let's just go to sleep." He was a bit surprised. She wasn't flustered at all. She casually remarked, "What's the big deal? I was a billion times more flustered when I saw you naked." Sung Sihan immediately snapped. "Did you have to bring that up? Someone might hear and get the wrong idea." Inside, he thought, "That's right. This isn't the first time we've stayed in the same room back at the camp. There's no need to overreact." Suddenly, Alita took a pillow and lay down on the floor, intending to sleep there. "Oh, nice," Sihan thought wryly. So she's embarrassed too. He offered her the bed. "Why are you pretending to be so calm? Go on, get on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor." Alita was too shy to get on the bed. "I'm more comfortable here." "Well, I'm not." Neither of them would give in, so they both ended up sleeping on the bed. Finally, we were lying next to each other. Sung Sihan was both embarrassed and annoyed. "The last time we shared a room, I slept just fine. Is it because of the decorations this time? I can't sleep." Suddenly, Alita asked him if he wanted to talk. "The reason we're here is to investigate Kazan by getting close to the Amo family, right? I hope the plan doesn't fail because of me." He replied nonchalantly, "It'll probably be fine." He doesn't seem like the petty type, especially since he prepared a room like this for us. She chuckled. "You're right." The room then fell silent. Suddenly, Alita sat up and said, "I can't sleep. I'm going to read a book." He worried about her. "Your eyes will get strained if you read in the dark." Alita was determined and walked to the bookshelf. "It's fine. I can just use a light spell." She added, "It's better to read with some light anyway." Behind her, unnoticed, she cast the spell. Alita was surprised by the light. "Magic is really great." She asked for his opinion. "Is it okay if I read out loud?" Sung Sihan lay on his side and closed his eyes. "Sure, I'm going to sleep." Suddenly, she started reading aloud. "The tears shed for the karma of Vuska became the blood of 10,000 people. How can you beg for forgiveness?" This completely woke Sung Sihan up. He wondered, "What is she reading?" Alita said nonchalantly, It's a collection of famous quotes from the savior of the other world. You said a lot of cool things. You know. Sung Sihan got annoyed. You really think I would say things like that? That's so cringy. She continued reading anyway. If you commit a crime under the guise of loyalty, then I shall call it the sin of fealty. Hearing this, Sung Sihan felt a pang of recognition. I think I might have actually said that. Sung Sihan was so mortified he could explode. Damn it, everything was going so well. Why would they publish the edgy stuff I said when I was young? Is this a new form of torture? But then he sighed. Oh well, at least it broke the awkward atmosphere. Alita read intently, but seemed a little discouraged. I bet there are a lot more books like this. Why did they do this? You didn't have much information when you first came here, did you? He suddenly glanced at her. Alita asked. Did I say something wrong? Sung Sihan didn't pay it much mind and lay down to sleep. No, it's nothing. But he couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about his past in that dark, decrepit dungeon where he was once imprisoned. He recalled the memory, thinking to himself, it's not exactly a pleasant story. Inside the prison cell, a flash of light suddenly exploded, causing the prisoner to scream in agony. The two experimenters spoke. Further experiments are useless. This kid is worthless. Just treat his burns. He's just like the other monsters from the other world. The divine martial arts work on him, but magic doesn't. Besides, he's no different from any other human. The experimenter hesitated. Sir Bakken. The man gritted his teeth, then angrily grabbed the experimenter by the collar and yelled, You're telling me this one is useless? People from another world are supposed to have some kind of special ability. The other experimenter quickly tried to stop him. Lord Bakken, I'm still treating him. Bakken didn't believe a word. Treating what? Get out of my way. You said he's just an ordinary person? Then use him to test the new drug. He turned his head and gave an order. Li Xin, you're in charge of this. And remember, don't let him die. Li Xin replied, Yes, master. Li Xin became Bakken's disciple at the age of 12. At the time, Bakken was looking for talented children, and someone had sold Li Xin to him. But by the age of 12, Li Xin had only managed to learn second-tier magic. It wasn't because he lacked ability, but because his master taught him nothing. He was a genius, which is how he managed to reach that level on his own. An ordinary master would have treasured him for his potential. But Bakken just said with satisfaction, I've acquired a good specimen. But Bakken only saw Li Xin as a test subject, treating him as nothing more than a good specimen. Instead of helping him reach his potential, he made him test all sorts of things. Li Xin had to endure pain, poisons, and the negative side effects of the experiments. He had to accept it because, at the time, he had nowhere else to go. To them, this world was hell. Li Xin felt a sense of kinship with Sung Sihan. Sitting across from him, Li Xin said, So you're the boy from another world. My name is Li Xin. From now on, I'll be in charge of you. Sung Sihan stared at him. What is he saying? I don't understand a single word. Li Xin said helplessly. You probably don't understand this language. But this was the first person who had shown him any kindness in this place. He stood up and introduced himself again. Li Xin. My name is Li Xin. Sung Sihan slowly realized. Is he introducing himself? He pointed to himself and repeated it. Li Xin also pointed to himself and said his name, enunciating each syllable. Sung Sihan learned the language and basic knowledge of this world through Li Xin. Having someone by their side in such a dire situation meant the world to them, so they became best friends. After hearing him talk about himself, Sung Sihan remarked, So that's your past. You're just like me. You have nowhere to go either, Li Xin. Li Xin closed his eyes slightly and said, The fate of the weak is the same everywhere. They bumped fists and said, Let's survive today, too. Got it, Sung Sihan replied. 3 months after he arrived, the lives of Li Xin and Sung Sihan took a new turn. This time, the experiment caused Sihan's body to levitate with immense power. He screamed incessantly in pain, and everyone around him grew frantic. What's happening? There's no way his mana could be this high, Bakken wondered. Could his mana growth rate be faster than a normal person's, because he's from another world? He began to laugh, looking up and shouting, It worked! I'm finally getting some positive results. The experimenter looked at Sung Sihan and added, But it won't be easy to control this storm. The test subject's life will be in danger. Bakken suddenly had an idea. I have a plan. That piece of trash is finally useful. I can't let him die now. Just then, Li Xin approached. Master, he said, holding a sword and asking impatiently, I brought the longsword you asked for. You can save him with this, right? Bakken smiled wickedly and said, Perfect timing, Li Xin. He then ordered, Cut off his limbs. Li Xin was shocked for a moment, but then agreed to follow the order. Yes, Bakken said maliciously. The mana explosion is coming from his arms and legs. Cut them off to stop this storm. He doesn't need his limbs for the experiments. Li Xin stepped forward, thinking to himself, I can't disobey my master's orders, but I can't bring myself to cut down my only friend. Bakan grew impatient and shouted, What are you doing? He's just a test subject. As long as his head and torso are intact, he won't die. Li Xin pressed his lips together, still unwilling to act. Bakan, losing his patience, decided to do it himself. You weakling, give it here, I'll do it myself, you fool. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, as he turned his head to look at Li Xin. He had used that sword to stab Bakan. The man gritted his teeth. You dare. Bakan collapsed. Li Xin looked up at Sihan, who was struggling to control his power. He urged anxiously, Sung Sihan, don't try to control it, release it all, let it all out. Just like that, a surge of power was unleashed. He was sleeping peacefully in the real world. Lying beside him, Alita just watched him with a sympathetic gaze. I didn't know he had been through something like that. They must have seen each other as saviors in their lives, not just friends. How could they betray each other like that? I think I understand why she was so heartbroken by the betrayal. Sung Sihan's steady breathing finally made Alita realize he was asleep. She blushed, thinking to herself, I'm still a woman, how could I be so careless? Alita froze for a moment, then felt embarrassed. What am I thinking? If he actually cared, that would be a huge problem. She reassured herself and lay back down. Just try to sleep. Just then, Sung Sihan's eyes snapped open, and he sat bolt upright like a robot. Alita broke into a sweat and called out to him. Jian? Sung Sihan turned to her and said one sentence. This is no time to sleep. Alita jumped and asked, What are you talking about? It's late. We should go to sleep. Sung Sihan mumbled. A believer, a swordsman, and this mage, Din Thu, are currently surrounded. Knights were surrounding them outside. Sung Sihan observed them and said, It looks like they're ready to charge in at any moment. Why are they here? Alita said seriously, We should prepare to fight. With that, she started taking off her clothes, shocking Sihan. Why are you suddenly stripping? Alita said calmly. I can't fight in these clothes. You should change too. Sung Sihan's eyes went wide, not believing what he was seeing. She was just embarrassed about sharing a bed with him a moment ago. He couldn't understand. The entire area was lit by torches. The man in black asked, Do we really need this many soldiers? The stray believers, the bloodline of Lusan has weakened. No one can fully use the otherworld summoning spell. Honestly, I don't think they can do anything significant. J.A. asked in return. And what if the opponent is a monster? That man was confident that there was nothing wrong with being well prepared. The man in black looked at him irritably. Damn it, the Azure Ivory Tower will have to cover all these preparation costs. But it was too late now. He added, I think at this rate, it doesn't matter what kind of monster we face. The person from inside came out and asked, What is going on here? Ri asked angrily. This is the mansion of Count Mo, a place that worships the Temple of the Moon. Do you have any idea how disrespectful it is to bring soldiers here at this hour? J.A. laughed, then roared in fury. How dare you speak of the Temple of the Moon while hiding a descendant of Lusan? Unforgivable. Ri asked in shock. What? Sung Sihan and Zenon's hearts leaped into their throats. Atam bit her lip, thinking to herself, I've been discovered. Are they here for me? J.A. drew his sword. Certain. That disgusting blonde hair can't be mistaken. He pointed his sword in a direction no one expected, saying, Don't even think about running. You sinful bloodline. Alita turned her head in shock. Sung Sihan was also surprised. Why is he looking that way? When he saw who the suspect was, his eyes widened even more in astonishment. Surrender. Duan? Alita was frozen on the spot. It's not me. Their target is Duan. Duan was also a descendant of Lusan. Duan maintained a calm demeanor and asked, What are you talking about? I'm from the Ben tribe, just like Vo So. But Ri also spoke up for him. That's right. There must be a misunderstanding. They say Lusans have blonde hair, but not everyone with blonde hair is a Lusan. He gestured toward Alita and continued, If that were the case, would that mean Lady Alita is also a Lusan? J.A. tilted his head and said, Still denying it? The man in black spoke up. If you want to prove your innocence, then surrender. The truth will be revealed after interrogation. Dina called out worriedly, Sir Duan! Duan gritted his teeth, completely cornered. He grabbed Ri and held him hostage. Nobody move! Ri panicked and cried out, Duan! Duan! He threatened. You don't want to see the head of House Mo's heir fall to the ground, do you? He muttered angrily. Damn it, I was planning on tricking this foolish nobleman. I can't get caught here. J.A. gave a faint smile. So you've finally shown your true colors, you cursed bloodline. Did you really think I'd be fooled by a little hostage trick? The man in black cautiously advised. Duke, you can't. House Mo holds a very high position, Duan whispered to Ri. I'm sorry, young master, but this is so House Mo won't be suspected or anything else. After saying that, he pushed him away. With a satisfied smile on his face, he said, Thank you for everything. J.A. gave the order, attack. Duan quickly leaped over the wall and escaped. J.A. roared, After him! Don't lose him! Leaving Dina and Zenon stunned. She stood there in disbelief. Sir Duan, such a good person, is from the cursed Lusan clan? Just then, Alita suddenly took off running. Dina called out in alarm. Master Sung Sihan quickly chased after her. Damn it! Zenon, look after Dina. He lifted Dina and replied, Got it. Then, Zenon carried her and left. Ri was still staring blankly, calling after Duan. Elsewhere, a knight had been knocked back. Duan was fighting them all by himself. He was already exhausted and overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. J.A. spoke up. It's useless. Do you really think you can escape? Your identity has been revealed. Duan gripped his sword tightly and retorted. I told you, I didn't do anything. He took another hit and was slammed violently against a wall. Duan coughed up blood. J.A. said, Surrender. You'll be interrogated. Even with Lusan blood, you still have the right to a defense. The goddess will decide if you are truly innocent. He collapsed. A fair trial would clearly just end with him being hanged. He panted and asked, Is there any other way? Duan raised his hand. Out of options. Fine. I didn't want to do this. But J.A. asked in confusion, You're with Alita. Sung Sihan, who was catching up, asked, What's wrong? Alita, why did you suddenly run after him? Alita replied coldly, Sorry, I couldn't think straight. Duan's real name. Duan sounds very familiar, but I can't quite remember. But I think we met when we were little. Sung Sihan froze as if he saw something. He stopped and looked up, saying, That thing. The man in black's face darkened and he muttered, You, while J.A. stood frozen to the spot. Duan glanced down below him. There was a monster down there. A monster from another world. Duan bit his lip and cursed under his breath. Damn it. I didn't mean to summon a monster like this, but I have no other choice. He raised his hand and ordered, Attack. The monster ferociously pounced on the knights, sending them scattering in chaos. Help! J.A. yelled from behind. Don't panic. You are the swords of the goddess. The goddess's divine protection is with us. What are you afraid of? Hearing that, the knights stopped. That's right. The city will be destroyed if we don't fight back. I can't let my family be attacked by it again. With that thought, they charged forward recklessly. Fight! We will not surrender. J.A. also raised his sword and charged into battle. Die, you disgusting monster. Sharp sword strikes rained down on the monster. J.A. slashed at a tentacle, while Bellot frantically stabbed at the monster's body. The monster was unharmed, even while being attacked by 3 knights. Advance, the man in black said angrily. Damn it, I didn't know he could use summoning magic. We should have brought both swordsmen and chanters. The old man with him raised his hand to cast a spell, saying, You can regret it later, Mage Han. We have to complete our mission, even if magic doesn't work on it. Control. Walls suddenly appeared, trapping the monster. J.A. was emboldened and ordered, The mage has blocked the monster's escape route. Kill it now. The knights charged forward again, trying to destroy the monster. Alita said gravely, It's so strong. A master-level swordsman, a powerful holy warrior, warrior class, knight class, and even hundreds of elite soldiers and mages from the Black Tower. All their attacks can only slow the monster's movements. This is a monster from another world. Alita wondered, Are all the Emperor's summoned monsters this powerful? Sung Sihan replied, Of course not. Alita looked at him for confirmation. How can a summoned monster be this strong? Sung Sihan explained with his arms crossed. If summoned monsters were this weak, we wouldn't have had to struggle so hard. Ginta alone could have stopped that thing. Alita's face darkened as she stared at him. Just then, Zenon ran over and said, Sorry, we're late. Seeing him, Sung Sihan asked excitedly, Zenon, why are you here? And you brought a kid with you? Zenon said, confused, You told me to bring Dina. Sung Sihan replied helplessly, I did not say that. He looked up at the person on the monster's back and called out, Master Dujian, he yelled, Stop attacking. We don't want to hurt you. Stop. I can't control this monster anymore. I just want to get out of here. Dujian pleaded desperately. Please, get out of the way. Zenon asked in surprise. No one's died yet? Even with all this chaos? Sung Sihan could tell at a glance that Dujian didn't want to hurt anyone. He must be trying to control the monster's power, Alita asked sadly. Then why do they have to fight? Neither the soldiers nor Du Jian have any ill intentions. He was unintentionally born as the son of the first emperor. Is that his fault? The knights stopped their attack, and Du Jian clutched his head as if he were going mad. He realized the monster's actions were beginning to slip beyond his control. Lao Fin hurled insults at him. You're finally showing your true colors. You filthy piece of trash! Bello quickly tried to stop him. Wait, Lao Fin! But a tentacle from the monster had already slammed into Lao Fin's back, leaving him with no strength to fight back. Bello yelled, Lao Fin! He furiously charged forward again, piercing the tentacle with his sword, and then slicing it open with a powerful slash. Die! Poisonous liquid poured out from inside the monster. Before he could react, it splattered all over Bello's face. The poison immediately began to eat away at him, and he fell to the ground in agony. After witnessing this, the knights began to stir in panic. The poison can do that? Even Bello was taken down. Jia, meanwhile, was terrified, his face pale white. What? The monster suddenly got stronger? Was it really holding back its true power? The tentacles relentlessly struck down the knights. Their bodies littered the ground, making Jia regret his decision. This is my fault. I should have called for more support. I underestimated it. Stepping forward, he couldn't help but curse loudly. You filthy descendant of a demon. Du Jian, for his part, was desperately pleading. Stop it, please, he screamed. Please, stop. But the monster's tentacles shot forward, one wrapping around Jia's body. Another flew straight at him, intending to finish him off. Jia screamed in terror. At that moment, Sihan rushed in. With a few slashes of his sword, he severed all the tentacles, leaving both Du Jian and Jia stunned. Sung Sihan stood forward and assured them, I'll help. Go call for reinforcements. Zenon suggested seriously. Then I'll take Dina to a safe place and come back. Be careful. Sung Sihan nodded in response. Hurry up. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. He was about to continue the fight when Alita pulled him back. Wait, she asked worriedly. Can't we just let Du Jian escape? Sung Sihan explained. I know how you feel right now, but there are too many people here. If we protect Du Jian, it could put you in danger. Alita's expression gradually changed as she said, So, as long as no one sees, it's okay, right? Then she declared loudly, I can do that. There's a way to block everyone's vision for a moment. Before this giant monster, everyone was trying to stall for time. Jia, who was behind Sihan, suddenly spoke up. The fighting energy just now. He was about to say more. The world's savior. Sung Sihan quickly cut him off. The disciple of the mercenary king, Sihan Sochian, is here to help. Jia understood. Balak's disciple. He turned and gave an order. I'll handle things here. Take the soldiers to get treated. It's dangerous. Jia clutched his injured body. He quickly replied, I can't. It's our duty to fight. As servants of the goddess, we cannot flee. Sung Sihan simply asked in return. No matter how important honor is, it can't compare to people's lives, right? His face suddenly contorted in pain, and the man finally relented. That's right. Stubbornly staying here won't do any good. Jia didn't forget to remind him before he ran off. Please, buy us some time. Seeing that he had left, Sihan let out a laugh. He looked at the monster before him. It's been 10 years since I last fought one of the Emperor's monsters. The monster attacked head-on. Du Jian quickly warned him. Watch out. Sihan, the monster is trying to attack you. He felt helpless and screamed. The monster is out of control. Against its attack, Sihan easily dodged. At the same time, he raised his treasured sword to counterattack, using the Tyrant King's martial arts. With a flourish, he easily handled it. This sight left Du Jian frozen in shock. He wondered, what was that technique? Isn't he just a knight-class swordsman? Meanwhile, Sihan was calculating his next move. It still regenerates after I slice it. It would be better if I could use Sky Splitter or Dragon Sword. The Tyrant King style isn't suited for fighting monsters. He sighed. It's so hard to fight while hiding my identity. Just then, Zenon quickly approached and shouted, I'm here, Seon. I'll help. Seeing his comrade had arrived, he laughed. You're late. Sung Sihan suggested. I need your help with those tentacles. Zenon agreed without a second's hesitation. Zenon thought to himself, I can finally use the Tyrant King technique in a real battle. I can't waste any time. He rushed forward to attack. Sung Sihan dazedly realized something was wrong as the monster's tentacles lunged at them. Zenon was already getting used to fighting these tentacles. When one attacked, he leaped into the air to dodge it. A thrilled smile spread across Zenon's face. All right, I'm starting to get the hang of this. The recent situation left Sung Sihan completely speechless. Is that the Tyrant King? It's not about shattering mountains. He just rushes in and buzzes around like a bee. His swordsmanship has gotten weird because of that fighting technique. He sighed, comforting himself. It seems the Tyrant King technique isn't compatible with Zenon. This must be his own version of the Tyrant King. Sihan moved to the side. Well, as long as he's fighting well, that's all that matters. He calculated inwardly, the monster's legs are bound, and it's focused on Duan, who is holding up fine. The unnecessary people have also left. A small smirk appeared on his lips. In the short time it took to say that, Sihan had already closed in on the monster. The monster's back is the perfect blind spot. He couldn't just stand by any longer. I'll take care of that fat piece of meat first. Sihan began to use his freezing power. He held out his hand, instantly freezing the monster solid. Dragon Horn sword energy. Seeing him take action, Duan was stunned. Since when? He wondered to himself. I've stopped the monster's movements. Now it's your turn. From behind, a sudden light appeared. Alita aimed her attack at the monster. Its destructive power shocked Duan. Magic erupted from the ground, causing a massive explosion that threw the surrounding soldiers into a panic. What? What's happening? I can't see a thing. When the dust settled, they were startled by what they saw. From within the rubble, a joyful voice cried out, The monster has been defeated. The soldiers hurriedly reported. We've defeated the monster from another world. Sihan let out a soft sigh, looked off into the distance, and spoke. Good luck escaping. Meanwhile, Duan was trying to get away with Alita. Panting, she said, I can't go on. I'm exhausted from using that magic. He was still puzzled by Alita's act of kindness. Why did you help me? Like they said, I'm El Tan. You won't be safe if you help me. She sank down wearily. Just go, or they'll catch up. Realizing something, Duan's expression suddenly changed. Seeing her now reminded him of what she looked like as a child. Suddenly, he asked her, Are you Self's daughter? Alita was a bit wary, but still nodded in confirmation. This made Duan overjoyed. You're alive too, he reminded himself, but there was no time to celebrate. He suddenly stepped closer. Lai, there's something I need to tell you before I go. Before Alita could react, Duan whispered something in her ear. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Alita quickly backed away. What? Duan chuckled. Well then, I'm counting on you. Suddenly, something shot through the air, an arrow pierced straight through his heart. A spray of blood splattered across Alita's eyes. Time seemed to stand still. Duan couldn't believe what was happening. His eyes were wide with despair as blood poured from his mouth. As he fell, Alita was still completely stunned. A voice rang out. Looks like we're about to lose him. What a damn fool. Alita immediately recognized J.A., standing off to the side, and her expression tensed. J.A. Loman. He walked closer and asked, Are you all right? You seem a little tired. Seeing that she was unharmed, J.A. laughed. Thank heavens you're okay. It looks like he was trying to use you as a shield while he ran, but thank goodness he didn't kill you. With that, he looked angrily at Duan. How many people have had to die because of this bastard? He then stomped hard on Duan's head. How dare he try to run away like that? The monster. He then turned back to Alita, his expression calm again. If it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. It seems we owe a debt of gratitude to a foreign knight. We don't know how we can ever repay you. Alita looked at J.A., her face filled with horror. She replied, It's nothing. I almost let this demon get away. My stamina isn't very good. Her eyes darkened with regret, but she still tried to answer politely. It's a good thing you all were able to handle him. All the while, J.A. relentlessly cursed, You goddamn son of a bitch. Meanwhile, on the other side, people were excitedly praising them. I can't believe you guys took down a monster from another world. Amazing. Just as expected from the disciples of King Baomini. I didn't know he had two of them. A man looked over, confused, and started to explain, It's because he also uses the Lord's owl. But another man stepped forward, looking moved, and said, Thank you, Commander Sihan. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for. The commander's face then turned serious. I know I should repay you properly, but I'm in a hurry right now. It seems I need to figure out how to dispose of this giant monster. Sihan nodded, as if he understood. I get it. Don't worry about us. As he ran off, the man waved goodbye. I'll contact you later. The Moon Temple is grateful to you all. Sihan smiled as he watched Rei's retreating figure, but then a thought struck him, and he froze. Why would he need to worry about cleaning up the monster? Sihan felt a sense of unease. The monster should disappear once the summoner's heart is burned. I bet they know that, he sighed. It seems they don't want to take the risk of dealing with that mad tyrant's corpse. No, They don't care at all. Seeing his reaction, Zenon was surprised. Are you worried about Duan's body? I heard some of the other soldiers talking. Apparently, a mage froze it to be transported to the ivory tower. Sihan whipped his head around. What? They did what? Zenon looked a bit bewildered. I don't know. I just overheard it. Sihan thought to himself. This is suspicious. Why would they want that body? Recalling everything, he felt more and more that something was wrong. Now that I think about it, a mage from the ivory tower also appeared during the Earth Dragon incident. An otherworldly monster and the summoner's corpse. He understood it clearly in his heart. A werewolf, an earth dragon, and Duan. It seems all of these incidents are connected. Whispers echoed around him. As they say, once is chance, twice is coincidence. But the third time is highly suspicious. Does that mean this case involving another world is also a coincidence? I'll look into it when we get back. Sihan walked towards the group, and the scene shifted to inside a mansion. Inside a room, Lord B was sitting motionlessly. He kept muttering, Duan. Duan is a Dan. Sihan and the others had also returned. He called out, Lord B, we've returned. Seeing them, the man stood up. My apologies for having you come here. I'll call for someone. Sihan quickly waved his hand. It's fine. Now isn't the time for such formalities. Besides, he thought, the man's mind didn't seem very stable. I am truly sorry, Lord B said. I will contact you next time. Alita, who had been silent, seemed to remember something. Sihan looked around. Where did Alita go? Someone pointed ahead and announced. The master said, Everyone, please listen quietly. She left something in her room and then departed. Immediately after, Alita slipped into a room. This is Duan's room. She recalled what Duan had told her. He had carefully reminded her, it's the room in the corner, in the third drawer. Alita immediately began to search. The third drawer. Is it just clothes? Why would he lie to me? Noticing something, she shook her head. No. She continued her search. The drawer felt strangely tight, compared to the height of the dresser. It seemed Alita had discovered a secret. She realized with a jolt, I knew it. There was a hidden compartment at the bottom of the dresser. She was surprised by the item she held in her hand. Is there a book inside? Alita opened it to take a look. The next second, her expression changed. This was no ordinary item. It was all the information they had gathered on the Dan family. The book recorded all the techniques for summoning things from another world. Alita was furious. This damn book. Suddenly, she remembered Duan's face. Do me a favor. This left her completely unsure of what to do. She involuntarily recalled how close the two of them used to be. Alita sighed and said, I guess it's useless anyway. Inside the room, a subordinate announced, We've acquired it. Your Majesty, a dock with the right bloodline to open a summoning gate over 30 meters tall. It's a shame we couldn't capture him alive. But because the body was dealt with quickly, the heart wasn't affected at all. Hearing this, Lexian was surprised. What an unexpected turn. Move it to the Leaning Tower immediately. He immediately praised her. Your contribution this time was beyond my expectations. You will get what you desire. Bo. She nodded. Thank you, Your Grace. Her image vanished, but Lexian remained still. He understood clearly that the Roskin family's summoning skills weren't simply about manipulating dimensions. The most terrifying thing about their summoning skills is that they can completely control the monsters they summon. This is all the more difficult. Deep within their blood lies the innate ability to manipulate, he thought, and that leads to perfect mind control. Lexian sighed, talking to himself. However, because the magic of Glan Nongo cannot be used on things from other worlds, it shouldn't have been possible until today. His tone grew colder. But there is a loophole. The solution is right in front of us. Of course, Lexian understood this well. And that is the Roskin family's otherworld summoning skill, magic that can be used on beings from another world. At this, he burst into laughter. Meaning, the power of that magic, the power from another world, exists only in the Roskin bloodline. But by studying their blood, we can create a type of magic that can be used on beings from other worlds. All this information excited him. The Roskin bloodline has been collected up until now. We have experimented on them non-stop. But to finally have the descendant of that psychotic tyrant in my hands. Lexian was still lost in his delusions. With this, I can finally achieve my greatest desire. Jay stepped forward and announced, I will pray for your deeds and for justice in the name of Father John Lang and the countless people of Glan. The man declared loudly, May the moon god protect you all. Everyone looked towards Sihan and commented, That's Sion Cheoth. Did you kill the BK monster? I heard he's the king's right-hand man. He looks young, but his swordsmanship is no joke. A man said in surprise. He seems ambitious, but doesn't he already have a master to serve? The guy next to him said, I heard he's in that demon knight order, the Keter. The moment those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Their expressions changed instantly. Keter. Don't tell me it's because of his body. That beast with 2 brains? They hurriedly whispered. Why would someone so amazing be under a guy like him? Wait, that means… A wicked thought appeared. Maybe he'd join my team if I convinced him? I'm better than that K guy. The 3 of them quickly rushed over to Sihan. Commander Sihan, can we have a word? No, come with me. I have the finest wine from all over the maze region. This period of time had left him extremely tired. He sat on a chair and whined, though it was quite great to be able to build relationships with other nobles. But meeting them every day is exhausting, Zenon asked curiously. Is everything okay? The rumor about us being S-rank mercenaries is a bit intense, isn't it? Sung Sihan nodded thoughtfully. I was also worried that Sion Cheoth would become too famous, but it's unavoidable because of my skills. To reach the king threshold, a certain level of fame is necessary. A smile appeared on his face. So it'll be fine. It might not look like I'm using it, but I actually am. Zenon looked at him, confused. Who are you talking to? Alita entered and reminded him. And Seon's not the only one who's become famous. She seemed to be in a bad mood. Because I used explosives just once, a rumor spread that I'm a magical girl who uses 7th-tier magic. Zenon had to nod and speak up. There are marriage proposals everywhere, she continued, looking at him. And Zenon is being treated as an apprentice to 2 royal mercenaries. What are we going to do if the mercenary king hears these rumors and comes to our door to question us? The scene changes to the region of Sie, introducing the Knight's Eye. While other castles in Glan consist of a palace surrounded by villages, the Knight's Eye is a unique structure. It is, in itself, a single, tall tower. Looking at the tower, Sung Sihan thought to himself, back in Korea, these kinds of things were more common in apartment complexes. He was quite surprised. They built it pretty high. Compared to a castle, it's much more magnificent. I wonder how much blood, sweat, and tears were shed to build it. An image of Kazan appeared in his mind. I thought she'd be different from the other bastards, but Sung Sihan told himself. Think about him? How is she any different? You still have hope after being betrayed like that? The tower before him made him even more curious. But there must be a reason she had a tower built this high. The churches in Glanner are also built tall to communicate with the Holy Spirit. So, a tower this high should be a symbol of Catholicism or something, right? But whatever the reason, it doesn't change the fact that the tower was built by people from another world. After observing it, Sihan suddenly spoke up. Thanks. This will make it much easier for me to pinpoint the fake's location. Alita chimed in. Rumor has it that those blessed by the moon god are the ones closest to her. So the top floor is her room, where the fake one is staying. Hearing that, he burst out laughing in excitement. Sounds easy. I remember all the assassination attempts on the tyrant failed because they always switched rooms, and I even had to give up because security there kept getting tighter. Your teacher is strange, Alita thought, startled. Who were you in all those past assassination attempts, huh? She immediately started to blame him. A royal castle was thrown into chaos just because of these endless assassination attempts. Yang thought back. You're the reason I was locked in my room for a whole month. Sung Sihan awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Sorry. Now that you mention it, I remember. You must have been in the castle back then. Huh. It seems I'm the one who indirectly caused your suffering. Seeing his chance, he stood up. The moon is behind the clouds now. Stretching, he turned his head and said, Perfect timing. Shall we go? It'll be easier to hide in the dark. Alita didn't want to waste any time either. Let's go. Be careful. Chen Sihan started using his ability, Shadow. His entire body turned pitch black. As soon as it worked, he dashed off. All right, I'm going. Sung Sihan ran like the wind towards the tower. He saw soldiers guarding it very strictly. But in just a few seconds, he slipped right past them. His speed was incredible. No one could keep up. To save time, Sung Sihan jumped directly to the upper floors, getting closer to the tower. He thought to himself that this was going way too smoothly. Just as I thought, shadow form is the best skill for stealth. Realizing something was off, he was startled. Sung Sihan moved closer to inspect the window. Is this window made from some kind of radiation alloy? It seems their anti-intrusion system isn't half bad. He knew well that a radiation alloy was a type of alloy that would emit a blinding light and a loud noise when attacked by weapons, magic, or sorcery. A defense system that could even cut through metal. Even so, Sihan didn't give up. However, when he used his weapon to attack the window, it came loose and fell to the ground after just a few strikes. Seizing the opportunity, Sung Sihan slipped inside, but it's useless without light. The darkness not only absorbed light but also sound. The space was unusually quiet, which also gave Sung Sihan the opportunity to venture deeper inside. Looking ahead, he thought, this feeling is so strange. I'm sure this is my first time here, but it looks so familiar. His expression suddenly changed. He realized with a sense of confusion, it's not just the feeling of this interior design style. I'm positive I've been here before. This made Sihan even more certain. Absolutely certain. I didn't recognize it at first because it looked a little strange. But the inside is identical to the tower in the bronze ice rink capital. He asked himself, so this isn't a new tower, but an extension? Won't that just put an even greater burden on the people? Sung Sihan rushed forward. Doesn't that mean she wasn't blinded by ambition? Then why? He had so many questions. Why would she betray me? Sung Sihan saying something. The woman woke up, looking towards the outside of the door. Is someone there? A sword tip was pressed against her throat. Sung Sihan was right beside her, warning, don't move, or you'll force my hand. The woman's face turned fearful. She asked, Who? Who are you? He didn't answer, instead questioning her back. That's the question I want to ask. Who are you? It seemed he understood. I know you're not the real Consus. Hearing this, she began to scream frantically. I don't know what you're talking about. What nonsense are you spouting? Sung Sihan said, annoyed. Are you an idiot? The blade pressed closer against her skin. Don't play dumb when there's a sword at your throat. If you're not the real one, you won't be fooling anyone. He continued his warning. With the magic of the immortal. Sorcerer, healing a small wound like this is child's play, the woman stammered hastily. That. Seeing that she wouldn't explain, Sung Sihan became even more certain. Just as I thought, there's no way an imposter could possess that power. If you're not going to talk, then I have no further business with you. He decided to act. I've been pretty busy lately anyway. This time, Sihan used the soul swap technique. He thought to himself, soul swap, a technique I've been saving for the otherworldly lords, because different powers will react according to the user's physical health. When affected by soul swap, they'll feel as if they've been abandoned by God. This made him feel even more pleased. This is the skill I used on Prince and Ja, who weren't affected by magic. I've saved other skills as a precaution, but this is also quite useful against these phonies. Seeing the woman faint, Sihan let out a laugh. After crippling her soul with soul swap, I should be able to use mind reading. Realizing she wasn't reacting at all, he was startled. Sung Sihan's expression changed in an instant. How did she faint already? He yelled in frustration. Hey, you can't pass out. How can you play the part of the fake Consus with no stamina at all? As Sung Sihan tried to wake her, a voice suddenly echoed. You're back? Realizing something, he grew confused, then quickly reacted. The voice. He turned his head to look at the woman before him. As Sung Sihan spoke, Xia's entire body floated in the air. Recalling what just happened, Sung Sihan was bewildered. What the hell is going on? If I heard correctly, she just spoke Korean. He felt a glimmer of hope. She knows Korean. She really is the real Consus. Xia suddenly spoke. Chen. Her voice was unexpected. The only one who can use soul swap here is you. So, the one listening must be Chen. Sihan finally understood. No, this is the imposter, the real Consus. He understood clearly now. She was flexibly using her powers to send a message through the unconscious imposter. If that's the case, then soul swap will be much harder to use. A surprised smile appeared on his face. She deliberately used Korean in her first sentence to prove that she was the one who left the message. Even so, Sihan decided to play along. You predicted I would return? Sia smiled in response. Please do not harm this innocent girl. She won't remember anything after this message is delivered. Sihan's attitude shifted. He realized she wasn't answering his question. It seemed she could only send a one-way message. She continued, reaching a hand toward him. You're looking for me, aren't you? Then come to some. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation. To the village in the Gom outskirts. Xia's body slowly fell. I'll be waiting for you there. Sung Sihan stood in silence, unsure how to handle the situation. He sighed and spoke. Back to a time before, the people of the capital were celebrating. Everyone, the northern region has fallen. Victory belongs to the 7 great heroes. Sung Sihan stood on a high tower looking down, smiling as he saw the excited crowds. Kazan walked over to talk. All the people in the northern region have suffered under that tyrant for so many years. She smiled and continued. Now, the imperial capital of Gaon is the only place left to deal with. At these words, Sung Sihan was surprised, his voice filled with a bit of hope. The final battle will be tonight. We have to win. If we win, he grew excited, then Consus will become the guardian deity of Don Lexet. Seeing Kazan blush, Sung Sihan was surprised. What's with that look? She sighed. Well, many people follow me. But I don't really want to become a guardian deity myself, he asked, confused. Why? Isn't it a huge honor? She looked a little awkward. If I become a guardian deity, Kazen turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. I can't get married. The situation left Sung Sihan completely speechless. Seeing he didn't respond, she looked surprised. What's with that expression? He shook his head. No, it's just, I never thought you would. Kazen showed a sad smile. The truth is, I've always wanted to be a mother, to have a child born from the love between me and the man I love. She continued calculating. I want to have a lot of kids with the person I like. How about 12? He was startled. 12? He turned his head and asked, Are you trying to start a soccer team or something? She was confused. What's soccer? At this, he began to chat cheerfully. It's a super popular sport in my previous world. You win by kicking a ball into the opponent's goal as many times as you can. She finds this all a bit amusing, like a cat. Sung Sihan thought to himself, how devastated would soccer fans on Earth be if they heard that? He sighed and said, Anyway, to continue what we were talking about earlier, I don't know who your husband will be, but he's probably going to have his hands full. She replied with a smile. The man I choose has to be a hard worker, and you've just made me even more sure of that. Of course, that's the only way he can bring me happiness. I won't accept just any loser. At these words, Kazen remained silent. She smiled and explained, Don't worry, that won't happen. For the sake of the people, I will become a guardian deity. There was a hint of anticipation in her voice, even if it sounded a bit delusional. I can still keep chasing my dream, right? The next morning, he decided to set out. He traveled to the outskirts to visit the village of Gam, which looked incredibly peaceful. Alita asked in surprise, Such a peaceful village. A queen is here? Sihan replied as they walked. In a way, this place suits her personality quite well. The three of them continued forward, watching the children play. Sihan realized she liked children. A ball rolled forward, and a little boy hurried after it. Where did you kick that? Seeing someone appear, the boy was startled. Zenon's frightening face scared him. The children quickly ran away. Run! One of them yelled. Alita chided him. Come on, Zenon. You scared the kids away. He wondered to himself, What did I do? The children ran to a house and told the woman inside that there was a very suspicious, tall person outside. The woman gently patted the boy's head. It's all right. Calm down. It seems we have some visitors. She smiled and told them, You all stay outside for a little while, okay? Sung Sihan and Alita silently watched the woman. A gust of wind blew her hair aside, revealing a familiar face to everyone. Sung Sihan froze at the sight, reacting instantly. Luckily, Alita was beside him to remind him that he was scaring the children. Kazen gently reassured them. Don't be afraid, they're my guests. Now then, why don't you all go inside? Seeing the children go in, she felt relieved. Kazen turned back and asked, You're not going to cause a scene, are you? It was as if she had already anticipated this. The message I sent through that girl must have worked. I wasn't sure if it would. Hearing this, Alita and Zenon froze. Kazen smiled towards the two of them. But you really did come back, didn't you? The vast forest suddenly fell silent. The four of them just stood there, none of them speaking first. After a moment, Kazen spoke with a faint smile. I suppose it's not a problem with Elle here, she uttered, her eyes filled with contemplation. You really are full of surprises. Her next words immediately put the three of them on guard. Are they your companions? It seems they know about your identity too, don't they? Sung Sihan frowned slightly in suspicion. You speak as if you knew I was coming, Kazen continued, seemingly unfazed. La Sung Sihan and Saifan were also certain you would never return, but I didn't believe them. After all, you've always been full of surprises. Her calm voice echoed steadily. If it's you, then it's certainly possible. A man who once shattered all logic and defied the impossible. Would you really give up on something like this? But hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is truly unexpected. Come to think of it, she wasn't flustered at all when she saw me. I don't have the upper hand. Sung Sihan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Who was that woman at the noon tower? Kazen replied, almost without thinking. I didn't think you'd be interested in that. Remember Xia? One of the black-haired people who looked like me when I used my face-swapping skill. I changed her face too, using my ability. As she spoke, she let out an emotional sigh. Xia must have had a hard time. If we assume it's a side effect of the magic, I haven't aged for years, and it's not easy to maintain this appearance. At that moment, Alita's words flashed through his mind. It's to disguise their true identity. It wouldn't make sense for them to create an older-looking persona. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. It seemed Alita was right. Sihan suddenly remarked, You haven't aged a day. Nothing's changed. You look exactly the same as you did years ago. As he said this, he seemed to get agitated. But you have changed. At that moment, the memory of her gentle smile and shy expression flashed vividly in his mind. Sihan couldn't stay calm any longer, and growled her name through clenched teeth. Kazan. She suddenly laughed and questioned him. Did you really come back to Gyar just to tell me that? He couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. You're right. Why don't we get straight to the point? A cold glint flashed in Sihan's eyes. His cold voice rang out, full of clear accusation. Kazan, why did you betray me? Far from being flustered, Kazan responded with a few candid remarks. You came back for revenge. Obviously, you want to know why we betrayed you. But in the blink of an eye, the magical power around her exploded. Do the reasons even matter anymore? Almost by instinct, Sung Sihan immediately drew his sword. A crazed fire ignited in Kazan's eyes. One of us is going to die here anyway. The moment she swung her arm, a crimson blood moon appeared. The crimson blood moon, seething with killing intent, shot straight towards him. But Sung Sihan had already dodged the attack. He tried to suppress his chaotic emotions while cursing silently. This attack. Is she trying to kill me? Is she serious? The more he thought, the heavier Sihan's mood became. Just as I thought. You idiot. Did you really think she would be different? He couldn't help but think resentfully. We were comrades for 10 years. Her too. Meanwhile, Kazan swung her arm again, and a new wave of attacks, the Crimson Moons, rushed forward. Sihan quickly made a decision. Divine Light. A blast of sword energy erupted with his roar, directly shattering the violent Crimson Moon. In a flash, Sung Sihan's figure appeared behind her. Immediately after, he burst forward with incredible speed. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. He wants to close the distance? The gleam of his sword cut through the air, but what Sihan struck was only Kazan's faint afterimage. In an instant, she had appeared behind him. Sung Sihan seeing the danger, Sihan immediately launched himself into the air. Before the air could even settle, Kazan attacked again. Her kick shot towards his face with a sharp whistling sound. Sung Sihan leaned back, dodging it by a hair's breadth, his heart pounding in his chest. So fast. Kazan coldly clenched her fist. The Moon Arts have techniques for hand-to-hand combat. Her mocking voice rang out amidst the barrage of attacks. Nothing will change, even if you manage to close the distance. My specialty is close combat. Against her relentless attacks, he was quickly overwhelmed. Sihan quickly regained his balance, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. His ragged breathing made his voice a little hoarse. And yet, the corners of his lips curved up into a smile. Your skills have improved. No, it looks like you've had to train quite hard for this, haven't you? Kazan maintained her fighting stance, but a faint smile played on her lips. And you're the same. It looks like you trained a lot back home. Sihan's voice suddenly turned terrifyingly deep and cold. I'll ask you one more time. Why did you betray me? She let out a scornful laugh in response. I could become the guardian deity of an entire country by betraying you. What other reason do I need? Kazan couldn't help but mock him. What answer were you hoping for? His words. The answer that followed was like a direct blow to his mind. Did you really think there was some other reason for the betrayal? Along with her voice, a series of iron chains suddenly shot out. You don't need a grand or righteous reason to betray someone. The chains rapidly coiled around Kazan. She looked at him as if he were pathetic and spoke slowly. Surely you're not entertaining foolish thoughts like friendship, are you? Sung Sihan lowered his head slightly, his deep voice heavy. Of course not. All I want is the reason for the betrayal. A look of absolute resolve appeared in his eyes. I am your enemy. An indescribable sense of regret slowly spread through Sung Sihan's heart. She's not even using polite language anymore. Once she considers someone an enemy, he took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his sword. I was betrayed by every single one of you. Whatever the reason or the circumstances, that is an undeniable truth. A violent sword aura swept out as Sihan let out a furious roar. You bitch. Kazan's eyes were now filled with a lifeless calm that sent a chill down the spine. A voice filled with rage, carrying a chilling killing intent, escaped his throat. I will make you pay. Sihan couldn't help but start thinking. Kazan has learned many different attacks and has abilities similar to a swordsman. Hand-to-hand combat is the specialty of the brains, and its purpose is more for defense than offense. But she chose to use hand-to-hand techniques. Instead of learning to use high-tech weapons, she only favors the hand-to-hand techniques of the Moon Temple. Zen weapons just don't suit her. Seizing that moment of weakness, Kazan immediately launched a kick with incredible force. Although he managed to block the attack, the aftershock made his hands tremble. Sung Sihan was momentarily startled as he assessed the situation. Although it looked like a normal attack, It contained a ridiculous number of energies. Endurance is the key. After a moment's hesitation, his eyes became resolute. Then I just have to make sure I don't get hit. As Sung Sihan moved, a terrifying blade of light erupted with explosive force. Purple Dragon. Her expression changed slightly when she saw the attack. Purple Dragon. Is he trying to create some distance? Facing a terrifying sword intent powerful enough to rip through space itself, Kazan calmly dodged. As soon as she stabilized herself, she began her assessment. A classic example of distance control, but Kazan's eyes showed clear confidence. I'm quite used to these kinds of situations. The moment she finished speaking, Red Moon immediately lunged forward. He gritted his teeth, his eyes trembling from the shock. Green Chain. An electrical attack? Sung Sihan blocked the strike, clicking his tongue in annoyance as his patience wore thin. In that instant, she shot forward like an arrow. I don't think it'll hit. He leaped back, crying out involuntarily. Sung Sihan gritted his teeth, silently calculating. To create distance, using those chains might work. How annoying. Looking at the technique, Sihan subconsciously called out its name. Kazan's technique. Water Moon Chain. A move that uses the power of a sonic wave skill generated by Jay's internal energy. Not only is it convenient for the user, but it can also use magic by combining other elements. At that moment, Kazan mocked him as she attacked. You can't beat me with that. Zenon, witnessing all of this, exclaimed in shock, this is the first time I've ever seen the true power of the legendary heroes. Is this the true power of the 7 legendary heroes? He gulped in admiration. The only word for it is God tier. When will I ever reach that level? Meanwhile, Alita couldn't help but praise them. Not bad, but she quickly dismissed it. But compared to Giga, this is nothing. A question began to form in her mind. Are they not using their full power yet? She spoke with a provocative tone. Your skills have improved. Your main skill used to be just swordsmanship, and that alone was terrifying enough. With that, Kazan arrogantly clenched her fist. Because my opponent is you. The moment she finished speaking, she shot forward. Kazan unleashed an earth-shattering kick. The force was so powerful it made Sihan cry out as he was sent flying. Alita, witnessing this, cried out in horror. How did that kick suddenly get so strong? In contrast, she just laughed confidently. Just as I thought. The power is already on another level. Sung Sihan observed her with a probing gaze, that outfit, and that skin. Could this be the form of... Her steady voice echoed. One of the 7 great heroes, the immortal witch. Upon hearing this, Zenon jumped and yelled, I get it! I understand why her power suddenly increased. He couldn't help but start rambling. Unlike Fear's destructive skill, which taxes the body's endurance, or others who use a variety of magic, Prin's healing ability can be used on a designated person, and because it's extremely effective when used bare-handed. Zenon was momentarily shaken but immediately added more information. Furthermore, she's using the abilities of both Jay and Prin, he said, then thought to himself. She's using Fear's destructive power as well as Bren's healing skill. She was utterly astonished, immediately whipping her head to look at him as if understanding his suspicion. Zenon slowly confirmed. Yes. Looking at the battle over there, he couldn't help but assess. Her ability not only strengthens her own body, but it also destroys the opponent's ability to fight. Kazan suddenly threw a kick at Sung Sihan's head, forcing him to dodge in terror. As soon as Sung Sihan regained his composure, he roared in anger, Not with your hands. How can you use that power with your knees? Can you heal with your knees? As if she'd heard something interesting, she immediately replied, The important thing is making contact without getting any backlash. I'm a mutation, you see. I'm sure even Lord John Lexus never expected someone like me to exist. He clicked his tongue in frustration, then erupted with killing intent, swinging his sword and charging straight at his opponent. The sword sliced through empty air, enraging Sihan, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I can't increase the distance, so using the dragon's demise skill is useless. He began to estimate the distance in his head, but no matter how he tried to create space, Red Moon would just close the gap. Sung Sihan was a little surprised by the difference in their power. He knew she had gotten stronger, but he never expected she'd become this powerful. Just then, her cold voice suddenly rang out. Chanan questioned nonchalantly, How long has it been since you've even had a proper fight? He immediately stomped his foot hard. Propelled by a huge surge of sword intent, Sung Sihan shot forward like an arrow. Phantom image. She observed the fight, a growing interest glowing in her eyes. Oh my, a phantom image? Kazan excitedly clenched her fists. It's been a while since I've seen one, but the moment he saw it, he froze in disbelief. That light. Sihan hesitated for just a split second, but that was enough for the attack to corner him. In that very instant, she had already thrown a punch that tore through the air toward him. Sihan hurriedly backed away. Damn it, He couldn't believe it, wondering to himself, is she planning to use a heavenly dust technique with her bare hands? While Sihan was distracted by his thoughts, Kazan had already swung her fist. In that critical moment, he acted on instinct, immediately channeling all his strength into his legs. A wave of power suddenly exploded like a crashing wave, instantly halting her advance. When she was just one step away from reaching him, Kazan was thrown back by an invisible force. As she landed, she assessed him with an intrigued expression. A Laxi shield? What a cumbersome way of using it. Look how much you've grown, Kazan continued casually. I can't even nag you anymore, can I? Then, her voice dripped with contempt as she challenged him. Why don't you use all your skills? This can't possibly be the full extent of your power. I think this is enough for a reunion after 10 years, don't you? Hearing this, Sung Sihan was momentarily stunned. Huh? Seeing his reaction, she suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh. Don't tell me you tried to gather the constellations just to pretend to lose. Those tricks only work on Jingor. Upon hearing that, he retorted gloomily. It didn't fool Jingor, either. She replied with a meaningful look. I see. So you're the one acting as Jigo's good luck charm. There's no way a guy with his personality would ever back down. Sung Sihan's lips twitched as he thought to himself, how is she able to dig up more information in a situation like this? But he still explained out loud, I saved him from the aftershock you created, Kazan asked, slightly surprised. Jesse was defeated by that move alone? He hasn't improved at all in 10 years, has he? He let out a cold snort, retorting sarcastically, it seems all he's been doing is eating and enjoying himself. She raised her voice. But unlike Gingor, I'm not a fool who would sit back and enjoy peace like that. The Almighty God is sharpening his blade to point at us, so how could I possibly rest easy? As Kazan spoke, she clenched her fists. Now, with all my strength, her arrogant words suddenly echoed, breaking the surrounding silence. Fight me with everything you've got. Hearing this, the sword god Sung Sihan scratched his head, a clear look of embarrassment on his face. Well, about that. There are a few personal reasons. That attitude made her pause, confusion spreading in her eyes. Kazan froze for a moment before speaking with suspicion. What in the world? She couldn't believe it, blurting out her assessment. You've lost all of your aura and your magic. While you were lost between dimensions. He looked utterly helpless, quickly trying to correct her as if to save face. It's not. Completely gone. Sung Sihan stopped mid-sentence, his eyes locking onto Kazan's unusually flushed and innocent-looking face. Sung Sihan explained, a bit flustered. It's just not what it used to be. But I've recovered quite a bit. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a pang of regret. Why am I telling her all this? A second later, Sihan let out a long sigh and muttered, although I can't recover completely, he still slowly raised his sword and declared seriously, it's definitely more than enough to take you down. She immediately grew wary, raising her hands in a defensive stance. As Sihan took his stance, he silently assessed her. She's gotten stronger, but that's no surprise. My stamina is more than enough. As if sensing his gaze, Kazan suddenly laughed. As she unleashed her magic, she muttered with a click of her tongue, there it is. He's finally showing it. He couldn't hold back his anger and roared, I'll kill you. The instant the dark aura rushed towards him, Sihan immediately swung his sword to meet it. Soul swap. Alita and Zenon, seeing this, cried out in shock. His real skill. She couldn't believe her eyes. A technique that uses the light of soul transference. Yes, he has this skill, Alita remarked quietly, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. No matter how great the difference in power sources, with soul swap, expending a lot of power becomes useless. If the opponent is a cleric, soul swap can completely turn the tables. On the contrary, she just asked coldly, without a shred of emotion, are you trying to limit my ability to use my powers? Kazan suddenly clasped her hands in front of her chest and let out a powerful shout. You think I don't know that technique? You can't beat me this way. A silver chain was seen tearing through the air, instantly ripping through the surrounding dark aura. Crimson Moon. She smiled confidently, her hand tightening around the Crimson Moon, as if victory was already hers. As long as there's no direct contact. Soul swap is completely useless. I'll save that technique to send you on your way. But in the next second, a look of horror began to appear on Kazan's face. The dark aura billowed out, swallowing the Crimson Moon bit by bit. She froze in disbelief, a question immediately rising in her mind. It's crawling up the chain? Soul swap has never reached this level before. In a moment of panic, Kazan immediately let go of the Crimson Moon. Too dangerous. But in the very next second, a sense of danger made her spin around in terror. At some point, The dark aura had surrounded Kazan like an abyss. Faced with this sight, she was completely bewildered, repeatedly asking herself, I'm surrounded? I'm like a trapped frog. Can soul swap be used like this? In that tense moment, Sihan suddenly spoke up. Surprised? It doesn't look like I sat around doing nothing for the past 10 years, does it? He analyzed coolly, each word dissecting the entire battle situation. The effect won't activate without direct interaction, but with this, even space-time will cause you to be affected by soul swap. I can only slowly eliminate all of your powers. Kazan seemed to choke on her words, and it was a long moment before she could speak. This technique. Sihan didn't wait for her to finish, and immediately confirmed it. That's right, I was inspired. Each word was like a demonic whisper in Kazan's ears. By your technique. Thanks to your malicious wish skill. He let out a soft, excited laugh, his words as sharp and sarcastic as a knife. How does it feel to be countered by your own move? She immediately braced herself, defending against the relentless barrage of attacks. Even so, Kazan's gaze remained sharp, showing no signs of submission. On the contrary, Sihan looked rather intrigued when he noticed it. Her movement and dodging speed have decreased. The soul reversal technique even works on her. An overwhelming wave of confidence washed over him. I'm going to win. Just then, she quietly muttered a name, the Overlord, John L. Kazan and unconsciously pleaded, Please, confine my enemy. Immediately after, she launched her attack. Malevolent destruction. Sihan glanced over and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You fool. It's only been a few years. Have you already forgotten me? Still haven't given up, huh? He said, parrying her attack while coldly sneering. Van's disease doesn't affect me, because I'm from Earth. As Sihan was speaking, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock, as blood suddenly poured from his mouth. The calamitous plea, the plea of the primeval woman. Although the plea and the primeval woman cannot coexist, this is the result of combining Brain's prayer magic with the destructive power of an irrefutable plea. People were so focused on the eternal curse that it kept evolving, but no one ever considered the plea an ability that can spread a plague to anyone. And with that ability, she has reached the level of a god. However, there is one person that magic cannot touch, the Earthling, Sihan, who is unaffected by any disease or curse. And with his soul reversal technique, which can counter many other spells, even without recovering his full strength, Chan was still confident he could defeat her. In a panic, Sihan quickly covered his mouth, staring at his blood-stained hand. He was stunned for a moment, wondering what had just happened. What's happening? Ah! In that moment, an answer suddenly flashed in his mind. Van's disease. The plea of the primeval woman. Is it affecting me? Sihan couldn't believe it, muttering as if to confirm what he was seeing. No way. How can I be affected by the homo disease? I've never been sick since the Lone Force incident. Just then, Kazan's mocking voice shattered the silence. You want to know why? She slowly pulled out a small pouch as if to prove her point. It seems the Black Ivory Tower has found some interesting things. Her next words made his eyes widen in sheer terror. A way to affect beings from other worlds. With Glala's magic. And it seems they succeeded. Kazan seemed completely unconcerned, continuing ruthlessly by using dark magic as a medium. The recent memory kept swirling in his mind, preventing Sihan from thinking clearly. That power. The power that defeated that cult for the first time. Amidst the silence, her calm voice spoke again. It's not that they weren't suspicious. For some reason, the Black Ivory Tower treated this as a top secret, though there was no reason to hide it so carefully. If I had gone back then, I probably wouldn't have known anything about it. His wretched state didn't seem to bother Kazan in the slightest. Although I wasn't sure it would work, it looks like it did, didn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Sihan slowly spoke. How many mages took part in that research and failed during the rebellion? And you're telling me the Black Ivory Tower succeeded? He didn't stop, pressing her relentlessly. Furthermore, the Black Ivory Tower is doing the same thing he is, because all the third-generation towers, except for the White Ivory Tower, are already under his control. After saying that, Sihan just felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Of course, it was Lo Sihan. He's always been interested in multiverse research. His eyes suddenly shot open, his pupils constricting in terror. A sudden surge of pain made Sihan scream in agony. His mind went numb from the excruciating pain. Damn it, it hurts so much. I can't control my body. She immediately seized the moment to attack. It must be unpleasant, isn't it? Getting sick for the first time. Compared to that, I'm quite skilled with soul reversal, thanks to all the times we trained together. Kazan swung her fist decisively, knocking Sihan to the ground. She unleashed the vicious blow and roared, Now. Chan. Use the power of a god. You'll die if you don't use it. His only reply was a painful, ragged cough. Sihan gasped for air, glaring at Kazan with pure fury. You think I'm holding back? Too bad for you. This is the truth. I've got nothing left. Faced with his anger, she simply stood there in silence. Damn it. I should have fully recovered when I had the chance. The silence was quickly broken by Kazan's icy voice. You're saying, you've lost your power? Seeing Sihan's stunned expression, she grabbed him by the collar. Kazan gritted her teeth and roared in fury. Are you kidding me? You're revealing personal information to the enemy and challenging them when you're completely useless. Are you insane? The barrage of accusations left Sihan stunned. He hesitated for a few seconds before quietly calling her name. As for Sihan, he suppressed the pain, took a few deep breaths, and then spoke. What the hell is wrong with you? It's not like you're worried about me. Do you feel sorry for me? As usual, Kazan became flustered for a moment, quickly shaking her head in denial. No, it looks like this is the end. Her embarrassment nearly made her lose her composure. Die, Chan. A sharp, cold sound suddenly cut through the air. Kazan immediately swung Crimson Moon, directly blocking the attack. Her eyes burned with intense excitement. Of course, Kazan couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. No way his comrade would let him die. Without giving Jenin a chance to react, she attacked directly. As he fought back, he didn't forget to shout a signal. Alita, save Chan. Seizing that brief moment, Alita rushed to his side. Chan. Kazan's indifferent voice rang out, carrying an indescribable chill. You must think you can buy some time by weakening me with soul reversal, but you know what you forgot? A single wave of her hand immediately summoned a powerful surge of energy. The plea of the primeval woman. The calamitous plea. The very next moment, fresh blood suddenly poured from Janan's mouth. Even he couldn't escape that dreadful curse. Quick as a flash, Kazan struck, sending him crashing to the ground. Alita looked over in horror and screamed. Janin, her attention was quickly drawn by the scream. I'm quite curious. You seem to be using an aura, right? You must have lived a miserable life to have to use an aura to treat your own illness. It's quite useful, if it could actually do anything for Chan. An invisible, oppressive feeling emanated from Kazan's cold gaze. Chan is unconscious now. He'll die from a disease he's never experienced before. I have no intention of harming you, so know your place. Despite the terrible situation, Alita refused to back down. No matter what, I will not submit to you. The determination in her voice made Kazan pause, but Alita continued. I'm not giving up. A scream tore through the air, followed by a brilliant flash of light. Fire arrow. Crimson Moon was quickly summoned to intercept it. Without hesitation, Kazan summoned it to block the Red Moon attack, her eyes twitching as she failed to conceal her shock. That kid can use this level of magic? Alita used the last of her strength to shout, It's your turn now. Kazan's eyes widened in utter surprise. She turned her head in confusion, constantly denying the thought. No way. Kazan stared, stunned, at her shattered sword, which had been covered in dark energy. How did he get back up? Sihan's gaze was now chillingly terrifying. He didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing an attack that sent her flying. Despairing Knight's returning soul, a dense dark energy, like a black mist, instantly enveloped Kazan. Her eyes flew wide with utter shock. What just happened? How did he get up so fast? The harsh reality left Kazan in a state of shocked disbelief. There's no way he could have survived without an antidote. In that instant, a flicker of realization sparked in her eyes. No way. Kazan stared at the faint flow of power, momentarily lost in thought. Her suspicious gaze locked onto Alita in the distance. He naturally sensed the flow of power and used it. He created a healing aura to fight off the illness he just contracted. Sihan's voice rang out, filled with undisguised gratitude. Thank you, Alita. Thanks to you, I'm going to live. He didn't hesitate, shouting confidently and provocatively. Now, it's really over. A violent stream of dark energy immediately shot towards Kazan. For a split second, she was too stunned to dodge or defend herself. Before the darkness could swallow her whole, Kazan's lips curled into a cryptic smile. But as she looked up, she froze, her eyes widening in shock. The space in front of him was shrouded in a heavy, terrifyingly gloomy dark energy. Sihan squeezed the back of his neck to ease the tension. A flash of doubt crossed his eyes. The pain is gone. Is it because Kazan passed out? I feel much better. A faint groan from Alita immediately drew Sihan's attention. He quickly rushed over, asking anxiously, Are you all right, Alita? She winced, her brow furrowed in pain as she answered weakly. No, not really. The illness stopped spreading, but it doesn't feel like it's completely gone. It hurts so much. While helping Alita up, Sihan voiced his own confusion. But I feel completely fine. Her voice was laced with obvious resentment as she explained, "You always get the better stuff. The dark magic's effects must have disappeared." He paused for a moment before slowly saying his thanks. "Thank you. I would have died without your help." Alita panted and then let out a helpless, sighing laugh. "We're both in the same miserable boat." She sounded uneasy as she slowly asked, "What do I do now? I've used up all my magic. I can't give you any more. We need to finish our revenge soon." Sihan quickly regained his composure and reassured Alita in a few brief words. "Don't worry, we can do it after you've fully recovered. That'll give me time to prepare too." But then he suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Unable to hide his shock, Sihan blurted out, "What is this, Alita? You still have magic left. In fact, you have quite a lot." Alita's face immediately showed her astonishment. "That's impossible. When I'm out of magic, I can't even move normally." Completely bewildered, she stared at her own hands in disbelief. "I know," he said, "but I can see it inside you right now." "Then what is all this magic?" "It's coming from you." Sihan glanced over at Kazan and muttered to himself, "Is this some kind of power she doesn't even know she has? This is getting more and more confusing." At that very moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Kazan whispered weakly, as if to herself, "Am I still alive?" He was startled and looked over curiously as she panted and slowly conceded, "Congratulations, Sihan. You won. The soul swap technique is as amazing as I thought. I can't even lift a finger." Kazan quietly resigned herself, peacefully closing her eyes. "Now, kill me." Sihan spoke softly, his every word a question. "I have a few questions. Why did you betray me?" At his words, her eyes shot open, but she remained silent. Seeing her silence, he couldn't help but press on. "I'm asking you why you betrayed me." Kazan let out a soft chuckle and said slowly, "I have nothing to say. Just kill me." After a short pause, Sihan slowly refused. "I'm not going to do that. You didn't kill me either." His words instantly sparked her rage. "It wasn't that I didn't want to kill you. I just couldn't. If I had been able to, I would have killed you." He replied with a disdainful smirk. "I don't care. Whatever your reason was, the fact is I'm still alive, and for that, I thank you." As he said this, a look of utter contempt filled Sihan's eyes. "So, I won't kill you." As he finished his sentence, a portal suddenly materialized behind Kazan. Things should be fair, shouldn't they? Her eyes widened in astonishment as she let out a piercing scream. A portal. In that moment, all Kazan could do was cry out in panic. "Are you sending me through that gate?" Sihan simply offered a calm response. "It's time you repaid your 10-year debt." Then, his voice suddenly rose, sharp with interrogation. "I'll ask you one last time. Was any of it real? All those years we spent together?" "Answer me," he roared, a storm of violent emotion in his voice. "Back then, why did you betray me? I thought you were like a sister to me." She lowered her head, lips pressed into a thin line as if suppressing a wave of emotion. Kazan suddenly clenched her jaw, grinding her teeth in fury before she screamed, "I never considered you my brother." Sihan was stunned into silence, unable to believe his ears. "I am not your sister, and we are not family." Alita, too, was momentarily stunned by the revelation. How could I just stand by safely while you had to endure everything? What kind of sister would do that? In her fury, she demanded answers, seeming to lose all reason. Why did it have to be Lavina? It was as if Kazan poured every last ounce of her life into that scream. "I met you first." The moment she finished speaking, everything seemed to freeze in a moment of perfect stillness. What just happened? After a long pause, she finally spoke. "I was so excited," Kazan muttered in a hoarse voice. "You are getting what you deserve." "Yes, I deserve to go to hell." Her eyes slowly filled with indignation. "But the hell I'm destined for will be God's hell." Kazan slammed her hand on the ground, declaring, "I refuse to die in a godless place where Lavina isn't present." Seeing this, Alita cried out in terror. "She still has power left. Watch out." But Sihan seemed frozen, his mind filled with a single, dangerous thought. Meanwhile, she smiled peacefully, as if all her burdens had just melted away. "Model. Goodbye, Sihan." He cried out in alarm. "Wait!" But amidst his horrified scream, Kazan had decisively ended her life, left hovering in a boundless void. She closed her eyes and savored the feeling. It was so comfortable, but she still wondered, am I dead? My heart was crushed when the soul restoration technique suppressed my power. I wouldn't even mind being killed. Huh? In that terrifyingly silent space, a voice echoed. I'm curious, Chen. That voice just kept echoing. Tell me, do you know about the spatial gate? You can't just push your enemies into it, and no enemy would willingly walk into one. But she was trapped here 10 years ago. It was a strange woman's voice, and a familiar man's. The situation was a little different back then. At that time, Ging had been created to be the gate's target, but the gate's power wasn't strong enough to completely bind anyone. They were merely weakened, unable to use their own magic to resist it. Was it Chen and his comrades? If that's the case, I should have held onto the gate. But back then, Lazan wasn't the one who directly opened it. I still don't know how they managed that. This conversation took place 10 years ago. They used the last remnants from the heart of the Insect Lord and broke free from my control. And so, the world itself opened a spatial gate to be free of me. I am not someone from G who can act without the world's permission. The author of the universe's laws would send me back to my original world. Of course, even I didn't know this, Kazan. But I happened to find out after reading some documents about the multiverse. Kazan smiled, satisfied. You've grown stronger. Until now, Chen had only been mimicking the flow of mana. He didn't understand a thing about magic itself. But now, he possessed an immense amount of it. That's good. The stronger you get, Chen, the more you'll understand what you truly want, and the easier it will be to achieve your desires. The dialogue continued. Why are you talking as if I was the one trapped in that space years ago? As long as I'm alive, something like that will never happen again. What a relief. You've found true friends to be by your side. Kazan drifted through the endless void. She was startled, realizing, am I dead? Then, why can I still hear this conversation? A light shone from somewhere, as if showing Kazan the way. In a room, Sihan and Alita were deep in conversation, when suddenly, Alita was left speechless with shock. Looking at Kazan, she screamed, Sihan, she's awake. Kazan looked down at her own hands, which were perfectly intact. She asked, as if to confirm, I'm alive? What did you do? Sung Sihan replied coldly, I didn't do anything. Not even the Lord of the Universe could have saved you. You saved yourself. The scene flashed back to the moment Kazan collapsed. Sihan had screamed her name in anguish. He rushed forward to save her, but Kazan made a request. Get the ice. What did you say? Why are you making that face all of a sudden? Damn it, Sihan screamed. Don't you die in front of me. You're the immortal witch, aren't you? Are you messing with me? I still need to hear the truth from you. At that moment, Alita tried to calm him down. Sihan, wait. She suddenly stared at what was happening in front of them. Alita was stunned to see dark shadows rushing into Kazan's body. What the? He was using the soul transference technique to force the magic back inside her, concentrating it on her crushed heart. Sihan was stubbornly trying to save her. I won't let you die until you tell me everything. And then, a miracle occurred. Kazan's heart began to glow and beat once more. After hearing the story of what happened, Kazan remarked in awe. Incredible. You can use soul transference like that? Sihan replied nonchalantly. It only really had an effect once I brought you back here. Sister, you said you were going to meet an old acquaintance. How did things get to this point? Who were those people? Look, I may have held you, but it's not what you're thinking. If you're so curious, then tell me. You haven't fully recovered yet. I'm awake now. My heart has healed on its own, but since that moment, the magic in my body has taken its place, and I can still use my power to create an artificial heart. I no longer meet the qualifications of a normal sister. Sihan fell silent as he listened to her. He asked again, was that your plan from the beginning? You knew I would come for revenge, so you stayed in a remote village without a single guard. During the battle, you went easy on me and even gave me crucial information. Were you planning to die at my hands? Kazan replied calmly. I am not asking for forgiveness, but you have every reason to take revenge on me. As a traitor, it's my responsibility to help you in any way I can. However, as I am a servant of Lord L, I cannot die anywhere but in RER. My only option was to slowly destroy myself. And it seems I'm not a very good actress. You ask why I betrayed you? I've already told you before. Miss Alita, I'm sorry, but could you leave Sihan and me to speak privately? Though surprised to be addressed, Alita agreed. Click. The door closed, leaving the two of them alone in the room. Sung Sihan closed his eyes, thinking. A moment later, he nodded in agreement, sat down, and asked, All right, then. Tell me why you decided to die at my hands instead of begging for forgiveness, and the reason you chose to betray me. And what did you mean by those last words? Sung Sihan asked, blushing slightly. He remembered Kazan's words. I never once thought of you as a little brother. The more Sihan thought about it, the more confused and flustered he became. Did you just blurt that out? I can't figure it out. In response to his question, Kazan just laughed, then said, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Her expression then grew serious. "Sihan, do you remember the battle at the labyrinth tree? Our paths split from that point on." Meanwhile, outside, Zenon was asking, "So, the immortal witch planned to die at Sihan's hands? Is that why she did all that?" Alita, who had just stepped out, confirmed it. "It's a truly tragic story." "What?" he exclaimed in shock. "Why would she do something that crazy? If she wanted to die from the start, she could have spared us the plague. My body still aches from it." The two of them began to argue heatedly. Perhaps she deeply regretted it. If you feel guilty, you're supposed to beg for forgiveness, not plot your own death. How is that logical? Logic doesn't matter. Can you really apply logic to someone's feelings? Even after fighting her today, we could never truly understand her reasons. We're just outsiders looking in. Back then, no one would have dared to dream of the dawn. Compared to the mighty Tosin Empire, the rebel army was nothing but a ragtag group. After the long, peaceful days following the war for survival, the rebel army never backed down. Even in the most difficult situations, they continued to recruit new members, strengthening their power and military forces. And finally, the flag of freedom was raised. The rebel army was led by Sihan and Lazan. They led the army from one of the 4 capitals of the western states. With the power of the 7 heroes, they controlled enough territory to become a true rival to the Empire. The rebel army had grown strong enough to change the world, and with that, the burden on the 7 heroes grew heavier. Central castle of the western states. Sunset Plaza. Li Tian asked with a grim expression, "What's the status of the post-war recovery efforts?" Safon Saon replied, "I've already delegated that task to Gambit and Dua. They're handling it quite well." "I see. Good work. We are not like the Imperial soldiers. We must treat our prisoners with dignity. We just need to deal with the ringleaders and commanders, and the ordinary soldiers can either return to their homeland or join our group." Regarding the specific situation with the Western team, Facina started to complain. Why is the royal family so much trouble? Even if they're royalty, those ringleaders from the other world should be executed. Hearing this, Saon replied, "Not everyone in the Alita family can summon things from other worlds. The royals were captured in the final battle, but they weren't involved at all. They are all elderly, children, and women." Lavina also spoke up. "How do we know they aren't summoners? We need to accurately verify the summoners' identities." Kazan added, "We have a protection spell passed down from the Alita royal family. Naturally, some of them have that power as well. So should we separate them from the other royals?" Gina wondered. "But would that be okay? If they learn how, they could summon a hero from anywhere they want." Theo continued, "There's a big physical difference, but it's still a possibility." Hearing this, Lexian remained insistent. "Do we have any other choice? They're just women and children. I don't like this one bit, but perhaps execution is necessary." Wait, that word caught everyone's attention. Sung Sihan asked everyone, "What are you guys talking about? Execution?" Back in the present, he seemed to remember. "I remember now. We talked about it, and we had a heated argument." Kazan repeated the word. Argument. If you only remember it as an argument, then you don't understand the whole situation. Back in the past, the argument was still going. Are you serious? The children here are only 15 years old. And now we have to kill them? Lexian was firm in his stance. "We don't like this either, but no matter how weak or young they are, once they can use the power of summoning, they will become our terrifying enemies. We can't leave any loose ends." Meanwhile, Sihan was absolutely furious. "So we're going to execute them, just because they might commit a crime when they haven't even done anything? What kind of twisted potential is that? Isn't that no different from what the royal soldiers do?" Safon supported Lexian's opinion. "We have no other way to control summoners. Unlike others, we can't control them with magic. The difference is huge. Using magic, we can take down the entire royal family with just a few people. But to face a summoner, we would need thousands. We don't have enough people right now, and even if we did, we couldn't sacrifice them." Theo also tried his best to persuade him. "What's important is everyone's safety. Sihan, one wrong move, and thousands will bleed." His words made Sihan even more agitated. "Are you willing to let innocent people die for that so-called truth of yours? What did you just say? That's bullshit. Don't cause useless bloodshed just to save other people. I won't accept it." Sihan's stubbornness made Lexian sigh wearily. "Sihan, tell me, which members of the family are truly innocent? Even if they're young, the royals still enjoyed far greater privileges. They received all those benefits for doing absolutely nothing. What kind of stupid, selfish logic is this? What have those children done wrong? You can't blame them for their parents' sins." "Hey Sihan, What nonsense are you spouting? If it's not the children, then who will pay for the sins of their parents? I agree. It's a pity they have to die young. But you can't say they're innocent. Our principles are just too different, even if the hostages were to accept them. Sung Sihan seemed to recall something from his past. He remembered a voice that kept echoing, causing him to freeze. They must bear the sins of their parents. What is this? But Glan, we can't kill children. How would that make us any different from the tyrant? Lexian angrily slammed the table and shouted. Enough, Sung Sihan. Do you think any of us enjoy this? Are you really going to trade the lives of the tens of thousands who follow you just for that ridiculous justice of yours? We carry the lives of millions on our shoulders. We have to do something. We can't just sit around and wait for the future to decide if we were right or not. Kazan timidly chimed in. In Toan's healing arts, we sometimes use poison to treat poison. Even if there are side effects, it's better than dying. Killing them isn't right. But to save all of Lalan, we have to execute them. Gina agreed. We're different from the tyrant. Our mission is to save people. And I completely understand that the ends don't justify the means. But the responsibility of a leader forces them to make mistakes for a greater cause, for the people. Isn't ignoring a crime you have the power to stop also a crime? As for Gina, he scratched his head. This is a real headache. He became serious. We're in a war, Sihan. This decision requires more thought. Even my stupid brain can't figure it out. Kazan continued to persuade him. Please understand that it's the most logical decision at this time. Everyone knows it's wrong. Your ideals are noble, but that kind of idealistic goodness doesn't exist in the real world. We will not follow your standards. Lexian stated coldly. The fact that everyone denied his opinion made Sung Sihan look even more isolated. Looking at the people before him, he spoke up. Didn't we all wish for that ideal to become a reality? Fine, if that's what everyone thinks. Sihan dangerously drew his sword, causing the space behind him to turn a beautiful blue. This reckless action made Kazan and Lexian afraid. Sihan, what are you doing? Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he declared, looking incredibly dangerous. If you insist on killing innocent people, then I will stop you. After that fateful moment of drawing his sword, that was Sihan's reaction when he believed everyone else was wrong. After that, his image gradually changed from a reliable, if slightly rigid, commander to an irredeemable madman. Safon thought that Sihan had lost control. We don't need another tyrant. Lexian agreed. He acts like this is a world that only he can fix. As long as he holds on to his Earth-like way of thinking, his attitude will never change. Everyone is here, which means we all agree. Does anyone have a different opinion? Amidst the discussion, Kazan remained silent. She thought, it all started when Sihan became too powerful. Is there anyone among us willing to risk their own life for the future of Lalan? There are 6 mice here, happily discussing it, but who will bell the cat out there? I'm no different. And it's not like we can't do anything about Sihan. We've had the thought too. But would we really risk our lives against him? How about we just send him back to Earth? Lexian suggested. The idea made Kazan freeze for a moment. She thought, just send him back where he came from. If Sihan can go back, then he won't be with Lavina anymore. Our relationship is already strained. Wouldn't it be better if he just went back to where he belongs? Her train of thought was cut short by the map on the ground. Sung Sihan forcefully used his power, smashing the compartment. Chan, what's the meaning of this? He still believed his opinion was the right one. I'm sorry, everyone, but killing innocent children is not right at all. I won't accept this. Thao Zenon and Kazan were taken aback. She realized with belated horror, my God, just how strong has Chan gotten? Just 2 months ago, we were at the same level. His resistance only made Li Tin angrier. He let out a curse. Damn it. At the same time, everyone else got into a fighting stance. Don't do anything reckless, Chan. Kazan tried to persuade him. Stop it. Everyone will. In that tense situation, a hand reached out. Lavina stepped forward to stop them. Chan is right. I've changed my mind. Chan was right, Lavina continued. You all know that without Chan, we would have never gotten this far. All of us in the resistance owe him our lives. Chan is just defending his principles, and I will follow him. Seeing someone defend him, Sung Sihan was stunned. Lavina, everyone fell silent in that moment. Safan was the first to break the silence. I wasn't comfortable with that decision either. Lavina is right. Ting also seemed a bit stunned. He reluctantly said, I'll go with the majority. Seeing everyone's reaction change, Li Tin could only sigh. He conceded. We're leaving a loose end, but I guess there's nothing more we can do. I promise I'll treat those Loscan royal children well. When Chan heard that, Sihan cried out joyfully, like a child given candy. Lexian, everyone, he said excitedly. Thank you for siding with me. I'll prove to all of you that I was right. Seeing Sung Sihan so happy, Vina also shared his joy, smiling contentedly. Back in the present, Sung Sihan continued speaking. Even though you all changed your minds for my sake, every member of the royal family committed suicide after drinking poisoned wine. How would those children know there was poison in it? I'm sure they drank it because their parents gave it to them. It's so cruel. If they wanted to die, they could have just died alone. Kazan denied it. No, Chan, she stammered. They didn't commit suicide. The one who killed them was Lavina. At that moment, she was admiring herself in a new dress. Lavina praised herself. I'm so beautiful. I wonder if Chan will like it. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Seeing her rush in, Lavina asked Kone, what's wrong? What happened? Lavina. The royal family. They didn't voluntarily drink the poisoned wine. They were paralyzed before they died. That was your technique. Corrosion. Her corrosion technique was exposed, but why did she still seem so cheerful? I don't remember leaving any traces. Was there a problem? Did someone else notice? No one but me. I haven't told anyone. I see. What's the big deal? Not a big deal? What are you saying? Oh, you know what? If I hadn't done it, I think someone else would have. Everything's fine now, Kazan thought to herself. She's not wrong. Everyone was racking their brains, trying to figure out how to separate them and keep them away from the other prisoners. You're lying to Chan, Kazan said, but Lavina remained unfazed. If you think so, then fine. I realize he wasn't convinced. But that doesn't mean we have to listen to him, does it? She asserted. I love Chan, more than anyone in this world, so I know him very well. When things go beyond his limits, Chan will definitely make even his own comrades pay the price. It's not the first time the Revolutionary Army has had to pay for his impulsive decisions, is it? If he can't be persuaded, I'll try to persuade him. But Chan won't change his mind. Kazan hesitated slightly but still asked, how could you lie to the person you love? Lavina listened attentively. Hearing that, she burst out laughing heartily. You're so naive. Not every couple has to share all their secrets with each other. As she spoke, Lavina hugged Kazan. That's how relationships last a long time, even if someone has to keep a secret. In the end, I couldn't refute anything she said. In fact, I had already thought it was unavoidable. No one thought you were wrong. But by the time we realized that, Chan had decided to stay in Gloaler, only to be betrayed in this situation by his most trusted friends and forcibly sent back to Earth. How betrayed he must have felt. Outside in the garden, Sihan and Lavina were talking, a happy couple under the radiant sun. Contrasting with that happiness was the loneliness and complex feelings of Kazan, who watched them from a distance. She recalled those old memories as she explained. I understand that no matter what I say, it will only sound like an excuse. That's why I fought Chan without saying a word, trying to pay the price for my betrayal with my life. I haven't asked for forgiveness since that day. I'm simply telling you the whole truth, because you were desperate enough to revive me. But that doesn't change the fact that we betrayed you. After hearing the story, Sung Sihan just silently clenched his fists. His silence made Kazan feel a bit awkward. She continued. After that day, I had nightmares every time I tried to sleep. No matter how much time passed, I could never forget your screams. In the end, I ran away from my position as queen. Kazan patted her chest, assuring him, but now, I will accept it all. Let's end this revenge. At a peaceful place somewhere, children played happily on the green grass. Watching over them was Kazan. Dressed as a nun, she no longer had a dangerous air about her and seemed as gentle as a mother caring for her children. The scene was peaceful and warm. In the distance, Sihan sat on a tree trunk looking down, frowning in annoyance. It's disgustingly peaceful. It's a relief to finally hear the reason for the betrayal I've agonized over for 10 years. And here I was, worrying that it was something I had done. The problem was never about who did what wrong, but the nature of their betrayal. It's that I couldn't accept actions that went against my own standards. Even though their logic might seem reasonable, didn't they become a revolutionary army because they also saw that their world needed fixing? They exiled me, treating me like an unstoppable dictator. But now they're ruling like dictators in their own country, and yet they blame me for their betrayal. The same goes for Kazan. Perhaps she thought I'd be swayed by hearing the truth, but now I'm certain that I'm not at fault. No matter how different cultures are, there are certain things that are unacceptable if you're human. The death of innocent people is unacceptable under any circumstances. Sung Sihan monologued to himself, but it was as if he were speaking to those who betrayed him. At least the memories, the friendship, and the trust I remember weren't lies. Not until I became strong. The ones who changed were you. He stood up and looked into the distance. Lone, Lavina, Yan Phone, Just you wait. Because I no longer have any attachments holding me back. Model. Suddenly, a gasp made him turn his head. Another nun was anxiously asking Kazan, "What's wrong? Princess Dila, are you unwell?" Though her face was pale, she replied with a forced smile. "I'm just a little tired." Sung Sihan watched in silence. He suddenly remembered the words from before. "Let's end this revenge." Sung Sihan thought to himself, "I chose spatial exile for the traitors as my method of revenge, so I could throw them into a living hell, just like how everything was stolen from me. Therefore, if they somehow manage to survive it and return to Lone Lang, though the possibility is slim, I would be willing to forgive them. But now the situation is a bit more complicated. She's no longer the immortal witch, nor is she the ruler of the moon. I'm just bullying the weak at this point. As a consequence of forcibly materializing a non-existent heart with divine power, she can no longer use her divine power. Because if she uses her divine power, her heart will disappear, causing instant death. Since she gave up her position as queen, she has no abilities, status, or power. If I didn't know anything, revenge would be easier. But now I know her true feelings." He recalled what Kazan had said back then. "Why did it have to be Lavina? I met you first." Sung Sihan felt a bit troubled. He scratched his head in confusion. "I don't know what I should do." At that difficult moment, a question rang out. "What are you planning to do?" Sung Sihan looked down at Alita. "Alita, what are you doing here?" In a flash, Alita had climbed the large tree trunk. Sitting next to him, she explained, "I've recovered most of my mana. I want to know when you plan to open the spatial gate. Of course, only if you want to open it. I haven't decided yet. I have no intention of taking revenge if my heart isn't in it." Alita looked at him blankly. She asked, "Why do you want revenge?" He asked back, "What do you mean? Why?" No, I misspoke. What kind of revenge do you want? Like, do you want to see the traitors repent? See them regret their past and beg for forgiveness? Repentance and forgiveness are just side effects of revenge. The reason for ending one's revenge is..." Sung Sihan stopped mid-sentence and looked down below. Kazan was still playing happily with the children, paying the price for her betrayal. In the rented room, Kazan stood before Sung Sihan, gathered all her courage, and said, "I'm ready. Kazan, it's time to end this revenge." Just hearing her name made Kazan wary. He stood his ground. "I'm not going to open the spatial gate." Hearing this, Kazan was stunned and asked, "Have you forgiven me?" But Sihan denied it. "That's not it. I'm not virtuous enough to forgive someone that easily. But I swore I would take away everything the traitors possessed. And the fastest way to do that is to send them through a spatial gate. As for you, you've already paid the price. You've lost your divine power, your authority, and your status. The revolutionary hero of the past, the immortal witch Konus, is dead. Because now, you can't even win against an ordinary person." Kazan let out a bitter laugh. "Are you forgiving me because I've been reduced to this state? I briefly thought you might have gone soft, but it turns out the opposite is true. Perhaps being thrown into another dimension would be more merciful." Sung Sihan turned to leave. "I'm done talking to you. I'm leaving now." Kazan just stood there watching him, smiling. Suddenly, Sung Sihan stopped. He said bluntly, "I don't know how you used to feel about me, or how you feel about me now, but I'm sorry. I can't return your feelings. Right now, I don't have time to think about anything else." Kazan's hopeful expression vanished in that instant. Nevertheless, she pressed her lips together, as if in acceptance. A memory of her and Sihan laughing happily together suddenly flooded her mind. Now, only sorrow remained as she collapsed, sobbing and repeating two words, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Meanwhile, in a quiet forest, sunlight streamed down everywhere. Suddenly, Alita remembered something and exclaimed. She worriedly informed Sung Sihan. Thinking back on it, "We forgot about Lavina. We thought it would be a short trip, so we didn't say anything to her. Who would have thought we'd be gone for so long? How are we going to explain this to her?" He broke into a cold sweat, just imagining a crying Lavina. "Master, I hope nothing happened to you." At that moment, Alita offered, "I'll let you do the explaining. That girl seems a little harsh with me." He was slightly surprised. "Huh? I wonder why." Alita could only give a wry smile. "It's better if you don't know." The conversation ended there. Sung Sihan thought worriedly, "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to focus on Lavina. All this information I got from Kazan. I need to process it all in my head." Kazan took an offensive stance from the very beginning, so I wouldn't waver in my revenge. She pretended to attack me viciously, as if she wanted to kill me, but she intentionally revealed information I never would have known otherwise. And the thing that bothers me most is the black gunpowder that Lexian is researching. Kazan used that powder as a catalyst and successfully spread the plague of loan into the abyss. That means if Lexian uses that powder, he can also use abyss magic. I'll be in trouble if I attack him without this knowledge. What a valuable piece of information. It's a good thing I have this information now. Another important piece of info. 3 of the hypocrites opposed my death. Sihan recalled his meeting with Kazan at the infirmary. She had revealed some information during their battle. I told you I would kill you if I could. But the truth is, I was one of the few who opposed your death. Lalonde and Lexian were also on the side of opposition. Hearing this, he could only mumble a reply. Yeah, that's unexpected. I can see a sincere Kazan or a foolish Lalone opposing my death, but I thought for sure Lexian would have supported it. Kazan's face darkened, and her tone grew heavier. You're not entirely wrong. Lexian's opposition was definitely a different kind than ours. We said that we couldn't kill Sung Sihan, but Lexian said it would be a hassle if you died. At that same moment, Lexian was at a large mansion. He looked around once and assessed it. What a vast place, no matter how many times I see it. It's a fact that Glada, the 5th capital of the Dun Empire, is a city that represents the Empire. Unlike other imperial cities, it wasn't destroyed down to the very last brick. Afterwards, this city became known as a cursed place and was forgotten by the world. But beneath the city, about 2 kilometers underground, there was actually a massive hidden space. This was something that not even the mad tyrant Sung Sihan knew about. Lexian called this place the Legacy of El Sun. After performing the ritual, the spatial gate opened violently. He couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "A spatial gate, all the way here. Everything is the same." Lexian dropped his outer cloak, revealing the tattoos covering his arm. Instantly, all the ink lines blazed with light. With this tattoo, inked with the ashes of a royal heart, I can proceed to the next step. Oh, great will, open the window that leads to the worlds. The spear of power shall pierce through 3,000 worlds and shine with glorious light. As he chanted, the spatial gate turned a fiery red. His eyes widened at the bizarre sight, and his pupils constricted violently and uncontrollably. The image beyond the gate slowly came into focus. It was another city. Lexian's face was one of pure bliss, his smile frozen. It took a moment before he could let out a massive laugh. Success. It's a success. The spatial gate has finally led to Earth. It's too soon to celebrate. First, I have to find that guy. Suddenly, something made Lexian freeze. He squinted, trying to get a clear look at what just happened. What is this? What's happening? Where did that guy go? Is he dead? At the same time, Sung Sihan's group was facing a little trouble. Dina was overjoyed to see him return. Welcome back, Master. You've all worked so hard. Her attitude was met with confusion from the other 3. Sung Sihan couldn't help but question it. Instead of being worried, she's happily welcoming us. Alita, beside him, was also extremely puzzled. Seeing her act like this makes me feel awkward. However, Dina quickly explained. I heard the story from Namjukma. Master went on a secret mission from Duke Keithon, right? I was told to wait for updates so as not to interrupt the mission. Mentioning his name, he was horrified. Keithon took care of everything? Just how far ahead did he plan? This is insane. Then, Sihan ordered her in a serious tone. Then continue the procedure. The Tanbur delegation is returning home. A moment later, a carriage was speeding through the forest. Sung Sihan also urged his horse to go faster. However, he couldn't stop thinking, I let my guard down way too much. To be honest, the battle with Kazan was my failure. Because I had the improved soul transfer as a hidden trump card up my sleeve, I was certain I would win no matter how strong Kazan was. But Kazan also had a hidden ace that I knew nothing about. There's no guarantee the other traitors don't have something hidden up their sleeves too. I got careless because I dealt with Gixon's guards so easily. I'll lose if I fight using the past as a reference. I shouldn't think of this as a waste of time. I can't mess up my revenge just because I'm in a rush. I need power sufficient to overwhelm my enemies, even in unexpected situations. When I get back, I should lie low and train until I can regain my full strength. To regain my power, what I need most is time to pass. They arrived at a large mansion. Keithon appeared with a fawning expression. Did you call for me? Sir Sihan. Right now, at the Keithon Dan mansion of the Kingdom of B, Sihan was having a meeting with Keithon Dan. We need a new hideout. This location was optimal for taking down Gacinda, but now that that's done, it's not as valuable as it was. I need a more secret place where I can train with all my might, and I need more aura pills, as many as possible. Without hesitating, he immediately approved. Yes, it has already been taken care of. We have a few locations in mind. Would you like to review them now? He acted as if it were completely normal. Of course, I understand you'll need some time, but it can't be longer than 2 months. Suddenly, Sihan paused. Something felt wrong. He realized what Keithon had just said. You've already taken care of it? This is the first time I'm bringing this up. He smiled and clicked his tongue. Since you took care of Gacinda, I figured you'd need a new hideout. I've chosen a few good locations based on my own standards. Recruiting trustworthy people also took a bit of time. After all, these are locations I had to secure in preparation for war. I took care of them along the way. I couldn't tell you because the preparations weren't perfect, as I couldn't find a good chef who could satisfy you, Sir Sihan. Sihan was speechless for a few seconds at such thoughtfulness. You don't need to worry about that. Not stopping there, Keithon mentioned something else. And you don't need to worry about the aura pills either. We collected all the aura pills we could while you were in the religious state of Anset. With this much foresight, he had to ask suspiciously, are you some kind of psychic? However, the man's expression turned into that of a capitalist. All the leaders of the 6 kingdoms will be defeated by your hand, won't they? In that case, whether it's civil war or all-out war, the value of high-ranking swordsmen will increase, and so the price of medicine and elixirs will naturally rise as well. So, in preparation. At this point, Sihan understood that he had truly prepared for everything. Now I see why Giga collapsed like that. Even a normal person would get lazy if everything was prepared for them like this. It's certainly convenient, but a little unsettling. After going to the training ground, he didn't waste a single second, combining slashes with mana to blast away the large rock in front of him. In just a moment, everything was taken care of neatly. I like this new hideout of Keithon's. It's so convenient not having to be wary of others. Xenon spoke up then. I feel bad for Dina. It seems like we're isolating her. The new training spot is at the top of the engraved cliff. Dina will never be able to reach that peak with her skills. Alita, beside him, sympathized a little. Wouldn't it be okay to tell Dina your true identity now? She seems trustworthy. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable about this too. This wasn't something Sihan hadn't already considered. I've been thinking about it too. But for now, I plan to focus on regaining my past strength. I never thought I was rushing before, as long as I could reach a certain point. I thought that would be enough, but I realized how arrogant that was after the battle with Kazan. I plan to prepare thoroughly for this, so it won't be like last time. I should learn from Master Keithon to always be prepared. Hearing this, she was silent for a moment. Then, Alita took a few more steps and began to voice her thoughts on Keithon. We should be wary of what Keithon is preparing for us based on his own assumptions. Whether it's for good or ill, having to face an unexpected event is a kind of backstabbing. He's perfectly capable, but he's hiding his true intentions. Accomplishing things without following orders isn't always a good thing. Communication is what's important. I think it's crucial that we communicate for our mutual benefit. It was like a light bulb went off in his head. You're right. Every time I deal with Keithon, I feel happy, but also uncomfortable. Now I know why. Alita, you're really sharp when it comes to these things. Alita shrugged, half joking. Well, to put it indirectly, I've lived at least 1,000,000 lives. It's not true when they say there's no shortcut to becoming strong. There's always an honest and continuous shortcut. Repeating your training and resting every day. This seemingly slow method is actually the fastest shortcut to becoming strong. Sihan's group continued on this shortcut every day in the castle, dedicating each day to training honestly. After some time, as the seasons began to change, the first person to notice a difference was Zenon. The amount of mana around him had changed drastically. Zenon was quite surprised by what he had just felt. This is... Sihan smiled as if to confirm it. Congratulations on reaching the expert rank, Zenon. His cheeks flushed with total excitement. Thank you, Sihan. This is all thanks to your teachings. The feeling of aura flowing through my entire body. It's amazing. Sihan tilted his head and teased him. This is the part where I'm supposed to say it's thanks to your persistence and effort. But the truth is, it was all me, right? And that's the power of aura potions and elixirs. With the proper nutrition, even the same shortcut can be traveled much faster. Hearing this, Zenon scratched his head in embarrassment. You're right. That's a luxury I could never afford. All those expensive things. Sihan couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration, because they don't work on master rank individuals since they aren't affected by aura from outside their bodies. If only I'd had these expensive things before. Anyway, would you like me to check something else for you? Hearing the mention of training, he immediately offered. Sure. I want you to take a look at this sword style. I don't have any problem executing the Overlord aura right now, but a sword style that doesn't follow the proper methods will eventually become unsuitable. Therefore, during my training, I've been practicing a method that best suits the Overlord aura technique. Unlike the original two-handed sword, which is violent in nature, A one-handed sword is suitable for one-on-one combat. These words made Sung Sihan look incredibly surprised. Zenon didn't notice and excitedly drew his sword to show off the swordsmanship, said to have been used by the creator of the Overlord Aura, the mercenary king Bafefa. Something suddenly clicked in his mind. Of course, that's not a bad attempt at all. Chafisha, a sword style that is highly compatible with the Overlord Aura technique. It's perfect. But why is that sword the size of a two-hander? Is that even possible? Being able to handle a two-handed sword like a one-handed one is advantageous in battle, in a sense. The distance, timing, and speed are altered to the point that it creates a new style of swordsmanship. Thinking this, Sung Sihan couldn't help but comment. With that kind of weight, it's natural for the center of balance to be thrown off, but to be able to swing it and use the Overlord Aura on top of that, you really must be a genius, Zenon. And with that, Alita also broke through her limit. She had become a knight-rank swordsman. Sung Sihan crossed his arms and praised her, but still managed to tease her. You've improved just as I expected. Too bad you're not a genius. Everything was going smoothly. Everyone was showing the results of their efforts. My current aura could probably match the level of General Dak or the Silver Mercenary King. The problem is, his mood suddenly soured. My magic level hasn't changed. Alita spoke up hesitantly. My magic level has actually improved. Sihan jumped and yelled, I'm the one who's been meditating, so why did your magic level go up? She rubbed her chin, wondering. Are you sure your magic isn't flowing into me? No matter how I look at it, I suspect it is, because your magic level isn't increasing in proportion to the amount of meditation you've done. But at this rate, I can't deny it. Her words made him reconsider. Is my summoning method the problem? Since I have a different situation than before, I think it might be correlated with otherworldly summoning. Alita didn't answer, just looked at Sihan in silence. A moment later, an idea struck her. Do you think we'd find more clues if we got more information about the otherworldly summoning of the Desons? His brows furrowed instantly. I would say so. But I already know about otherworldly summoning, since opening a space gate is just a modification of that magic. I've caught too many otherworldly summoners in the past to know, but even the summoners themselves only know the method of summoning. They don't know the theories or principles of how the summoning works. They must have guarded the secret very thoroughly. Thinking back now, they must have intentionally passed down only that much knowledge. Because if you're not a direct member of the Alita royal family, otherworldly summoning won't work even if the methods are revealed. It would be great if we had more information on otherworld summoning like you said, Alita. But to do that, we need an introduction to otherworld summoning that contains its core principles. But now that the Alita royal family is gone, getting it is impossible. Is there really no other way? Suddenly, Alita interrupted. Sung Sihan. She held a book out in front of him. A book? What's this? His pupils contracted as he read the cover. Unable to contain himself, Sung Sihan let out a desperate shout. Why is this here? Sung Sihan realized in astonishment. This is... Just by glancing at it, I can tell what this is. The knowledge passed down only to the Sung Sihan emperors. The actual research book on otherworld summoning. He turned to Alita and asked urgently, How did you get this? Not even Lozan could find this book. Despite searching everywhere, Alita stammered about it. Among Dusan Sihan's keepsakes. Sihan was stunned. Keepsakes? This is the first I'm hearing about them. Why did you hide this? You should have told me sooner, Alita replied, feeling a bit guilty. I thought you would destroy it if you knew about it, since it's something that mad tyrant left behind. She looked at Sihan hesitantly and asked, So, what now? That book will surely help you get your magic back, right? Sung Sihan's expression grew more serious as he said, I don't know. I'm not so sure. The language written here is an ancient one, used 1,000 years ago. I know this book is about otherworld summoning, but that's all I can tell. Only the first royal family can read this writing. Alita rubbed her chin, confused. Right? I thought that maybe if it was you, Chan, you'd be able to read it. I was too young to learn it, Sihan said helplessly. I'd read it if I could. He stared intently at the book, frustrated by the language barrier. If it were Den or Sapone, they'd know how to read it. And I can't go to those traders. Should I ask a Khan language expert to study it? Alita put her hands on her hips and reminded him, Are you planning to reveal LCK's secrets to a stranger? Sung Sihan was silent for a long time, thinking. He hesitated as he turned the pages. After all, it was surely valuable information. The theory of otherworldly summoning. Sihan suddenly remembered. Since we have some magic with ancient Sinlian script left in the White Ivory Tower, if we use it for comparison, we might be able to translate it. All right, today's training is over. I'll be going through this from now on. A few days later, Zenon listened to Alita's story in disbelief. Chan, he's been training by himself for a few days now. I wonder why he called us here today. Has he already deciphered the book? Alita turned to look at Sihan. He turned back to look at them, calling out, Alita, Zenon. You're here, Alita asked eagerly. Did you finally figure out the reason for the magical abnormality? Sihan shrugged and admitted. No, I don't know anything. I've only translated part of it. As for the rest, I have no clue. He held out his hand, laughed, and added, but. A powerful energy then burst forth from around him. Alita couldn't help but be surprised. This powerful feeling. It's my secret art. Explosion. It's even stronger than that. Sung Sihan summoned condensed power to his hand and began to chant. Oh, heat, I forbid your existence. Sung Sihan unleashed a powerful blast of absolute zero that shot straight forward, leaving Zenon and Alita utterly astonished. She hastily asked Sihan, Absolute zero? You mean the 9th tier magic that brings an area to absolute zero? What is this? Chan, have you completely recovered your magic? Sihan smiled as if to confirm it. He picked up the book and answered clearly. No, I still haven't figured that out. The secret of otherworldly summoning is still unknown, but I've learned a few other things. Magic amplification and combat meditation. He explained to Alita, You're just one of those special cases who can't control their power output. Basically, it's impossible to use all of your magic at once. If you have a maximum of 100 magic units, you can probably only use about 20 of them. But this introduction to otherworldly summoning contains ways for you to adjust and use 80 to 90% of your magic at once. This is magic amplification. Sung Sihan raised his hand, creating another sphere of power. He then unleashed the technique again, creating a massive force. Alita was amazed that he could use this scale of magic once more. Sung Sihan raised his hand again, gathering energy while instructing Alita. You forcibly gather the world's energy, according to a pre-arranged formula, and replenish the magic used during battle. And this is combat meditation, Zenon asked. You can replenish magic you've already used? Sung Sihan explained. It's limited to otherworldly summoning because it's not an independent formula, but one that's mixed with otherworldly magic formulas. This is why the Lan royal family, even at the apprentice magic level, can use the extravagant, otherworldly summoning magic. If normal mages applied this to different spells, they would die from either magic depletion or magic overload. One of the two. Because magic can put pressure on the body at both extremes, but that won't be a problem for me, since I have a master-level magic capacity. Sung Sihan excitedly raised his hand, calculating. With this, I can use magic beyond my own capacity by recharging it as many times as I want. In a way, I've become even better than before. The return of the expert, Chan. Zenon stood behind him, deep in thought, then raised his hand to speak. Does this mean you can't use magic the way you used to until now? Sung Sihan immediately froze. It was a secret he'd kept from Zenon. After he confessed, Zenon was completely shocked and said, There's no way that happened. With tears welling in his eyes, he asked resentfully, Why did you tell Alita but hide it from me? Sung Sihan looked at Zenon, speechless. Is that what you're upset about? He scratched his head and explained guiltily, Sorry. At first, I didn't feel comfortable revealing it, and I thought I had told you when we were traveling, since I've told you so many of my secrets. Hearing this, Zenon immediately cheered up. Oh. Sihan breathed a sigh of relief. He's not angry anymore. He's not angry. Zenon cheerfully suggested, The weather's getting cold. Let's go inside. Autumn passed, and winter arrived. Sung Sihan was still sitting by the cliff. He opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on his sword as he readied his attack. Aura of the War God, 12-sword style. Sung Sihan's sword emitted a golden light. The sword became lighter, creating more swords that formed a circle high above. Sung Sihan said with a smile, 12 swords. It's the same number as when I faced that mad tyrant. Aura of the War God, the appearance of the void heavenly light. The 12-sword style sliced the large rock in half. The large chunks of rock fell one by one. Sung Sihan looked down at the entire scene, a pleased smile forming on his lips. Good. I've finally regained all of my power, and it's even greater than when I was the otherworldly savior. Sung Sihan's gaze sharpened as he wondered, Should I start making my move again now? He looked at the ever-thickening snow and made a decision to go to the Kingdom of High. Zenon was folding clothes as he asked, Our next destination is the far north of Van. So, we're going to the Kingdom of High? The Kingdom of High is a nation even farther north than the Kingdom of Saon. With its constantly harsh winter climate, most of the region is barren, and with the frequent appearance of vicious monsters, it can't be called a good place to live. Therefore, the kingdom of Hai has the smallest population compared to the other 6 kingdoms. But even so, this kingdom's strength is not to be underestimated, because the kingdom of Hai is home to the northern warriors from the age of the empire. Although their numbers may be few, the kingdom's military might is immense, Zenon said with a heavy heart. Nothing is going to be easy, and this will definitely be a tough fight, Sung Sihan explained. Since I've regained my strength, it doesn't matter where we go, but the reason I chose the kingdom of Hai as our next destination is because the shining thing is there. Zenon turned to him, curious. The shining thing? You mean the headquarters of the Order of the Sun? Sihan replied. That's right. According to Gun's information, the item I'm searching for is there, he said with interest. To perfectly activate the War God's aura, I need this, no matter how many times I think about it. As for the Calamity Demon Sword on Kithon's side, he jotted down some notes and then complained, so busy, so busy. Kithon sighed, bewildered. Lord Chen is the same way. Why can't he just train in silence? He cried, his eyes out in helplessness. He said it was a secret training session, but he carved out an entire mountain. That's not something you can hide just by silencing people. And silencing them with bribes or force is the lowest of the low. No matter how hard I try, word is going to spread. So, if I can't completely stop the rumor, Kithon thought to himself, then it's better if I spread the rumors myself. By spreading similar fake rumors, I'll destroy the original rumor's credibility. He smiled slyly at his perfect plan. If I spread rumors that other mountains were also destroyed, including the ones near the Boteo Castle, then the current rumors will lose their credibility and be seen as fakes. The truth will be hidden by all the lies, just like how an entire mountain was destroyed. Just as I thought, Chan Nim's abilities truly exceed the imagination. Kithon thought gleefully, I really did choose the right side. Every one of Chan Nim's actions changes the fate of Lania. What would happen if Chan Nim decided to become the emperor of Lania? Then I, as the one who has earned Chan Nim's trust, couldn't hope for anything better. And even if Chan Nim decides to return to Earth, I have nothing to lose. The leader of the 6 kingdoms disappearing. Even knowing that fact in advance is a huge advantage. Kithon became more and more convinced that things would get difficult if Chan Nim failed. But that's a risk everyone has to take in life. And considering Chan Nim's abilities, it's not too big of a risk. Of course, if things don't go well, I should change my alliance. But I'm sure that Chan Nim will ultimately succeed. The maid knocked on the door a few times. She announced, Marquis Kithon, your brother Sung Sihan is requesting to see you. Kithon rearranged his expression and gave the order. That friend is here? Let him in. Sung Sihan entered, and the maid left. Kithon put on a pensive look and asked, Now, he called out with a smile. Have you completed the mission I assigned you? Sung Sihan replied with an even colder smile, saying directly, There's no need to act. The maids have been gone for a while. Kithon immediately changed his attitude and asked Sihan, Was the hideout I prepared to your satisfaction? Sihan put on a straight face and exclaimed, Your acting ability is admirable no matter how many times I see it. If you were in Korea, you'd easily win a Blue Dragon Film Award. Kithon asked in surprise, A Blue Dragon Film Award? Do dragons give out awards in Korea? Sung Sihan stopped joking and got to the point. All right, let's stop the small talk here. What happened with the information about the Sun Dragon lineage that I requested? Kithon took out a sheet of paper with the information and replied, Here it is. In addition to the current information on the Sun Dragon lineage, I've also prepared personnel details, guard dispatch schedules, the internal structure, and schedules too. He was a bit curious. If you find the 3 divine auras, you'll become even stronger. I wonder if you'll be able to split a mountain by then. Sung Sihan took the stack of papers and answered Kithon, No, even if I regain my 3 divine auras, my techniques won't get any stronger. He looked at them thoughtfully. But with Calamity, the range of my attacks will expand. I need to be fully prepared if I want to eliminate those traitors. Sihan looked at him with praise. Just as I thought. Quick and precise. Kithon rubbed his hands together and replied happily, Thank you, my lord. Sihan asked further, These documents. Did you by any chance prepare a schedule in case I didn't take the Yulon Dai route? Kithon froze. I mean, I had them prepared, yes. Sihan explained. But that plan must have become useless since I decided to take the Sun Dragon route. Isn't that right? Kithon nodded and said, That is correct. Sung Sihan instructed, From now on, don't prepare for unnecessary things. You don't always have to be perfect. Kithon clasped his hands and still replied respectfully to Sihan. What preparation is unnecessary when it's for Chan Nim? As a loyal servant, I will always. Before he could finish, Sihan cut him off, calling, Kethon. Sihan stated sternly and clearly, You have committed to an alliance with me, so I have the right to ask you to do what I need you to do. That also means I have the right to order you not to do anything unnecessary. With authority comes responsibility. I've been neglecting that until now. I never realized it until Alita Menara mentioned it. I apologize for that. Keithon was stunned and denied it. No. All I wanted to do was… Sihan closed his eyes lightly and explained patiently. Just because you can't adjust to my mood doesn't mean I'm going to punish you, because that's not a crime, nor is it a mistake. As long as you don't betray me, we're good. I have no intention of blaming you. Keithon listened, his expression turning to stone. Sung Sihan didn't linger any longer. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must prepare to leave. Keithon slowly fell into a thoughtful silence. Just as he was about to leave, Keithon spoke up, calling out to Sung Sihan. He held out a stack of papers and reported seriously. Actually, there is something I need to tell you, sir. This is something I haven't reported yet because it isn't certain. I was going to tell you after confirming it, but since you wish for it. Sung Sihan turned to look. What is it? After reading it, Sung Sihan's eyes widened in astonishment. He snatched the paper in agitation. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Sung Sihan asked, "Is this real?" Keithon replied, "It has not yet been confirmed. I didn't report it because it's not a confirmed fact, but it also can't be ignored. I will provide you with supplementary reports once we confirm more information." After looking it over, Sung Sihan said no more. "All right, thank you." Keithon watched him for a moment, then called out to Chenin. He bowed slightly and said solemnly, "I, Keithon, pledge my loyalty to you." Sung Sihan laughed and asked, "So what did you pledge to me before?" Keithon smiled at him. "I am simply pledging my loyalty once more." And just like that, after all preparations were complete, Dina, on the other hand, was facing a tough challenge. A massive wild boar charged ferociously towards her. She quickly leaped into the air. Alita shouted from the side, "Good, don't let your guard down. Dina, you can do it with your current skills." Dodging the boar, Dina replied, "Yes, master." As Sung Sihan's group set off for the Killian Kingdom, Dina finally managed to take down the wild boar. She couldn't believe her own eyes, muttering that she'd done it. Sung Sihan's voice cut in, as if reminding her, "You did it, Dina." He walked over, offering praise. "You've improved so much. Now you're worthy of being called the best of your generation." Dina glanced at the massive pile behind Sihan, and her jaw dropped. "He took care of all of those while I only hunted one," Alita remarked, staring into the distance. "I hope we at least run into a few bandits. We should practice hunting people instead of monsters," Zenon agreed. "That's right. We need to get used to fighting people since we've chosen the path of the sword." Sung Sihan frowned disapprovingly. "How can you say something so brutal with such a calm face? I'd forgotten what you all were like." "That's rich coming from you," Alita retorted. "You say that, but you were the first one among us. Killing for the first time at 17. Or was it 16? Sung Sihan clamped his mouth shut, not daring to say another word. No comment. He deliberately changed the subject. "Let's get going now. We have to cross the border before sunset." Alita noticed he'd changed the subject. Beyond this mountain is the large border city of Lado. From here on out, it's the Hyloan Kingdom. That evening in the city, Sihan saw Alita at the door and asked, "What's up with Dina? Why are you alone?" Alita replied, "She fell asleep the moment she lay down." Sung Sihan sat down and added, "She must be exhausted. Let her rest. As long as she eats breakfast, she'll be fine. For now, let's have dinner together." On the table was a plate of cold food. Sihan's face darkened. "Well, it's late anyway, so it's understandable that the meal isn't great." He looked at Xenon and asked, "Xenon, can I have some of that special sauce?" "The Xenon sauces you made yourself." The boy looked utterly baffled. "What kind of name is that?" Sung Sihan continued with a series of questions. "Why? The Zay sauce? Gochunan? The perfect Xenon?" Xenon had to object. "I don't know what you're talking about," he grumbled, a little annoyed. "Putting my name on the sauce. It makes it sound like I only have one special sauce. Besides this Zay sauces, I have many other excellent sauces. I even call them Xenon too," Sung Sihan teased with a grin. Right, Alita interjected. "But Sihan, what we're trying to find are the 3 heavenly auras of the dimensional saviors, right? What kind of abilities do those magic items have?" Sung Sihan asked back in surprise. "Isn't it written in the book?" Alita explained. "I read it, but I can't really grasp it just from the text. The magic sword considered the strongest in Laner, from a dagger to a greatsword. It's a versatile sword that can change its shape and size, the magic sword, Calamity." Alita was still puzzled. "It's amazing, but I don't understand why it's considered the strongest magic sword. After all, there are many other magic swords. like ones that strike fear into enemies or ones that corrode even the smallest cuts. Wouldn't those swords be more fitting of the title Strongest Magic Sword? Sihan laughed and clarified. Of course. That's because it's not very effective at your level. He held up a hand and continued arrogantly, the true value of the magic sword, Calamity, only truly shines in the hands of a high-ranking swordmaster. The abilities of most magic swords can easily be countered by the power of those at the divine rank. But Calamity is the only weapon that can turn the tide of battle between two divine-ranked swordsmen who can no longer improve. If one of them needs Calamity, they must at least be at the divine level themselves. And when such high-level swordsmen use its full power, the entire surrounding environment is destroyed. That's why the sword's name is Calamity, Sihan explained in more detail. Calamity isn't just a shape-shifting sword. Whenever its form changes, it also adjusts its weight and density to match that form. This becomes a huge advantage in combat. The opponent has to face a different type of weapon with every clash. Sihan grinned and said cheerfully, and because of its shifting form, even if the weapon is damaged, it won't break, as long as you change its shape again. You'll understand when you actually experience it for yourself. Zenon listened for a while, then said thoughtfully, I think I get it, but maybe not. It definitely sounds convenient though. Alita asked further, so, what about the Yubuek and the Alitag cloak? The strongest armor in the world, the Yubuek. With its incredible durability, it has automated features, automatic size adjustment, and a self-maintenance system. Sihan sighed. It's such a hassle to maintain armor, so in that sense, the Yubuek really is the best armor. The Alitag cloak can withstand the flames of ancient dragons, and it can block half of all magical attacks. Sihan revealed a little tidbit. The best thing about this cloak is that it can withstand half the fire damage from otherworldly monsters. Apparently it's not made from dragon hide, but from the hide of an otherworldly monster. However, it can only withstand half the flame of an ancient dragon. That's great. It'd be nice to have both, but it's fine if we don't. Calamity, however, is another matter. Sihan's expression grew keen as he emphasized, I have to get my hands on Calamity at all costs, or at the very least, prevent it from falling into the hands of the other traders. Sihan's group crossed the border and continued north. Although it was only the beginning of winter, according to the calendar, the lakes in the area were already completely frozen over. Dina and Alita shivered uncontrollably. This armor is so cold. They had to face the worsening weather every day until they finally reached the city of Ekwe. The people there were laughing and talking amicably. As Sihan's group passed through, Alita expressed her surprise. Wow. I didn't think so many people would live in such cold weather, but there are even more than I expected. Ekwe is a city founded by order of the higher princes of the sun, for pilgrims and merchants trading goods under their command. With its dense population, it also functions as a major trade city. Sihan observed the people and commented, this place used to be known only as a cold and dreary city covered in snow. It's changed quite a bit, Dina suggested excitedly, right? My mother's family, the Semerchant store, is here too. I've already contacted them, so let's head to the Iki branch. Sihan turned to Alita. When are you planning to tell her? Alita said, I keep missing the right moment. I should have told her from the beginning, Sihan countered. Wouldn't it be a bit of a shock, though, if I suddenly told her that I'm now a savior of this dimension? Alita agreed. That's also true. Sihan put his hand down on a map and said seriously, let's deal with this problem first. He looked down at the diagram and told them, this is a layout of the capital's inner structure that I managed to get. Alita turned to him and asked, can't you do something with your shadow presence like last time? Sihan stated flatly, no way. The barrier is too strong to penetrate with a shadow presence. Alita looked at him in shock. So it's a barrier stronger than the eyes of the night. Sihan calmly explained, the one who created that barrier is also the one we need to be wary of. He's one of the 6 strongest heroes in the legends. Since we know each other so well, we've definitely come up with countermeasures for each other's techniques, Zenon said. A bit worried. No way. So if it's a barrier that not even the Queen of Thieves' shadow can pass through, then infiltration is impossible. Sihan, out of options, made his decision. There's nothing else for it. Let's just break it. Zenon stared at him, stunned. Break it? Even if we wait till nightfall, Sihan, you're still sticking with that choice? To break the barrier, we'll follow the plan we discussed. Steal the 3 heavenly auras and escape immediately. It's the only way, Zenon reminded him. But if you do that, traces of your aura will be left behind when you break the barrier. Sihan just smiled reassuringly. It'll be fine. He laid out the plan he'd devised. I'll break it using this original skill of Yan's. That way, They'll think that the theorist you was the one who did it. Xenon's spirits lifted. That sounds good. Not only will I get the magic item, but I'll also get my revenge on that traitor. Sihan went ahead and instructed them. Alright, I'm going to do it then. I might make a mistake, so be ready for the worst case scenario. Alita followed behind him and asked, what should we do? Sihan explained the plan in detail. I'll do my best not to damage the surroundings, but consider it a failure if the capital explodes or a pillar of fire appears. It's a type of anti-theft system for when the barrier is forcibly destroyed, if that happens. Before he could even finish his sentence, a violent explosion erupted from inside. The three of them stared inside, stunned. They watched the raging flames in a state of panic, with Sihan being the most bewildered of all. What the hell? But I haven't done anything yet. Sihan looked in horror at the chaotic scene before him and wanted to curse. Damn it. First, we have to stop that fire. He rushed forward and used his power. Rain, descend upon this earth. Summon a storm. As soon as the words left his mouth, a heavy downpour immediately began, trying to control the flames engulfing the mansion. Alita was surprised. The fire is weakening. Suddenly, Zenon noticed something. There's someone inside. I'll go save them. She rushed over to a priest who had just escaped the fire. Are you all right? He didn't answer her question, instead blurting out his own urgent news. My body isn't the problem. There's a vile thief trying to steal the holy relic. Just as he finished speaking, another huge explosion went off, preventing Zenon from going any deeper inside. The thief suddenly jumped out and charged at him. Zenon angrily shouted, Don't you look at me with those suspicious eyes. Are you the culprit? The guy didn't care and just attacked faster. His glowing sword startled all three of them. An enhanced aura. The strike made the surroundings explode. Sihan ran to Zenon in a panic. Zenon had been hit by the attack, left to helplessly witness the enemy's terrifying power. Damn it, that's a high-grade sword, the priest shouted. They're getting away! We can't let them escape! That villain is stealing the relic. He stared straight ahead, determined not to let the guy escape. That bastard, wearing a crimson cloak just like him, and using disaster aura, too. Sihan pursued him relentlessly, trying to analyze him as he ran. His skills aren't that refined, but he's definitely a high ranker. Who is he? If he's a high ranker, he should be famous. But it's been 10 years, so it's not surprising if a new high ranker has appeared. I'll know who he is as soon as I get that hood off him. The rooftop chase drew the curiosity of the citizens below. What's that noise? Maybe it's the fire. Suddenly, the thief turned around, and Sihan realized his dirty intentions. You bastard. Don't tell me. The guy coldly launched an attack at the innocent people below. Luckily, Sihan managed to block it in time. He couldn't believe it, growling, You'd attack civilians just to escape? The cunning bastard didn't stop and continued to flee, with Sihan right on his heels. That's right. Run all you want. If your goal is to escape, heading for the city walls is your next move. As soon as the guy touched down, Sihan dove down from the city wall to attack. The startled thief dodged the powerful blow. Sihan smirked. That's it. You have no more hostages. Now, let's see who you really are. The guy let out a yell and attacked. Sihan deftly blocked it. I have to hide my original skills in case someone is watching. I'll use disaster aura to counterattack. Suddenly, he realized something. This lightning aura, it's lightning strike, Lana's original skill, and even fire arts. All this bastard, using 2 different original skills. He backed away and directly voiced his suspicion. Is this a coincidence? Are you a disciple of Yan? The guy didn't respond, just kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Sihan to dodge. I suppose it's not that strange for someone his age. It must have been difficult to learn both skills. It's admirable, definitely excellent aura control. But what is this uneasy feeling? The thief continued to attack Sihan. As he dodged, he thought seriously, it's just like when Yan was in his prime. Truly magnificent manipulation of aura, but it's not threatening. This strange feeling. The attacks are too simple. Why is this guy's swordsmanship like this? Compared to his aura technique, his swordsmanship level is way too low. Just then, the guy was hit by a simple blow from Sihan, followed by a series of moves that sent the thief flying. This scene left Sihan a bit puzzled. Why is he so weak? It doesn't look like he's acting, either. Is he really like this? He quietly recalled the past. Back then, I also used to wander around with a large amount of aura. But I wasn't this bad. There's a limit to how unbalanced you can be. He skillfully spun his sword and spoke to the charging thief. At this rate, your guard will be broken. He calmly unleashed a set of hand-to-hand combat techniques, frowning as he pinned the guy down and warned him, My skill is nothing compared to Kawari's, but it's enough to show you the difference between us. Give up. Just then, An enormous surge of power was suddenly released, forcing him to jump back. The guy had escaped his hold, making Sung Sihan frown. What a tough cookie. Did you really just break your own left arm to escape that lock? But that won't make a difference. Just because you're holding that sword doesn't mean you'll get any stronger. You need the right aptitude for that. If you hadn't taken that, he didn't even have time to finish his sentence. Knight threw the sword towards the city, startling him. Calamity. What are you doing? He quickly jumped up to catch the sword. Seizing the opportunity, Knight fled. And so they escaped. He frowned, reassessing the situation. I lost Nobek and the Elitag cloak. The cloak must have thought they would use Calamity as bait. Sung Sihan looked at the sword he had just retrieved. I got the most important thing, so it's okay. It's been a while. Calamity. A moment later, Zenon was startled to see him already in the room. Sihan, so you got back to the inn before us. He asked about the situation while wiping the sword. So, how did things go with Kin? The elf approached and recounted. Everything's been resolved smoothly. The rescue mission was carried out right after that. Alita then spoke up. What happened to that thief? Sung Sihan calmly shook his head. They escaped. I couldn't figure out who they were either. I lost Nobek and the Alatag cloak, but I managed to get Calamity in time, so I'm not too bothered by it. Xenon's eyes lit up when he heard that account. Calamity? I can finally witness the heavenly aura of the 3 spatial saviors. Can I see it? He didn't stop his movements. You're looking at it now. The elf was confused. Isn't that the damn sword you always carry around? There's another sword? Sung Sihan smiled and explained. I told you, Calamity has the ability to transform into any shape, so it can also disguise itself as a normal sword. But I can't figure it out. That intruder used Han's skill. There's no doubt about it. The intruder came from Han's side. Liu Lan also knows the true value of Calamity, so why would the intruder abandon the demonic sword? Zenon offered his own thoughts. Maybe they aren't disciples of Liu Lan. You mentioned that the 7 revolutionary heroes used to share their techniques with each other, just like how you teach us about aura and the presence of darkness. He didn't quite agree with the elf's point of view. Everyone knows about lightning strike and fire alatag, but knowing and learning are 2 different things. When you reach the master level, the aura that runs through your body is customized to your original skill. Even if you use the same skill, the result will still be different, unless you're someone who can sense that aura. But the lightning spirit the intruder used was definitely this Liu Lan's lightning spirit. I'm sure of it. The culprit behind the destruction of Loa Yen is on this Liu Lan's side. What? Everyone must have been thinking the same thing. Elsewhere, Lexian stood by a window, observing the scene outside, and smiled faintly. Who would have imagined that the king of a country would come to this remote land? Of course, chaos would be guaranteed if Liu Lan were to find out, but it's worth the risk. Take off your armor. Nat, who was behind him, quickly removed the outer iron shell, revealing a man's body. He observed intently. Anyway, even if it was a test product without a will, this is a sword of a higher grade. To think it would be defeated like this. As expected of the Northern warriors, it would be normal to have warriors of this caliber. I still have room for improvement. Using Calamity as a lure if necessary, it's best to have a backup plan. I almost lost the dragon cloak in the process. This can definitely replace that idiot. Good work. You can go and rest now. The mechanical test subject replied, Yes, master. The convoy of carriages ambled through the forest. Flash sat at the front with the knight driving the horses. He kept reassuring himself that he was accompanied by dozens of elite warriors from the Theo kingdom. And this carriage has a steel frame reinforced with protective magic. I also brought along 18 high-grade swords. This is enough to stop people like them from even considering an attack, right? The knight beside him also offered some comforting words. The snow spirits. What a bunch of fools. Their actions only cause more suffering for the people. Don't be afraid, my lord. At the end of the day, they're just thieves. They don't stand a chance against the true power of knights like us. You can count on, but before he could finish his sentence, an arrow tore through the wind and ended his life. It happened so fast that Flash screamed. His cry threw the surrounding area into chaos. A soldier tried to give orders. It's an ambush. Get into defensive formation. Find out where they are. He spotted a flash of light from the top of a distant mountain. Over there. That won't work again. Despite the soldier raising his shield, an arrow still shot through coldly, ending his life. The soldiers belatedly realized their shields were useless. How can one arrow cause so much damage? That power brought them all to a standstill. Hold your ground. There's no way they can keep attacking us with that much power. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of masked people rushed out from behind the pine trees, surrounding them all. Is that the masked ones? They're here. It's the snow spirits. The battle gradually tilted in the snow spirit's favor. Flash trembled as he watched everything unfold. My guards are no match for them. Why do they resort to thievery when they're this skilled? Who on earth are? Suddenly, a blow stopped his attempt to escape. Beta landed lightly beside him and laughed from behind her mask. Where do you think you're going? Oh my, it's been a while, Flash. Farewell, he cried, trying to stop the higher-ranking Beta. But the Snow Spirit cut off his plea by taking Flash's life. The other members of the Snow Spirits shouted, "We've finished things up over here. All right, time to get on the carriages." Beta smiled and said to Odao, "Good job, Odao. This haul should be enough to keep us going for a while." In the Theo Palace, the king frowned as he repeated what had just been reported to him. "We've been robbed again?" The minister below stammered, admitting his fault. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. The mysterious band of thieves has attacked the carriages loaded with our taxes for the 4th time." He sighed, cutting him off. "Was it the Snow Spirits again?" The minister bowed his head even lower. "Due to the losses we've suffered, this has started to impact the country's affairs. I believe we have no choice but to start collecting more taxes, Your Majesty." King Theo immediately dismissed the idea of additional taxes. "That is unacceptable. The royal family must take responsibility for failing to stop the theft of these carriages. The citizens have already fulfilled their duties. It would be absurd to raise taxes when they are not the ones at fault. However, instead of that, we will form a special army. If it is the royal family's duty to capture thieves, then it is the duty of our citizens to bear that burden. Now that we need more military resources, it is our duty to raise taxes." His decision left the other court officials feeling helpless. There he goes again. His Majesty's obsession with duty means he'll just end up taking more money from the people. What a wise choice. "Your Majesty, despite this," they all shouted in unison, "we will follow your command." From their perspective, his talk of duty didn't mean much. Lavina cheerfully greeted Thao Gen through the mirror. "Long time no see." He nodded back in response and then asked, "Indeed, it has been a long time. Lavina, why are you contacting me using such an expensive, traditional method?" "I'm busy handling the country's affairs, so let's get to the point." She smiled and got straight to it. "I heard about what happened in Lo Yen Tan. Was that your doing?" He feigned surprise, not admitting to it right away. "Don't be ridiculous." Lavina, naturally unconvinced, shrugged. "But all the signs point to you as the one responsible. Don't tell me you never thought about claiming the disaster for yourself." Thao Gen retorted loudly. "Don't compare me to you, Lavina. Your greed knows no bounds." "How dare you accuse me?" She gave a light chuckle and quickly tried to diffuse the tension. "Come on, there's no need for that. Especially since we are both leaders of our nations now. We are not the same people we were 10 years ago. Putting that aside, it seems you weren't flustered at all when I asked." He seemed a little annoyed. "You're the 3rd person to ask me that question. Rin and Safone already asked me the same thing." Lavina feigned indifference. "I see." His face hardened as he growled. "My answer won't change. I have no interest in the Savior's item from the other world." With that, Thao Gen unilaterally ended the transmission, leaving her to sigh on her end. "I wonder if he's telling the truth? Are you sure the intruder used Thao Gen's supernatural lightning strike, Chodan?" Chodan quickly replied, "Yes. According to eyewitnesses, it looked just like when they saw Thao Xenon use it in the past. But don't all the heroes of the revolution know how to use that skill? That's how some of us among the Queen's Knights managed to master it." Lavina calmly analyzed everything again. It may be the same skill, but a single glance is enough to distinguish it from the original. The only ones capable of using Thao Gen's lightning strike are Thao Gen himself, his followers, and XE. But he's no longer here. So, suddenly, something clicked in her mind. "Wait, hold on a minute." Lavina suddenly got closer to Chodan intimately. "Anyway, you don't have any more state affairs to deal with, right? It's been a while, so why don't we?" Lavina smiled seductively. "Oh my, are you trying to be sneaky? It's still broad daylight. That's a very tempting offer, but unfortunately, it's time for me to go train." He was surprised when she pushed him away. "It's amazing that you still continue to train, despite being so powerful. Not only are you a high-level sword god, but you also possess supreme authority and countless treasures. Don't you already have everything anyone could possibly want in life?" She turned away and asked him in return, "Clearly, you don't know me very well. Chodan, do you really think that's enough to satisfy me?" Elsewhere, the villagers recounted what they knew. "The spirits? Yes, I've heard the rumors, but no one's seen them in this area." Sung Sihan, on the opposite side, nodded. "I see. Excuse me." Despite the unexpected obstacle, they managed to retrieve the magic sword and leave as planned. However, Tran's group had not yet returned to the Loatan kingdom. Sihan observed them and thought, "They still have work to do in the north." Zenon asked everyone while eating, Do you know about the group of thieves called the Spirits of the Snowy Fields? Do you think we can find any clues? I heard they're so clever that even the Loatan Kingdom's army can't track them. Sung Sihan calmly replied. That's not surprising. I wasn't expecting much, but since we're here, I wanted to give it a try. Alita was a bit confused. But why are you so interested in a group of thieves? Sung Sihan answered her. I heard something from an old enemy. I'm not sure if it's true, he decided. But it seems like we're not getting anywhere. We leave early tomorrow morning. It is your responsibility as my disciple not to ask or concern yourself with your master's secret missions. Dina laughed with satisfaction at the food. This is delicious. Zenon, also enjoying the meal, had to remark, I have to admit, the northern sea fish is really good. It's full of oil because it lives in the cold, deep waters of the ocean. The fishy smell hasn't been completely removed, though. They should have used raw ketho vinegar instead of smoking it. The three of them lit up after hearing that. Looks like Zenon just learned something new. Does this mean we're about to try a new dish? Suddenly, someone outside yelled, Surround them! Everyone in the tavern curiously peeked through the window. What's all the commotion about? The voice rang out again. You're cornered! A crowd of soldiers surrounded. 2 men, and the captain ordered, Drop your weapons and surrender. Don't even think about running. If you surrender peacefully, I guarantee you'll be treated well. The man in the lead sneered at them. Oh, really? And I'm supposed to trust you? How many people have survived your hospitality? The leader said in frustration. You fools. He turned his head and announced, Attention, citizens. It's about to get noisy here. It's dangerous, so please step back. These men are members of the cunning group of thieves known as the Spirits of the Snowy Fields. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring amongst themselves. Sihan, off to the side, let out a sly grin. Did he just say the Spirits of the Snowy Fields? They're really here? I can't believe my luck. One of the men raised his sword and charged forward, arrogantly shouting, Prepare to die, you traitors. In the name of His Majesty, the great hero of the Alatag Revolution, you will receive your punishment. The first man gritted his teeth and took a defensive stance, but he froze in his tracks, because a power that brought with it a blizzard had appeared before him. The soldiers were all confused and asked, What's happening to the weather? No, wait, this is magic. It's a blizzard spell, the leader yelled angrily. Damn it, I can't see a thing. When they looked again, the 2 members of the spirit bandits were gone. Oh no, they've vanished. Their escape made him even more furious, and he shouted, Damn it, I didn't think they'd have a magic artifact. They couldn't have gotten far. Find them, now. It was Sung Sihan who had saved the 2 of them. The first man looked around and asked him, Did you do this? Sung Sihan casually replied to him, That's right, I'm the one who did it. After saying that, he frowned, wondering to himself, Wait, can I say it like that? Does that make sense? The Xenon language is so confusing. The first man asked in confusion, Who are you people, and why did you save us? For a moment, Sung Sihan didn't know how to explain. I could say that I'm the one who is still searching for the soul of Dong Tu Yet. But even if I told you who I am, you wouldn't believe me. So what should I do? He suddenly had an idea. I've got it. Sung Sihan asked them excitedly. I'll prove that I'm someone you can trust. You guys must have a secret code to identify group members, right? The second man couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, How does he know about that? I'm not sure. But I think the reason Sung Sihan is looking for them is because they're related to his past. But even Sung Sihan would have a hard time. I have to remember a password we used 10 years ago. The first man thought for a moment, then said, All right, I guess that's acceptable. He asked them seriously, Okay, are you ready? Then, he struck a strange pose and said, Hurry up. Sung Sihan calmly replied, Train. He thought, why is he making such a weird pose? Next was the exchange of passphrases between him and the first man. Gaunhe, airplane. Our pride is our country. Alita's eyes widened in amazement, unable to believe he could remember a random, unrelated string of words for 10 whole years. You're amazing, Sihan. Only Sung Sihan looked bored, thinking, any Korean could have guessed that. I'm not so sure, but if they're still using the hand signals, it means they're definitely. The second man was stunned. He recited it clearly without a hint of hesitation. The first man was finally convinced. He's definitely one of us. He bowed his head and said to Sung Sihan earnestly, Please forgive me for doubting you, even after you saved our lives. Sung Sihan gave a strained smile and replied, There's no need for that. Can you take me to the other members? The first man said hastily, Of course. Actually, I have a request. Please help us escape this village. The truth is, our hideout has been discovered. The Ha Baklong Knights were dispatched here 3 days ago. If I don't warn my comrades soon, Sung Sihan thought to himself. The Ha-Bak-Long Knights. The masked men asked in confusion. Impossible. Why are we here? O Dao said in frustration. How could they have known? They're really determined to wipe us out. Opposite them, the Ha-Bak-Long Knights had them surrounded. You damned Ha-Bak-Long Knights. The captain of the Killian Royal Guard laughed triumphantly and said, I knew I'd find you here. The swordmaster, O Dao, frowned. The other swordmaster, Ken, gritted his teeth and continued, Still alive? What a shame. Ken sneered. So you've been living like rats in this pigsty. How pathetic. You should have learned to adapt to the times instead of stubbornly resisting like this. O Dao replied resolutely, I will never join the likes of you. Your hands are still stained with the blood of thousands of innocent civilians. The Ha-Bak-Long Knights? No, you are the Blood Moon Knights of the Lisan Empire. Your horrific crimes still haunt so many to this day. Do you think just changing your name can erase your sins? Ken's face twisted as he justified himself. Everyone lived like that back then. I simply did what everyone else was doing. Our sins have been forgiven by the grace of His Majesty of Killian. Because of the great hero of the revolution, the world has changed. O Dao exploded in anger, shouting, You bastard! Beta asked nervously, O Dao, what should we do? She replied with a heavy heart, Our members are all Knight-class swordsmen, but there are only 30 of us, and you are the only Master-class swordsman we have. Meanwhile, they have 50 Knight-class swordsmen and 3 Master-class swordsmen. We stand absolutely no chance against them. O Dao was cornered and couldn't make a decision. Seeing this, Ken grew even more delighted and taunted them. In this era, you are the villains. Kill the traitors. The knights charged forward in unison. The savior from another world isn't here to save you now. A former member of the Azure Sky Knights, O Dao raised her bow and decisively fired, sending everything in front of her into chaos. The knights also charged forward one by one, swords in hand, determined not to surrender. We may not be as glorious as we once were, but we are still the Azure Sky Knights. We will not surrender. A hand suddenly lunged forward, and an enemy knight quickly wounded one of their own. Beta grew even more anxious. Both sides are seasoned veterans of the battlefield. In terms of skill and experience, we're quite evenly matched. She could see that much, but their enemies had the overwhelming advantage in numbers. At that moment, an enemy charged forward to cross swords with Beta. He said shamelessly, An Azure Sky Knight, eh? I've never liked the idea of a woman wielding a sword and charging into battle. This is the perfect opportunity to teach you a woman's proper place. Beta raised her sword to strike back, retorting sharply, It seems you still haven't changed that backward way of thinking. She and he exchanged several blows. Seeing this, O Dao called out from the side. The man fired an arrow, an attack called Thunder God's Chain Reaction Stance. But unbelievably, Kit sliced it with his sword, completely stopping the arrow and causing it to explode. Sweating, he exclaimed. Such monstrous strength. Even though I managed to block it, you're still as powerful as you've always been. Just then, Orao and another knight rushed forward together, declaring, Not even you can handle 2 master-level swordsmen at once. O Jiao, armed with only a bow, struggled to fend off the 2 of them. The man scowled in contempt. You're really going to team up on me? Have you thrown away all your knightly honor? The knight shot back, as if that even matters, when we're dealing with a traitor guilty of high treason. Meanwhile, Dezephin had wounded Bilo in the shoulder, forcing her to fall back. Damn it. He raised his sword with a grin, eager to finish her off. This is the end. You fought well for a woman, but now it's time to die. Just as Bilo could only stare as the sword descended, and Dezephin was laughing in triumph. His head suddenly went flying off his shoulders. Bilo barely caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past, her face paling in utter shock. Even O Jiao, in the middle of his own fight, froze and whipped his head around. Looking at all the confused faces, they wondered, who is that? A Dongmin? He just defeated a master-level swordsman with a single strike. Sung Sihan didn't let them keep guessing and greeted them first. It's been a while. Lo Tisked, her surprise turning grave. How does he know who I am? Could it be? Sung Sihan turned to look at Bea, who asked even more dazedly, Who are you? Kay stepped forward and asked, Who are you? He said suspiciously. They're that group of infamous bandits, known as the Souls of the Snowfield. We received orders from His Majesty to wipe them out in the name of the great hero of the revolution. Are you interfering in this battle even though you know that? Are you 2 their accomplices? Whatever your reason, you won't be getting out of this. Sung Sihan's face turned cold as he asked a single question. Kay, why are you still alive? Why is someone who should be dead perfectly fine and working for the Empire? Has that man completely lost his mind? Kay drew his sword and shouted angrily, How insolent! You dare insult His Majesty? He lunged at Sihan, sword drawn. You'll pay for that with your life. But his attack was stopped cold. Sung Sihan caught the blade between two fingers and said nonchalantly, "Insolent, you say? Don't be naive. I have the right to say whatever I want." He smiled, looking at Kay, and asked again, "Well, do you recognize me now?" He looked at him, confused. "Your face, it just changed." Kay just stared blankly for a moment, then his eyes filled with astonishment and fear. He suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Only then did Sung Sihan speak coldly. Unforgivable. He pointed the hilt of his sword at Kay's chest, then plunged it down forcefully as he uttered the coldest words. Why are these monsters? The ones who should have been eliminated long ago are still running rampant. A chill ran down the spines of the knights standing by as they heard the scream. Sung Sihan removed his hand from the sword, his brutal power not yet receding, and said, "Your death was too easy compared to the sins you've committed." Then he called out his name one last time, Kay. The knights fighting him all stopped when they recognized him. A woman also said doubtfully, "Are those knights really scattering just to save their own skins? Run for it." Sung Sihan remained motionless as he said, "I've never been one to hunt down those who choose to run. Sure, they might be Imperial soldiers, but they're also someone's loved ones, victims of these times. But you lot? The Blood Moon Knights are a different story. A bunch of Imperial informants who go around committing unforgivable crimes." His eyes, filled with killing intent, settled on them. "I won't let a single one of you escape. You all should have died 10 years ago." As Sung Sihan spoke, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. An aura circle spread out along with a beam of auroral light. In the blink of an eye, that light took them all down. Sung Sihan observed the situation and said, "At this rate, a few of them might get away." He looked over at Odao and asked, "How long are you just going to stand there and watch?" Odao? The man was stunned for a moment when Sung Sihan called his name. Then a second later, he grinned and said, "He's all the way back." Odao raised his hand and commanded, "All forces, attack. It's time to make the White Wolf Knights pay." One of the men looked down at the chaotic scene below, asking, "What just happened?" Just when I thought we were going to be wiped out after falling into the White Wolf Knights' ambush, he single-handedly turned the tables completely. He wondered to himself, "I know we brought him here, but who is he, really?" A second man asked, "He looks different than before too, right?" The first man replied, "Really? He's too far away for me to see clearly." Alita, behind them, said emotionlessly, "We haven't even had a chance to do anything. Zen, I guess everything down there is already over. Let's head down too." The entire army below stood frozen, all staring at him with bewildered eyes. Impossible. Could it be? But that face was unmistakable. After a long moment, Odao finally managed to stammer out the words, "Captain, Sihan." Hearing this, he finally smiled. He said joyfully, "Odao, everyone, has it really been 10 years? It took me quite a while to get back here." Tan looked at the man before her and tried to calm herself, thinking, "I must be dreaming. Are you really Captain Sihan?" She raised her hand and then decisively slapped him across the face, her voice filled with reproach. "What took you so long?" She burst into tears and said resentfully, "You're so irresponsible." Tan clutched her stinging wrist, crying even harder in confusion. "And why does my hand hurt when I'm the one who hit you? You never just stood still and took a punch before." Captain Sihan just laughed and remarked, "You haven't changed a bit, though that looked like it hurt." Hearing this, everyone gathered around him, asking joyfully, "Is it really you?" Captain Sung Sihan," someone else explained. "His name isn't Zan. They just keep getting his name wrong." They began tossing him into the air while shouting, "Captain Sung Sihan. Captain." The younger one couldn't help but argue back. "I already told you, his name is Sung Sihan, not Sung Sihan. It's Sung Sihan." Dina pointed and laughed, saying, "I know the two names sound similar, but how could they make that mistake? Anyone in Thaner knows who Sung Sihan is, and he was just able to use the Emperor's power, one of the most unique aura skills of the savior from another world. But the person who created that skill is the Silver Mercenary King. Although there were times he looked like a completely different person when we traveled together, I was only paying attention to my master, so I thought it was just my imagination." As she spoke, Dina suddenly realized something was off. Then it hit her and she exclaimed, "No way." Alita breathed a sigh of relief. "So she's finally figured it out. Now I can finally relax." She smiled and replied, "You're right, he is Sung Sihan, as in, the savior from another world." Elsewhere, Theo Jen stared at the object in his hand and said, "Kay is dead. What's with that piece of metal plating?" Someone held it out and explained, It's a magic item that turns black when its owner dies. The Azure Sky Knights must be responsible for this. Another speculated. He must have let his guard down. Even if he was being careful, O'Dao is still incredibly dangerous. He might be strong enough to kill Kay, but there's no way the White Wolf Knights would lose. The Azure Sky Knights were considered the strongest 10 years ago, but after losing half their members, including Ian and Sei, there's no way they could defeat the White Wolf Knights. Theogen furrowed his brow in agreement. You're right, but for some reason, I still have a bad feeling about this. He commanded, Sung Sihan a few knights to the White Wolf Knights location immediately to check on the situation. Back with Sihan, he faced Lavina's full name for a moment. Then he smiled. Long time no see. You're as beautiful as ever. Lavina laughed it off. Don't make me laugh. You're the one who's considered the greatest beauty on the entire continent. Then he got to the point. So, what's up? This magic messaging device is pretty expensive to use, you know? Hearing that, Lavina immediately called him out. Why are you even a king if you're trying to be frugal? Drop the exemplary monarch act. With the amount of money you spend on your beauty experts, you could probably buy a dozen of these devices. They both laughed and chatted, but they were just putting on a show. Siphon didn't push the issue, setting the matter aside. Why did you call me? Lavina asked. Do you think he's behind the incident at Loa Yen Oan? Siphon sat down and answered her. He denied it, and I don't think he was lying. Lavina analyzed the situation. He didn't seem foolish enough to get caught, but a rigid person like him would find it hard to lie about something like this. Right? Siphon didn't hesitate to voice his suspicions. To be honest, I thought you were the one behind it. Once you reach the war god level, are you supposed to be able to perfectly copy an A-rank skill? Lavina retorted angrily. Even war god swordsmen can't do everything. You know, you're only saying that after seeing what Sung Sihan can do, but that's because he's from Earth, Siphon replied nonchalantly. I'm not so sure about that. His eyes sharpened as he added, what I know for sure is that war god swordsmen are monstrous beings who act unpredictably. Lavina was silent for a moment before agreeing. All right, I understand why you'd think I could be the one behind this. If the roles were reversed, I'd probably be just as suspicious. But hear me out, and I'll tell you why it wasn't me. Anyone could have a motive to divide the 6 kingdoms. But regardless of the motive, the method is what's important. Lavina held up her hand to analyze. Color S. Among those who can use illusory lightning, only these 3 can also manipulate ki. Anyone who could bribe one of them could be the mastermind. But Kazan and I have no way of bribing any of them. If you or Lo Sane were plotting something, you would have blamed me, not Theo Luan, who's incapable of lying. Siphon crossed his arms, stubbornly insisting, you seem to be quite well informed. If someone used a concealment or invisibility technique, then there's no doubt. The person behind it is definitely you. Lavina was at a loss. That sounds pretty evil. Based on the evidence we have, everything points directly to Theo Luan as the mastermind. However, it's so obvious that it's suspicious. Siphon asked impatiently, did you call me via communication magic just to say that? Go play detective by yourself, Lavina added. There's one more possibility. Oh? She propped her chin on her hand, speculating with interest. What if it was Sung Sihan? Wouldn't that explain everything logically? Siphon paused to think. He then said, it's logical, but it's impossible. He asserted that Sung Sihan couldn't return, and if someone were to summon him, there's no way Lo Sane or he wouldn't have detected it. First of all, even the Emperor had to sacrifice his own bloodline and was nearly exhausted just to open a spatial gate to Earth. A powerful descendant of Luan couldn't possibly be alive today. It definitely wasn't you or him. Now you're trying to mislead us. Lavina sighed helplessly. Think what you want. No matter what I say, you're not going to believe me, are you? Fine, then. Siphon stood up and affirmed, of course I won't believe you. I'm not a fool like Sung Sihan, who blindly believed every word you said. On her end, Lavina grew pensive for a moment. He might be saying that to emphasize his belief that Sung Sihan can't return, but it also implies that he or Lo San are capable of hiding any traces of a summoning from another world. She touched the mirror, having the same thought. Honestly, the probability of Sung Sihan being behind this is extremely low. He's not the type to sacrifice innocent people for personal gain, and neither Lo Sane nor Siphon has any reason to risk summoning him again. But still, something doesn't add up. Bobot Canyon. Inside a cave, Sung Sihan's voice echoed with surprise. He was both amazed and curious. This place is really nice. You guys decorated it well, and it looks quite comfortable too. With terrain this harsh, you don't have to worry about being discovered. So why did you move to the Kwa'a forest instead of staying here? Beta scratched his head and explained. We were originally stationed here, but this place is too damp. Water leaks everywhere. It's a cave, after all, Odao continued. But more importantly, it's much more dangerous here than our hideout in the forest. No matter how secluded it is, there's no escape route if we're surrounded. Sung Sihan still seemed very pleased, saying, I still think this place is pretty good to stay in. Look, even Jenin isn't complaining anymore. He turned his head and said, anyway. Sung Sihan's expression turned serious as he asked, what happened over the past 10 years? How did the Red Moon Knights end up as Luan's subordinates? Will joy truly return to this world once evil is destroyed? Odao began to explain. A new order, a new system of governance had to be established for the nations formed after the revolution. They needed people to manage and control the populace. After the revolution, we had far fewer personnel than during the old empire. Therefore, it was inevitable that some former officials of the empire were accepted back. Among them were those who had played important roles in the emperor's tyrannical regime, the empire's strongest swordsmen. Odao added. Those who were absolutely loyal to the tyrant were known as the 6 Savage Lords. 2 of those 6 families were destroyed by us, but the Dawn, Xenol, Beast, and Canavan families still remain. These 4 families not only survived the empire's collapse, but also managed to maintain a certain level of influence, despite their losses. Meanwhile, the Luan kingdom dealt with the remnants of the old empire very strictly, not giving those survivors of the 6 Savage Lords any opportunity to interfere. The theocracy followed a similar path. Just hearing about the theocracy kingdom makes me sick. I hate them so much I don't even want to see them in my kingdom. He used that simple reason to reject them. He actually did one thing right. For once. As a result, the remaining knights from those 4 families joined the Saf and Tuloi kingdoms under the pretext of atoning for their sins by serving the people instead of being punished. Sihan scoffed after hearing the story. I get it. How ridiculous. They must only regret losing those men. He turned, a little surprised. It would be understandable if Siphon and Lavina did that. But I never expected someone as rigid as Theo to agree, Odao added. His personality became a burden when trying to reconcile different factions and commercial interests. His stubbornness turned into arrogance. After you disappeared from this world, the Sky Knights had no choice but to rely on him, a swordsman of your high caliber. That inevitably led to a clash with the remnants of the Empire, the White Wolf Knights, the ones who also served Leon. Leon saw us as a thorn in his side and acted ruthlessly, using our supposed betrayal as an excuse. He ordered the annihilation of the Blue Sky Knights. Sung Sihan and Zenon looked at the man. The Blue Sky Knights were undoubtedly the biggest thorn in Cham's side. Odao gritted his teeth as he recounted the story. That day, we lost nearly half of our comrades to avenge those who had fallen. We had no choice but to remain in this country. Sung Sihan's mood grew heavy as he said, I'm sorry to hear that. You all must have gone through so much after I left. Beta spoke up, asking, I want to ask you, on the day you disappeared, what happened? Sung Sihan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, everyone sat back down to share their stories, and Odao, full of pent-up frustration, said, I know. I heard a similar rumor spreading everywhere, but I never expected it to be true. Those bastards. He laughed, speaking in a flattering tone. But now that you're back, we can finally bring the hammer of justice down on them. Beta asked, So does that mean you orchestrated the fall of Sacinda? I knew it. Khan couldn't have done that on his own. Sung Sihan calmly corrected her. You're mistaken. Kathon carried out that coup all by himself. I just finished off Sacinda at the very end. O Chao and the woman were stunned into silence. Odao, still in disbelief, asked again, Wait, are we talking about the same person? The guy with the body of a sage but the mind of a wild beast. Sung Sihan confirmed that was him. Beta was once again shocked and couldn't believe it. The guy who'd run at the first sign of danger, only caring about saving his own skin, and always trying to suck up to the powerful people around him? What? How is that possible? Sung Sihan couldn't help but marvel to himself. It's impressive that they still remember him so clearly after 10 years have passed. Truly impressive. As for Kathon, he crossed his arms and praised him in a way. But by avoiding danger, he had mapped out a strategic route for gathering information and provided the mercenaries with enough reinforcements to boost their morale. If you think about it that way, he's actually a talented commander. Perhaps a person's true value is only revealed when they're in the right position. Kathon's cooperation is helping me a great deal right now. So let's put aside our past prejudices and accept him as he is now. Odao was silent for a moment, then agreed. If you say so, I have no choice but to accept it. Beta still had some doubts. Even so, can we really trust him? Sung Sihan gave a firm thumbs up and said, Of course, I've already used a delayed detonation skill on him. It was a success. With Kathon's help, We'll be able to contact our comrades who are scattered across the continent. Beta smirked, confident that, once they hear you're back in town, I'm sure Akon and Sari, the ones who went back to their hometowns, will return immediately. Odao continued. This is it, the rebirth of the Blue Sky Knights. Sung Sihan smiled happily, and Odao added, things are about to get a lot busier, so you should rest today. We've prepared everything so you can be comfortable here. Sung Sihan asked, confused. You brought all this stuff into a cave? Didn't you say it's really damp in here? Why bring books? Zenon looked at the book in his hand and recognized it. Isn't that Memories of a Hero? The story about Zhan Xiong? This book reads as if it were written by someone who witnessed the events firsthand, making everything feel so real. I have a copy too? He asked awkwardly. Are you serious? You're reading this genre because I disappeared? You went through everything with me. Odao laughed and stood up to reveal. Actually, I'm the author of that book. Sung Sihan and Zenon stared at him with a mix of expressions. Zenon was then suddenly struck with amazement. You mean you're that mysterious author, Odao? Odao scratched his head and laughed. I just wrote down my experiences with Sung Sihan in my spare time. Zenon's eyes lit up as he asked, Can I have your autograph? Odao said cheerfully. It would be an honor. Sung Sihan, off to the side, couldn't watch anymore. What am I witnessing? He touched his head, calling out helplessly. Well, I guess that's to be expected from Zenon. Alita, do something about him. But before he knew it, Alita had also gone over to Odao to ask for an autograph. Can I have an autograph too, please? It shocked him so much his jaw dropped. You too? Sung Sihan asked, bewildered. Since when did you become a fan of these books? Alita said shyly. I've bought all of his books, he asked, exasperated. When? Alita beamed and recounted. Back when I was living in that small tent, before my home was burned down by some people I knew. Sung Sihan and Zenon were once again speechless hearing about her past. Sorry, it turned out that most of the books, filled with Sung Sihan's childish questions, and even some movie lines, were also published by Odao. He grabbed Odao by the collar, shaking him back and forth as he berated him. It was you. After a while, Sung Sihan finally stood up to say a few words. I want to thank all of you for watching over me and believing in me since I was young. I'm so glad you all still remember and have stayed by my side until now. You are no longer wandering souls on a snowy field. He clenched his fist and declared emphatically, Now that I have returned, it's time to restore the Blue Sky Knights. Everyone cheered in excitement, except for Alita, who sat there, smiling happily at them. Come on, you always said the lines from the book sounded embarrassing, but you delivered that one well. Sung Sihan raised his glass and made a decision. Alita and the White Wolf Knights owe an unpayable debt to the Blue Sky Knights. You may have destroyed the captain of the White Wolf Knights, but we cannot leave without making Thilan pay for what he's done. Sung Sihan thought for a moment, then asked, Who is the current successor to the kingdom of Thilan? Odao answered him, It's Prince Ko, but he's only 8 years old. It's highly likely the queen will take over. Sung Sihan said in surprise, Are you kidding me? The boy is only 8? That's so young. Xesinda's son looked only a few years younger than me. Odao replied, That's right. Xesinda lived by indulging his desires. In contrast, Don was a rigid man who always followed the path of a warrior. He didn't marry until he became king and never looked at any woman other than the queen. He had 5 children with Queen Sosin, 2 boys and 3 girls. Sung Sihan rested his chin on his hand and remarked, So he was a faithful husband and a good father, huh? So you're saying even bad people can have respectable qualities? Odao clenched his fist as a reminder. But that doesn't erase his sins. Don't let that waver your resolve. If we follow that line of thinking, I'm afraid we could even say the emperor was a faithful husband and a good father to someone. Sihan turned to Alita for her opinion. Is that so? Odao laid out the plan. We'll have to eliminate them after we kill Thilan. Sung Sihan asked again, Then who will manage the country? Revenge is one thing, but I want to avoid dragging innocent people into this. Alita pointed out, If that's what you're worried about, there's always Grand Duke Lone. Odao suddenly remembered. That's right. I almost forgot about him. Unlike Thali, his younger brother is skilled in administration. He's not as rigid, and even took care of us when we were outcasts in the Thilan kingdom. He shares the blood of the Theon lineage. You could even say he's fully qualified to rule this kingdom. Sung Sihan asked further, Where is he? Is he in the kingdom? Dao answered him. They never got along from the start, but after how Theon treated the White Wolf Knights, their relationship completely fell apart. Theon believed that if we don't fix the mistakes of the past, the consequences in the future will be dire. But Jen argued that we have to secure a future first before worrying about potential consequences. Talented people don't just appear out of thin air if you sit and wait. How long are you going to cling to those unrealistic ideals? Dao continued with the information he had gathered. After Theon took the throne, Lone became prime minister to support him, but he was dismissed after angering Theon. I heard he's been placed under house arrest in a small residence in the capital. After hearing this, Sihan began to calculate. Based on what you've said, he truly has the motive and the means to seize power. I will not touch his nephews, and I will ensure that Theon's daughter is well cared for. Dao looked at him, surprised. You're not going to kill them? Who knows what they'll do when they grow up? Sihan stated firmly. I'm not going to kill an 8-year-old child. They haven't done anything wrong. I will not punish them for something that hasn't happened yet, or may never happen. Just as I have the right to take revenge on those who betrayed me, those children have the right to seek revenge on the ones who took their father. Dao was still utterly stunned. Another squad member laughed and exclaimed, That's just who he's always been. It's why we've always followed him, isn't it? Alita's eyes widened as she called out, Sihan. It all sounds so noble, but you're just saying that because you're about to go back to Earth, aren't you? The right to revenge? What a load of crap. Sihan, reining in his emotions, snapped, Be quiet. Alita watched Sihan as she took a drink. She put her glass down with a smirk and said, Anyway, we can't ignore the fact that our captain brought a girl back with him. At this, everyone erupted into a clamor again, asking Alita questions. Yeah. What's your name? Miss, how did you meet the captain? Alita answered them, a little flustered. My name is Alita. I happened to discover Sihan's true identity and ended up traveling with him. Nearby, Beta gushed. How cute. Look at how flustered she is. Is she blushing? Alita thought to herself. Who knows when this kind and friendly woman might suddenly attack me? She had let her guard down. Sihan rested his chin on his hand, watching her and thinking, Alita, you're so easy to read. He laughed and remarked, This wine is excellent. It's been a long time since I've had something this good. Meanwhile, in the prison, the captive, tied up, remained defiant. It's hopeless. I'll never betray my comrades, no matter what you do to me. His interrogator sneered, Don't make me laugh, ghost of silver snow. You don't even realize you've already betrayed them. The captive asked in shock. What? The man used magic, and the captive's eyes glazed over. The interrogator moved in closer. Besides the Goi forest that you mentioned last time, what other hideouts do the ghosts of silver snow have? Tell me everything you know about where they're hiding and how to find them, and all the traps you've set up beforehand. Under hypnosis, the captive began to confess, his earlier resistance completely gone. He slowly spilled everything he knew. The interrogator thought, This shouldn't be possible with a standard confession spell. What in the world was that powder King Theon gave me? The floor masters are truly formidable. The captive collapsed, passing out after revealing everything. A soldier entered. I have a report from Ma Van Oy. Report. After using the confession magic to interrogate the prisoners, he obtained information on several new hideouts of the Snowfield spirits. Impossible. I never thought they actually had.